is a freak of nature, a beach endlessly long and as hard and wide and flat as a great slab of stone. The big Atlantic rollers end their journey here, their energy fanning out across the gray sand and sinking into it. Daytona Beach, a magic place for cars to run as fast as they can, as long as they can, with only the horizon to stop them. Almost as soon as there were cars, they were drawn to Daytona Beach. 1903 saw Ransom Olds race Alexander Winton here. In the next 30 years, this was the place men came to run for the world land speed record. In 1927, the Englishman Henry Seagrave broke the 200-mile-an-hour barrier here. The following year, the American Frank Lockhart died when his car swerved in the sand. In 1935, Malcolm Campbell went 276 miles an hour, the fastest anyone would ever run on the beach. The record breakers would go on to Bonneville, but the Atlantic rollers still carried their unspent energy up onto the sand. It wasn't long before a new kind of racing broke out on Daytona Beach, stock car racing. In 1948, the world of NASCAR was born, with men such as Red Byron, Tim Clark, Paul Goldsmith, and Lee Petty becoming the new heroes of the beach. In 1959, NASCAR moved inland to a speedway that was as wide and as smooth as the beach, only it had banked turns, which meant you could go as fast as you wanted, as long as you wanted, around and around. Sports cars began racing on the new track in 1962, with Dan Gurney winning, and 4 years later, the first 24-hour race was run. So they no longer race on the beach, but when the wind is just right, you can still hear the waves breaking in the distance, out there on the beach, where the sand is as wide and flat as a great slab of stone.
Daytona's annual sports car classic, the Rolex 24, is unlike any other event in motor racing. The days can be sunny and warm, but with spring officially 7 weeks away, the nights are long and cold. The track is a Jekyll and Hyde mix of flat, twisting infield road course and high-speed stock car banking, producing tremendous demands on the machinery and on the drivers. This year, NASCAR living legend Dale Earnhardt, along with his namesake, will try his stock car skills against this race of stamina and endurance. But more than the conditions, more than the track, more than the traffic, the key factor at Daytona is time. 24 hours. The clock will not quicken its pace, and it will not wait. Nor will we. Welcome to Speed Vision's live flag-to-flag coverage of the 39th running of the Rolex 24 at Daytona. Once again, they have come to Daytona, reigning Grand Am champion James Weaver. From the American Le Mans Series, it's champion Alan McNish. The most decorated endurance racer in history, Hurley Haywood. Indy 500 and IRL champ Buddy Lazier. 7-time NASCAR Winston Cup champion Dale Earnhardt. And his son, Busch Grand National titleist Dale Jr. Representing youth, 17-year-old Clint Field. And for experience, 76 years young, Paul Newman. On a cool and overcast day at Daytona International Speedway, Speed Vision is proud to bring you this unprecedented live, full-length broadcast of an American sports car classic. I'm Bob Barsha, joined by Sam Posey and David Hobbs. Let's get right to the stories. Here's Calvin Fish with our X1R pole winner.
Well, for the fourth consecutive year, Bob, it will be James Weaver who starts the Rolex 24-hour race from the pole. James, very familiar territory for you, but a lot of different driver and team combinations around you on the grid. What poses the biggest challenge here as you start a very long day?
Normally the last 2 hours. We could have won the Daytona 22 hours for the last 4 or 5 years, I think. So we're working really hard on the last 2 hours. As regards the competition, I think the Robinson, Judd Riley and Scott, obviously the number 12 Ferrari, Dave Mirage's champion Porsche is going to be a real problem for us. Those are going to be the 4 cars I think they're going to be there at the end, you know, along with the 2 Dyson cars.
Well, not since 1993 has a pole sitter actually won the 24-hour race, and in fact, Dyson Racing has won this event twice, starting 5th, and that's where the number 20 car will start today. So that certainly bodes well. James mentioned the Robinson Racing entry. The Riley and Scott are certainly proven, but George Robinson, that Judd, 24 hours, can it go the distance here today?
Well, we've done quite a bit of testing with it, and we feel very confident in the Judd. They've given us a great piece for this race, and I think we'll be just fine. I'm confident.
Well, I have plenty of teammates up and down pit lane here today. One of those is Andrew Marriott, and he stands by with possibly the biggest story of the weekend.
Yes, I've definitely got the biggest story of the weekend here. Dale Earnhardt. Dale, a very familiar pit lane for you, but a very unusual scenario.
Well, it is, and got a great starter here with Andy and the guys and the teammates with Kelly and Dale Jr., so they've been schooling me for a couple months now, and I think we're ready to race. 24 hours is a lot different than what we're used to, but I think we're up for it.
Are you enjoying it? You're getting a kick out of this?
Bigger kick than you'd believe. This is a great car to drive and great guys to drive with, but we're going to be around for 24 hours and be around there about 20 to go, and these guys will go racing.
And what about driving with your son?
Well, that's fun, but I'm more excited about driving with these guys. Dale Jr., he's a little aggressive. I'm a little on the smoother side, and, you know, we sort of mix in there together. They using me at one time, using him at one time. I think he's going to drive a lot at night, so we'll see.
Kelly and Andy have said you've really integrated well into the team. You haven't played the big superstar role.
Well, it's a team. It's a team effort, and if I can work and blend in with them and understand the car and understand their focus and strategies, then we'll be a better racer.
Thanks very much, and best of luck.
Best of luck indeed to that team. The Earnhardt's the latest in a long line of NASCAR stars. The lead was held by the Dyson Racing team, 13 laps out front. But they suffered a broken exhaust valve. The engine lost power, and the car slowed. Car owner Rob Dyson, a winner in this race before, could only look on and hope. And that hope evaporated when Dominic Dupuis came by in a GT Viper to take the overall race lead. But their pit strategy was flawed, allowing the Corvette onto the lead lap. At the very end, Dominic Dupuis, Carl Wendlinger, and Olivier Beretta held on to top the Corvette of Ron Fellows, Justin Bell, and Chris Neifel by 31 seconds, the closest finish in Rolex 24-hour history. Do we have another dramatic chapter in that history coming up? You're about to find out. We are live flag Dale Earnhardt. Today, he is just one of over 300 drivers with hopes of a victory at the Rolex 24. He will share a Porsche with Wayne Jackson, Mike Brockman, and Gunnar Jeanette, who a year ago set the record for the youngest driver ever to start this race. That record has been broken by the man standing by with Calvin Fish.
Well, Bob, when you're 17 years old, you hope your father gives you a set of keys to a car. But when the car has 600 horsepower and the driveway is the Daytona Speedway, totally different deal. Clint Field, you're going to start the race today. You'll be the youngest ever in the Rolex 24-hour. Are you nervous?
Try not to be. It's kind of hard with all the prestige around the race and with drivers like Earnhardt and Petty. But I'm hoping for a good race and hopefully for a good result.
He's been very quick out there in the car during your career. Driving a red Ferrari must be very special.
It is. I think for any driver to drive a Ferrari and listen to that lovely note is an amazing experience. And to be here at Daytona in probably its last race as well, so it'd be really nice to go out there and win this race for Ferrari.
Well, one of David's teammates today is the current ALMS driving champion. That's Alan McNish. You've had a lot of great teammates over the years, Alan, but the driver squad here today for Reese is unbelievable.
Yeah, when John said what he was putting together for this particular race, it excited me a lot. And David wasn't 100% sure whether he could come on board, and it was fantastic because we've been battling together for 12, 13 years, and it's been real, close stuff. So it's nice that we're all together fighting for the same thing.
The rules and the guy who's going to start the car is Scott Maxwell. Scott knows about going 24 hours, but in a very different car.
Yeah, different car, different track, but in a lot more competition with the Corvettes and Celine and Marcos and whatnot. So we're in for a long race, but I think it's going to be a fast pace.
Of course, you drove a little lower, and right back here, if we can just go, we'll check up with Ted Bjork here, who has put the lights car on the pole.
There is three-time Formula One world champion Jackie Stewart. He's here this weekend as a spokesman for Rolex, which is in its 10th year of sponsoring the Rolex 24 at Daytona. But this weekend, it's been announced that Rolex will also become the title sponsor of the entire Grand American Road Racing Association.
It's very tough. There's a lot of very good cars there gathered together in the various classes. The GT1 car there, a GTS car, they're going to be quick.
Now there you see the number 27 in blue and white. That is a singleton entry, the brand new sports racer prototype Class 1 Crawford SSC 2K with a Formula One bred Judd V10 engine to power Didier Taze and his complement of world-class drivers. That car added a new high-speed nose and tail, picked up 12 miles an hour in top speed, touching 190 on the long backstretch here at Daytona. And those boys who have won this race before with guard, developer, and crew chief Kevin Doran know that they have another great Daytona weapon. But they are alone. Just one of the stories at the classes. 5 different sets of drivers share the honor of starting from class pole. We've already met James Weaver, who will share with Andy Wallace and Bruce Leitzinger and O'Reilly and Scott Ford on the overall race pole. Ted Bjork, Stanley Dickens, Lovan and Oberto will be in a Lola Nissan in the Sports Racer 2 category. An all-Canadian lineup. Scott Maxwell leading the way in a beautiful Porsche 911 GT1 in the GTS category for the biggest of the GT class cars. João Barbosa will drive with Heinrich Miniker and De Weer in a beautiful Mosler, another single entry. Been a bit of controversy about there, and there is their machine, a beautifully turned out Corvette, brand new car, getting ready to start the Rolex. Let's get down once again to the pit lane. Calvin Fish.
Well, Bob, the fiercest battle out there today may be in the GT category, and as you said, it was a surprising qualifying with that Mosler taking the pole, but some late-breaking news here. The team had some problems with the gearbox. They didn't make pre-grid. They will start from the back of the pack, but the car is very fast. It was put on the pole by João Barbosa, and Joe, the car is fast, but what are you concerned about as you tackle 24 hours?
Yeah, I mean, the M3 starting out is one of the best cars you can drive, the ultimate driving machine, and, we got a good package. Yokohama's giving us the best tires, and, we were tired of the Porsches beating us down the straightaways like a bunch of girls. They couldn't run with us in the corners. So Tom Milner's guys put an M5 engine in this and still handles good. Now the straightaways are just a little bit shorter. So I think this is going to be the year of BMW, and Porsche is going to cry all the way back to Stuttgart.
You may not have heard this, but the Mosler is starting in the back of the grid.
No, that's okay. I mean, it's a 24-hour race, and it's going to be a tough out there, and that's a good car. But there's a lot of good cars out here, and we just have to keep this thing running for 24 hours. We got a great crew with the whole Jet Motorsports team, and at the end of the day, it'll be a good day if all the Porsche guys go home on their airplanes crying.
This race, 80 cars strong, and virtually no two of them alike, David Hobbs.
No, it's an incredibly diverse field and an incredibly diverse bunch of drivers we've got out there, too. So it should make for some incredibly interesting racing. Just let's hope with 80 cars packed onto this 3.56-mile circuit, which is not all that long. Let's just hope that these guys realize this is a 24-hour race and they don't all try and win it in that first couple of hours, which is very difficult not to do when you're behind the wheel.
Interesting, Barricette said that he hoped the Porsches would all go home discouraged. There are a record number of Porsches here, 34 of them. 1 in the prototype class, 6 in GTS, and 27 in GT. So for them all to go home discouraged is going to be quite a feat.
It is an amazing lineup, and of course Porsche has been spectacularly successful here at Daytona over the years. It's a brand that is absolutely synonymous with endurance racing, but they are up against perhaps their toughest ever challenge here at the 39th Rolex at Daytona International Speedway. Now it's time for those all-important words. Let's go down to Jackie Stewart, Grand Marshal for the Rolex 24.
Ladies and gentlemen, start your engines.
That was...
And so they have come alight. Every kind of engine imaginable. V6, V8, V10, and V12. Straight 4s. Turbocharged and non-turbo. 5 classes, 80 cars, 313 approximately drivers from around the world and more than 21 states. We are ready for the Rolex 24. An opportune time to say hello and welcome everyone. I'm Bob Varsha, and let me first say how privileged all of us at Speed Vision feel to be able to bring you our Grand Slam of Endurance, Daytona, Sebring, Le Mans, and the Petite Le Mans, 10 hours at George's Road, Atlanta, live and flag to flag. It's an exciting moment for us, but let's begin right here at Daytona International Speedway. Unlike the 24-hour race in France, which is an invitation-only event for 48 cars, Daytona opens its arms to the world of motorsports. 80 cars, more than 300 drivers, 21 countries around the world represented. And from the humblest club racer here for the first time to the mighty champions such as Dale Earnhardt and James Weaver and Buddy Lazier, they come here with one goal: to put their name on the Roll of Honor in one of the greatest events in all of motorsports. Of course, a long race means an awful lot of announcers. All of your favorite Speed Vision faces and voices will be with us, and I will begin to my right with a man who was here in 1962 for the very first sports car event at Daytona International Speedway. David Hobbs, what are your thoughts on the way the Rolex has come about?
Well, of course, Bill France was a visionary, as we all know, and just 3 years after he built this racetrack in 1959, he wanted to really give it some international flavor. So he had a 3-hour sports car race. He invited all the top sports car drivers from around the world. Phil Hill, the current champion at the time, world champion in Formula One, was here. Walt Hangston, Jimmy Clark came from England. Innes Island came from England. Olivier Jean de Bienne came from Belgium. And yours truly came from England as well and drove a Jaguar XKE. Unfortunately, I didn't finish the race. We had a fuel pump trouble early on. But that was a great field. It was a great race. Dan Gurney won it. An American driver won it. And, of course, the race is just over the years. It's just really, really progressed. There's been a little bit of blips every now and then. But, boy, oh, boy, this year it's a star-studded field and a huge field.
Problem is the cars roll off. That's the 01 Porsche 911 GT1 car. It has been refired, but he's going to have to roll off at the back of the pack. Now, a couple of things we want you to know about our broadcast tonight. Whoops. One of the Chamberlain Vipers has spun.
Oh, boy, that's a good start to the day, isn't it?
That is at turn 2. Let's call that a cold tire spin, if you will. Now, you've come to expect interactivity on our Speed Vision live racing broadcast, and we'll have that for you. You can log on to www.speedvision.com, follow the clicks, and you can get your emails to us right up here in the announce booth throughout the entire 24 hours, and we will try to answer as many of those as possible. We also have a new wrinkle we're adding this year called the E-Slam Speed Line. Make sure your name and address are on your emails, and you may see your question and answer appear on a lower third graphic throughout the course of the race. Now joining me, another man who made his Daytona debut and perhaps a more auspicious occasion, the first ever 24-hour race here, of course.
And
Sam
finished
Posey.
the race.
And finished the race, unlike your colleague. Okay, you got it in.
Well, I think a big factor in the race today may be the track itself. And to get at what I'm talking about, let's take a look at the Porsche track map. You'll see that it's really a hybrid facility, marrying the high banks of the Winston Cup course with an infield road course there. There are 5 turns and a couple of chicanes. That chicane at the top of the screen obviously slows the speed onto the banking on the east end of the track, so the big bank turns are actually taken flat out. But, Bob, I think what makes this track particularly interesting to us right now is that short distance that you see down at the bottom of the screen, 3.5 miles. It's by far the shortest of all the major long-distance racing tracks. Sebring is 5 miles long, Le Mans 8 miles long, so I've developed what we're calling the index of congestion, which is how many cars per mile there are going to be out there today. And the answer is 23 cars per mile here at Daytona, starting the 80 cars, which we're about to do, of course, and that compares with just 5 at Le Mans, for example.
4 straight year James Weaver, an O'Reilly and Scott with 6-liter Ford power, will start alongside Jack Baldwin from Marietta, Georgia, also an O'Reilly and Scott, but with a 10-cylinder Judd engine. On row 2, Ralph Kellner's and another all-star lineup in the last of the Ferrari 333 SPs in the sports racer class. John Field will be starting a Lola with a Judd engine alongside. Back on row 3, Rob Dyson, who owns Dyson Racing, will lead a 4-man driver lineup, including kart star Max Pappas and O'Reilly and Scott Ford. Dorsey Schrader from Speed Vision will be in that Lola Porsche, number 38 for the champion team. Mark Simo will start O'Reilly and Scott Ford inside row 4 alongside Scott Schubert in a similar Lola Ford. Tom Volk will have his Wiley and Scott with a Chevy V8 inside row 5 alongside Franz Conrad, longtime sports car competitor in his Lola. Didier Tays will have that one-of-a-kind Crawford Judd inside row 6. Scott Maxwell, pole sitter in the GTS category in a Porsche. Row 7 will be Ted Bjork, Stanley Dickens and company in the SR2 class pole sitting car. A Lola Nissan, Ron Fellows will have the Corvette in the GTS class at his elbow. On row number 8, Mr. Katz will start for Jim Downing, A.J. Smith, and Chris Ronson. That's Howard Katz in a Kudzu Mazda in the sports racer category. Mark Jacobs has his Wiley and Scott Ford alongside. Patrick Roussel from France will start a Mater-powered Norma chassis on the inside of row 9. Alongside him, Robert Julien in a Canadian effort, a Lola Nissan in the Sports Racer Prototype 2 category. Andy Pilgrim will have the second GM Goodrich Corvette. That's the Earnhardt car starting inside row 10. Ryan Hampton, last year's co-champion in the Sports Racer 2 category, will be in a Kudzu Mazda in that class next to him. Row 11 will be a Lola Nissan. Along the side, the similar car in the Sports Racer 2 category. Many of those Lola Nissan combinations run in that category for lightweight prototypes. Back on row 12, We will have Cor Oyser from Europe in a remarkable car. Wait till you see the Matera Marcos with a 6.9-liter Chevy V8 under the hood, a GTS car class, alongside the Sports Racer Prototype 2 of Northport, New York's Andy Lowley. A Lola Nissan will be inside row 13 alongside the one-of-a-kind Celine S7R supercar to be raced by two-time SCCA Trans Am champion Paul Gentilozzi, along with another team of terrific drivers. Paul Newman has raced here before, raced at Le Mans, a very, very effective driver, even at age 76. He is in a Porsche GT1 alongside Scott Trenery in a Riley and Scott Ford. And on row 15, Shane Lewis will have a Pilbeam Nissan in the SRP2 category. Joe Vardy with a stock car-based Corvette. Pole sitters in the American GT category. As you take a look down through the rest of the field, keep in mind, 80 strong, 5 classes. We'll be keeping track of all of them throughout the next 24 hours. We will be open all night with highlights on the hour, all of the information that you want to hear. And if you're not hearing what you want to, get to us on email at speedvision.com. We'll try to answer your questions on the air. We are coming around now. Time for the field to form up. Always an exciting moment in any race, but especially so when the race that lies ahead is 24 hours in length. Now let's take a look at our onboard cameras. This is the number 66 Porsche in the GT class from the Racers Group, a Porsche 911 GT3R in Seattle, once again supporting Seattle Children's Hospital. This is another of the GT class cars. That is our number 37, excuse me, the 31 machine. Laura said in the number 54 BMW. That's the V8 powered car you're going to be hearing a lot about in the time to come. Now let's go on board the number 3 GM Goodwrench Corvette. This is Andy Pilgrim starting for Dale Earnhardt, Dale Earnhardt Jr., and Kelly Collins, a former winner in the GT class here at the Rolex. This is the number 2, the sister car for Ron Fellows, Chris Neifel, Frank Freon, and Johnny O'Connell. Now, and on board, Dorsey Schrader at the wheel of that Lola Porsche. He'll be sharing with Bob Wallach, Early Haywood, and Sasha Maassen. This is the number 12 Ferrari. Ralph Kellner's a winner at this race, driving with Alan McNish and company. The green is out. James Weaver leads them across, and the battle is joined immediately 3 wide as they head for 1. Jack Baldwin drops back from the front row to the 4th position as John Field in that red and blue Lola Judd and the number 12 Ricci Ferrari take over 2nd and 3rd behind James Weaver.
And there's trouble there, just going down into the Rodriguez hairpin. One of the Corvettes all over the place.
Several cars involved. The number 83 Riley and Scott Ford from the Bob Aiken stables is still not moving as the traffic makes its way around.
That is the oldest of the Riley and Scott cars, 001 chassis number. Qualified very, very well.
Now for the 2nd year in a row, we have an important spin on the very first lap of the Rolex.
You see there's a little chicane there coming out of what is really turn 1. Here come the leaders.
John Field has taken over in the number 37 Intersport Lola. James Weaver now running 2nd in the blue and white Riley and Scott Ford. And 3rd is the Ferrari.
Now the Riley and Scott here, the Ford engine car. Look at the way it's absolutely eating up that Judd V10 power down the back straight into the chicane for the very first time. But he's not giving up. John Field hung right in there, whistling through that chicane.
Outbraked him on the inside. Now they head up onto the east banking. This used to be taken flat out from the back stretch. The chicane put in the 80s to slow things down. The banking is now flat out. Top speed about 190 without a drag.
Back to the early days of this race, the first lap was run on the NASCAR Tri-Oval. They didn't dip down to the infield until lap 2. They come across the line to complete the lap, and it is John Field over James Weaver, Ralph Kellner's, Jack Baldwin. Here's another look at what happened in 2.
Keep your eyes on the left of the screen there.
Oh, he spun car losing it. I don't think he got helped out. I think he just spun it.
I agree with you, David. Cold tires. Got it caught just a little bit too much in that kind of whoop-de-doo that you have to do coming through there.
Yep, that's exactly. Boy, I tell you what, he was jolly lucky he wasn't hit because he was stuck right at the side of the road there for a long time.
Not much grip on this track, Bob.
That is Norman Simon, very experienced German, who made quite a splash in North American sports car racing last year.
Thought to be quite a hot shoe, maybe just a little too hot.
His shoes weren't hot enough. That was the trouble.
This track is very abrasive. It drains very well, but it means that the tire contact patch is not as great between the tire and the pavement as it is at other tracks, so you're always struggling for mechanical grip coming off the tighter turns.
Good look there at that Ferrari 333 SP, the 37th chassis built by the Michelotto folks in Italy. Ralph Kellner's at the wheel, who came to this race several years ago and made a sensation of himself by putting a GT car on pole in class and winning the race in his first visit. This is the Robinson racing machine. That's Jack Baldwin behind the controls, a Judd behind his back.
Jack Baldwin, of course, one of the great Trans Am drivers, taken very handily to this open-wheel style racing.
And Jack Baldwin, I spoke to him at Blank the other day, and he's just so pumped and excited about this whole season, this racing team, and the guys he's driving with in the car, and they've got a 6-speed gearbox now, which he thinks is going to really help that V10 engine, so he's just so pumped.
This is the number 20 machine, sister car to the 16 from Dyson Racing. This one in the hands of Elliott Forbes Robinson, who won the Drivers' Championship, the one-year U.S. Road Racing Championship 3 years ago. And a very, very good sports car driver. He's been a winner over every kind of chassis he's started in over the last 3 or 4 decades. Without giving away his age, I will tell you that he is very experienced and very good when it comes to fuel mileage.
You know, Rob Dyson said it's wonderful when you have him in the car, EFR, because he brings it back in just the way he went out with the car. And in a race where Dyson also had some very wise words to say about how you win this race. You win it by avoiding the many mistakes and the many things that can go wrong.
Okay, a couple of weeks ago, he was very kind enough to come to Wisconsin in the middle of the winter to help us out with our Wisconsin Motorsport charities, as you and Sam have done before.
That's right. Now, number 83, the car that went around, is in the pits, and Andrew Marriott is there.
Yes, and I see a broken radiator bracket. This car's going to be clear for quite a while. I'm going to see if I can grab a word with Norman Simon, it is. Norman, what happened? Cold tire?
No, I got it at the exit of turn 1. I got a hit at the rear, and it just spun me around and hit the arm curve the inside.
Do you know who hit you?
Sorry? No, I don't know who hit me. I was so busy down there, I couldn't see anything.
Very annoying for you. It seems that the radiator is damaged.
Yeah, it's very annoying. I mean, the first corner, you always say it, and then there's some guys really who play stupid and just put you off the line. I mean, it shouldn't be here, you know. I mean, there's professional guys out there, so it shouldn't be really. I mean, we try to fix it and go again.
Norman, back to you in the booth, guys.
He makes an interesting point about drivers that shouldn't be here. One of the characteristics of this race, however, is that it is a mix between amateurs and professionals. And you have to, if you're a pro as he is, you have to go into it with your eyes wide open.
Well, Norman Simon sits in the pits. Thank you for the pronunciation check there, Andrew. We are joined in the booth by the Grand Marshal for this event. Jackie, you are also the founder of Stewart Racing, which is now the Jaguar Formula One team. We want to thank you for joining us and wish you a lot of success in the future.
Well, continued good success and coverage of motorsport.
Thank you very much. As you can see, we've got action in the pits as well as on the racetrack. We'll take a quick break, and when we return, more live coverage of the 39th Rolex 24 at the
Speed Vision's live coverage of the Rolex 24-hour race, and problems early for the number 95 Volk Racing for Kids entry. Jarrett Schroeder behind the wheel. The team have brought the car in. Massive oil leak around the backside of the car in the engine bay. Don't think it's a broken engine. Jarrett put his hands in the air and said, I'm not sure what the problem is. They believe it's a loose oil fitting, but as you can see, massive amount of oil in the back of the car, and that gets on the rear tire and creates a big problem for Jarrett and the other drivers out on the racetrack.
And that's a tough break for that team. Jarrett Schrader racing with Tom Volk, John Miro, and Barry Waddell. They're hoping to raise money for charity Racing for Kids, a nonprofit organization benefiting more than 11,000 kids. You can pledge money to that car based on the laps it performs by logging on to racerwholesaleparts.com, I believe is the address, and helping out. Now there is our race leader. That is James Weaver in the number 16 car. Passed John Field to take over that spot just a couple of laps ago. Let's take another look at that pass.
Here he is on the bank and getting a good solid draft, which in these cars, which have quite a lot of wind resistance because of the wings, it means quite a lot. Beautifully calculated.
And he did it early enough, didn't he, coming up the banking to give him enough run coming down the chicane here. Because
so he couldn't be outbraked, right, David?
Right. The car seems to be quicker on the straight somewhat than the field car. So, well, now here's the 3 Corvette. Either the 3 or the 2 car got caught out in that first lap, Schmozzle. I'm not sure, but one of them took to the grass. this one looks okay.
That is Paul Newman behind him in the number 76 car. The car number matching his age. I should say his car, at least, is running behind. Newman sharing with Gunnar Jeanette, Wayne Jackson, and Michael Brockman. You'd think after all of that bouncing around on the grass that we'd have had more visits to the pits, but we had very, very few cars call in at the pits after that first lap schmozzle, as you point out. On board, Ralph Kellner's the number 12 Ferrari.
Now, this is a car that James Weaver said that he thought could be their biggest threat. He thinks it's very fast down the straightaway. They've got a slightly bigger restrictor now than they had last year, so they're giving a little bit more horsepower. But at the moment, James Weaver seems to have got the whole thing under control. But there it is, just behind him, Ralph Kellner's at the wheel of the Ferrari, the number 12 car.
This is where they come back out onto the banking now. Exit speed very, very important here because of the long, fast run, the fastest part of the track coming up. And the grip, the mechanical grip, crucial.
Now, the number 37 car that had a taste of the race lead before being passed by Weaver in the number 16 seems to be slowing. Calvin, what can you tell us?
I think it's just set up, Bob. They have a very high level of downforce in that car, hoping that it'll really pay dividends over the course of 24 hours. I spoke to John before the off, and he said we don't have a lot of straightaway speed, but we're blindingly quick through the infield, and particularly the bus stop chicane.
Ooh, now there's traffic.
That's trouble.
That is a place that catches people out a lot because the fast cars are so much faster down that little short chute in that chicane on the back straight that they inclined to want to overtake on the exit. And I tell you, if the bloke you're about to pass doesn't see you, you're in trouble.
Let me correct myself quickly. There's the 95 car for Jared Schroeder and company. If you'd like to be a part of the pledges to raise money for Racing for Kids, log on to racerpartswholesale.com. So it appears that Jared won't be going anywhere for at least a few minutes. There's the number 67, one of the GT Porsches slowing on the track. Right front tire is down.
Yes, another flat tire there.
David, another point about that chicane, of course, is that if you're a fast car, you really want to get exit speed out of it onto the big banking, so you can't afford to trail through behind a slower car.
If you're having any sort of a race, Don Kitch's car, the number 67, that's pulled up. That car of his, the weather forecast has been very, very iffy, and if you look out of the window here, it certainly looks like it could rain, and of course that downforce then on this car here would really help enormously.
Yes, there's a heavy concentration of bad weather lying to the west of us, moving this way.
Now there's our pole-sitting car in the Sports Racer Prototype 2 category. Calvin Fish.
Well, an early stop for the 79 machine. I don't see any problems with the tires, but he's pointing towards the front end like there may be a problem with the front end of the car. You can see him getting pretty animated like something is wrong. Meanwhile, the team has gone to work, filled him up with fuel, changed all 4 tires, but there's some miscommunication. They're looking underneath like possibly he ran over some debris and he may have some kind of vibration. But just getting up to date on the rules here, unlike Le Mans, they only are allowed 5 people working on the car at one time. They can refuel, do a driver change, do the tire change at the very same time. The new tire or brake technique takes it back on track, a lot of fluid from the back end of the car.
There's the new race leader. Thank you, Calvin. That is Ralph Kellner's in that number 12 Risi Ferrari that has taken over the lead from the man behind him in the 16, James Weaver.
Interesting to see if the Ferrari puts any daylight between itself and the Weaver car on this banking in the back straight down to the chicane. Weaver thinks he's quicker on the infield, but he was nervous as Ferrari said it's very quick in a straight line.
Very good comparison here. Weaver riding in the Ferrari's draft, not dropping back as much as he might if he was running in the clear. Here he comes under braking, closing up.
I think the Ryan Scott's probably got more downforce than the Ferrari. Ferrari basically in its 7th year now. This is a brand new one, but the design is the same. It's been around for 7 years now.
Here's a look at the pass. James Weaver up high in the tri-oval as the Risi car, I should say, in the hands of German Ralph Kellner's comes by. Pretty classic move underneath in turn 1.
With traffic ahead, too. Very opportunistic by Kellner's. Good move.
Front, that's Ralph Kellner's in the red number 12 Ferrari, leading James Weaver, the pole sitter for this race, in his Riley and Scott Ford V8. And just behind them is John Field, now third in that number 37 Lola Judd.
And these cars are very, very evenly matched as Weaver gets held up by slow traffic. And that's the congestion index that I'm talking about. You're passing so many cars every single lap that the breaks you get in traffic can be as important as how you take turns or what the capability of your car is. John, many of the other drivers are battling for their class lead, too. So
oh, absolutely. They're not going to just move over and give you a ton of room.
Great battle early on. To give you a sense of the perspective we're talking about, consider Le Mans, an 8-mile loop with 48 cars in the race. This is a 3.5-mile combined infield and NASCAR oval with 80 machines on it.
There he goes. Oh, Weaver's got alongside now, coming up to the kink, which is that fast. I don't think he's going to be able to make it.
When you talk about that index of congestion there, Bob, it is at Indianapolis with 33 cars on the track. It's 13.2 cars per mile. This is 23 cars per mile.
I'll tell you, in about another couple of laps, these three leaders are going to come on a serious plug of traffic too. So that's going to cause some shuffling about.
In a very tough part of the racetrack to do that.
You know, tactically, Dyson has 2 cars in this race, not just one. The other 2 cars that are going to be diced here for the lead represent 1-car entries.
Interesting there. See the way James Weaver dropped right at the bottom of the bank, got a toe off that lapped car there just to try and keep him in touch with the Ferrari. But the Ferrari this time has definitely put a bit more distance between himself and the following pack.
So that battle has cooled just a bit. Now let's take a look at what can happen in the chicane if you're not very careful. This is Cass Whitehead a couple of laps ago out of Gainesville, Georgia, in one of the Sports Racer 2 category cars with perhaps an assist from James Weaver. Around he goes.
Very neat front end that we had a close look at there on the low of the Sports Racer 2 to give them a pretty good downforce, but a lot slipperier, which they need with the less power. Here's the Andy Pilgrim in the car co-driven by the 2 Earnhardt, father and...
Whoa, look at that.
Whoa.
Boy. Kellner's
putting the frighteners on Kellner's there. Successfully so by the look of things.
He lived it.
Closing up under braking. Oh, it's something.
There's a full course yellow.
Some debris
flying around.
I'm not sure if it hit Kellner's or not. You saw him whip.
Oh, there it is. His tire blown up. Was that slow-moving Porsche we saw?
Might have been a GT1 Porsche. Excuse me, a GT Porsche. There you see the tire carcass, and there is the wheel that it came off of. The number 74 car in the pits. Excuse me, 71. Get it right there.
Kurt Thiel, Manfred Juarez, and Yukihiro Hain.
You can see it did significant body damage to the car.
Now we're going to see a string of quick pit stops.
This is the Porsche 911 GT3R model. Let's take another look at that bit of debris and how close it came to Ralph Kellner's. I think it got him right on the head. Now we understand that the heavy load of email has made things a bit difficult on our website. Let me give you another address if you'd like to email us here. Use Rolex24@speedvision.com. Number 3 Corvette is in the pits. Calvin Fish.
Looks like a routine stop. They're going to the tires. The fuel is already in. And this team, actually, it's not routine. They dropped the car too quickly before the right rear is tightened up, as you can see. The biggest difference this year for this team is trying to minimize their time in the pits. How they've done that is on the fueling. Last year, it's taken about 50 seconds to get a full fuel load in. This year, they're down to 33 seconds over 24 hours. That can make the difference between second and the victory.
There's John Field, who was third a moment ago, coming out of the pits after his yellow flag stop. Several other cars visiting the pits as we speak. We'll take this opportunity for a break and be back live. We'll be open all night here at Daytona International Speedway. This is unprecedented live flag-to-flag coverage of the Rolex 24.
Minor damage to the roll bar where that debris hit, guys.
That was a close moment as a bit of tire carcass came off the backstretch wall, the super stretch as it's known here at Daytona, and very nearly got Ralph Kellner's right on the beam.
65-mile-an-hour speed limit in the pit lane this weekend.
And as you see, the pit lane is closed. He cannot get back out while the field comes by.
Stop. They played the strategy absolutely right, I think. and they just cleaned the front radiator out, fueled it up, and it was away very quickly. I think it was a good move. Calvin.
Well, one of the vets is in, Andrew, the number 2 car driven by Ron Fellows. He had that moment on the early lap, but the car looks to be in good shape. They're going to tyres all the way around, which is normal on the GTS cars. Very difficult to double stint. And typically in the early going, they like to get a good read on tyre wear and such. You can see Ron in the car resetting the fuel and everything else. Looks like the work is being completed. He heads back out.
There's the number 74 Robinson Racing Machine. Jack Baldwin still aboard.
Motorhomes and people and cars, absolutely a mob scene down there, which is absolutely great to see.
Look at Jack Baldwin from Marietta, Georgia. Great road racer for many years. Now, there was the pole-sitting car in the GTS category, or Grand Touring Super. The big bore cars. Porsche 911 GT1. Only about 17 of them in the world, and we have 3 in this race. First look there. Baldwin car, one of the American GT machines just behind him. Then Elliott Forbes Robinson in the Dyson car. There's Dorsey Schrader in the number 38 champion.
That could be a Porsche, you know, that car, that Porsche engine.
Oh, absolutely.
Gearbox is a terribly reliable piece of equipment. And in that Lola chassis, they could just come out looking pretty good at this race unfold.
There are a lot of
that V8 BMW. It's been some powerful Hans Stone cars set driving in.
A bit unexpected. The pace car didn't pull off. Another lap.
There's the number 76 Porsche 911 GT1 making its way back onto the track. Let's go to Calvin Fish.
Bob, you're talking about the cool temperatures out here being ideal for racing, but it's a real concern for the drivers with tire temperature. Daytona historically is very difficult to get the tires up to temperature. Remember, the Ferrari in the early going last year had numerous spins in the early going, and a lot of the teams have an interesting strategy on there. I spoke to Dyson Racing. They said what they're going to do is in the middle of a double stint, when the driver stays in the car, put new tires on then. They do not want new drivers going out when they do a driver change on cold tires in case they make a mistake. So temperature is an issue. If it gets below 50 degrees ambient, we expect them to go to the softest tires available.
And Northern engine didn't run anymore.
Big disappointment for your friend.
We don't know in a moment. We will figure out.
Okay, so Franz Conrad, he's got a big problem here, folks.
I should say so. Now, while our pit reporters were speaking, you saw that car, the number 76. I believe it's Mike Brockman at the controls, smoking heavily out the back.
It is smoking badly. I think it's probably coming out the breather, but even so, it's excessive for this early on in the race.
This is the car that Mike Brockman shares with Paul Newman.
And meanwhile, too, the Crawford rejoined the race.
He's down on the apron. He knows he has a problem.
So he's sitting a bit low at the back, too. These are where that left front tire doesn't exactly right either.
Brockman from Fairfield, Connecticut, has driven with Paul Newman for many years. Also on the strength of this team, Wayne Jackson, who owns them.
Porsches have won at the beginning of each decade in the 0-1 year that we find ourselves in now.
The safety car has pulled off in turn 6 as it does. They don't start the race from the flag stand on restarts. They do it from the infield. They've now done it. We are back underway. Aboard the Risi Ferrari,
which has a long way to make up.
Boy, he does. I mean, here he just is going up onto the banking. And meanwhile, the leaders gone through the chicane and up on the banking at the other end.
But David, this is where, in a way, if he uses his head, this could be good, because they were dicing it up. He probably was using more of the car really than he maybe should have in view of the long distance ahead. Now, out of the action momentarily, he'll start to pace himself.
Look at Dorsey Schrader. Look at the traffic as he comes through the tri-oval, fastest part of the racetrack, and as you can see, not exactly billiard table smooth.
Well, this is the point about the track. In other words, you drive the track, sure, but you drive the traffic on the track. So your line is constantly changing through the curves because of the slower cars. Or the faster cars. If you're a slower car, you're trying to get out of the way of the faster car.
28. This is one of the Intersport cars. This is a sports racer car, a Riley & Scott chassis with a Ford engine. It's a sister car to the Lola chassis with a Judd engine being run by John Field in his driver line. Now a challenge for the lead, up on the banking.
Dyson.
Oh, boy, 3 wide.
Traffic just looming up in front. I think James is going to have to give up. Yep, there it is.
He's not going to be able to sneak down the inside. Here he is.
That's the 20 car. That's Rob Dyson's car, not James Weaver's. James Weaver's in third. That's Elliott Forbes Robinson. You can tell by the Hawaiian flower ring around the top of the blue.
Frying, I smell of frying oil here. Quite a lot of the bodywork has to be taken off for them to get to the problem. We can't see exactly what it is. I have to tell you, the under tray isn't a swirl with oil, but there's obviously a leak down here. These guys are going to be working at this, and I would suggest this stop's going to take 20 or 30 minutes. But obviously a problem. That's a big upset for Paul Newman.
International Speedway and the Rolex 24. Bob Varsha, Sam Posey, David Hobbs, Calvin Fish, and Andrew Marriott with you. And there you see the new race leader, Elliott Forbes Robinson, in his Riley and Scott Ford from the Dyson Racing stables. He took the lead away from Jack Baldwin in the Rodriguez curve on the infield. And Sam, you were talking about EFR's gentlemanly manners. He wanted this pass.
Yeah, I was completely wrong. He's far more fired up than I realized. He cuts down inside, and there's going to be body contact right here. And the EFR takes the lead in a very, very bold move. Old, but bold.
Absolutely. Here comes Jack Baldwin now, who's also old and bold, drafting beautifully up to the start-finish line. Going to try and go down the inside. The Riley Scott seems to be just a little bit better on the brakes there.
You think of racing as being a young man's game. In this case, it's very much an old man's game.
The combined age of these two drivers is about 145.
7 car. This is Didier Tays in that new Crawford SSC 2K with the Judd engine. They've been working very hard on this car, and it is truly a worthy rival to the Riley and Scott. Quick wave thanking him for the gentlemanly pass, but they've been having problems with this car in the early going at the Rolex. Calvin Fish has more on that.
We believe, Bob, that they've actually been back to the paddock and changed the gearbox on that car already. Now, in the practice day, they're actually practicing that issue. A la Yost at Le Mans, they're trying to get that rear end change done as quickly as possible. I didn't see the completed effort, but they had the rear end off in about 1 minute and 30 seconds, so very quick. But they only have 2 gearboxes. They're down to number 2, so their fingers will be crossed for the next 23 hours or so.
Currently shown 75th, so they have paid the early price. Now here's another singleton effort, another new car at the Rolex. This is the racing version of the new Celine S7R supercar, being campaigned by Paul Gentilossi, the Trans Am Champions Rocket Sports team, driving with Anthony Lazzaro, Scott Pruitt, and Johnny Miller.
Gentilossi had it coming together with the wall precipitated by interaction with a slower car during qualifying, so that set them back a little. Schrager. And you see, again, it's a terrific look at the amount of traffic, and you see he's got to make a lot of decisions here. He's got a little bit of a kink to the right here. Now they sweep back to the left. Now he charges down to what is called the Rodriguez hairpin. The track used to be much straighter down here, went much further, and the turn was longer than this. Now he comes up toward the kink.
Of course, he gets up to good speed, not as fast as he would be going, but for that portion.
Now does he go right? Does he go left?
Yeah, and you see the guy doesn't know which side he wants to land by on, which is a problem.
Dorsey thought right, didn't he, at first?
Yeah, he did, absolutely. And David Warnock driving that Porsche.
Well into the day tomorrow.
See, that's where when you're starting to pass the slower cars on the banking, you have to count on their staying low, and you're up high there, and you can't make really quick moves up on the banking, so you have to think way ahead, Bob.
A quick pit stop. It is Riley and Scott Ford giving up the lead.
One thing you always want to watch early in the race, Bob, is the pace of the race to see how it compares to the other years. And last year, there were 30 laps an hour recorded by the winning Viper. In the past, it's been 28 laps or 29 laps. We're coming up on that first hour here, and we'll have that information for you, which will give us a sense for what the pace is. It's pretty quick. Of course, there was that brief yellow, which slowed it a little bit, but the on-the-track pace has been very fast this year. As you pointed out, it's overcast, it's cool in the mid-50s. Conditions are ideal. The rain that looks to be looming to the west has not come, and conditions are very good.
Here's Rick. Fresh up a disappointing run at Daytona, the Robinson Racing team came to Phoenix last year, where early on their tough luck continued. They had to borrow a motor from Kevin Doran's team just to make the race. In addition, Irv Hare had to be called in as a last-minute substitute for team owner George Robinson, who had taken ill. The 74 team overcame all challenges, though, to take an exciting win after grabbing the lead just 3 laps from the finish. Brand-Am's 5th race of the year was at Mid-Ohio. That's where the Robinson team took their 2nd checkered flag of the 2000 season. Only this time it was Baldwin being joined by co-driver and team owner Robinson in victory lane. The 74 Hunting Ranch team made it to the podium a total of 5 times last year, although this was their last visit to the top run. The last time Speed Vision came to Daytona was for the Paul Revere 250, an event that saw the 74 team sit on the pole before eventually losing the lead and the race to Rob Dyson's team.
No hometown mentioned. They're asking, are the Earnhardts, father and son, Dale and Dale Jr., the only father and son team in the history of the 24 hours? The answer is no. There have been a number of father-son teams, brother teams, and so forth over the years. In fact, the Field family, John Field, currently in his Lola Judd out there running well up toward the front, and his son Clint, and his brother Joel. 2 brothers and a son. Follow the instructions. Be sure to include your name and hometown with your correspondence.
And thank you all very much for these encouraging comments, by the way, as we read them and try to look at the coverage at the same time. It's a little bit distracting. It's wonderful. Thank you.
Some guy there said he didn't know whether it'd be more difficult to drive in it or do it. I'm not sure either.
Well, we sit in a beautiful booth well above the track.
About the same speeds. Now, I have an email from Chris Generelli, if I have that right, in Lynbrook, New York, asking when the 333 SP Ferrari was introduced, it ran without restrictor plates. Now it is. And he asks, are the other cars in the field running restrictor plates? The answer is yes. Virtually all of the cars, particularly in the prototype class, are running restrictor plates, depending on engine size and car weight. Pit stop for the 74 team. Our owner, George Robinson, will get in.
This comes right at 55 minutes into the race. Calvin is there. Calvin?
Well, the Judd really gets remarkable fuel mileage, guys. We think that the green flag's running about 50 minutes, which is a little bit more than the Ferrari and the Ford in the Riley and Scott by Dyson team. You see the driver change going on. This doesn't look to be that smooth. Jack's getting in the car to the other side. We have a crew member in there as well, trying to get that lap belt done up. Once that goes bad, it really is very difficult to get around, and they're losing valuable seconds. The servicing is complete. Fuel is in, tires are changed, and the driver change is costing them valuable seconds. Meanwhile, the champion Porsche is there, Andrew.
Yeah, pretty well the same story here. A pit stop, everything is routine. Dorsey is staying in the car. The fuel is still going into the car. The tires are already changed. It comes off the jack, so that Porsche engine fires up, and away goes Dorsey Schrader. Maybe a bit later enough time to talk to him.
Trading that driver change. You and George run together all the time. What was the problem?
Well, I couldn't get the lap belt into the buckle. It's a new one, and you know, it wouldn't click. I had it in the hole, and it just wouldn't click. It wouldn't lock, and so I had no choice but to keep trying until I finally got it. I mean, it's not good, but I mean, it's not going to kill us, but.
Tell us about the dust-up you and EFR were having out there. I mean, 2 of the elder statesmen in the sport, Jack, and you guys were really going for it in the first hour of 24.
Well, you know, it's a lot of fun running with Elliott. It really is. We've done it for years, and I really enjoy it. You know, his car was a little better than mine at that point. I was trying to get my brakes are not coming. The pads aren't coming back the way we want them to. They seem to get a little better as we ran, you know. And really what I had to do is drive the car harder. And I really didn't want to drive it harder. I wanted to drive it easier and still get the results. But to get the results, we're going to have to drive it a little harder. So, I mean, I wish he had the full
category. That is Cor Oyzer, a vastly experienced sports car driver from Europe, sharing with Callum Lockie and Herman Burman of the Netherlands. This is a Marcos Montara, powered by a 6.9-liter Chevy V8 in an absolutely remarkable chassis. Meanwhile, this is the number 16 car after a double stint. It looks like James Weaver will get out. Andrew Marriott is there.
Yeah, James Weaver has just got out, and I'm going to grab James straight away. James, what was that first stint like? It's pretty hairy out there. Lots of people spinning off. Get the old balaclava off. Pretty hairy out there, wasn't it?
No, mate, didn't hear a word of that.
Now, you always, when he gets his earpiece out, to be able to hear me. You had a bit of a moment with a Corvette on the banking. Do you remember that?
That's not a moment by Daytona standards.
You're going to have plenty of those, are you?
Say again?
You're going to have plenty of those?
No, it's very difficult for the guys in the big cars to see, and the Corvettes are very well driven, and they normally stay down, so when they do move up a bit, it's always a bit of a surprise.
Well, what about your early stints? Are you happy with the way the car's going?
Yeah, the car's flying. We sort of stooged along at the start, let John Field knocking us out for a couple of laps, and then got in the lead. Our biggest problem is the Ferrari is very quick on the straight. Even right in the toe, I can only just keep up.
Now, you always arrange your stint so you can go and have lunch and take you off for lunch?
Yeah, actually, I was feeling a bit peckish, so I stopped early.
V8 powered 5-liter BMW M3. Spectacular car.
So that's a glint of sunshine I see on it.
No, don't look up, it'll go away.
This is a spectacular car. The preparation, standard of preparation on this car is nothing short of gorgeous. It's just so beautifully done. It's got a very complex, very rigid-looking roll cage in that car with that V8 engine, which they say is not terribly modified. It's just been blueprinted and turning out some good horsepower. And of course, what it does over the regular M3 is it's got a lot more grunt, a lot more torque. They've been driving and palling around now for a few years, and suddenly in the last couple of years they've become very... Whoa! Old Boris there taking the long way around. The Rodriguez hairpin.
It's been adjusting air conditioning or something.
Or the radio.
Well, they're both aging a little bit. I noticed that Boris trusted Hans with his girlfriend on the golf cart the other day. That would not have been true a year ago or 2 years ago, I don't think.
You guys keep up with this aging stuff. We're never going to get down out of this announce booth. We're going to be trapped up here. There's a look at the number 37 leading the way. That is a beautiful example of the Lola Judd. We'll take a quick break and return with more live coverage from Daytona. Welcome back. Despite all the action we've had in the first hour, we are just beginning the second of 24 here at the Rolex 24 at Daytona.
That's the Chamberlain Viper. The Vipers, of course, victorious overall here last year. The 150, the number 115, they're pulling off just at the base of the banking. That also is an incredibly inconvenient place for that car to be in terms of getting help to it. Almost impossible.
Christian Van from Great Britain sharing with American Chris Bingham, Seiji Ara of Japan, and Robert Nern, also from the UK. Hugh Chamberlain, who normally accompanies his cars around the world, is back in England. He is the point man on the MG Le Mans project, so he's back getting that organized. You'll see that exciting new car along with the new Bentley when we bring you live flag-to-flag coverage of the 24 Hours of Le Mans, only here on Jack Roush prepared car, who wound up parking it on the infield after a few hours of fun.
Nice move in traffic there. Wow. This car is entered by Orbit Racing, as you can see on the lower right of your screen. A very heads-up group of people with a lot of talent running deep through that organization. Mike Colucci, who used to be the great crew chief for Peter Gregg, is part of that. Knows what he's doing.
They are getting caught up in some traffic on the fastest part of the track, just coming across the tri-oval. I think this is Peter Barron driving that car at the moment. Leo Hindary, Gianluigi Buccioni, who used to be the president of...
I believe the first man ever to win as both a crew chief and a racing driver. Of course, Dan Gurney is one as a driver and a team owner.
That car also has Gary Anderson, the great whiz from Formula One, hanging around it. You can imagine that his tactical sense as well as technical sense is going to help this team be successful.
Now it's time for Dale Earnhardt, his own self, to think about getting in the car. That's not the helmet design we're used to seeing on the Intimidator.
No, especially for this race, and it's a handsome-looking thing.
It is a handsome-looking helmet, isn't it? Yeah, beautiful.
Jackie Stewart.
Stop your engines.
And with that, they were away, and as we might have expected, a chorus line start. Pole sitter James Weaver leading 3 cars wheel-to-wheel down into 1. But on that same lap, Norman Simon from Germany says he got tapped in the back. The speed sent everybody onto the grass. The battle continued. With the number 37, John Field, Lola Judd being passed by James Weaver in his Riley and Scott Ford. And then Ralph Kellner's in the Ricci Ferrari 333 SP got a piece of the lead. But not to be deterred, a few laps later, there was James Weaver coming right back around. 2 of the most aggressive sports car drivers in the world, wheel to wheel on the high banks at Daytona. It doesn't get much better than that. However, Kelvins took a shot to the side of the head by a piece of tire debris. He wasn't hurt, fortunately. That caused the only full course caution we've seen thus far. Then later on, after pit stop shuffled the order, Elliott Forbes Robinson came calling on Jack Baldwin, took over the race lead. Another car and driver combination up on point, but at the end of the hour, it was back to the status quo at the start. James Wheat, the pit lane, and Dale Earnhardt, the 7-time NASCAR Winston Cup champion, will make his much-awaited debut in the race. Calvin Fish.
Well, Andy Pilgrim jumped out, but it took him some seconds to do that. Typically, the drivers loosen the belts as they go down pit lane. There you can see Dale in the car. Crew member helping him get the lap belt done up. That's the key. If they sit on the belt, then they have problems. Dale's sucking it in a little bit. They're trying to get that connected. Then they'll tighten down those shoulder belts. The team's going to work. All 4 tires have been changed, and it takes about 33 to 34 seconds if they're on schedule to get the fueling. The fueling has been completed, so again, as we mentioned, the driver change may cost them a few seconds. Not too bad. Dale fires it up. First time in it. Oh, stalls it momentarily. Even he's a bit nervous with all his experience, guys.
We're going to have a full course caution for absolute sure. Is Dale going to get out?
No sign of it yet. Keep in mind that wrecked car is on the backstretch. Dale Earnhardt makes his way down the pit lane. One of the American GT cars had suffered heavy front end damage, and now it comes out. We are under a full course caution as Earnhardt makes his way back onto the racetrack. Under caution for the second time today. Now, if I can, let me get back to Roger Edmondson, the president of the Grand. The reason for our second full course caution of the race thus far. That one will take some fixing. Stand by. More live coverage coming your way from the Rolex 24 at Daytona. From Dyson Racing in the pits. Driver change being undergone. That is Elliott Forbes Robinson getting out. And Rob Dyson, the car owner, will be getting in. That is the race leader as we remain under our second full course caution of the day for a crash on the backstretch. Approaching the scene of the accident, the car has been removed. Well, looks like we're about ready to go green fairly shortly. We'll take a break and return for that green flag. Stand by for more live.
31 laps were recorded, not since 1990 when the Jaguar V12 did 31.7 laps as the pace in that hot rod.
In fact, the top 3 GTS class cars are all on, make that the top 4 cars are all on the same lap. Now let's get down to the pit lane and Andrew Marriott.
Yeah, well, Dorsey's here. Dorsey, we couldn't get you to talk to Bob Barcher. Obviously, you're a bit busy out there. Well, we tried talking. I don't know if the system went down or not. That was a fun first stint and first 2 stints. Went out at first. The car had soft compound, and I think maybe the rear was going away. It was pretty slippery. I had to back off. We put harders on, and I picked up a vibration at the back. Now, ironically, after we changed him, and Bob Wallach's out right now, he's got a vibration in the front, so we brought it back in and put another set on. I'm hoping it's just tire vibration. The car's pretty good. Now, of course, it looks as if it's going to rain, and that's going to make it very interesting. Well, I think this 24 hours is going to be awful long with the way the traffic and these guys are going out there and rain coming and all that. This is going to be a test of machine and man, I guarantee it. Thanks very much, Calvin. You're with the Field family.
Yes, I am, as John Field actually got a big smile on his face. Great opening stint there, John. Looked like you were having fun with Ralph and James out there and the other Riley and Scott. How's it feel?
Great. It's good, clean driving. And I mean, it seems like every year, historically, the first stint is a drag race, like it's a sprint race, and then it settles in. So thank God for the caution, because we didn't have many legs going down the straightaway. They really got me going down the straightaway. When we get caught up in the bus stop, it really hurts our car, but good clean laps were great.
Tell us about your son in the car right now, 17 years old. Pressure's got to be enormous, and on top of that, starts to rain.
He's a pretty calm character. He kind of takes things pretty low-key. He's a bit different than his dad.
Worry about what you're doing, but what the other guy is doing. And with so many coupes in the race, the visibility as it grows darker here, the rain begins to get on the windshield, the wipers may not all work properly. The number of variables is about to go up.
And of course, the other big variable, of course, is the tires. I mean, this is an amazing series in as much as we've got 6 major tire manufacturers involved in here: Goodyear, Dunlop, Yokohamas, Kumho. A lot of major tire manufacturers out there, and that could make a huge difference in the wet road.
Which Leitzinger brings the car around. He has an opportunity now to make up some time on that man, Alan McNish, and pull away. He has slower cars in between. Now, the rule is if you're slow, stay down low. Let the faster cars pass up high on the banks, and that's immediately where McNish goes as he sets out in that Ferrari in pursuit of the race leader, Leitzinger.
Boy, oh boy, this is the sort of time when a racing driver, certainly yours truly, when you see those spots of rain on your visor or your windscreen like we're seeing on those cameras, you just got to worry, because the just a semi-damp track is absolutely the slippiest.
Paradoxically, the banking is the safest part of all.
Yeah.
I think it would be the most dangerous, but it drains well, of course, and if you stay up high on the banking, you're in pretty good shape.
You're very good shape, and of course the car's got a lot of downforce on the banking. Whoa, look at that Ferrari. Eating him up alive on the banking.
Well, that didn't take long, did it? Less than a lap, and Kellner's McNish just goes rocketing past Leitzinger into the race lead.
Well, this is the car that James Weaver just said a few moments ago when he got out of the car, that the Ferrari was very quick on the straightaway, and that really just showed it right there.
I think McNish has a different idea of what the pace should be just at this point, too.
Well, as Roger Edmondson said a few minutes ago,
yeah.
This is supposed to be cool, calm, and collected race.
A bit because the rain has started to fall harder, and he is on dry weather tires. Now, here's a guy who has spent his entire life racing stock cars, never goes out in the wet. And here with slicks on the car, he is passing people right and left.
And he has his teammate right behind him, keeping him honest, running defense.
Now, we must keep in mind that Dale Earnhardt is a very good road racer. He's had tremendous success in the NASCAR events at Sears Point, where he has won, and at Watkins Glen as well. He is not a novice when it comes to turning right, but this is a very different mechanical combination. The transmission is very different from the Jericho-style one they use, just slamming it into gears without the clutch. Here's a look at his history here at Daytona. Before I said it was 30, sorry, Dale, I kind of cut you short.
Keeping a low line, which is proper to let the faster cars go by. We had to have been one there. But this is, like David said, this is when your stomach falls down a bit, because you're just not sure how much grip you're going to have.
And then you come down there, and the surface changes there as you turn off the main straightaway and says, woohoo, don't do that.
Yeah.
Welcome to road racing.
Now, of course, he lost a lot of momentum there, which is what we were talking about, because it's so important. Come up on the banking here and try and maintain that momentum. 21 car he just passed there. That's Andy Lally, Paul Macy, Pete Selden and Martin Henderson driving their Porsche.
No, it's the people. I've got the teacher right here, Andy Pilgrim. He's watching the monitor, watching the progress of both cars. Has he been out in the wet before?
He has been in a very little damp condition, which was really almost ready for dries earlier on the wet tires in the weekend. But really, he's done no wet driving, no.
I mean, tough out there, because he really didn't get any green flag running to get the tires up to temperature, and that's a big concern out there right now. So what do you tell him? I mean, you've obviously discussed we've had inclement weather all weekend. What did you tell him under these conditions? What do you need to do?
Staying off the line is the critical thing at Daytona, like anywhere else. The banking is fine. You can go flat around the banking in the wet with the good rain tires. It's not a problem. The Goodyears work real well. Stay off the white paint. Stay off any of the paint. It's a good thing to do. But stay off in the infield. Stay off the traditional line. It seems to be a lot grippier.
And they're following Johnny right now. Was he nervous before he got in the car? I mean, this is a new environment for him out there. One thing running by yourself, but when you get out there in a race, different scenario. Was he nervous at all before the green, getting in the car?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the last part.
Was he nervous before getting in the car?
Was he? Are you kidding me? That guy's never been nervous his whole life. I can't believe you asked me that question. No, I'm sure he wasn't nervous.
All right, mate. Good luck the rest of the way. Okay.
long-distance racer. He's already thinking way ahead. He's not engaged in trivial little battles. Here's the Celine car.
Ooh, left rear.
Left
destroyed.
Rear. We see Scott Pruitt in that car right now. This is the car that Gentilozzi has been driving earlier.
They were shown 15th in the race, 5th in class until that end. Well, there's one of the Sports Racer Prototype 2 cars. That's the Dennis Spencer Rich Grupp machine. Ryan Hampton, who won the championship along with Larry Alberto in that class last year, also on the driving strength in this team. This is a Mazda-powered car. A 3-rotor Mod 24 continues under drizzling skies, and there you see one of the contending cars in the GTS class. That is the Celine S7R. Scott Pruitt, a veteran of every form of open and closed-wheel road racing, was at the controls when there was a problem. Andrew Marriott has more.
Yeah, we had a puncture, and then that has damaged the whole of the rear suspension. There are links broken. It looks, now as you see it wheeling, it isn't too bad, but the pipes are severed, the brake pipes are severed, the brake disc is falling off, the rotor's falling off. This is a big problem here. The other Marcos, the lesser of the two Marcoses, the number 25 car is also just being pushed behind the wall, but this Celine thing is going to take at least half an hour to fix.
All right, thank you, Aaron Deere. And as Marriott mentioned, just before that number 5 car was pushed behind the wall, the number 25 car for Peter Van de Kolk, Toto Lassley, Marcos Montaro was pushed behind the wall.
Green flag down. Kelly Collins and Ken Brown size at the field.
I don't think they're sandbagging. They're just the guys that's being aggressive. You know. Well, you can win in the beginning. Yeah, not only that, but I mean, that thing's not going to last. The most critical thing about the first couple of laps is somebody is going to establish a pace. And sometimes that pace can be slippery and fast, and sometimes it can be slow and anywhere in between. So somebody's got to follow suit and take charge. Right now, it looks like a pretty good pace.
Team leader Doug Feehan is stoic. Lap 22 is the target for the first stop. They prepare 18 laps ahead. A caution could come early or a problem.
We'll put them in stages, and then I'm just sending them high right now, and as time goes on, they'll make pressure adjustments, and I'll lower them or raise them as needed if they go on the top.
It's car number 78. John Macaluso at the wheel, I believe. This crash began in the tri-oval. There's the number 91 Porsche. It's a GTS 911 Porsche Turbo. That car wound up, as you see, at the pit out road. After hitting the wall, you can follow the tracks of the tires. This is a very heavy crash and brings out our third full course caution of the race.
There's the Viper.
One of the Chamberlain Vipers, the car number 15. Christian Van has had a interesting race thus far.
Yeah, he'd pulled off the track earlier on down there, going up onto the banking, which is a bad spot for him.
Here's another look. There's that car at the bottom of your screen.
The Viper, you can see right, tags the prototype, which in turn pushes into the Porsche.
Well, that's one of those things where you've got 3 cars doing completely different speeds coming down that front straightaway. The prototype car tried to go high. The 15 car here moved up to move past that 91 car, which was in his line going a bit slower. And unfortunately, the Viper tagged the prototype car.
It's John Macaluso sharing that car with Edouard Sessional, Patrice Roussel.
As you point out, Dave, the cars from 3 different classes, 3 different speeds, 3 different handling situations.
Yeah.
One road.
Pull the ambulance out onto the infield. As you see, the location of the incident makes it difficult for cars to make their pit stops. That will complicate the cleanup process.
Well, and Dale Earnhardt has certainly got his fill of.
There's the second place car.
16 in second place.
There you see the Chamberlain Viper. Andrew Marriott is there.
Well, these Vipers are pretty tough, actually, and there's a lot of bodywork damage here, but just looking around the car, I don't see anything too serious. They're going to be able to put a new nose on this car, and then the car will go out again. I'm going to try and get round to the driver and just find out what the situation. We've got fuel spurting out here also. Maybe not quite the time to get close. Maybe we'll go back to the booth, and I'll come back in a minute when I've got the driver.
Here's another look at the accident. You'll see the white Viper touches the left rear of the SRP2 car.
Yes, but the prototype car cut right in front of the Viper.
The SR2 car did come down
on him.
He didn't stay high enough.
The Viper had braked a lot deeper, I think, than the prototype recognized.
Excuse me, that is a sports racing prototype, a Class 1 car, the modern Norma. So while the work continues on the cars, we'll try to assess the damage. Take a quick break and return with more live coverage from the Rolex 24 at Daytona here on Speed. We will take another break. Welcome back to a crowded pit lane here at Daytona International Speedway. There you see action going on as two of the GTS cars are working hours, whichever comes first. And all of it live from flag to flag, only on Speed Vision. Here's Johnny LP, that's Alan McNish, champion in the American Le Mans Series last year, on his way to Toyota's Formula One effort, and stopping off at Daytona to drive a Ferrari in one of the classic sports car races in the world. And now we are on board with Kyle Petty, taking his first stint in the GT class Porsche GT3 RS for the Orbit Racing. This is the reason for our third caution of the day. See the 91 Porsche GT2 car being pulled away. This is the sports racer, the modern Norma, John Macaluso, that got involved in the three-car caution flag for our second of the day was brought out by a wreck on the backstretch. That allowed Dale Earnhardt to climb into the GM Goodwrench Corvette and take his first stint in the Rolex 24. He did a good job of it, moving the car up one place in class despite falling rain and dry tires. Up front, the battle for the overall was a quick one, and it was over as Alan McNish came flying past Bruce Leithinger in the Ferrari. Problem for Scott Pruitt, an explosion of the left rear tire on his Celine S7R. That car went behind the wall, and shortly afterwards, this three-car accident brought out our third caution of the day. A couple of drivers were walked to the ambulance, but we are told there are no lasting injuries.
The result of all this was that just 26 laps were run in the second hour, which is well below what we would have expected. There were 30 laps in the first hour, so the pace is falling back, partly because of the rain and partly because of the accident.
Well, of course, an accident like that will really slow things down. Now we've got some email questions here. Kevin Odom from Trenton, New Jersey says, considering Daytona is a NASCAR track and handles 43 cars during the race and pit stops, what is done to accommodate the 80 cars for the Rolex 24 hour? Well, I can tell you it's done with a great deal of difficulty. Some of these people do double up in these pits, and as attrition takes its toll, then they hope to be able to move into a pit of their own. But some of these guys are doubling or even tripling in what would normally be a pit space.
Jim Battersby from Denver, Colorado wants to know, is there a maximum number of stints a driver is allowed to stay in the car? No, there is not. In fact, a driver under the new point system in place in the Grand Am, the driver who spends the most time in the car gets bonus points. The second longest stint obviously gets the second number of bonus points, and so on, down to 3 individual play. One quick email question from Jason Williams in Richmond, Virginia. Has anyone ever won the Rolex 24 Hours at Daytona more than once? If so, who and how many times have they won? We have a number of multiple Rolex 24 winners in this race. Take, for example, the 38 Lola Porsche with Bob Wallach and Hurley Haywood. Between them, they have won the race 9 times. In fact, Hurley was rumored to say, I'm glad Bob's on my team so he can't overtake me by winning this year. We are back underway, and there you see the Conrad Lola that spent quite a bit of time in the first hour in the pit lane and is several laps down doing battle with that 38 champion Lola Porsche, Bob Wallach, at the controls.
The Conrad Lola is the one with the turquoise and white, just behind the blue car there. There it is.
Franz Conrad, against whom I raced and drove with back in the 80s when we were doing GTP racing and, of course, world sports car racing in Europe. Franz Conrad, a long-time competitor, running his own cars, his own team, always has run his own team.
Bob Wallach going high there. Bob Wallach, despite his advanced age, incredibly fit, does a lot of bicycling, lives in the very easternmost part of France, almost on the German border. Dearly loved to manage to win Le Mans. That's his great goal. It's eluded him so far.
fact, he lived for a long time in Strasbourg. He now calls Verstedt, France, his home. I suspect it's not too far away. And a great, great athlete, now in his 50s. A world-class tennis player and cyclist.
Any thicker than this in the middle of a Winston Cup race here. It's time to do a little intimidating.
You've got to be just a little bit more careful in one of these GTS cars. The bodywork and everything just a little bit more fragile than he's used to in his Winston Cup car.
A little less dull handle to dull handle. A little less ribbon and cramp.
Didier, you've driven a lot of different sports racing cars over the last 4 or 5 years. How's this one compare?
Well, today is really difficult. I mean, I know Daytona was bad for the traffic. It's my 7th or 8th time here, but this year is really, really bad. Maybe, you know, it's, I don't know with all the crash now, maybe some car went out, but it's a little bit better now at the last 15 minutes. We had some problem with the gearbox early on. We put a new gearbox now and the car working okay. And it's a new car. We have a lot of work to do, but so far the car's fine.
Yeah, they changed the gearbox in 12 minutes. That was pretty impressive. But you just presumably can't get into a rhythm with all that traffic.
Yeah, I mean, they went very fast to do it, but they lost a lot of time to bring the car in. But, you know, Daytona is Daytona. In 20 minutes, it's still okay, I think. You know, we have a long day ahead of us, and hopefully if everything stays together now, it will be fine.
You're going to Sebring with the car? Are you going to Sebring?
Maybe, I hope so.
That's Didier Tays for you guys.
All right, thanks very much. There's a look at that Crawford. Oh, got a problem. It's the number 46 American GT Corvette being pulled off onto the grass. That is just beyond the Rodriguez curve. And here is that Mosler Corvette engine GT pole-sitting car, the 02. They started from the back of the field. They were working their way forward, but he's had contact. You see the left front corner crunched in. Heavy smoke from the tire and wheel.
Boy, they've got a prototype of the street version of this car down in the paddock, and it is a pretty looking car. It looks fantastic, I think.
Let's take a look, or let me at least tell you who our class leaders are right now. Alan McNish in the Ferrari, out front overall, and in the Sports Racer prototype category. Johnny O'Connell has the Corvette, leading in GTS. Robert Julien from Canada leads the SRP2 category. Hans Stuck leads in GT, and Andy McNeil in American GT.
Yeah, it looks pretty much perfect in the moment. It's a brand new car, brand new engine. We've been not so much testing, but we went for a quick rollout 2 weeks ago in Houston, and we came here and the car just ran perfectly. As you can see now, it's going at a very strong pace, and everything's looking good in the moment.
We saw a lot of debris there out on the racetrack through blown tires, and we saw a very close moment for you with a big carcass coming up and narrowly missing your head and hitting the roll cage there.
Yeah, I could see it coming up towards me, and I moved my head a bit, and it missed my head. I don't know if it was a heavy object or just a little bit of debris or tire, but it's pretty dirty out there, not only because when cars go off, but there's a lot of sun, and it takes quite some while to get the stretch of the sun.
I'm not sure I was ever going to hear this last year, but James Weaver actually says that Ferrari is quicker down the straightaway now.
Oh yeah, that's true. We probably gain on the straight probably 3 car lengths, but it's the opposite in the infield. They're much quicker there. So I guess it's not only down to power. I think they're using much more downforce than us.
Downstairs to Calvin Fish.
Well, it's Carl Rosenblatt behind the wheel, Rick, and they have a problem with the clutch, which is really only affecting them on the pit stop. They had the nose off, the Homanit's hydraulic and not internal, actually, in the clutch itself, but they have real difficulty getting the car out of the pit. They've bled the clutch itself, and they're now putting the nose back on and hoping to have the car back on track shortly.
Trying to get that machine, that Lola chassis car, back up onto the racetrack. They have certainly had their difficulties here in the first couple of hours.
You can see from the complexity of just the front end of this car why they are so expensive. They are getting almost $600,000 for these Lolas, and they are very tricky to build, a lot of carbon fiber, a lot of engineering, but they're really a superb machine. Echoes of the Ferrari. I think a Lola might be interested to see, you know, what you think of this, but might become the kind of car that hangs around for several years.
Sure.
And well, guys, it looks like they were getting ready to roll that car behind the wall. So whatever their problem is, it doesn't look like they're able to get it solved out in the pit lane as Alan McNish continues in this lone Ferrari 333. Of course, these cars debuted here in 1995 and had initially motor problems, but of course this motor being Formula One derived, but they have won here at the 24-hour, and this is a very strong effort, a very good team, a brand new car, great drivers, and certainly one of the favorites.
McNish doing a great job. Second driver in this machine, and they are very strong at the moment out in front. Coming off the road course and up onto the banking here at Daytona. Down the super stretch, all alone, and looking like they may well be a car to reckon with before we're done here today.
This is a time when I think a Ferrari looks the most beautiful, don't you?
Yeah.
The light is fading, the yellow headlights, and that glowing red of the car. It's fabulous.
No mistaking that paint scheme.
Won the number 10 car, one of the M3s.
That's the car of the team that's captained by Bill Auberlen, but several other drivers, of course, joining there. Rick Fairbanks and Chris Gleason, Chris Miller among the team. Chris Gleason driving the National Paintball BMW at the moment, gets it pointed in the right direction. He'll come back up onto the racetrack and try to get back into the flow of traffic.
Well, the thing that impressed me the most at the beginning was how well the Celine ran with the Corvettes. They were able to keep the speed up very well on that car. And unfortunately, they lost the left rear and have gone behind the wall.
Wants to talk a whole lot about the legalities of that V8-powered M3. This is the 74, the Robinson car in the pit lane.
I think you've opened a can of worms there, Jeremy. Very well done, sir.
Someone had to.
Yeah, no, it was high time.
Driver change taking place for one of the contending teams here this weekend. George Robinson's group. Let's go to Alan DeCadenet.
You're quite right. He's got the old tire off, but he's having trouble getting the nut on. It's on. They didn't lose any time on that. He's got the seatbelts done up. It's coming off the jacks right now, and he's going to go out any second. No problems. Routine.
And for those of you that have watched a lot of our Sebring coverage and Le Mans coverage, of course, these pit stops very different in Grand Am racing. The teams are allowed to service the cars while the car is being fueled, which, of course, at Le Mans, at a 24-hour, you're not allowed to do, which makes tire strategy much more critical. Changing tires becomes a much more critical decision at Le Mans than it is here at Daytona.
I'd like to ask Pete Brock a question. Pete, you've become a journalist, but you were first and foremost a great designer and stylist of cars, did the great Daytona Cobra Coupe.
Overall, and 6th in the class. Of course, this particular car in the prototype class, so it would not be surprising to see them on the podium, certainly the top 3 in the prototype class at the end of the 24 hours.
Another prototype right behind them, the 4 car of Scott Schubach and Duncan Dayton, and they are right there in contention as they work through the trial oval. And here's Downing down into the road course section. And, of course, he's noted now for something that's really been prominent in motorsports newsmaking in the last year, the Hans device that many drivers are starting to wear in all forms of the sport, something that Jim developed years ago.
And it really is a very brilliant, very simple design. It will be mandatory this year in Formula One. It will be mandatory on the ovals in kart. This invention of Jim Downing's really, I think, will save a lot of lives, especially these very, very fast accidents that we see on ovals.
After the deaths last year of Adam Petty and of Kenny Irwin, it became an issue in NASCAR as well. Several Winston Cup drivers are starting to wear the device. Jim Downing helped come up with the device that may well give his fellow drivers a better chance of surviving the big crash. Last year, when 3 well-known drivers were killed in separate incidents, there was much public speculation about what had happened and what could be done to prevent any similar tragedies from ever happening again. Sports car racer and car constructor Jim Downing has been involved with the Hans device, spelled H-A-N-S, which stands for Head and Neck Support, for many years. But it's a system that only now is attracting a lot of attention.
Well, it started with Dr. Bob Hubbard, my brother-in-law, married my lovely sister years and years ago. He used to come and crew for us. At the time, he was working for General Motors, and he did a lot of the design on the Hybrid 3 dummy head. His PhD thesis was head and neck injuries. And in the late 70s and early 80s, we were worrying about how you could be safer in a car, and we recognized that drivers pretty well strapped in now. Almost everything, including even your arms in some of the classes where they require some restraint. Everything but the head. Bob Hubbard came up with this device, which we patented. It's called a hands device, head and neck support. Sits on your shoulders, and it's held on by the shoulder strap. You can see they fit right in this little channel, right where they normally do. So you ride along, you can look left, look right, look up, look down. You don't even know you have it on. And then if you're in a wreck, what happens is these tethers go tight, and then your whole body moves forward as the forces of the wreck toss you around, and your head stays close to your body. In a nutshell, that's what you're trying to do, keep your head close to your body.
10 years ago, Paul Newman was one of only a handful of drivers to wear what was an early version of the Hans device. But now, with its smaller, easier-to-use size, developed through constant testing, many drivers are now racing and winning with it. They include Trans Am driver Leighton Reese, victorious last year at Texas Motor Speedway, and kart Marlboro 500 champ Christian Fittipaldi, who, after suffering concussions in several major crashes without the device, was told by doctors he could only resume his champ car career if he wore it.
This thing has been tested to death over the last 4 years, and it really works. And right now, it's the only thing we know of in the world that works. And finally, after 10 years, it's been discovered.
In fact, the Hans device has been made mandatory this year on the ovals in kart FedEx Championship Series racing. It's also been announced as mandatory in Formula One for 2001, and the ASA Stock Car Series has highly recommended its use for this year, with mandatory usage beginning in 2002, causing Downing's Atlanta factory to be quite busy.
Well, you know, Rick, usually the safety is an evolution, but there have been moments along the way, the roll bars, the seat belts, and so forth. This is another real moment in safety development, a distinct moment from which there will be no turning back, I think, don't you, Jeremy?
Yeah, and in a way, I think maybe Jim Downing's greatest legacy to racing might end up being the Hans device.
I think
when it's all said and done.
Yeah.
Why have drivers been slow in many cases to adopt it, though?
I mean, you know, why were they slow to adopt full-face helmets?
Yeah.
Why were they slow to adopt, you know, all of these seat belts, all of these other safety elements that have kind of built, you know, this whole, you know, built over the years? And I think Sam's right. It's only a matter of time before everyone just wears it and it's an accepted part of your whole kit.
I think with no one else wearing it, it looks a little un-macho to strap this thing on. It's one more thing. And remember, drivers don't think they're going to be in an accident. You have to get somebody that has a little more overview to make them wear these things to begin with.
In a couple of moments.
The car's a little bit loose. We had to take it easy on the tires. I ran through that caution. I didn't fit, so I had hot tires on. A lot of other guys got tires. The 2-car did, so we just sort of ran our stint out. We're going to run on our pace. We got a lap down early in the race on that caution, so we're just going to run on our pace, our pit stop strategy, and see what comes out. We got to make it to 20 or 22 hours to go and then race them.
Now, you're enjoying yourself anyway. It's a whole different discipline for you, isn't it?
I'm having a good time.
That's what it's all about. What about the rain, though?
We hadn't had any. We had a little drizzle, but we raced worse than that in NASCAR.
You thinking about going to Le Mans now?
I got to race a few more years at Winston Cup first.
You will. Thank you. See you later.
Needs more experience before he goes to Le Mans.
That's something new for Dale Earnhardt, to be out of, look at this action, to be out of the car but still in the race. He's never had that experience before.
No, I don't think he's ever had a co-driver in Winston Cup competition. As we watch Collins thread the needle in the 3-car to the outside of one of the Porsches down into turn 1 there. Kelly Collins certainly looking to get that car further up into contention as we work toward the nighttime hours here.
And that is one of those classic situations where you know you're faster than all these cars, but you also know on this lap I'm going to lose 3 seconds. And that's just the way it is. And there's nothing you can do about it. And if you try and do something about it, you're only likely to cause yourself bigger problems. So you just say, you know what? This lap, I give away 2 or 3 seconds, and it's just the way it goes.
And Jeremy, don't you feel that's where the confidence that the rest of the team has to have in you and you in them comes around? Because if you start comparing a lot of lap times and everybody's going like, well, he had 5 slow laps, you got to believe he had 5 slow laps because he was in heavy traffic or he was taking it easy. Whereas if you think, you know, if you think you've got to uphold your reputation, that's when you start taking chances out there.
Well, sure. If you have a crew chief that's on the radio who says, you know, we've got a bit of a problem here, And we haven't seen a full course yellow yet, so it looks like they're just going to plateau this car off the racetrack.
That is the 8 car that we had thought of a few moments ago. Franz Conrad and Charlie Slater. Walter Salas, the IndyCar veteran, and Alan Heath sharing that machine. And they went off the track. That's out of the Rodriguez Bend in the infield, with a short straightaway to the left-hander, working through the infield part of the course here at the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Back to the roof. Butch Leitzinger out of the 16 car. That car is in second. It's team car, the 20 machine, running in 4th spot right now in the 74. Irv Hare driving that machine, challenging him for position through the infield. The Cobra Racing Corvette, the 18 car, with some problems. Jack Willis, Mike Green, Andy McNeil, and John Levy sharing driving duties there. Looks like some tire troubles, perhaps, at the back end of that race car.
And they were leading the class early on, and of course, it's a long way to the pit lane from where they are right now. They've just re-entered the oval down at turn 1 on the NASCAR oval, so they have a long way to go.
Hopefully, Green can get that car around safely, and they can get the service work they need. Back on board the Kyle Petty Porsche, the 43 car. Kyle downshifting into turn 1 there, the Orbit Racing machine. David Brabham now driving the Ferrari, the number 12. They are the overall leaders in the Rolex. Our coverage on Speed Vision, flag to flag of the Rolex 24. A little bit of moisture coming from the heavens once again, but it hasn't done anything to slow down the Risi Ferrari team. The 12. Alan McNish behind the wheel. David Brabham taking over just a short time ago, and they are leading by about a half a lap over the 16. One of the Dyson entries, the James Weaver, Andy Wallace, Butch Leitzinger race car, as we watch the Ferrari work the infield. And look at all the heavy traffic he's got to navigate here.
This is a car where the driving team is very, very well balanced in skill and temperament, the same as Weaver, Wallace, and Leitzinger are in their
track after some time behind pit wall with some clutch problems. We've been collecting viewer email on Downing's machine.
Downing's machine, well, I hope his Hans device worked fine for him. I think the main thing for Earnhardt is that you could call it the twilight of his career. He has a great many successes ahead of him, I think, still. But he's probably starting to explore other ways to remain involved with the sport. And let's face it, there's opportunities in long-distance racing that doesn't exist in the very front line of Winston Cup.
Absolutely the case. And I think you hit it correctly, too, Jeremy. The father-son aspect of this, I think, is very important. Dale Earnhardt does not speak publicly about a lot of things these days, but that is something he has commented on in the last several weeks as this program came.
Well, pit changes coming up, or wholesale tire changes coming up in the pits here, I would think, at Daytona.
Pretty good on traction, especially with these rain tires, which are very, very effective.
As we take another look at the race-leading Ferrari, the Risi number 12, David Brabham driving that car. Jeremy, I was going to ask you a moment ago, it looked as though Brabham was tiptoeing as he came down into the infield. Would it slick up that quickly that you would need to be careful on those slick tires, or do they maintain enough heat?
Well, it's a little, you know, you kind of hit the nail on the head. Can you maintain enough heat to keep your momentum up? But the problem is this facility is so big that it could be raining at one end as the weather's coming across and completely dry the other end. So you do want to be careful. The last thing you want to do is throw the car off the racetrack.
On board with the 74 car, George Robinson's 74 Hunting Ranch. And what a challenge for these drivers and teams as we get a look at the banking on the west side of the Speedway here at Daytona. Starting to get even wetter out there as we work into the 4th hour of competition, 3rd hour. Here at Daytona, your overall leader, still the Risi Ferrari. David Brabham at the wheel right now, and Bruno St. Jacques leading Prototype 2.
You could see, and we understand this car is on slicks, which may be a bit surprising, but you could see how narrow and tight the pit lane was as you go out of pit lane. And there have been many, many drivers over the years that have actually crashed leaving the pits here at Daytona on the road course into that barrier, and you could see how slowly the car was having to go leaving the pit lane.
Well, this is one of those zones where mistakes take place, whether they're outright mistakes by a driver that causes a spin or a crash, or a tactical mistake with whether or not to fit a rain tire or when to pit. So this is one of those key moments. And by the way, we have good news. The link at speedvision.com is now operational again for those that want to contact us.
That has won this race. That looks like Max Pappas leaving the pit lane in the number 20 Dyson R&S Ford, but that Porsche definitely one of the sleepers. I don't even think it's really a sleeper. I think it's an absolute contender to win this race.
Talked to Dorsey Schrader at length about the car yesterday, and we talked off-air, Jeremy and I, about how durable that machine should be. Porsche using it kind of as a test wheel. It's a street gearbox, essentially, in that car. It does not shift as quickly as some of the other cars with the sequential 6-speed. It does have synchros. You have to clutch it every time you want to shift, but it is something that Dorsey told me they expect to last without any problem at all. And let's head down to pit road and find out more about the wet situation and the possibility of rain tires being put on these cars. Alan DeGedme.
Yes, it's really got quite interesting down here because the Corvette team have got their wet weather cars on standby just in case they need them. But the Risi Ferrari, there isn't a wet weather tire in sight. Their team manager popped out and he had a look at the sky. Now the cloud base is quite high. I'm an old biplanist myself and I don't see too much black stuff around. I'd be quite happy taking off and flying VFR in these conditions, and obviously that's the way Risi thinks. So I don't think we'll be seeing wet weather cars going on these cars for quite some time the way things are at the moment. By the way, I also had a thought about the lady drivers. There may not be too many of them actually behind the wheel, but I've never seen so many girls working in the pits. And I know Phil Triton's got a lady engineer that engineers his car, so the women are very well represented here, even if perhaps not as many of them as behind the wheel as should be.
Rolex 24. Trouble for the quick qualifier in the GT division, the Morrison Mosler. They had to make some changes in the front end of that car. The field machine, the 37, had led early on. Problems there, too. One of the GT cars, the 92, spinning off the course. Herbert Huff and Anthony Cuppen, Vic Rice's car, in trouble there. More problems. Bill Oberlin leading the national paintball team. That car spinning earlier off the infield section. And then the 18, one of the American GT cars, Mike Green at the wheel, when they had tire problems in that Corvette. So a lot of activity all over the place. The 54 has run very strong. This is the Forrest Terry Porcelain machine leading in GT. They have been very strong with that V8-powered BMW. The race, though, in the hands of car number 12, the Risi Ferrari. Alan McNish and his mates leading right now. Ralph Kellner started the car, and the car with David Brabham in the saddle is still out in front, working on almost a one-lap advantage over the Dyson number 16 of Andy Wallace, Butch Leitzinger, and James Weaver. Plenty more to come here at Daytona. One of the Team Seattle Porsches there, driving that car right now is Keiji Takashi. They are running very nicely on the racetrack, getting up over the red stripes there on the left-hand side of the course. A little damage to the front bodywork, and over the course of 24 hours, there's almost no chance you can have your car merge without any of that.
There is, yes, I would almost say there is no chance. You know, there are so many cars on the racetrack, and the traffic, the traffic will start these. There is one of the prototype cars spun there. That is at the West Horseshoe. That's the number 4 car, the Schubach car. That is one of the Lolas. You can see those front fenders are almost like pontoons on that car. This car makes a great deal of downforce, which is one of the things that holds it back on these long straightaways. It's great in the infield, great under braking, but creates an awful lot of downforce, which means quite a bit of drag.
Scott Schubach back in the car. He started the car this afternoon. They're doing well. They're 6th overall, and they are 6th in the prototype category here at Daytona. Are glad you're with us. Emails pouring in. We'll try to answer as many of your questions as we can here this afternoon. As we watch the 12-car work traffic up on the banking, we started 80 cars here today. A lot of cars still in the field. We're trying to get a count as to how many cars are currently on the racetrack. I would guess it's upwards of 60. How tough is that to negotiate as a driver, Jeremy, now that you've been on the track 3 hours?
Well, as a driver, what you're waiting for is the morning hours when the car count is down to about 40, and the traffic situation kind of cuts itself in half. You can see the leader here now coming up to put another lap on the number 3 GTS car. And, that is just the reality of racing at Daytona. And I know David earlier was talking about the difference between Le Mans and Daytona, where you've got, an 8-mile racetrack with 40 cars in Le Mans, and here you've got under 4 miles with 80 cars. And so the density of cars is that much greater, which just means, you just have to concentrate that much more, in the car here at Daytona.
And then the dust that's starting to settle. We've got a little bit of rain. It's certainly causing quite a challenge for David Brabham. Some of the Porsches reporting problems. Several cars are on pit roads. Alan DeCadme.
Yes, this Porsche down here has got the usual Porsche malady. They have these cooling radiators right
in front of the front wheel. So you only have to have a pretty minor prang punting into the back of somebody else's car or the wall, and the radiator goes. So what they've had to do here is to take the whole of the front of the car off, and they've actually changed both the front water radiators. It's a real pain, and this is what often causes these Porsches problems. It's a kind of tricky problem because the only place they can really put the radiators is up the front here, but the slightest prang, and look what happens. Guy, I think you've got something down there for us too.
Yeah, actually the 54 car is in, Alan, and they're the first one who've gone to the wet weather tyres, and the wet weather master has got out of the car and stuck. But they're also making some adjustments going with the wet weather setup with the rear wing. Terry Forster is now in the car, and they are just waiting for those adjustments to be made on that rear wing. And then Terry Forster has run many racing schools and done lots of driving himself, should be out there and be very competitive again in this M3 V8 deal they have running.
White Lightning GT, that's a Porsche GT3R up onto the bank.
That is a very, very solid driver lineup. And of course, you know, a lot of the strength here in the GT class in past years has been strength in numbers with these 911s. And Porsche has done a lot of work in developing this car. They've done the GT3, the GT3R, the GT3 RS, and they continue to develop and evolve this car, say, over the last 40 years with the 911. And they put a lot of them out on the racetrack. Yeah. And a lot of them are well-driven and well-prepared, and that's why they've won so many races with these
18th overall, as we watch the rain apparently starting to come down a little heavier in the infield.
Well, you know, it's a little bit tough to tell when we're up in the booth here because we are protected. We can't feel the temperature, but certainly coming through the kink there in the infield, a pretty lurid slide there by that one Porsche. So some of the drivers, some of the teams will be considering now fitting the wet weather tires. You know, as soon as you start to see a little bit of water coming off those cars, you will know what kind of situation we're in terms of water on the racetrack.
So a lot of the GT cars with windshield wipers going in the infield section. We haven't seen that yet. And here's the race leader, the Risi Ferrari, down on pit road. Looks like they're making a tire change out in the Cadenet.
Yes, that's exactly what they're doing, but they're pulling off slicks, which are steaming away very nicely, and they're putting on slicks, so they're not going, oh, wait a minute, no, they've just changed their mind. They're going to wet weather too. They were going on to slicks, but at the last minute they changed their minds. Goodyear wetties are now going on. They're brand new, they've not been scrubbed, just the way you want them, nice sharp edges. So obviously, once the professionals start changing to wet weather tires, that's what everybody else is going to do. What a glorious noise. Big sideways drift, and oh, nearly clunked a Porsche 911 going by. Everything's fine.
So David Brabham at the controls for the 12 team. They're back up on pit road. They'll be coming down, funnel into traffic at the exit of turn 1, where the blend line is, where the lane that gets you off pit road on the road course here at Daytona.
The car has made up that lap that they lost on that early pit stop on the yellow. So right now we've got a really good straight fight for the lead.
And if you look a little further down, the 20 car on pit road right now with Max Pappas, they're changing tires, aren't they, Guy Hobbs?
They are changing. They're going from the slicks to the wet weather tires, and right in front of them, Kyle Petty is just getting out of his Porsche RS, and they are also changing to the wet weather tires there. Andy Wallace just came in on the 16 car and changed to the wet weather tires. Max Pappas is staying in the car. They're adding fuel, but just going to the wet weather tires. It looks like otherwise a routine stop, and Max out underway.
Racing car. So potential pass for the lead here coming as these two cars now get up to speed. Remember, it's the first time they've been on wet weather tires. You can actually see some spray now, so definitely, you know, a visible amount of water on the racetrack. This is no longer just a greasy racetrack.
And for folks at home who may be wondering and may be joining us for the first time, this is the lead battle right here. The 12 and the 16 running 1 and 2 on the same lap, 5 seconds apart. It is raining at Daytona. We've just seen pit stops. The leaders putting on wet weather tires. We'll reset for you when we come back.
First time I've ever been in the rain in my life. And I'm up here in between 3 and 4 running 170 miles an hour. But I tell you what, Leo and those guys gave me a chance to drive this. I'm having a blast. I'm going to miss my anniversary. Tomorrow's my anniversary with my wife. We've been married 22 years. But I'm going to miss that, but this is okay.
All right, good for you, Carl. Running 27th currently overall right now.
Don't know too many wives who'd be that understanding about their husbands taking an opportunity to go racing on anniversary weekend. Getting a look inside the GM Goodwrench Corvette, the 3-car. Kelly Collins just spun that car. We showed that to you a moment ago while Kyle Petty was discussing his stint at the number 43 Porsche as the rain continues to fall.
here at Daytona. Down the back straightaway, you see the rooster tails of spray. Here are the 2 and the 3, the 2 Corvettes side by side, and the 2 car working inside the team machine. As we take a look back off into turn 1, and there it is. Collins up onto the banking and just had the back end come around on him, able to turn into the spin, get it down on the grass safely, and get it stopped without doing any damage to the Goodwrench Corvette.
Yeah, all you're concerned about at that point is not hitting the wall. You don't care what happens. Just don't hit the wall. Get it down to the grass and make sure no one else hits you.
You don't think about how bad you look doing that?
That's right now. That's right now. As it's happening, you're thinking, do not get into the wall. And I'm wondering if they have not put on wets yet, and because they're coming in now, and we'll have the answer to that question very shortly.
Alan DeCadenet is down there in the Goodwrench Chevrolet pits.
Yes, it's exactly the same. The number 2 car came in a little earlier. It's off with the slicks and on with the wet. So it's definitely very wet weather tire conditions out there. No driver change. Chris Neifeld stayed on board the number 2 car. This is all nice and quick, just giving his windscreen a quick clean. Just a routine tire change, no problem.
Kelly Collins holding palms up as if to say, hey, what can I do? Puts the car in gear, and the 3 is down and away. A little tire spin there. How long can you go on rain tires? Do they last as long as dry tires when it's raining?
Well, often they will last, you know, a couple of stints pretty easily. Here's this great battle for the lead here. This is the number 12 Ferrari and the number 16 Dyson. Riley and Scott Ford. These guys have been running side by side like this. Well, they're not quite side by side now, but I've been watching them out the window. They have been side by side. They're having a great race. Of course, this Dyson car, the Riley and Scott, makes quite a bit more downforce than the Ferrari, so it will be much better under braking. You can see the Ferrari pulling out quite a bit down this straightaway, but the Dyson car will be better under braking, better in the corners, no question about it.
Heavy traffic down the back stretch as they hit the chicane here at Daytona in the middle of the super stretch. Cars, of course, will funnel off of this and back up onto the banking in turns 3 and 4 of the big oval here at Daytona. We see that rooster tail of spray that comes off each of these race cars now under these conditions. And Jeremy, off air, we were talking a moment ago, how difficult is it to drive an open-top car in the rain at a place like Daytona where you're so fast?
It's not really that difficult because there's a pretty good flow of air over your head. As a matter of fact, a lot of the cars will have, oh boy, look at this traffic here. And now, splitting one of the GTS cars, it looks like the Corvette. Oh boy, that was close. And the Ferrari
to the outside into turn 1. Well, look at that move by David Brabham to whip around Chris Neifeld, who's still driving the 2.
Well, the Dyson car had gotten by the Ferrari and then got held up in the traffic. But as a matter of fact, most of the air will just go over you, and the rain will go with it. And some of the teams will even have little different size windshields. They will click in to the car when the different drivers get in, so they are always kicking the air up over the driver's head.
Here's Andy Wallace to the inside now of the 12 car. Andy Wallace driving the Dyson 16 has to get on the brakes as they go into the left-hander, slower traffic ahead. Why would you fight so intensely for the lead in just the 4th hour of a 24-hour race?
Well, I mean, you could do it just to have fun. You know,
That's true.
You know, you could do it, you know, because you're paid to win races. And, you know, the bottom line is that if you can pass these guys, and there it is, there's the pass for the lead. You know, if you can pass these guys and then gain some kind of advantage, I mean, the opportunity to put them down a lap if something happens only exists if you're out in front of them. And so you know, to seize those opportunities, you have to be out in front.
Key contenders, the champion Lola Porsche there running very strongly, 5th overall. There you see car number 16, your leader, Andy Wallace, in Rob Dyson's machine as the rain falls here at Daytona. To this race, they are 2nd now overall, trailing the Andy Wallace, Butch Leitzinger, James Weaver Dyson machine. The 16 car got back into the lead just a few moments ago before our last commercial break. We're also following the battle in Sports Racing Prototype 2. These are the prototype machines that have a little smaller motors, 3-liter, 6 cylinders, the maximum. There is car number 89 leading the category now. Robert Julian, Greg Putnam, Bruno St. Jacques, and Bob Wood. The Rolex 24. You've probably seen all 39 of them.
No, but I was here for the first one, and it's amazing the differences we're seeing in this wonderful competition today. It's an incredible display. Readers of National Speed Sport News are interested in the business of racing, and I explored a little bit of that up and down pit road and was really bedazzled by what I came up with. You like numbers?
Sure.
Okay.
From you,
a record 34 Porsches started this race. 3 of them are GT1 cars at $750,000 apiece. Then there's one cheapo prototype in the field at $300,000. And there are 30 GTR3s at $200,000 apiece. Who was it that said a car company can't make money playing racing? I look at about $8.5 million worth of Porsches alone on the track when the green flag waved. Then I got to thinking about tires. 8 different tire companies are involved in this competition. Goodyear's famous, Dunlop, Avon, Yokohama. Then there's B.F. Goodrich with 1 car, Kumho with 1 car, Hoosier Tire with 2 cars, and Pirelli's out there. So there's a tremendous battle for supremacy in the tire company. Now that it's raining, they got to roll up their sleeves and bring out the rain rubber. So whereas Porsche is depositing money in the millions, the tire companies, I think, are spending it pretty much the same way. It's really interesting if you're interested in that facet of American automobile racing, though. It's incredible. Not only have they invested a lot of money, they've sent some of their people to school to be able to talk about it in a much more descriptive way. Uh-oh, there's parts on the track.
Something you do see here at the Rolex 24 from time to time. There's been some contact out of the infield road course to Rodriguez Bend, and some body work being lodged there on the racetrack. Everybody kind of threading their way inside in that right-hand turn. We'll take another look. Apparently that is off the Morrison-Mosler, the 02 car that was the fast qualifier in GT. The spin, and then the front fenders and hood just coming right off.
Well, no, I think we might have missed some contact there, because there's no reason that car should have spun like that. So we might have missed a little bit of contact, because there was a car just going out of the frame.
We'll try to get another view of it for you as we're back on board the Goodwrench Chevrolet.
You know who was one of the drivers of that Mosler car? Don Knowles. And Don Knowles has been around sports car racing for many, many years. What few people know is he was the assistant undersecretary of the Interior in the Bush and Clinton administrations. He's a Washington bureaucrat when he's not in his fire retardant clothes. And there he is now without a nose.
Only say, I shall do my very best. I have every confidence in my car and hope to beat the existing record.
I christen you the Sunbeam Silver Bullet.
In 1928, Frank Lockhart, the first rookie to ever win the Indianapolis 500, made a daring attempt in the beautiful Stutz Blackhawk. His run ended abruptly when a patch of soft sand sent him catapulting into the surf. Lockhart survived, but was badly shaken. To prove his mettle, he returned to the beach a few months later, and this time he would not be as fortunate. A 1,000-foot barrel roll down the beach following a blown tire took Lockhart's life at the age of 26. In 1929, Daytona garage operator Lee Bible wanted to write his name in the record books. Driving the white triplex powered by 3 Liberty aircraft engines, Bible veered out of control on what appeared to be a record-breaking run. A newsreel photographer ran into the path of the veering car and was killed, as was Bible, in one of the beach's most violent crashes. But despite those tragic accidents, the speed and sand continued to lure its challengers. Sir Malcolm Campbell of Great Britain is the most famous of those chasing the land speed record on the Daytona beach. His Bluebird was known around the world. In 1931, Campbell was the first to break the 240-mile-per-hour barrier. In 1932, he raised the mark past 250. His record was 17 miles per hour faster than the mark for an airplane, recorded that year in the Thompson Trophy race. Sir Malcolm's next goal, 300 miles per hour. Timed in one direction at 330, Campbell was unable to back it up on his return. The last official record set on the beach was 276.82 miles per hour. March 7, 1935 marked the final date for the land speed record runs. Growth along the beach and the inconsistency of the sand drove the record chasers 2,500 miles west to the Bonneville Salt Flats in Utah. The loss of the land speed record attempts could have signaled the end of Daytona Beach in the annals of racing history. But there was an interested observer to Sir Malcolm Campbell's exploits who was new in town. His name, William Henry Getty France.
Dyson's, Riley, and Scott's
This is Andy Wallace at the wheel of the 16 car. They took over the lead about 20 minutes and a little heavier now as we work into the 4th hour of competition here at Daytona. The Rolex 24 for 2001, your race leader, the 16 car with Andy Wallace at the throttle, and he is working his way through traffic.
You know, the difference, Rick, I've been involved in oval track racing most all of my life, and many, many years ago, the drivers didn't want to go to Le Mans. They didn't want to come to the 24 hours of Daytona because to race here then, you had to babysit a car for 24 hours, and they wanted to race. Well, that's not the story anymore. There's no babysitting going on out there now.
No. Let's get an update on our quick qualifier in GT. The Mosler on pit road.
Yeah, the Morrison Mosler is on pit road. They had the damage from the spin earlier, and they have a new front nose cone to put on. But in the meantime, they think they may have a problem in the back with a hole in the radiator, and that's what they're checking out right now. And obviously, there's not any mad rushing going on down here. But the Mosler, of course, don't forget, they don't have many of these made. It's going to be a production car, but right now, not many made, so not many spare parts either.
Gave Max Pappas a little bit of a driving lesson there. He actually put a lap on his teammate. And I don't know if Max is having some problems in the car, but certainly Eddie Wallace caught him and put him a lap down. This is on board with Kelly Collins in the number 3 Corvette. And keep in mind that Dale Earnhardt Jr. has not been in this car yet, and it looks like his first stint in the 24 hours of Daytona is going to be in the wet.
At night in the wet, there he is, uniformed up behind the pit wall, taking a look.
And you can see how excited he looks.
Oh, I'm sure he's really looking forward to this. Baptism by fire in the wet, I guess. The 2 car, the team car, Ron Fellows and Chris Neifel, they are 6th right now as we're on board with Collins. We've been following the progress of the team in our Corvette diary. Let's get an update. Here's Sandy Hain.
You know, it's going to be tough on your right foot. Just do the best you can, but the times you're doing are great. Stay off the line, buddy. Stay off the line, but the real slippery place, I'll tell you 2 places. Come out totally inside. Stay off the gray patch on the exit of the first horseshoe. The other place is the exit off the bus stop is extremely slippery when you come back onto the normal oval track. Right where you come there, it's like dished. It collects a lot of crap in there, and it's extremely slippery when you come back to the left and come back up to the wall. Those are the only 2 real tricky places. The rest of it, just stay outside and do the best you can. And the tires, the rain tires are very good.
Before Andy. Gotta fill up here if I'm going too slow with Kelly in the car, whatever.
Been watching our little Corvette piece on Speed Vision because they watch it too, of course. Dale, it's raining as you can see. I mean, you've not been out in the wet too often, but I don't think it'll be a problem for you, will it?
I don't know. I have 0 experience in the rain, so the rain comes and goes. Right now, it's not raining that bad. Maybe by the time I get out there, it'll be a pretty decent racetrack, but I'm ready for anything.
Good. Well, that's what we like to hear, ready for anything. But, I mean, you're obviously going to enjoy yourself whatever happens, aren't you?
You can't help but enjoy yourself driving that Corvette. It's the funnest car I've ever drove.
And it's great practice for what you've got coming up Winston Cup-wise anyway.
Yeah, any type of road racing experience is needed, I think. We don't do it that often, but when we do, we need to be ready.
And what's it like driving with your dad in the same car? Because you're not used to perhaps having a car that's out there being driven without you in it. But here, that's exactly what you've got.
Yeah, he's a good teammate, but he asks, he wants to win, wants to do well, and he asks a lot of the rest of the teammates. And that's the kind of guy you want to be with, the winner. So I think he's one of the toughest.
Well, you know these cars can go the distance. They're very reliable. I was, myself, absolutely amazed at the engineering quality of them. A really well-built, safe car. So when you get out there, at least you know you're in a machine that's well sorted anyway.
Yeah, as long as I can take care of it as well as Andy and Kelly and my father's done. It's a long race, and I got the right mindset, I believe, to get out there and take care of the equipment and still do well.
Good. Well, thank you.
Super stretch to the infield portion. The car looped around once. The driver able to get it pointed in the right direction. Look at the heavy traffic there. Jeremy, if you're coming down that back straightaway at 185 and you see that, what are you doing?
Well, what I'm thinking is if you're in the Viper, and you've got 15 cars in your mirrors and you're the first one into the chicane, and you turn it around, you know, there's the potential for a lot of problems there. But it looked like everyone did a pretty good job. I did see one little piece of bodywork fly up and looked like one of the prototypes there.
The other thing that you always think about in that situation, the car went across the grass a little and kicked some dirt up onto the surface. So with the wet conditions, that could make handling there really dicey.
Well, you know, as we saw before it started to rain, they need to build some curbs back there in that first part of the chicane, because it gets very, very dirty there. And a lot of the drivers do drop wheels because they're just trying to maximize their radius through those corners. And so it tends to get very dirty. And you're right, as you add water to that, it only gets worse. But everyone is always you know, ready for pretty slick conditions back there in the first part of the show.
Kneifel and Frank Freon, Johnny O'Connell among the team wheeling that two-car. Look at that move, threading the needle between those two Porsches down the back straightaway and whipping into the chicane area there. Heavy traffic, as we mentioned. 80 cars started here a couple of hours ago. 61 were still on the track at last report. The number 92 Porsche coming down on the pit road right now. This is the Hubert Hoft, Anthony Kump, Vic Rice.
On the exhaust system, you know it is internal, and that may be a terminal problem for that car.
There's the Zero, the Porsche GT1 machine, the Kosbica car. They've run very, very strongly here. You pointed out, Jeremy, that's a Canadian team, and 3 great professional drivers in that group.
Yeah, 3 guys that know each other, and I have actually raced against each other quite a bit, and now they're racing together, which is always an interesting dynamic. But as you say, all these guys very professional. Of course, David Efringham, very, very successful in open wheel cars. As a matter of fact, multi-time Formula Atlantic champion. So these guys, well placed, I would say, to challenge the Corvette team. You know, maybe a team with not quite as much endurance racing experience as the factory Corvette team, but the car is built like a tank, and certainly it's a great platform to, you know, try and win this race car.
Absolutely, it's probably the most sophisticated design that they've had on the racetrack. They've since come up with 2 that they have not run, but it's definitely the top achievement for Porsche in 1998.
There you saw the Zero car blasting by one of the AGT machines, the 44, the Team Amick car, Lyndon and David Amick, and a couple of fine pros joining him on that team. Let's go downstairs. Guy Hobbs with one of the drivers who's been in action here today, the well-known Mark Simo.
Standing actually right at the pit out, and you can see right over the shoulder the car 83 that has come to a complete halt, just completely locked up on you coming through the tri-oval.
Yeah, it's coming down the exit of NASCAR 4. Engine started to tighten up on me, and that was the end of it. And we had a pretty good run going. We were just trying to stay out of trouble, but we had some early bad luck, and that's the way it goes.
You've had some great runs here previously, running in BMWs and other various types of cars. How hard is it for you to be out and uncompetitive so early in this race?
Well, the prototype cars work amazingly good in the rain. You know, I was kind of building up my confidence because the thing works really good. Once you get up to speed, the aerodynamics really kick in, hold the cars to the ground. Kind of impressive, actually. You get on the slow stuff where there's no aero effect, and it's a whole different ballgame.
What's your schedule for the rest of the year? We're going to see you in more prototype racing?
I hope so. Nothing set in stone yet, but nothing better than our prototype cars.
All right, well, hopefully we'll get that one taken back down to the garage area and fixed and started up again.
As we take a look at the Risi Ferrari, currently 2nd overall as they come to pit road, the 12 car. Some work being done on the front end of that machine. They wipe off the windscreen. Alan DeCadney is there.
That's right, David Brabham's staying on board. It's a routine stop. They're just putting the fuel in. They're also taping up the front. He's obviously running a little cool in this weather. So they put some tank tape on the front of the car, and he's off.
And they've also changed the windscreen on that car for David Brabham for the rain.
On pit road as well, so they're going to take advantage of this caution period to get some service work done to one of the Dyson Riley and Scott Fords. Back with plenty more at day 5 of the Rolex 24 at Daytona, our live flag-to-flag coverage. One of the more interesting cars, Jeremy Dale, a car that I had not seen until getting here this weekend. This is the Marcos GT, the 24. Little back bodywork damage, it appears. Some of the undertray perhaps flopping in the breeze there. They're running 8th overall. Corey User in that team, and they're doing a nice job. They're 3rd overall in GTS.
Yeah, 3rd in GTS, which is a great position for them to be in. These cars have mostly raced in the FIA GT Championship in Europe. And there's a waving yellow there for something. What's that? There
car is spun. The 9 car is off track there.
And these cars are actually very well-developed race cars. And as you said, right now running 8th overall, 3rd in class. Front engine car, big V8 Chevrolet engine in that car. Very effective car in the GTS class.
One of the GT BMWs, one of the Ford.
Max is down here looking pretty easy and relaxed for a good stint, double stint. How's it feel out there? And one of the big questions we're getting from a lot of viewers is the rooster tails. How bad are the rooster tails out there?
Yeah, it's quite bad. Actually, I just went in when the heavy rain started to come, and it was a tough job out there. Sliding a lot, and 2 or 3 very hectic moments with slow cars, couple of cars spinning in front of me, so still a long race.
It's keeping you really busy out there. All these cars on the track, the rain, a lot of different drivers out there. It's pretty interesting stuff, huh?
I think right now this is the most difficult 24-hour I've done.
All right. Max, of course, done many 24 hours getting ready for the opener for the kart series in Monterrey, Mexico. And their team car is coming in to make their pit stop. James Weaver will get into that one. Nick Johnson is now in for...
At the time, the BMW, the 54, came onto pit road for a wing adjustment that handed the lead in that category over to one of the Porsches, Randy Post in the 31. Rain started to fall during hour 4, and the Risi Ferrari has been among the leaders all afternoon. They came to pit road to put rain tires on that machine. Kelly Collins didn't quite stop in time, though, in the Goodwrench Corvette. He spun coming up onto the banking, was able to collect the car and make a pit stop. Next time around, rain tires are now on that race car, and Collins remains at the wheel. The 3-car 9th overall right now and running 4th in GTS. Great battle for the lead. We've watched the Ferrari and the 2 Dyson machines dominate. Andy Wallace in the 16, David Brabham in the 12. They went at it hammer and tongs in the wet weather before Wallace was able to establish the lead in car number 16 in hour number 4. Now James Weaver is back at the throttle, and here is the Marcos GT car that we talked about. They're back on pit road for some tires and some other service work, fueling the car as we check our Kumho Tires race reset for you. James Weaver remains out in front. His average speed 103.1 miles an hour. Fastest lap in the drive, more than 125 miles an hour. And officially, 13 of the 80 starters are out. That would leave 67 cars still in competition. Some cars behind pit wall getting some repair work done as the Marcos has dropped off the jacks. The Eurotech machine, they've taken that back trunk lid right off the car now and sent him back out into competition. The 24 was 9th overall at last report. There's that blue and white BMW with the V8 motor, the GT car number 54, running very strongly there. Jerry Borchello driving that car right in.
Man, you're in the zone, Rick.
Watching the traffic. Watching the traffic. Didn't even realize you dropped in. Welcome.
Welcome. Thanks so much. Pleasure to be here.
What's the condition of the racetrack right now?
When I got out, I just was still going on slicks, and on the pit stop we put rain tires on, but it was very slick, and especially we had...
As we take a look at the pit stop of car number 2, one of the Goodwrench Corvettes, driver change. Let's go downstairs.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Chris Neifel has got out of the car, and Frank Freon has got in. They've also changed the wet weather cars whilst they're putting... we're just seeing that our wipers are working, and we have sort of a special foil on our windshield, and that prevents the main part from fogging up, and that's pretty important. You don't need to see much. I mean, you hear a lot and you know your way around, and anyway, you don't look too much right and left. You don't want to see what's going on. They just keep your eyes straight and keep it going.
Hans, talk a little bit, because I know a lot of people are interested in this new M3 with the V8. And some of the question marks that raises, and we won't put you on the spot with that, but just talk about driving that car and the difference between the 6-cylinder car, because it must be a little bit different.
Yes, and now I would say it's even more the ultimate driving machine, and especially having now a V8 in the car, it's just that little more we need to have the head on the Porsches now. We didn't have this power going off the corners. We have a lot of more torque now in the car, which is pretty good. So we can keep the speed going off the corner onto the straightaway and stay with the Porsches, sometimes overtake them here, or looks at the inside of our car, and it helps a lot. But on the other hand, if you have more power, you have a bigger problem with the tires. You want to work quicker to the rear tires. You use more gas, of course. So having more power doesn't mean everything.
Coming down pretty significantly here, and you can see as you go quicker through the tri-oval here, you see the speed now about 170 miles an hour through the tri-oval. Look at the water coming off the back of that car.
Is it possible to run up close to another car when the conditions are this wet and there's that much of a rooster tail?
It's possible, but it becomes more and more difficult to see, especially when you're in one of the prototype cars, because you sit lower in those cars, And so and of course these Corvettes are very, very quick on the straightaway, not that much quicker. That is the Crawford, the number 27 car. That was the car that in the first hour actually did a gearbox change, a total transaxle change. They seem to be running reasonably well now, shown in 19th overall, so they are clawing their way back.
Kevin Doran's team going with that Crawford of the Judd combination. Brand new car built in North Carolina by Max Crawford, as we watch Kelly Collins to the outside of one of the field machines, one of John Field's cars. Collins doing a nice job through the infield road course. That car seems to have a little bit of an advantage over some of the prototype machines through the infield.
Well, at times, you know, at times you're better off with, you know, of course, the prototypes, because they generate so much downforce. The bodies generate downforce, which makes them stick to the racetrack. But that only really happens above 80, 90, 100 miles an hour in any kind of significant way. Once they get into the infield, they're actually quite compromised in terms of what we call mechanical.
The racetrack that's just happened moments ago. Car number 65, one of the Porsches, getting into a little skirmish with Jurgen Lawrence driving that blue machine there. One of the prototypes stopping on the track as well. This heading toward the Rodriguez turn. And the yellow flag waving in that part of the course. You see the field funneling by to get around that car safely. And we'll show it to you in just a moment exactly what happened. Looks like the 48 car of Shane Lewis, Tony Seller in that car too. A little contact as the cars got together coming toward that 180-degree right-hand bend, and the Porsche sliding off the track backwards. Well, 65.
And it looks like all that kind of started before we got there. There's Shane Lewis in that pill beam. This is one of the SR2 cars, and you can see that right front suspension. It looks like it's kind of pushed back into the bodywork, into the tub of the car, and so I have a feeling that car is not going anywhere, and this is going to be a full course yellow. That car looks like it's repairable, but it's going to take quite a bit of work to fix it.
Yellow flag being shown from the flag stand as well, so the Aspen Knolls pill beam will indeed have to be removed on the hook, so the safety car is out of Corvette. The 3 with Kelly Collins on board. The crew had to come down and rescue him. He came to a stop at the head of pit road. They pushed the car now down to the pit stall downstairs to Alan Duquesne.
Yes, that's right. They pushed it down. I'm not quite sure why they had to push it, but they're fueling it. They're changing the tires. Andy Pilgrim has got into the car. He's now being helped with his seatbelt. I wonder why they had to push it down. I didn't see them working on it. It could just have been fuel starvation or something minor like that. Incidentally, I noticed on these Corvettes that they're fitting a different type of wet weather rear tire to the front tire. I went and stuck my old thumbnail in to feel the rubber too, and it's really for a wet tire. These Corvettes run a hard rubber. When I put my thumb into the Ricci Ferrari wet weathers, they're quite soft in comparison. Of course, if you get a Formula 1 wet tire, it's like a sponge. Actually, meanwhile, the Ricci Ferrari's come into the pits and changed its tires and gone out, just like that. The vet seems to be firing up all right. Sounds okay to me. Yeah, it must have been a vapor lock or minor fuel starvation, or you didn't put the reserve pump on or something like that. But it'll be interesting to see if they make a pit stop a little earlier this time than last time to compensate.
And so they might have just tried to stretch it a little bit there, or they might be in some kind of fuel system trouble.
As we take a look at the rain continuing to fall here, let's head back downstairs and find out a little more about the situation with that 3 team. We'll get to that in just a moment as we watch Andy Pilgrim working his way up on the...
For our race, I've got Kelly Collins with me. What a stint you had. I mean, there was a spin there. You had to change onto wets and then push the darn thing down the pit road. Now, what was all that about?
How's that? It's like a mini movie. I mean, the other car, they got priority in the pits, so I went one extra lap and it started to downpour, and I hit one of the painted lines coming onto the banking. Around it went. As far as the fuel goes, the fuel alarm came on halfway down pit entry. I radioed. I tried to make the corner. I couldn't slow down enough. I would have made the pit entry. And then they said short shift didn't usually. We can go a full lap. I was running about 3,500, 4,000 RPM. All of a sudden, it just quit out going into the chicane. So I just dodged the chicane real fast, and it was dying. So I shut it off and climbed out of the car while it was rolling. So I'd run alongside. And kept pushing, and I don't know what it is, Alan. That thing does not want to push. Finally, I got to where it stopped, and then I'm behind it, and I pushed, and I just made it to the corner of the wall here. I told the guys they're pushing, but I guess half of them didn't hear it. I'm pretty whooped right now. Trying to push that thing in wet shoes is just...
Well, you're a fit man, and luckily it didn't happen as you went past the pits. It happened as you were coming into them as well.
I know. It's crazy. It was running out of gas the whole time. Normally, we just know now we can't wait till our light comes on. We just got to come in when the fuel use says half a gallon left. we're not going to chance it anymore.
Well, you revised the fuel system. That's a lesson you learned, and it hasn't cost you anything. So I think from now on, you're going to be fine.
I don't think it costs us that much because the yellowness is coming out. I don't know.
Hey, what about the spin, by the way? I mean, you said you got onto the white line, because that's notoriously slippery, the paint, isn't it?
What there is there's some yellow lines down below that you kind of go through, and then there's a white line at the top. What I did is I got a little twitchy coming off the corner, so I let the wheel out, and I went up high to the wall, and I hit one of the white lines that are up there, and it just came out instantly. And once you're aquaplaning, you're pretty much a potted plant, you know? It's just along for the ride.
Well, you've been had a lucky stint then, basically. Isn't that really what motor racing's all about? Sometimes you're the bug and sometimes you're the windscreen, and this time you were the windscreen.
Oh, speaking of the windscreen, the windshield wiper isn't working anymore. It loses its juice, so we got to shut it off intermittently. It sticks down, so only when I'm in traffic do I run it. Otherwise, I just deal with it. Close one eye, you know?
Well, considering this is the first race of the year, in fact, I mean, there's a few little minor snags, but the car sounds great, and it looks great too. So, I mean, there's no reason why it shouldn't be there at the end.
The infield section a moment ago. Looks as though it's drying out just a little more. Alan DeCadney, you were talking to Kelly Collins down there at pit road, that how tough it is with the painted lines on the racetrack. It looks like things are starting to dry out now.
It's starting to dry out, but don't forget the track is still wet. And I remember when I was a kid and I did my first wet weather race, they all told me, keep off the white lines, because where that thick white paint goes down over the tarmac, there is no grip. So if you're hung in a corner there in a turn and you've got a centrifugal force on the outside tires, you don't want that to take place on a white line because you don't get any grip. So that's exactly what Kelly found out. And hey, he had a stroke of good luck, and let's face it, you certainly need that in motor racing. You have a spin, you can clout the wall or chew up the grass or whatever. So, in fact, it all worked out very well for him. He won't be going over any white lines again, I can tell you.
Well, Alan, it's interesting because we're looking right now in the camera. There's a new yellow line that actually leads down into turn one. Very thick line that you have to cross over. And that would actually, believe it or not, because you're hard under braking there, that would actually be enough of a segment there to actually maybe get a little bit of lockup and lose a bit of traction as you enter turn one. Or Kelly was coming back out onto the banking and got up onto that white line. So certainly a big factor here on this racetrack.
Upset the car, and as we showed on the replay, Double actually did a great job, I think, to keep the car off the wall.
Well, like I said, you know, when you're in those cars and you're spinning and you see the wall on the right and grass on the left, all you care about is the grass on the left.
I would comment on that.
Get to some safe territory and get the thing stopped as quickly as you can. Safety car still out on mission difficulty here at Daytona, and if we're having some technical problems, we apologize for that. We're working to get that squared away. We understand that we are back and you're able to see us and hear us, and that's wonderful news. We watched the 16 with James Weaver up onto the speedway, and he is the race leader. And we are getting ready to resume green flag racing here in just a short bit. We understand the green is reappearing, so the safety car is in and we're back going once again. And Hurley Haywood's at the wheel of the 38 car, the champion Porsche Lola, as we watch the leader Weaver down the back straightaway. Green has reappeared, safety car is in, and we're back under competitive conditions here at Daytona, working toward hour number 5 of action this afternoon.
Behind him, that right now piloted by Eric Van de Poel, so it's his first stint in the car.
Drop the green flag here at 1 o'clock Eastern time.
Yeah, James Weaver did lose the lead a little bit in his first stint, but he got it back up to the lead. But remember, the Ferrari came up to the lead, and there are some very well-matched cars here. This is Hurley Haywood. Of course, he is in this very unique car. It is a Porsche-powered Lola, and this is one of the cars we expect to be there at the end. No question about it.
First time out in Rolex competition for this machine, but Hurley Haywood's got a tremendous amount of experience here. In fact, 5 career victories in the Rolex 24. We're going to take a look back at one of his great runs.
The Porsche 91710 was truly one of the most remarkable cars that Porsche ever put together. Out the back there's a 5.4-litre flat 12 air-cooled engine, turbocharged, giving anything up to 1,200 horsepower. Hurley Haywood drove one of these cars in 1973, and I think Hurley definitely separated the men from the boys, didn't it?
It certainly did, Alan. When I was driving this car, I was 24 years old. Fear was not part of my vocabulary. And I felt no problems driving it. But when I drive it today, I really feel a great amount of respect for this car. It was difficult to drive back then, and it was difficult to drive today.
Would you say this is a good practice for you for the actual 24-hour race to be out in this machine?
Well, no, probably not good practice for the 24-hour machine. This only ran in the short races and the Can-Am races. When we get ready to run this race, this is a really a race that's very disciplined. And our cars now that we drive are very sophisticated in comparison to this car. If you took this car and put it on the racetrack and you put a car that we drive today, the cars that we drive today would be much faster than this car. This car has got a lot of aerodynamic drag to it, and that's really one of the reasons why they had to have the terrific horsepower. Today, the cars are very slippery aerodynamically. We have all of our downforce created from underneath the car. The motors are very sophisticated, so it's a whole different ballgame.
Thoughts of Hurley Haywood reflecting on one of his earlier rides here. 5 career wins, and he could be in line for a 6th here this week.
Well, let me say this. I went to the drivers' meeting this morning, and he was one of only 2 drivers that was introduced to the entire cast of characters. There's the font there. You see those 5 wins. The last one coming in 1991, but boy, in the 70s, Hurley was pretty much unstoppable. Bob Wallach, of course, racing with us today. Andy Wallace and Butch Leitzinger both racing with us today. And this car that the champion team is running, this Porsche-powered Lola, is a car that really has been built especially to run in this 24-hour race. It's not really well suited to much else but Daytona. They've done something like 15 or 20 days of testing here at Daytona. The car is very durable, very strong. It should be in contention for the overall win, no question about it.
Showing 3 laps down to the race leader right now, James Weaver in the 16 car, but as the night wears on, that advantage may start to accrue to the 38 car, and with Haywood, the 5 career wins, nobody knows this place better than Hurley Haywood. You were talking about drivers being introduced to the drivers meeting besides Hurley. Who else was there?
Well, of course, Jackie Stewart is the Grand Marshal of this event, so they introduced Jackie Stewart, and I will say that Mark Rapoff, who's the race director, did thank the Earnhardts for coming. So it was Hurley Haywood and the Earnhardts. Even if it stops raining, it'll take quite a bit of time for this racetrack to dry out. There's no question about it.
We're going to take you through the field and show you the different category leaders at this point in the Rolex 24. Leading the GTS category, one of the 2 factory Corvettes, the 2-car. Ron Fellow started the car. Chris Neifel. Frank Freon is now driving the number 2, and he's doing a nice job. That car is 6th overall right now, about 6 laps behind. And the class leader in Prototype 2, the 89, Bruno St. Jacques, is driving that car. They are 10th overall. That is a great run for that team.
Yeah, well, the next closest car sits 14th overall, and they are 3 laps down from this car. So right now, this car with a 3-lap lead, and that's where you want to be. Of course, a long way to go yet, but certainly they've had a fairly uneventful run up to this stage.
Very strong since the green came out several hours ago. This is the Porsche House team. It's a Nissan-powered Lola, and leading Prototype 2. And right there, one of the GT cars, that is the 2-car, the car that's currently leading in GTS. So good battle on the racetrack. They are not on the same lap at this point, but running together up onto the banking.
One of the drivers that was involved in the Cadillac program last year, we did have an email a little bit earlier from Mark Bellows from California asking, could you explain the whereabouts of the Cadillac program? Remember, those 2 Cadillacs debuted here a year ago at the Rolex 24, and they went on to Le Mans, and they had a difficult season, one of the 911s there, getting going after a quick spin. And the Cadillacs did have a difficult season, and that program does continue, and they are regrouping. They're redesigning the existing cars for another run at Le Mans this year, and then they will be doing a totally new car for next year. But they decided to focus on Le Mans, not come to Daytona and take the focus off the program to go to and try and win at Le Mans.
Very important program for General Motors, and obviously the cars were not up to pace last year, so they did need to do some reworking of them. We take a look at one of the GT entries too, the 09 car, one of the American GT cars in the field. And we're told that the 09 is leading in AGT right now. The 44 had been out in front earlier, but it is the 09 that has the advantage right now, minus the front bodywork on that car. The 09, they've been very strong competitors, that team has, throughout much of the year last year in Grand Am competition. That's Craig Conway and Doug Goad and Rick McGarry and Eric Messley, the the X1R team machine, the Camaro there. Another spin in the infield, and everybody on the brakes to get out of the way of that incident. We take a look at the 78 car that's been in some trouble down there. Everybody gets by safely, no contact made. And we are back underway. No caution in that part of it. We saw this action coming down the super stretch to the infield. One of the Chamberlain Vipers spinning at the second turn, and then there was some pit stop activity. James Weaver bringing the 16 car in. Andy Wallace and James Weaver swapping seats. Weaver back into the car as Wallace climbs out, helping him with the seat belts there. The 16 is your race leader right now. Big drama on the racetrack. Kelly Collins had a fuel starvation problem with the number 3 Corvette. The car stopped on the course. You could see Collins trying to push it. The crew finally coming to his aid at the top of pit road. They get the car down on pit road. Driver change there. Kelly Pilgrim getting into the race car. And it has been raining for the last more than an hour here at Daytona right now. The track conditions still rather wet as we work on racing action. And one car has spun. The Team Seattle Porsche, the 66, has just gotten around in the infield, and we're on board in that machine. Driver getting the car refired, ready to come back up onto the racetrack. Hopefully, if he can get it back in gear. There they are on the grassy portion down in the infield there, and they will come back. We can see the headlights of the car down at the second loop just before you come back up onto the bank part of the racetrack. You can see some rain continuing to fall there in the infield lights as well. As we watch the 66, the driver bringing that car back up onto the racetrack. We told you a few moments ago that the car running third in the event, the Dyson number 20, was having some radio problems, some difficulty in contact. The tire shredded on the 66. Let's find out more. Alan DeCadene with the team manager.
Yes, I've got Pat Smith here. He's the crew chief for the Dyson Riley and Scott number 20. Pat, so you've lost radio contact with them. It's quite serious.
Yeah, the 20 car has no communication, but we were able to get Nick's attention. So now he knows that we don't have communication, so he'll be looking over here. And I have the girls keeping track of the laps. We know how many laps we can go on fuel, so it really shouldn't be a problem unless he gets stuck somewhere.
And you're running a pit board out the back anyway.
Oh, we're not.
You're not running a pit board?
Nobody runs pit boards anymore, do they?
Well, if their radio communications go down, they might have a backup. I don't know.
No, it shouldn't be a problem. We should be all right. It's just the rain got into the radio system somehow. 16 cars away.
But you're not really worried about it either way?
Not at all.
You've obviously got a great combination here with both these cars. I mean, this is a great way to go for you guys. They're first and third. I mean, it's all looking pretty good.
Yeah, it's good. That last caution, Nick got a lap back that Rob lost when he spun earlier. So we're in good shape. I mean, we've won this race in 6 laps down.
Et cetera, et cetera. So running a pit board is just a very good way to have that backup, just that extra little bit of safety. And I think that it's one of those situations where if the driver just misses that pit board and you run out of fuel, then you're really done.
Watching Hurley Haywood steer the 38 car for the champion Porsche team through the dogleg, through the chicane back there. 4th overall, 3 laps down to the leaders, though, right now. And, of course, reliability is the card that they're trying to play as they work by one of the BMW GT category machines up onto the banking. Hurley with 5 career wins. It's been 10 years, though, as we showed you a few moments ago, since Hurley Haywood has been to victory lane here at Daytona. It would be quite a story. He won in the 70s and again in the 90s, and if he could score a win here in the new millennium, that would be quite an
where the teams can put extra crew members to operate a pit board, and that is the champion board, I believe, that one that is all lit up there on the right. I believe you can see the 38 flashing there. Oh, that's on the that's painted on their little enclosure there. Yeah. I'm looking at the board.
So obviously some people still do run pit boards.
Absolutely.
To the contrary.
Absolutely.
George Robinson's 74 car coming onto pit road. The visor up on the driver's helmet. Let's find out more from Alan DeCadene.
Yes, they've had a sort of serious problem with the judge. I say serious, they're putting the airbox back on. Jack Baldwin sitting in the car. As you can probably see, it's all going back together. It's pretty wet and messy in the back there. I would suspect, we were talking about water getting into the works. That's probably what's happened here. So water's crept into the electrics, possibly caused a misfire. The trouble, most people do all their testing in the dry, and it takes a good old downpour like we've had here to give you some wet weather running. And of course, if it's during the race and you find out for the first time that the lump in the back of your car doesn't like getting wet, starts to cough and splutter, hey, you just have to bring it into the pits and dry it out. But I think they're going to, oh no, actually, they're going to push it away. They're going to push it behind the wall. So whatever this car's got, and I'll try and find out in a minute what it has got, they certainly can't cure it in the pits.
see the crewman there inside the cockpit with Jack Baldwin, reaching up under the dash where the wiring would be to try to see if he can effect a repair quickly. But the 74 team will push their Riley and Scott machine behind pit wall, try to get that car refired pretty much in the dark. You're relying on your headlights, and quite a contrast there for these drivers.
Well, I think that is a big part of it, because when you come off the banking and you dive down into the infield road course portion of this racetrack, it does get quite a bit darker, and your eyes have to constantly adjust. And in the old days, before the lighting, which old days being a couple of years ago, you didn't have to do that. You know, your eyes would get adjusted down to that lower level of light. It was a more consistent level of light. And I think now it's probably, and I haven't done it, but it's probably a little bit more difficult now in a way.
As we watch the traffic work that infield road course, the 0, the Porsche GT1. Let's find out more about things on pit road with Guy Hobbs.
We're just down in the 89, the Sports Racer 2 class leader. Greg Bootman's just brought the car in. It looks like you had a bit of a wobble coming down pit lane for a second there, and now you're telling me you couldn't see anything out of it.
Yeah, well, the pit is trying to radio to tell you to do certain things, reset the computer, undo your belts, you have to try and undo the radio, and you've only got 2 hands, so I let go of the steering wheel for a split second, and of course it came over, but I just did a double stint in the rain, so it's very tiring, it's very slick, but a lot of fun. I mean, it's just great. The P1 cars, when they come by you, the Ferrari especially, because it's so special to have a Ferrari out on the track, your whole world just rocks, your vision goes blind, you can't see anything, and then hopefully it gets far enough ahead of you before the braking you can see again. You know,
all right, well, even with that pit stop, you've retained the lead. Robert Julian's in the car now, and they've just made some adjustments to the lighting, and we're going to go round out to Alan de Cabernet, who's right now with the 74 car.
Yes, in fact, I just had a little discussion with this gentleman you can see, I hope, the Judd engineer. What happened is that they knew something was going wrong with that Judd engine, and they were trying to signal to Jack Baldwin, waving frantically to try and get him in the pits, because their radio communications had gone dodgy as well. And I asked him what the matter is. Now, he's downloaded all the telemetry for that engine, and they're trying to work out what the matter is. The strange thing, it's quite complicated, the engine management system. At the moment, they don't know why that engine is misfiring. So we were right about that. It is misfiring. My thoughts are, as we said earlier, it's probably got a load of water into the works there, which it doesn't like. So it's just spitting and coughing. But if maybe Jack Baldwin had come in earlier, maybe that wouldn't have been the problem. We don't know yet, but as soon as I find out, I'll keep you posted. Meanwhile, the car has been pushed to behind the wall, as we said, and they're working on it. They'll probably change all the management system, the whole darn lot, try and get it back into the race, because otherwise, apart from the engine, it's quite healthy.
Team very strong at the head of the class here at the Rolex 24.
To the longest night in endurance racing.
Can you feel it coming in the air tonight? Oh, Lord.
It will be 11 hours before the first streaks of dawn will appear. 11 hours in a strange world of artificial light.
And I've been waiting for this moment for all my life.
It's a crazy, disorienting funhouse of light, creating an artificial day just when your body is telling you to sleep. Those who are at their best at night will plot to steal the race, starting now.
Now is the time, if you're going to plot to steal the race, it's the time to start thinking in those terms, because night has descended here at Daytona International Speedway. Still pretty early, 20 after 6 Eastern time, but it is dark. It has been dark really for a couple of hours because we've had rain in the area, we've had a cloudy day, and now all the lights are on, and it is a night race.
And I'll tell you, night at Daytona seems to just go on forever. I mean, you know, we are in the winter months here, and it is at least 12 hours. And I see the safety car out on the racetrack, and I don't know what that is for. I see our scoring monitor showing a full course yellow. There is the safety car, so there's something going on out on the racetrack, but we just can't see it at this moment.
Indeed, full course caution for the 5th time part of the racetrack. It is down going into one of the corners. And there you see one of the prototype machines. Driver is okay getting out, but the bodywork shredded. He has wrecked hard indeed.
Yeah, that is a big accident. Driver is okay, as you say, Rick. And that is on the apron coming out of NASCAR Turn 4 just before the pit in. So that is a very fast part of the racetrack.
Wow.
And we don't see any other cars. We see certainly no shortage of debris.
Look at that. The debris just is all the way down the entrance there. Now, years ago here at Daytona, we see a piece of bodywork apparently laying on the racetrack, or perhaps a piece of tire at the front part of the short chute there, right when you would be coming off the banking at the entrance to pit road. That whole paved section was put in years ago. There were some violent Winston Cup wrecks in that area. It was put there for safety reasons. Car number 6, one of the Lola Nissans in Prototype 2. Travis Duder was driving that machine at the time. And Travis out of the car. He is okay. One of the track workers over to talk to him and walk him over to the ambulance. But there's not a lot left of that car.
Well, I'm really curious about this. You don't know, because we haven't seen any other damaged cars. There's no other cars there. I don't think he got to the inside wall, which would make you ask, did he get to the outside wall? Did he contact the outside wall and then slide inside? So there's a lot of pieces to this puzzle missing right now, no question about it.
You can see what appear to be skid marks coming across the asphalt there, so my guess is that he had hit further up the racetrack and came sliding down through at that point. Good news that Travis Duder is okay, but the car certainly will be done for the evening, and just a violent wreck. The car badly torn up, as you see there. Wow. Wild pile up. We'll try to find out more about what happened to the 6th car. Jeff Buckman and Travis Duder, the teammates in that car, when we come back. And Travis was up and out of it quickly. And Jeremy, you had talked earlier in the broadcast about how safe these cars are. They're very stoutly built machines. Whatever the contact was, Travis unbuckled, climbed right out of that car without any problem.
Yeah, I mean, the bodywork from the rear of the car was completely missing. Of course, at the front, it was a little heaved up, and the left rear corner was completely gone. I think, Alan, do you have a little bit of insight into this incident?
Yes, just a little bit, because the 68 car pitted. There was quite a big old dent in the front right-hand side of the car, and the driver said that he was just trundling along, minding his own business, and somebody hit him and spun him out. Now, he doesn't quite know who or what it was, but it did happen kind of up there in that vicinity prior to entering the pit. So I've got the feeling that the 6th car may have got out of shape and clouted him, and or tried to pass him and clouted him, or something like that. But the driver, God bless him, wasn't able to tell us precisely what had happened.
The 68, one of the GT cars, the Kevin Buckler, Dr. Steve Earle, and Jim McCallion machine on pit road we saw just a moment ago. The driver, Travis Duder, that we talked about in that Prototype 2 machine, climbed out okay. He was a multiple SCCA national.
Hello, my name is Shane Lewis, and I'm the lead driver for the Aspen Knolls Pillbeam America Racing entry in the SRP 2 class in this year's 24-hour of Daytona. Now, what's different about this car from the SRP class, from the upper class, as it were, is that this lightweight chassis that was built in England has a V6 engine with about 385 horsepower. Now, that horsepower might not sound like a lot, but the chassis only weighs 1,600 pounds, which is about half of what a normal passenger car would weigh. So, like its big brother in the SRP class, which has about double the horsepower, we're a lot lighter weight. And to be honest with you, this car probably costs about half the money to run that it costs an SRP car. And I think you have just as much fun driving it. We've got a very good shot at winning this race. This car's got great history. It won the European Championship last year. So we're really looking forward to this event in this great chassis.
We more or less got it right. You think that other Lola was coming into the pits and clipped you, is that right?
Yeah, we came through the bus stop, and I stayed low, and he got up on the high side and went by me, and just as he went by me, about halfway through, he started coming down the hill, and I guess he thought he'd cleared me, and he just barely tapped my right front, and we were full bore in 6th gear. And we both did 360s. He did a 360 in front of me and then got air underneath him, and I actually went under his car when it was in the air and locked him up and kept it off the wall. But his thing, it just looked like it blew up.
But well, it could have been a whole lot worse than. I mean, he actually managed to get the whole thing, bring it to a halt and climb out of it. But if you guys had collided when he went over the top of you, that could have been disastrous.
Right, because when I looked up, I saw his helmet looking at me, so that's not very good.
No, but luckily you're both okay. You've got a big old flat on your tire there. Well, I guess you've got steering derangement then at the front.
No, it's all right. Just 360 at 160 or 65 miles an hour will do that to the tires. We'll just put some new ones on and keep going.
Well, that's what it's all about. Keep going. Hey, thank you, Steve.
Thanks.
Folding new tires on the 68. Steve Earle and his team expecting to come back into competition. Let's check out things in the Corvette camp. The Ron Fellows #2 machine. They just spun that car on cold tires, evidently. They're back up on the racetrack, up on the banking. We'll show it to you one more time as the 2 car comes up on the racetrack. Frank Freon is your driver in that machine right now. Let's take a look here. Just a moment ago after the pit stop, and there's Frank looping the car.
And that is, of course,
indeed on the wet track.
Well, they will have come in. They will have been pointed by the pace car, and of course they're trying to catch up. And before they go green, they want to hustle to catch up again. So they will have stopped, put on fresh tires, which are cold, and now the job is to go out and hustle. And that's where you end up with a quick spin there, which looked fairly harmless, but nevertheless, it's something you certainly want to
next straight away here, trying to speed up and catch the field. The safety car should be headed in next time around. We should be ready for a restart here at Daytona in the Rolex 24. And we're told that some of the teams are going back to dry weather tires now, as the safety car is going to go in next time by.
And I'll tell you what, from this onboard on this Corvette, you can still see in some areas it looks quite greasy, and I think that, you know, it is a calculated risk, and I understand it might have been the 27, the Crawford car, that is gone on to dry tires. So we're going to keep an eye on those guys. This is the Corvette. Now, the Corvette has caught this car. You cannot pass this car because we're still under a full course yellow. Now they're catching the back end of the field as they come into the tri-oval here. So mission accomplished. They've caught the back end of the field. There is the number 20 Dyson car. And that looks like EFR getting in. He throws. That's a seat insert there. So he takes that insert out. That's Nicholas Johnson's seat insert. They take that out. Now, why are they waiting until the end of this yellow to pit? Because they probably got pointed by the pace car. What the pace car will do is, in a big accident like that, as soon as they know they want to go yellow, they will send the pace car out. The first car they pick up is the first car they pick up. Doesn't matter who it is. Eventually, once everything's under control, they'll point everyone else by until they get to the leader. This car was probably in that group of cars. They've gone all the way around the back, joined the back of the field, essentially made up most of a lap, and now they pit at the end of the full course caution, and they go out and they've made up the better part of a lap.
The 20 car started fifth. Elliot Forbes Robinson took the first shift. He's back in the race car, and they're moving out to catch the field now and get ready for a restart next time by. Being shown third, being shown one lap down to the leaders as we get ready to go racing here at Daytona.
And a bit of an unusual situation here at Daytona. When they come off of these full course yellows, they do it right here, not at the start-finish line, but coming out of the infield road course out onto the banking. And those are the 2 leaders there, the Dyson, the number 16 car, and the Ferrari.
So we're back under green flag conditions. Safety car has gone in, and there you are. The Dyson 16 machine still out in front. James Weaver's still there. The Ferrari in second spot.
I think it's actually Butch Lightfinger in there, Rick.
Back in the car.
I think so. I just saw the black helmet. So Butch hasn't been in the car a whole bunch yet. Mostly it has been Andy Wallace and James Weaver. Yes, that is definitely Butch Lightfinger's helmet. So this could be an interesting fight. I haven't seen a good look at the Ferrari yet. Not sure who's in that car right now. It was Eric Van der Poel before this full course yellow.
And the 16 stretching the advantage now as they come out of the banking toward the tri-oval here to put another lap on the board. The red Ferrari right there in second spot, the Racing machine.
And I talked to James Weaver today. He said the Goodyear tires in the wet, his words are mega, which means he likes them. And so maybe these guys feel like they have a real good tire in this wet weather Goodyear tire. Certainly, Weaver was leading the race in the wet without a big problem and actually pulling away from the Ferrari. So it'll be interesting to see how these 2 sort it out.
We're told it is still Eric Van der Poel driving the Ferrari, so he will try to track down now Butch Leisinger, who's your leader. They go through slower traffic in the infield as Van der Poel right up on the back of the 16 car as they battle the
braking zone into turn 1. Van der Poel right up on Butch Leisinger.
Leisinger able to hold him off, though, in the 16 car. That car has dominated here so far. The 12 has led some laps as well, but the 16 team has certainly been the dominant machine here in the early couple of hours. Van der Vanderpool to the inside now as we see Leitzinger a little bit to the outside. Slower traffic in front of him there. And the 16 wiggling again. That's the second lap in a row, Jeremy. I've seen him wiggle in that part of the race.
It's very slick. This whole infield portion is very, very slick, and especially those two hairpins. The kink is actually pretty good in terms of grip. And remember what I said earlier. The faster these cars go, look at this. The faster these cars go, the more aerodynamic downforce they make and the better they stick. So the most compromised these cars ever are on these slow infield sections like right here. This is a very slow corner, probably a minimum speed of about 45 or 50 miles an hour for these cars, and they don't like going that slow.
Yeah, they're not made to run at that pace, certainly. Now back up onto the banking where it's fairly dry. These cars, these lead cars, we're told, are still on wet weather tires. The track is drying out. That's very hard on those tires, isn't it?
Well, right now, I think there's enough moisture on the track that these guys are doing okay. There are still some wet sections, and I think right now you can still see some misty spray coming off the back of those cars. So I think right now they're in reasonable shape. And as we understood it, the number 27 car, the Crawford Judd-powered car, went on to slick tires. And right now those guys are running lap times about 15 seconds a lap slower than these leaders. So that, at this point, probably not the right way to go.
Stay low when they hit the banks.
And you can see the Ferrari runs around the high side. So even if those Porsches are dueling, and you can run 3 wide on the banking, but you need to leave a lane open for the quicker cars to go around the outside. There's Eric Vanderpool there with his signature hat. He lives in San Diego. Very, very experienced in both sports cars and open-wheel cars. He has driven Formula One cars. Endurance racing, and we've had a couple of emails about this. Endurance racing used to be about the car just surviving 24 hours of competition, or say 500 miles like Indianapolis. I mean, that was the reason for these events, was for these manufacturers to prove the durability of their vehicles. The bottom line is, you know, these cars are purpose-built racing cars, and they're designed to do this. And the way endurance racing has evolved in the last 10 years or so is that they have become pretty much outright sprint races, where you run the car as hard as you can, and if it breaks, and you fix it. But the bottom line is that you take a group of 10 cars, and they all run them as hard as they can. 1 or 2 of them are going to make it.
Yeah.
And it's the car that is the best prepared and the most reliable, but you can't really give up much in the way of speed. These guys are running pretty much as hard as they can.
Vanderpool certainly doing the job in the 12 car right now, just going by Leitzinger to take that lead, and he is stretching it out now, about 1.3 seconds the advantage at the moment as he works up onto the banking. He'll go by the Team Amick American GT Corvette, Lyndon Amick and his brother David, leading quite a team of stars in that.
Well, looking there, that was all okay. Now I think they've found out where the problem is and where they've got to go to work on this car. In the meantime, they're cleaning the windshield. Remember, not too many people allowed over the wall. They're carefully counting before anyone else comes over and joins. And here it is, old reliable, the big hammer, bashing on that wheel arch, trying to get that problem solved. Must have had some kind of contact out on the track. The interesting thing, again, you can see here that they are running the Yokohama tires, but they're staying on the wet weather tires, not changing tires. Or the driver is going to send him back out. And this car should be back up on its way again in a few minutes. Unless they are going to decide to work on that door as well. But it seems like a team discussion is going on. We'll try and get more for you on the 57 GT Porsche in the Porsche GT.
Machine still in competition as we're just about to the 1/4 mark. Here's Vanderpool down the backstretch, diving inside a couple of his fellow prototype mates to get by them, and a spin for the 40 car on the backside of the racetrack on the infield portion as well. That's the Renato Bicciotto machine, the Porsches in GT.
Well done.
He'll get it pointed in the right direction. I'm glad I passed the first test of the night.
That was good. You just sailed right through that.
You learn that in professional announcer school. One of the things you have to be able to do.
They should do a school just for Daytona with the 300 drivers from all over the world.
I wouldn't want to take a written test. I can promise you that.
Well, this car now sitting on a lead of, I believe, a little over 2 seconds, 2.8 seconds. So Butch Leitzinger not falling back by much, and that can really ebb and flow with the traffic. You know, you run into one car and you lose a second or two, and then, you know, the guy you're racing runs into a car and you lose a second or two, and that's just the way it goes. And that is the nature of Daytona, no question about it. And so, you know, of course, politics always come into play on these things, and manufacturers will, you know, they will pursue certain events that are more important to them. Audi put a big effort on the Le Mans 24-hour race last year, and they went and won that race. Of course, the Orca team won here overall with the Vipers. That's the number 26 of Chris Hall there in one of the prototype 2 cars. That is NASCAR Turn 4. So this may, in fact, bring out a full course yellow. We don't know. They may just haul him in. So, you know, some of the cars are here, some of the cars are not here. Chrysler is working on a new program for Le Mans. Looks like this car may be coming into the pit lane. Yes, it is. There's Eric Van der Poel, our leader, coming into pit lane.
Van der Poel brings that car down onto pit road. We'll see what kind of service they're going to require there over the wall to put some fuel in that machine. Looks like they're going to leave the tires. They're checking tire wear, I would believe, there at the back.
Well, the ideal situation here for the driver is that the wet weather tires will easily go a couple of stints. So, and the major advantage to leaving them on is that they stay warm. You don't have to get them back up to temperature because they do run quite hot, the wet weather tires. So that is a real advantage for Van der Poel. He'll come in, put fuel in the car, go back out, have fairly warm tires on that car, and get back up to speed very quickly.
The steam rising through the vents on the front fenders of the car.
Well, some of that steam, some of that is smoke because the brakes run very, very hot. You can see a little bit of wheel spin there from Van der Poel. Very experienced in these Ferraris, Eric Van der Poel is. So a nice smooth pit stop, no driver change, no tire changes, just fuel, and the race leader back out onto the racetrack.
He's given up the lead for the moment, at least, to the 16 with Butch Leitzinger, but the pit stop causing that. It'll be interesting to see how quickly Van der Poel can catch back up to Butch and try to get the lead back here in the Rolex 24 at Daytona. Rolex 24 at Daytona, live on Speed Vision. We're with you flag to flag this year for the first time ever. Part of our Endurance Racing Grand Slam. I'm Rick Benjamin with Jeremy Dale, Guy Hobbs, and Alan DeKen there on pit road. Your leader once again is the 16 Butch Leitzinger for Rob Dyson's team. Got by Eric Van der Poel when Van der Poel had to bring the 12 onto pit road just a short time ago for some fuel and a quick check of the tires as these teams continue to run wet weather tires at this point, even though the rain for all intents and purposes has slackened greatly, if not stopped around the racetrack. The wet weather tires remain the choice for most of the lead teams. There is Van der Poel in the Ferrari right now being shown 55 seconds behind in second, but he had been leading until that pit stop. The battle between Ford and Ferrari, a common theme here at Daytona through many years of racing. The history goes all the way back to the 60s. Sam Posey explains.
Dan Gurney's Ford was on the pole, one of 6 Mark IIs which would challenge rival Ferrari, which had brought 2 brand new T4s and a reworked T3 to contest the 24-hour race. Another major player was Jim Hall's Chaparral team, which had brought a brand new high-wing 2F. It started from the outside of the front row in the hands of 1961 World Driving Champion Phil Hill. Hill pulled away to an early lead, leaving the Ferrari and Ford teams in his wake. But soon Hill was in the pits, describing how the car had hit loose gravel, slammed into the wall, and broken the suspension. The Fords began dropping out too, as an improperly forged transmission shaft would eventually give out in every one of the 6 entries. By midnight, the Ferraris were running 1, 2, 3. And over 12 hours later, that's the way they finished, with Chris Amon and Lorenzo Bandini taking the win. 1998 saw another Ferrari win as Gianpiero Moretti's Ferrari 333 ST was able to fend off the challenges of both Rob Dyson's Riley and Scott machines to take a dominating win. It was a wildly popular victory. Many of the teams came out into pit lane to salute the nearly 58-year-old Moretti, who had finally achieved his lifelong dream of winning the Rolex 24-hour at Daytona. Joined by co-drivers Mauro Baldi, Didier Pace, and Arie Luyendyk, along with many other members of the team in victory lane afterwards, Moretti would announce his retirement. It was his final appearance at the Rolex and the last time a Ferrari has visited victory lane at Daytona.
couple of years have elapsed since that win by the Momo team, but it could happen again here. Essentially the same car in the hands of the Risi squad. They've been very strong.
And you know what? It was a wildly popular victory for Giampiero Moretti. And it was really great to see it. The team was fantastic. The car was well prepared. This is Jack Baldwin not going very quickly, and I'm not sure why. We'll see if we can figure that out. This car actually, this car is now back out on the racetrack. Yeah. Of course, they were behind the wall, so he's getting back up to speed. So they've hopefully solved their problems. But yeah, that team, that win by Moretti, just a fantastic win. Of course, Didier Taze was on that team, and he is one of the connections to the Risi car running this weekend.
The 74 car, the 74 hunting range machine, had been behind the wall for, my guess is, a couple of hours almost, fixing problems with that Judd motor back there. They thought perhaps water had gotten into the electrics. Alan DeCadney, what was the final ruling on what had happened to that machine?
That's exactly what it was. We had a good call there. They had to take out the whole of the engine management system and replace it. And it didn't necessarily work as well as it should do the first time, that they fiddled around with it and they got it going. It took them a lot longer than they thought. They brought the car around here. It was still on wet weather tires from its previous outing. I'm not sure why, but they jacked it up and put slicks on it and then sent it out. And I felt the slicks. They were stone cold and hard as nails. So I think he'd be having a bit of a struggle out there.
Can get you now. The 16 car, the lead car, comes in. This car is on wet weather tires. The question is, will they go to slicks? It looks like, yes, they pulled out the slicks. So the Dyson team has made the decision to go to the slick tires. Butch Leitzinger will stay in that car. And those are sticker tires. They're not scrubbed tires, so they're brand new right out of the mold. And this is when those tires will be the most difficult going down pit lane, and that first lap out of the pit lane will be very, very difficult for Butch Leitzinger.
You can see how much moisture still is on pit lane, and as you were talking earlier, you want to run this race full out like a sprint event all the way, which will have to be patient here, getting up onto the racetrack at speed.
And that's why Rob Dyson hires a guy like Butch Leitzinger, because he should get that job done.
Very smooth indeed as he comes up through the gearbox on pit road on those slick tires. As we had documented, most of the leaders staying with the rain tires. This is the first of the lead cars to come in and put slicks back on. And one of the American GT machines, Hens Hauser's Olds Cutlass, the 96, he's found the guardrail over in the infield, going off the course and down through the grass and finding the Armco. We'll show it to you one more time. This is coming into the Rodriguez hairpin, and the car just turns to the left there and goes right into the wall.
Yeah, he just gets it a little cockeyed in the braking zone and slides along the guardrail for a few feet and then just gets into the tires. So they ought to be able to pull that out. This is the Scott Schubach car, the number 4 car, the Lola. And then we've got another car off the racetrack.
Another spinner.
Well, there you go. That is Butch Leitzinger on the slick tires. So that says a lot right there.
He's gone out on slick.
The slick tires causing Butch to have problems. We were speculating as to whether that was the right choice or not. We'll show it to you once again. Here is Leitzinger in the infield. Just gets away from him.
And these cars, they have so much power, so much torque. It just, all you have to do, especially on cold tires with a slick racetrack, is touch the throttle. Very, very tricky. And you can see Butch, he just touches the throttle and around it goes and doesn't really even have much time to get any steering correction into the car.
Hard on the brakes to try to keep the car from hitting anything. He was successful in that. Looks like the 3 car, and Dale Earnhardt Jr. is climbing in for his first stint behind the wheel. So it's nighttime, but it's dried out a little bit, and this may work out very fine for this team. This may be exactly what they wanted for Dale Jr.'s first tour in the car.
Well, he did say that track conditions would improve by the time he got out on the racetrack. So
been watching the Weather Channel.
Been watching the Weather Channel. So yeah, this is a good opportunity for him, and I'm sure that they will put slick tires on the car, because if they don't, unless it starts raining again, they'll be back in 10 or 12 laps to put slicks on it. And Alan, I think you're there. You can update us.
Yeah, they have actually put slicks on this car. They took those steaming wets off it, and he's got fresh slicks on there. He's brewed it up, and off he goes. Actually, you're quite right, you see. His first baptism of fire won't take place in the heavy rain. He takes it easy, warms those cold old cars up for a lap or two, then he'll be fine.
You're on board with Dale Earnhardt Jr. down pit road here at Daytona. And he was talking to the crew, letting them know how the car was performing when he came in to hand the car over to Dale Jr. for the first time tonight. Earnhardt Jr. to the end of the pit exit. backside of turn 1.
And I guarantee you he's going to take it pretty easy here. And that's fine. And you can see the flashing lights up here are the safety crews hauling that AGT car out of the tire wall right there. And it'll probably take Junior about, there he goes.
Oh, he goes around. There he goes. So Dale will stop the car.
No, I think he stalled it now. I think he stalled it. But these cars will refire quite easily. They're designed to do that. So he does get a bit of a baptism by fire, but so far, no harm, no foul. And like I said, he needs to just tiptoe through this infield road course section, and then he'll get up on the banking, he'll build some tire temperature, and things will get a lot more comfortable.
Take one more look at it. Dale Earnhardt Jr. just climbing into that race car, and there it is. Back end goes around as he comes through the hairpin.
And I'll tell you this, Rick, you know, Dale Earnhardt Jr. should not feel bad about this, because 2 laps ago we saw one of the best guys in the sports car racing business, Butch Leitzinger, spin on cold tires, on the slicks, on the wet racetrack, and you know, that is not surprising.
Let's go downstairs, down to the catback.
Yeah, I'm down here. Actually, I can see Andy Pilgrim. He's just having a word with his team crew. Andy, have you got a minute to talk to us? The conditions on the wet weather tires weren't too bad then.
No, the wet weather tire was still okay. We've now got basically a slick track. There's just 2 or 3 places that are a little bit damp. Coming back onto the NASCAR where it puddles up. That's it. Basically, you need to be on slicks. I was keeping up with the guys on the slicks with the rain, but they wanted to get Dale in and, you know, just get him in the car.
Well, he just had a very minor spin, which can happen to anybody, of course. I'm saying he's just had a minor spin, which can happen to anybody, because with those cold old slicks on, as long as he puddles down and gets them warm, he should be okay.
As long as he stays on line. I think all he was doing was going around the outside of the first horseshoe there, and it's still wet. It just caught him out.
But the car sounds great. I mean, it's purring along just as you wanted it to, isn't it?
So far, so good. No problems at all.
Good. Thank you.
But that team suffering some additional problems. We're told that Dale Earnhardt Jr. has perhaps gone around a second time. Let's take a look and show it to you one more time. There he is again, this time a right-hand turn. Make that a left-hand turn and going around completely, and just getting out of the way, some traffic going by. Much closer call for him there. We'll show it to you from another angle.
Yeah, well, and you can see that those tires, the racetrack is dry enough that as he spins the car, there's smoke coming off those tires. So that says a lot about the state of the racetrack right now. And let's go down to Dave Burns, who has joined our coverage. Dave.
Thanks, Jeremy. The number 20 is in now. The 16 Dyson car just went out on slicks, and now the 20 will do the same thing. No driver change, and just fueling the car and putting slick tires on at this point. The rain's coming off, steaming from the water on the track, but they've decided, I just talked to Pat Smith, they decided that dries are the answer right now, and he'll skate back out of here.
EFR stays in the seat of the 20, throws the visor down and slowly comes up to speed in that car. Now he's seen his teammate Butch Leitzinger loop a car on slicks in this situation. He saw Dale Earnhardt Jr. do it just a moment ago. So you know Elliott will take his time.
Well, let's watch Elliott Forbes Robinson leave the pit lane here, because that's what he's doing. He's heading up to that Rodriguez hairpin, which is where Earnhardt spun, which is where Leitzinger spun. So EFR could score some bonus points here if he can keep it pointed in the right direction.
Rolex 24-hour race here at Daytona. The number 12, BC Ferrari's just made a pit stop. They pulled off the wet weather tires and they put on slicks. However, unlike the other cars fitting slicks, these slicks have already been bedded in practice. So they've got a definite advantage. When you fit a brand new slick, it's super slippery, as we've already seen with Dale Earnhardt Jr. and others suffering. I would expect this Ferrari to warm these cars up pretty quickly because they're already bedded.
Racing we would call scuffs going on that car.
Yeah, scuffs or scrubs, and these guys pitted very quickly, because once Butch Leitzinger got up to speed, he was catching his Ferrari. There you go.
Oh boy. Van der Poel scoots to the outside, backs the car off the corner, He'll get it pointed in the right direction quickly. Didn't even stall it. Almost gets clipped, though, as he comes around. Some of the GT cars trying to get by the 12, and they do successfully.
And he didn't even make it to the exit of the corner. Wow. He spun it before he even got into the corner. But Leitzinger was catching him at about 11 seconds a lap. This is the number 38 champion, Lola Porsche, now.
Driver change. You can see the slicks going on. Let's find out more. Dave Burns downstairs.
Yeah, Rick, Hurley Haywood is going to step out now, and Sasha Maassen is going to get in running fourth. They decide to pull it in, put the slick tires on, and otherwise routine. A lot of cleaning going on, of course. Mirrors, headlamps, everything to try to give drivers the best visibility that they can get around here. Maassen now getting belted in. Haywood had a perfect stop. He hit his marks perfectly, had the belts already undone. He also had his driver's suit undone, so must be plenty warm out there right now.
Maassen notching up the belts. He'll drop the visor and go here momentarily.
Sasha Maassen, of course, is one of the young European drivers that ran last year in one of Dick Barber's 911 Porsches. Very, very quick, very young, you know, quite brave. No question about that. So, and this is his, I believe, maybe his first stint in the car. So it'll be interesting to see what kind of lap times he does. Right now, they are shown a few laps down. 4 laps down to the leaders, but this car continues to soldier around.
Maassen getting his shot behind the wheel here, and a team that's got a lot of veteran skill. He would be the young gun in this group.
No question. Of course, Bob Wallach, you know, Hurley Haywood and Bob Wallach and Dorsey Schrader collectively probably, what, 120 years of racing experience?
Maassen certainly the newcomer among that group, but he'll be very quick in that car, I'm sure, and we'll see just how quick he can be when he gets up to speed here. And just some of the highlights of activity during hour 6. Trouble with a 74 Honey Ranch machine. Jack Baldwin had to take the car behind the wall. Trouble with the electrics in that Judd motor. They're back on the racetrack. Driver change for the leader in Prototype 2. Bruno St. Jacques taking over, and he has continued to keep that car out in front as we hit nightfall and the lights are on. Hard Rack, the number 6 car in Prototype 2. The driver, Travis Duder, flipped that car, got it airborne. He's okay. You see him climbing out after contact with one of the GT machines. Troubles for both of the Corvettes, both drivers in the 2 and the 3 spending time spinning off the racetrack as we've had wet and dry conditions. Speaking of trouble, tires shredded on the 57 car in GT. Eric Vanderpoel was the star of that hour. He had the 12 car, the Ricci Ferrari, out in front for much of it. They now sit second as we are seeing the racetrack dry out just a bit here at Daytona. Most of the leaders have gone back to slick tires.
He's able to deal with it. A lot of other drivers probably would have said, you know what, I'm going to pit. I'm going to either give the car up or I'm going to change the windscreen back to my windscreen or whatever. But, you know, he toughs it out for that third stint. And right now they are, I think they're probably where they expected to be, which is right now in the top 4, you know, a few laps down. And, you know, either of these Dyson cars or this Ferrari hits any trouble, they are right there.
The leader is the 16 machine. It's been Butch Leitzinger's to drive the last several stints and the last several laps, and Leitzinger doing a great job keeping that car out in front, working by the 31, one of the top contenders in GT, 13th overall for the Mike Fitzgerald Randy Pobst machine. In fact, the 31 you saw there, they still are the GT leaders at this point as we watch the 16 working by Kenny Buff's American GT car, the 11, flashing by on the inside of another car, working through the horseshoe. Part of the road course. Leaders have put more than 700 miles on the board here at Daytona. 186 laps for the lead car, the 16 machine right now. In the overnight hours here at Daytona.
And you guys kicked the show off, and obviously a lot of developments have unfolded since, Sam, not the least of which is nightfall here and rain. That package, interesting.
Well, we're just a quarter of the way through the race right now, Greg, and of course we've got the whole night, which is almost 12 hours looming up ahead of us, this partially artificially lit situation, which is absolutely beautiful sitting here in the booth. I've got to tell you, I've never seen anything like it. The magic of the silver light off Lake Lloyd and the lights on the Ferraris, you see it making its way around. Look at the iridescence of the green. I mean, it's intoxicating, frankly, to be here right now at Daytona.
And a terrific race between these 2 lead cars, the Ferrari and the Dyson 16 car. We had a big change just a few moments ago when they all went back to slick tires, and we saw them all spinning down on the infield there. Absolutely as slick as, well, very slick indeed on the infield. Very slick. And of course it takes them getting up on the banking before they can get some heat in those tires. So a very fascinating race between the Ferrari and the Dyson. Ryan and Scott here with their phalanx of top drivers in both cars.
I think we're seeing something developing here, and it's basically Eric Van der Poel is on an absolute mission, because the Ferrari team, I think, they made a little strategy error. They waited too long to make the change to slick. Leitzinger, after he stopped, once he got it warmed up and after his little spin, started closing on them at an immense pace. And so by the time they got in, made the change, Van der Poel back out. He had a quick spin. He continued. But right now, Butch Leitzinger is closing, continues to close on that Ferrari. And if he catches him, that's going to put them another lap down. And that's not one you could make up by getting in and out of the pit strategy. I mean, that'll put him 2 laps down officially.
No, you're absolutely right. This is very exciting stuff. And you say, well, gee whiz, with 3/4 of the race still to go, how much does it really matter? It does matter, because the rain appears to be past us. I look at the weather report. It's going to clear steadily from now on. The ground is going to be harder to make up. I was taught in art school that it's the edges that matter, and the edges of when it dries and gets wet again, that's when things happen big, and that's behind us now. And I think you wouldn't want to be in second place.
Speed Vision's coverage of the Rolex 24 entry.
Daytona, and when you think of Daytona, sure, you think of Earnhardt's, but you also think of Petty's, and there is Kyle Petty with Calvin Fish, who's back. Calvin?
Kyle, when you took on this deal, if you'd known it had been raining, darkness, would you want to be here?
I'm going to be honest and say no. When I went to San Francisco and talked to Leo Hendry about doing this, he's out there in the car right now riding around, and it was raining out there. That should have been a sign for me. If it was raining in San Francisco, it's going to rain here too.
I'm sure you've learned a lot. Are you going to be able to take any of this and put it to your road racing tracks in the Cup car?
You know, I would like to think so, especially the wet weather stuff. You know, Roger Hawley, who's the crew chief here and who runs everything, he asked me out there when I was riding earlier, he said, do you think we ought to switch to wet weather tires? I said, Roger, I'm going to be honest, ask somebody on pit road. I've never been in the rain before, so hopefully, you know, Winston Cups they've talked about it a lot, and if they ever go to it, maybe Dale Earnhardt Jr. and those guys will have a leg up on some people.
Yeah, it's great to see you out there, and we look forward to seeing you back in the car.
Thank you, sir. Having a great time.
He is, of course, an awesome musician. Indeed. By the way, they are running 24th overall, 8th in class, and with a lot of time left to go, the pace that they're working on could be a very effective one here. The problem is you got a lot of bulletproof Porsche GT3Rs that are running out there as well, but pretty good drivers, including a gentleman who is fairly well associated in the past with Ferrari, Gianluigi Pittoni.
Yes, indeed.
One of the drivers.
You know, at the outset of the show, we had the Porsche track map. You think about it, this really is the Porsche track. There's so many 911s that have distinguished themselves around here, starting with the Peter Gregg days and working all the way through the 80s and so forth with variations of the 911.
There's 3 of them right there.
Yeah, exactly. They're just made for this.
Also, the scary thing about these 24-hour races, if this was a 50-lap race, we'd be on about lap 10 at the moment. So we've got a long way to go in this baby yet, and of course, it's those long hauls where the Porsches generally seem to just do so well.
One of our SRP2 entries is off. A little bit outside of the pavement there, running a little bit wide.
Not where it is supposed to be.
That's the Team Sweden entry of Stanley Dickens. And they've run wide. He's actually shut it down, so looks like there may be something a little bit more involved here than just simply running off track.
Whole car for the race.
Yeah.
Their race has not gone as well as it might have done. These guys won a race in South Africa with this car just a couple of months ago. The car came straight here from South Africa, so they were hoping for a repeat of that success, but it doesn't look like they're going to be as successul here.
Up front, there's your leader, number 16, Butch Leitzinger, and the Dyson Racing are O'Reilly and Scott Ford. Speaking about that SRP2 class, I mean, last year there were 2, 3, 4 cars that came out, a couple of races, a couple other cars would come out, but it's a class that has really taken hold here. A lot of entries here, a lot of professed entry for the remainder of the season, so good opportunity there. And we saw Shane Lewis a little bit earlier in the show give a little bit of a tour of one of these cars, and he said for about half the bang of the buck, you get just about as much fun as driving one of these major SRP class cars.
Box issue, and the team are trying to get the officials to tow the car back so they can effect some repairs. They're not going to go out on the field and try and fix it, so pretty major problem on the transmission, and that could be the weak link on that loader. I spoke to Nick Jordan, who's behind the scenes there with the loader organization, and he said with the gearbox that everyone's running has very thin gears. It's not really been proven over a number of hours, so they were concerned about it going into this 24 hours.
And yeah, fabulous race and very, very fast car and good drivers. I mean, my teammates were also very good. So it was a very nice experience, of course. Yeah, it was an incredible machine. You know, we had ground effect on those cars, so it was very fast, very high corner speeds, and we had also lots of horsepower. You know, I think we had almost 900 or something in the Mercedes in the qualification. But also in the race, it was running very strong, especially in the night. I drove the same engine 91 in the new car, but the difference that was a completely different car. But also by that time we had carbon brakes on it, and the weight was I think over a ton, over 1,000 kilos. Still, with all that weight, we were able to brake very late with it and handle it, you know, like almost like a Formula car. It was really, really good.
Holding, David. Butch Leitzinger has already helped Andy Wallace strap in. Wallace tells me he will go for a double stint. I asked him if there were any characteristics of the 16 that the drivers have been talking about that either have him curious or have him questioning. And he said no, about the only thing is that layer of stuff between the tires and the pavement in some cases, and that's mud. And nobody can track in that.
Well, look at how slippery it is, David, in the pits there. Of course, Stanley Dickenstroe for Mercedes in the golden age there when they were just coming back into racing. They did such a beautiful job. Unfortunately, the ground effect the last couple of years has been an aero effect. Yeah. We well know they've had some real problems. We hope to see them back very soon.
And it's the only one to sort of escape. And it's here this weekend and was in a race yesterday afternoon for historic car.
Ferrari's in, Cal. And Eric Vanderpool, who's done a tremendous job out there, is handing it over to Ralph Kennels. There's a bit of a problem on the front end. The team are going to work here. I'm not sure what the concern is. I think they may be cleaning out the radiator ducts, possibly. They're going to work on both sides of the car. The front nose came off. And yes, there's some kind of grill they're pulling out, trying to get airflow. They're also changing the steering wheel, it looked like. Something going on inside the cockpit as well. Cleaned out the grills. They're comfortable with that. They're putting a headrest in behind Ralph. A little different in stature between the drivers. Nose is being clipped back on, but this is a real battle out there right now with the Ferrari and the Riley and Scott of Dyson. Should be a classic 24-hour.
Boy, amazing how quick they get that whole thing switched and changed.
Yeah, but I hope that the spin, you were just mentioning it, Greg, that happened early in that stint with Vanderpool, when he was off on the grass, that they didn't get grass in the radiator and they haven't been overheating this whole time. Now, it's pretty cool out there. The ambient is cool. It's in the low 50s now.
I think it was just a little bit of bad luck. I mean, everybody else that spun, including Leitzinger, they spun on the pavement, kept it going, and drove off. When he pulled on, he had to go through the grass, and that may have been the problem. He's out. We're going to take a break. An immense distance here in this event. How far? Well, to give you a little idea, we're going to show you a map of the United States. And if we were behind the wheel of Butch Leitzinger's machine, when you think about going the distance, we could have gone now from Daytona to New Orleans, over 716 miles in just a tick over 7 hours. That's pretty amazing stuff here. That's a tremendous pace that we're running here.
And just thinking about being in New Orleans, that car has come to a stop, and the driver is demanding Cajun food.
That's exactly what it is. Let's go down to Dave.
Elliot Forbes Robinson has stepped out already. Rob Dyson has hopped in. He told me he's only going to do a single stint. He'll leave the doubles to those young guys, but I think EFR might be in that category too. They put the little windscreen on there for Rob, the special one fitted just for him. And now they're discussing real quick. They're taking a quick word there while EFR helps Rob get strapped into the 20 car here. They're running third overall. Gave up that position to come down here on pit road. Pit stop now, just over 40 seconds. Fuel is in. Tires are on. Again, slicks. The only wet portion of the racetrack is here on pit road as Dyson now tenderly takes the 20 back on the track.
Well, one of our emails was a question about the 20 when it came down pit road. The questioner says, you can see Pappas removing his belts coming down pit road. Considering the safety concerns, isn't there some type of rule that he should stop before unhooking? Go Earnhardt. Well, the fact is they always do, in fact, undo their belts to make it easier for the next guy.
Down here, Eric, it looked like an amazing stint you had there, a triple and a great battle with the Dyson car out there. Did you have some fun?
Yeah, it was nice. We had a lot of different conditions. We had rain, medium, rain tires on dry and slicks on rain. It was quite difficult, but that's okay. We did stay on the track, and I'm happy. It's okay. For the moment, we lost a little bit, but it's okay.
When you pitted, they had to take the nose off and go to the radiator grills. Did the engine overheat at all?
Yes, we had one stop too much because we cover a little bit too much the front. Then we had to come back, and at the end, with all the dust and everything, we changed the front just to get the radiator completely clean. No, but basically the car is perfect. Everything works perfectly for the moment.
Last year, you really struggled in a straight line with the Ferrari. They've given you a little bigger restrictor, and you're running low downforce trim, and you seem to have the edge on the straightaways this year.
Yeah, it's good to pass everybody in a straight sometimes. Of course, in the infield, we are not competitive at the Dyson, but as I could see at the end of my stint, I was pulling away a little bit. It means we are quite competitive.
They're now going to full slicks all the way around track. It's completely dry, of course. Kelly should be able to really stomp on the gas now, try and make up some ground. They've lost a couple of laps over the number 2 car, so they've got some ground to make up in this, and I see a crack in the windshield, which is not that abnormal on these endurance races. When you get to about the halfway point, they really start to take some abuse, and the fuel is in, tires are changed, and once again that driver change taking a little bit longer. We talked about how the Corvette is getting the fuel in much more efficiently. Kelly stalls it momentarily, wheel spins out of his pit.
Notice the way he hangs the steering wheel up there in the upper right of the cockpit while the driver change is going on. That's something kind of a neat touch.
Well, it makes it obviously easier for the drivers to get in and out, but also with all the cabling that's attached to those steering wheels with the radio buttons and all that, get it up and out of the way so they're not hooking it on their feet, because that'll kill you.
Look at that eerie effect. The lights almost looking like a dome out over.
You could also see how gloomy that windshield is at this stage. In another 1,000 miles, that windscreen is going to be really pitted and most unpleasant to look through, especially if it's rain again later on.
Look at that. It looks like a video game, doesn't it?
Oh, the effect here, as you described it earlier with the lighting, on the way it's working. And one thing that it's kind of tough to really pick up on, but over by the chicane area, a lot of smoke from campfires getting up into the lights as well. It
settles down to Calvin.
Okay, we're in the Corvette pit. Little Lee has just jumped out. Baptism of fire, slick tires, nighttime, cool and wet. What's that combination like?
Well, when I went out there, the car it was a little slick. I spun out a couple times trying to get going, but the track's dried up a lot, and it's really gotten quick. It's down to the 150 degrees, and not like we were in practice. So maybe we can get buckled down here and catch up.
Seems like you're really starting to get in a rhythm there. Were you trying to stay in for another stint? What were the team saying to you?
I asked them if I could do a double, but they said later on, man, save your strength. So I'm ready when they are.
Those early laps must have been unbelievable. I mean, it's like being on ice when you're out there on slicks in a wet track.
Yeah, I have zero experience in the wet. I've never driven on it, so I was just out there learning. But the track drives pretty quick, and I got pretty comfortable and fell into a good rhythm, I feel like.
All right, nice job out there.
Thanks a lot.
Well, they're running 9th overall, 4th in
Clintonville, Florida says, is Guy Hobbs any relationship to David Hobbs? Does anyone answer that? Yes.
Care to expand on that just a little bit?
I found him wandering around one night, so we adopted him. Yes, he is a Hobbs.
You can tell that the minute you spend a little time with him. I would submit as well. Ooh, look at how close that was right there. One of those SRP2 cars getting very close to the number 56 machine. That was the car that had the quick moment down there. Back and underway, obviously got away with it. No damage to the car, and it continues on. But that was actually down in the entrance to turn 1. And, of course, if you get in there just a little bit too hot, you tend to get away from him. I mean, you're coming from the fastest section of track down into that tight left-hander, and it snuck away from him, back and underway. And it certainly had some pretty immense moments. Let's go back and take a look at what happened for that car. The saga of Habatha Racing. Right here, watch him as he ducks down the inside. This is, of course, during the Rolex 24 last year. Coming up onto the banking here, they had a pretty good weekend. Obviously, made the podium, celebrating very heavily indeed.
Finished 8th overall.
Had a great race. Performance. However, then they moved on to Le Mans. Things not so good. If you were with us for our live flag-to-flag coverage for that, they had that windshield problem, kicked it out. You'd think, okay, just have to get around the last few laps, should be okay. It didn't quite go like that. Right there The hood came up, and I'll never get those dramatic moments from last year, Sam, when the driver's head, he came out the side of the car and had to drive that right there the entire last lap.
And lost the class lead.
Lost the class lead?
Right at the last minute. But he did drive the fastest lap ever driven by a guy whose hood was up and whose head was out of the driver's door. A new world record.
He could get the apexes just right in the left-handers, but those right-handers were tough.
Shows you just never give up, do you?
Some great memories, and that looks like the Ferrari.
Yeah, the team, the Japanese team, 4 Japanese gentlemen driving this Ferrari under the banner of yellow.
Oh, he's just trying to restart. Looks like one of the vets. Oh, one of the vets is in, Calvin.
Yes, they are. Ron Fellows at the wheel. And as we recall, we had a slicks on the front, intermediates on the rear that seemed to work quite well. I believe they're still leading in class. They're on the full slicks right now. Ron is staying in for a double, possibly a triple. Once you're in a rhythm out there, particularly at night, it pays to try and keep the guys in the car and then give them a good rest when they finally get out. So this is a very strong driver lineup. They got Neifel, O'Connell, Frank Freon, and they're doing a little repair on the back body, the deck there. Actually, it's one of the Nagger ducts. They're actually taping up. That may be for cooling to an oil cooler. I'm not sure what's back there in the rear bodywork. Typically, you have oil coolers. I do not believe it's brake ducting back there. Ron Fellows is back on course.
Well, temperature is definitely dropping here as we get deeper into the evening, and it's going to be interesting. Obviously, they need to get some heat to some of these components. When we come back, maybe one of the topics we could touch on is how those GTS, the GT1 Porsches running in GTS with those turbos might come on here. Black flag on this one, Calvin. Do you have any idea what may happen?
Well, I think what happened, Greg, if you recall, Eric Vanderpool had that spin. They took the front nose off to clear out the radiator grills, and I think they may not have tightened up the connector there to the headlights of the main part of the chassis. So that's what they believe the problem is. It's not really a concern with the officials bringing them in. It's impossible for a driver to get through that infield at speed with no headlights. So Ralph has radioed in. He's going to need to bring it in. They're going to look at the connector. Hopefully it will be a quick fix on the Ferrari.
Well, Calvin, don't you agree? The main threat really is not so much that he can't see, that Ralph can't see where he's going. It's that the other cars can't see him coming up on him.
Oh, absolutely. As you know, driving around here, Sam, traffic is a major problem, and the slower cars really rely on the flash of the headlights to see them coming. You're so, in your own zone, concentrating on the racetrack in these conditions, and you're not going to be looking for a car without headlights to slide down the inside.
Here he comes now.
He's making his move in. Exactly.
This will probably cost fully a lap. It's hard to get these noses off that quickly.
Calvin, we know you're there. Go ahead.
Okay, Ralph brings it to a stop, gets the drink bottle. They're going to top him up with fuel. And actually, on the inside, it looks like they've got him working, okay? So there was a connector there. They've tightened it up. The headlights are back on. Full strength. They're just getting the last few drops of fuel in. And Ralph is back underway.
It's conceivable he didn't even know or wasn't sure how to turn those lights on. That's not impossible. He could turn on awfully easily.
The mechanic just raced in and turned them on.
Yeah. Well, I've made mistakes like that, I'm embarrassed to say. We have Pete Lyons with us, one of the greatest writers, I think, in all of the history of the last 20 or 30
Huge development. This is the Zero Weizsäck machine. And as Scott Maxwell was behind the wheel, a transmission problem. And my thought was that as this car, if you think back to 95 and that Kramer Porsche that was supposed to be really a non-factor in that one, Jeremy Dale even said during the night that car with that turbo, when it got real cold, was producing awesome power. They weren't that far behind Ron Fellows in that number 2 Corvette. And as we got deep into the evening here and it cooled off, that number 2 car could have become a real factor. That obviously is going to be a lot more problematic for them at this time. Come back to the Rolex 24 here at Daytona. That is the number 54 V8 BMW that was running second in GT and stopped. And a long one. Problems with the right front. Calvin, any idea what's happening?
Well, I think what the team is telling me, they're not wanting to say much, but I believe actually there may have been some major mix-up here. The mechanic went to put the right front on, and it seems like the actual wheel center was incorrectly machined, and a lot of these teams run brand new wheels and tires, obviously tires, but brand new wheels for these cars at the 24-hour, and for some reason the wheel nut would not tighten up on the new wheel, so there's a major mix-up while the team had to scramble to the back of the pit box, grab another wheel and tire, bring it up over the wall. They were looking at the brakes initially. They okayed the brakes. They're a brand new pad and rode it from Performance Friction, which they're very happy with. Stuckey jumped out, as far as said, behind the wheel right now.
We're getting a report of a big plume of smoke coming down into the pit area, watching that number 54 BMW, and he's just about to run up and into that. be able to see some of the smoke unfold here. There it is. It's going to be interesting to see just exactly what happened. But
that's the number 38 car. Went right in behind the wall. Sasha Maassen obviously bringing it in. That's where the smoke came from.
Oh, wow.
That's the engine I just said 2 minutes ago. Yeah, reliable power train out there, right?
Yeah, I think Guy Hobbs is right now
dissociating himself from
trying desperately to.
Well, that's an amazing development now, of course, and the number 24 Marcos is in, the car that was so quick, running second in GTS. Driver change here. I believe that's Corusser who's stepping out. So they are indeed doing a driver's change. This car, except for that little piece of bodywork that had come loose at the back of the car, has been running like clockwork, Dave.
Now, Colin tells me he's going to do a double stint, and they've been very, very happy with this car. Of course, Colin is very familiar with it, knows how it runs after winning the championship in Europe last year with this particular car. And as they try to chase down the vets, he's very confident in the way that it's been working so far. I talked with their crew chief as well, Alan Mugglestone, and he says everything is going fine so far. It was a very guarded, optimistic comment.
Well, we were about to hear from Pete Lyons when, in fact, Pete himself pointed out that sudden burst of smoke. One thing I'm sure you've learned over the many, many years you've covered this sport is that the unexpected it seems like it's just around the corner all the time.
It's such a feature of these long-distance races, isn't it? It's like a war, a battle, but you can't stop because the importance of what you're doing.
You want us to follow?
Wasn't there a time, David, when your team had to rebuild the car in the middle of the night?
30 years ago this weekend, Pete, we had to sticker the whole thing up when Mark got involved with a back marker on the banking and did a lot of damage to it, and we used about 1,000 yards of duct tape. We still came third, but it certainly spoiled our day. But yeah, you never know on these long races.
Well, the work continues as they look at the back of the number 38 champion Porsche. Problems developing for some of the people considered front runners here with some potential. We'll be right back.
Kept Sasha in the car. He's in radio communication. They've got flashlights. They're trying to determine where the problem lies, whether it's on the external or whether it's internal with the engine. They've got mechanics pouring all over this. Once you pull it behind the wall, you can put as many mechanics on the task as you have on the team, literally, and they're just working feverishly to try and determine exactly what's wrong. They went to have him fire it up a moment ago and then said, don't try it right now, but we'll give you an update shortly.
Awful lot of confidence in this team coming in. I mean, as Jeremy Dale had alluded to a few times, they had tested at Moroso. Then they came right here, went through practice, qualifying the race, never changed the engine, never changed the gearbox, felt that that was going to be able to get them all the way through. And fortunately, obviously, some huge concern and an awful lot of smoke. I mean, it absolutely filled up the east banking over there.
Yes, of course, it was the engine, but I don't think he was sitting in there if the engine had gone, because he'd know that.
Well, one cliche that bears repeating at this point is you just don't give up in this race. So you lose enormous amounts of time and have the race come back to you, and I'm sure that's on their mind.
Seen that happen a number of times in the past. Somebody's been able to come back when another car has problems. And David, you were talking about this a little bit. You've had your share of long nights here. One in particular, I think, something 1968, a problem for you.
I've had 2 or 3 very, very long nights here. And of course, the worst thing about those long nights is when you're asleep in your motorhome. And oh my goodness me, look at that chap in the background there.
A youngster.
A veritable youngster. This GT4 is my first drive with Gulf Wire team, and we were humming along pretty well. We led for quite a long time. Our teammates spun the car and broke their gearbox. We took over the lead in the day. Then, of course, in the night, we came in and we had a major problem with the car. Just didn't seem to worry me too much at the time. Then, as the morning progressed, this is 69 now. This is the next year. Same thing again. We were dicing out with the 908 Porsches, and again we had a problem. Then 71, Mark Donoghue and I were on the pole with the 6th car, the Sunoco Ferrari, and it was absolutely the class of the field, the best Ferrari probably ever made. And then in the night, again I was woken up. Mark Donoghue standing in the door, and I said, "What the heck are you doing here?" And he said, "Oh, well, I just got involved in the back marker. I had spun in the banking." We put about 10,000 yards of duct tape on it and still came third. So that's the point. You just never, ever give up.
And those were Pete Lyons photographs.
Those were Pete Lyons photographs.
Well,
thank you. Take a look at this stat here, folks. These are drivers who, of course, are also associated with Speed Vision, and you can take a look. A lot of success by some of them, and always good efforts by all of them.
I see wins all the way down to that bottom line, and then I see third. What about that?
I knew that was coming. I knew that was coming. Let's head down to Calvin Fish. He's with Sasha Moss.
Sasha, we saw smoke pouring out of the left bank of the turbo. What is the problem? Are you out for the day?
I really hope not, but it looks like, because I had to go, the car in front of me spun, and I had to go down in revs, and the car afterwards didn't pull anymore. So I said I will come back into the pit, and just before pit entrance, something blew up in the rear, and well, it doesn't look good at all, I must say.
I know Dorsey mentioned in practice over the course of the week that you lost some top speed during one of the practice sessions. You thought you'd fixed it. They found some other issues this morning before the race start. Were you concerned about the engine going into this very long race?
We had the top speed missing in the race as well. We didn't have any top speed. And it was getting worse a little bit. But I was not concerned. We would still run. But, well, just now at the end it didn't pull at all. So maybe that was the reason. The problem got worse, and now that's it.
Current leaderboard overall. We'll be right back. 7th hour. We want to take you back if you're just joining us and let you know what unfolded in that 7th hour. There was a lot of activity going on. One of the cars, the Chamberlain Viper, had experienced quite a bit of problems even before this, but a huge problem with the tires. Butch Leitzinger brought the lead machine in. They decided to go to slicks. They felt it was ready. It was, except for a couple of spots on the track. Butch found one. Quick spin, no harm, no foul. He continued. Then the number 3 vet. Out goes Kelly Collins. In goes Little E. Dale Jr., guess what? Couple of spins on his outlap. But he was able to very quickly get to the pace. After the number 16 car was reeling in the number 12 Ferrari, Eric Vanderpool decided he better put slicks on. He too lubed it, but when he went back on track, he got into the grass. He later had to pit because of some problems with overheating, but the racing between these two was absolutely fast and furious afterward as Leitzinger tried to put that car down a lap, couldn't quite get it done, and then another gearbox failure for the Lista Crawford Judd.
And he said no, about the only thing is
the
that
number 16 car. Now Andy Wallace behind the wheel, and Andy has been clocking off some brilliant laps here and has done a nice job. The GT leader, number 31, the White Lightning Porsche, is down in the pits, and Dave Burns looks like they're busy.
Greg, I just spoke with crew chief Walter Gerber, and you're right about that. This is the first time, though, that they're going to run a double stint. Lucas Luer stays in the car for the very first time today. Walter said that this is to keep the drivers fresh, and that was especially true for Mike Fitzgerald, who ran the entire time during the rain. And Mike told me the only thing was malfunctioning, the wiper. It was flapping in the wind on the pit exit there.
Just what we were talking about.
Who's that?
Look at that.
He gave it a pretty solid whack, too.
He did give it a pretty solid whack. That, I tell you, that pit exit here is unbelievably tight now and slippery.
Now look at the nightmare as he tries to find his way back out.
It's one of the racers,
wondering if he's damaged the car. This is a terrible moment, of course, for a driver. And now he comes on right up next to his teammate.
Well, especially when you're the race leader. Let's watch it from this angle.
He locks him up. You realized he had a little brain fade, don't you think, David?
Yep.
Realized as it tightens up there, and it does, just at that point, he went for the brakes, locked him up, and just understeered right into the thing.
And, of course, one of the problems is that he's been out there racing on the track, which is probably now totally dry, especially on the line. And pit lane and the pit exit is still very wet.
So there's a definite sheen on the track where he was in it.
But he may not have damaged the car.
The only concern with these Porsche GT3s, and I've noticed this the past couple of years, the radiator right down in front of that wheel. And if you fold it up any bodywork and is cutting down the airflow into that radiator,
well, this is when you just hate it as a driver, because now he's watching the gauges. He knows that, obviously, and he's trying to keep the pace up. He's got his other team car right there, and he's sick at heart because he knows he's made a mistake, and he's trying to think, if the thing does overheat, what on earth can I say? What excuse can I
say ran into me?
You know, and he knows it's all his fault. It's just no other way. Hale here saying, hey guys, I noticed a driver named Bucknam in one of the cars. Is he perchance related to the late Ronnie Bucknam, Honda's first Formula One driver? Well, you bet he is. It's Jeff Honda, Jeff Bucknam, and we have a special here that gives you a feeling for his dad, Ronnie Bucknam, who I drove with several times many, many years ago. A fine man. And we are coming up right now. The trajectory of Ronnie Bucknam's career soared suddenly when he went from SCCA racer to Honda's driver in Formula One overnight. That was in 1964, and in a sense, all the achievements of his next decade in the sport would seem, in a sense, anticlimactic, thus casting a shadow over a distinguished career. After 2 years and 11 Grand Prix for Honda, Ronnie found himself part of Ford's All-Star Le Mans team in 1966. Driving a gold GT40, he mixed it with the leaders in the early going and went on to finish a strong third as the Ford juggernaut swept the first 3 spots. I had the privilege of having Ronnie as a co-driver during the years he drove Ferraris for Luigi Canetti's North American racing team. We finished 4th at Le Mans in a rain-soaked race in 1970, and Ronnie paired with Tony Adamowicz to take 2nd at Daytona.
Great career he had, obviously, and of course your association with him, Sam, very special.
2 cars on this team. Walter Gerber is overseeing the Popes Luer Fitzgerald team, and also Christian Menzel running. Walter, what has Lucas said on the radio since his incident leaving pit lane?
Well, he just brushed the wall a little bit down there, but everything stayed okay. The car's handling good, water and oil temperature staying good, so the car's handling good right now.
This is Lucas' second 24 hours. I mean, do you think it had anything to do with the fact that he came in on tires that had been out there for a long time and went out on colds? This was only his first double stint of the night.
Yeah, that is his first double stint. He was in for quite a long yellow before. But yeah, the pit lane is probably still very wet and the track is dry, so maybe just misjudges a little bit.
But you're not worried at all about his talent, are you?
No, not at all.
Lucas Luer is a hard charger. He's been through the Porsche Carrera Cup, and he's definitely a Porsche driver for the future.
Well, going right for a check on brakes, I would suspect, Sam. They like what they're doing with tires, apparently, Dave. They put that right front right back on.
Yes, they did, Greg. They are adding oil, which is not uncommon, of course. They are putting it in right on the right-hand side, and Andy is going to stay in the car at this point. So they are still fueling the car at this point and also cleaning it off, but everything else looks routine. So, like you say, Greg, they took a quick look, liked what they saw, and sent the leader back out.
Coming up in just a moment, the Greg Kramer feature. I'm dying to see it.
So is Greg Kramer.
Yeah, I think we all are.
Postpone that for just a moment as we look at the number 20 machine.
Let's go back down to Dave Burns. Dave?
Yeah, Greg, Max Pappas is getting in now as Rob Dyson hops out after his single stint. And they will put Max in. He might consider Max one of those young guys to take a double stint. And they will stay with slicks, obviously. The track very dry now. There hasn't been a drop of rain since I've been out here at the start of the 7th hour, and Max is gone.
Young enough, certainly, and incredibly fit. Max Pappas absolutely lives for his physical regimen to stay trim, of course, driving in the kart championship as well. And he never can forget what he did a few years ago in that Ferrari in that last hour. Just some unbelievable racing.
Greg, your moment has come around at last now. The Greg Kramer feature is teed up and ready to go, and brace your feet because here it comes.
Who is that?
Who is that on the left? Uh-oh.
Oh, my goodness me.
Very rough and tough looking.
Oh, and slow-mo. Slow-mo.
Getting it right on the second time. got that blue flag out there, decides not to show it. Hey, you have to know when to pull it, man. Part of valor.
That's right. You are awesome. It's not just throwing the blue, it's knowing when not to do it, and that's my story, and I'm sticking with it.
I know on a serious note how much working the course with the course workers means to you, and how much they mean, of course, to the race.
That's very true, and I do enjoy that immensely. There is your 4th place overall machine, 3rd in the SRP category, Calvin.
Well, they've been having a great run today, Greg, and it's actually Rick Sutherland behind the wheel now. I believe they have some cooling props. They took the tail off. They really tried to run some water through the radiator system. They're done over on the left side right now. But this team is down to 3 drivers. The owner of the car, Scott Schubert, the #1 driver on the team, has come down with flu over the last 48 hours. He doesn't think he's going to be making it. So these 3 guys are really working hard to try and keep this car towards the front. And this car, with this engine in there, is really overweight when you get to these endurance races. What they do, they put a double battery on there, toolkit, double ECU spark boxes, and I spoke to Phil Creighton, and he said this car's about 100 pounds overweight, which certainly handicaps the performance, and if they get stranded out on course, they'll be in good shape.
That's part of that preparation, isn't it? I mean, obviously, you've got to think in terms of a long-distance race of other things that can unfold other than just pace and problems that might unfold out on the track, so you can be able to at least get back into the pits and let a very competent crew from Phil Creighton be able to take care of things. So good forethought, I think, maybe unfolding right there as well. So
exactly. By the way, that Greg Kramer feature was not the request of an email. We'll be right back.
Daytona, and it is Daytona, and that means Dale Earnhardt, who may have said, it's the youngsters' time to go out and run around at night. He cannot stay out of that car. Dale Earnhardt will be getting behind the wheel of the #3 Corvette at its next pit stop. He is ready. He is anxious. You saw him give a thumbs up. He wants to get on board and give it.
Sort of softened this year by all the light around the track, because it used to be very, very dark here all the way around.
What does it feel like when you're ready to get in the car? You haven't been in it for a while, and it's dark.
Nervous.
Well, if the car,
you feel nervous.
If the car's going well, it just makes such a big difference. I mean, obviously their car is going very, very well, and it makes a heck of a difference to your disposition as you get in the car.
But you know, one thing is, like, he's sharing a lot of camaraderie right now, but in just a few minutes he'll be in that car and he'll be absolutely alone for the next 2 hours.
And it's not as though this is something he hasn't done. I mean, they've undergone a very thorough testing regimen. He's familiar with this car. He may not be familiar with it in a wet condition, but they've tested this car a lot.
Oh, sure, but this is the race. This is where all the marbles. I mean, this is different, and he's responding. The only thing is, he's in his late 40s. Those old rods and cones in the eyes there, you know, if you're going to have trouble with depth perception, this is when you start to have it. I mean, I don't think he's got too many years left where he'll be able to see as well as he would want to at night.
I hope his depth perception is still pretty good when they drive those Winston Cup cars about 2 inches away.
Aboard this Chevy Corvette taken over from Kelly Collins, and I think there may be some Kelly Collins influence on that paint scheme. That's a little bit more abstract than you'd expect from Dale Sr., but he's getting behind the wheel. He looked like he was having a good time with the crew. Very relaxed this time. He looked a little bit more apprehensive in the first stint, but very cool. What they're doing with the tires, slick tires obviously, but a very different compound front to rear. We've got 480s on the front and 310s on the rear, so that's a distinct difference, about 2 compound stages different in the tires, so they're looking for traction on the back end of this.
Dale Earnhardt taking the car out, feeling good about himself. I'm pretty sure he seemed very confident with the crew there, and I think we're about to see some terrific driving from the Intimidator. I think he's going to really enjoy the next couple hours.
Well, so are we. By the way, I want to let a lot of our emailers mentioned after his first stint where we stayed with him on board for a number of laps. They just love watching that. Trust me, we'll do it again. Right now, of course, he's just blending online, coming out, and it's going to take a lap or two for him to really find the groove and get up to speed. Here's where everybody's had their problems.
See, he's letting guys go by on the inside, not trying to take the line there away from him. That's very smart stuff. That was the Rodriguez hairpin, by the way. We got an email about that. What was the Rodriguez hairpin named after? Well, it was Pedro Rodriguez, one of the 2 great Rodriguez racing brothers, who both of them, of course, were killed. Pedro was honored here.
Pedro won this race, and of course Ricardo Rodriguez, when he raced here in 1962, was certainly reputed to be underage.
It's fitting that this race maybe is a little wet, because I understand Chris Eamon once made the comment about Pedro during the sports car race that Pedro was just disappearing in the rain. He said, somebody want to tell Pedro it's raining? The guy was brilliant in the wet.
I watched him in soccer. He was terrific.
On board now, again, with Dale Earnhardt. And, of course, Sandy Hang has been spending a lot of time here as this race has been unfolding, keeping track of what's been unfolding for the team itself. Let's go to another Corvette Diary with Sandy.
Any special menu
Potatoes? Menu requests, the drivers really like a lot of pasta. They love pasta.
They're loading up on carbos?
They're loading on carbos. We've been carbo loading for 4 days now with the drivers. We keep pasta, and they like plain pasta, maybe a little bit of olive oil, and they like to have some Parmesan cheese on there.
Okay, so when do you sleep?
Well, we got to bed last night, 11:30. Got up this morning about 4:30. 20-minute drive into the track. Right.
So what do you think of Steve's food? Horrible? It's not adequate?
Stephen wrecked me.
Pasta?
Pasta, third one. No, last one. There you go. Yeah.
Which one you want? Plain?
Can you give me a scoop for him, too? Or is that for you? Sure, that's what you ate. He's vegetarian, yeah.
I'm a vegetarian. You got the right guy. Because a race like this really taxes a driver physically.
How important is it to have a hot meal at this juncture?
It's important to maintain a level of nutrition. It doesn't have to be a hot meal necessarily, but that's just more of a comfort factor. In a long race, it's important for the drivers to take care of their bodies, because after 6 to 10 hours of driving by tomorrow morning, it'll tell. And we've got to be able to maintain a certain level of, a very, very high level of concentration all the time. Can I say more?
Can I eat you?
Ask me something else. Here you go, darling. Here, have some water.
Is it hot? It's hot. Excellent.
Big sandwich. Big sandwich and chicken breast on the side. Oh, that keeps right. For the packages for the cookies and the silverware.
It's raining out.
It's raining out. It's cold out. We're trying to keep the food warm. Trying to get the food warm to the teams. Teams don't appreciate food when it gets out there cold.
Last of the meals ready to go? Delivery time. I noticed you wrapped them all in plastic, and then you've also put styrofoam trying to keep them warm. Bone chilling now. How important is
it? It is very cold. It's very important. When I started out racing, I came out here as a race team truck driver in 1982. We didn't get anything like that. We got peanut butter sandwiches in the middle of the night. And you stayed up 24 hours, and you got some water, and you were lucky to get a hot cup of coffee in the morning.
Food has arrived.
The food has arrived, and they are going to be happy.
This is your concession stand. Don't forget to pick up the official souvenirs in the garage area, right in behind that Rolex sign and behind the NASCAR Winston Cup Series. This is a
They'll be awake. We make our coffee like the Europeans do, nice and strong. Okay, we got to go get the next one.
Team able to partake. That's nice as well. The number 2 vet, quick pit stop. It's back out. We'll be back.
Crew chiefs the effort. And Irv even said this car is way too brand new to win the 24, but at the rate they're going, guys, except for this spin, they could do it.
Well, it's clearly big, fast. Let's go back and take a look at what just happened here. And, Sam, you got to imagine just that cold tire syndrome.
Yeah, and of course, right there in the Rodriguez hairpin. I mean, it just seems like it's very hard to get these cars out of pit lane.
Seems to be almost the exact spot, about 2/3 of the way around. I suppose it's where they start giving it a bit of welly, and
and he's going so slowly too. You really feel bad for him. I mean, the cars just seem to absolutely have no grip there at all.
Well, that might be I mean, I think you may have hit it. They're going so slowly, that's where they might start to roll on the power, and as opposed to coming through at race pace, you're accelerating, and it's breaking loose. There's your number 2 Corvette right there, leading in GTS right now, having a very solid run. In the hands of Ron Fellows and the rest of the gang behind the wheel of that car, Chris Neifel, Frank Freon, Johnny O'Connell, and they've been running a very effective race thus far. But they're only 11 laps back of the overall leader right now, and of course, one major problem that can go away in a heartbeat. So, I mean, I think you're right. I think, obviously, that's got to be in the back of their mind a little bit at any rate. And by the way, that number 44 vet we wanted to mention, they were 46. The leader in that class is the number 11 Camaro, Kenny Bupp, Doug Mills, Dick Greer. Of course, Dick Greer, one of the older drivers here and just a standout driver in endurance racing for many years, along with the youngsters. The 8th hour has completed, and there was some drama unfolding in that hour as well. There you see the number 12 Ricci Ferrari, lightless, except for that little spotlight. Easy fix, a connector at work, loose bang right there. The mechanic reached in, snugged it up, and they're back out. A loss of time. It did cost them a lap. The second place car in GTS, the number 0 Bike Set machine, going so fast with a great driver lineup. Gearbox problems right behind the wall. Haven't seen it since. And for the GT leader, in the hands of Lucas Luhr, boom, exiting the pits, a little slick there, got into brakes, on board right there, and I mean, it moved that car a bunch. Obviously, they were very concerned about it. Apparently, it's okay. The car continues to lead. There it is. A little bit of damage to that right front corner. Doesn't seem to be affecting it. However, of great concern to them is about 15 seconds behind on the same lap is a guy named Boris Said in the number 54 BMW, and he has been streaming toward this guy by about 2 seconds a lap. There is Boris, and he's got that V8 powered BMW M3, and he is absolutely hooked up right now and is closing up on the GT leader, the number 31 car. Lucas Luhr still on board. You're running.
Well, it just caught out Dave Amick just a few minutes ago, so it's still obviously very slippery, that Rodriguez warship.
With 50 cars on the track, that's 14 per mile. We started with 23 per mile. That's quite a dramatic change.
Significant change.
It's certainly not easy for the drivers, of course, at this time of night, but still in all traffic being what it is, it always seems to gather in groups, and when you're rocketing through the field like Andy Wallace is, and of course the Ferrari with Callan's at the wheel, you come across these bunches of cars. It's still difficult to find your way through.
But you know, David, it's easier in a way when you're the fastest car, isn't it? Because everything is in sort of one dimension. You pass other cars.
Yeah, and it's all in front of you.
When you're kind of in the middle, in the GT class, that you're looking at behind you and in front of you all the time.
Exactly. You're looking both directions. And whoa, somebody gone off there at the entry to turn one of the GT cars, coming back over the grass.
With no lights on at the back.
Now, we're getting a report. We're watching the number 12 Ferrari. We understand that car might be making its way down into the pits here in fairly short order. So we're going to keep an eye out for that. The rumor has it Alan McNish might be getting behind the wheel. I wanted to touch on something. Obviously, the cat's out of the bag. Yes, I love corner working, and I do it whenever I possibly can. So I'm certainly not anything objective on it. We do have an email question. Are flagger volunteers or corner workers, do they get paid, or are they actually volunteers? And that comes from Brian Barlow in Churchville, New York. They indeed are volunteers, to the point not just of coming in here. They don't even get expenses. Many of them pay their own airfare, their own lodging, meals, and the like. They get a meal during the day, occasionally a little party in the evening, but they are volunteers. And which leads me to another thing I wanted to mention. I've seen a lot of shots here as we're watching in areas of this track where before the volunteers would literally just end up holding a button to be able to push a yellow light that would come on. Now with the lights, we see them actually actively blue flagging and yellow flagging. That's more information to the drivers that they didn't have before. That's got to be a bit of a bonus as well, to be able to see those blue flags, know more what's happening behind you.
Very true. And another point about being a flag worker, and I've taken a turn or two just very briefly myself, it is absolutely thrilling to stand that close to the cars, isn't it? I mean, that's the payoff. You really get to see it, and you get a chance to do, well, to save somebody's life, frankly, if something were to go wrong right where you were standing, which you hope, of course, never happens.
Well, when you're sitting there listening on the headset and you're actually communicating with race control, and if there is an incident of some sort, you're helping that car get moved or you're covering with a flag or whatever, aside from driving, that's the next closest thing to being a participant. I mean, you truly feel that you are involved in this as opposed to just being there watching. And as you said, too, when you're that close and those cars come by, when a V12 Ferrari or a V10 Judd rips by you about 10 feet away, even with the headphones and the earplugs in, you feel it. And that is something very special indeed. And if you can't drive, you can at least get out there and get that close to it and really be involved.
Here goes a Ferrari doing some ripping right by.
In one of those traffic jams I was just talking about. Look at that, right in the middle of this clutch of cars, all struggling for...
Hey, this is an interesting development, watching the number 43 machine down in pit lane. That's Peter Barron, Leo Hendry, Gianluigi Bertoni, and Kyle Petty. That's the car. And I'll try and pick up here. I think Kyle has obviously gotten out. And let's go down to Dave.
Actually, Greg, he has gotten in. Kyle Petty now straps in. Peter Barron hopped out. It was interesting when he put him in the car. You know, drivers helped him with the belts and everything, but Peter actually pushed Kyle's head down under the bar to get him in the car, so he didn't bang his head. I thought that was very interesting.
It is. Who wants to know where do the drivers sleep when they're not racing? I love this 24-hour coverage. Well, Jeff, they sleep. It's a pretty luxurious accommodation these days. Most of these teams have got some very sophisticated motorhomes out the back there. Someone like Dale Earnhardt, of course, has got a $500,000 motorhome, which he sleeps in. And most of the teams put up some sort of makeshift tent or some other facility for these guys to sleep. But the thing is, when you're driving one of these 24-hour races, it's really hard to just switch off and go to sleep. Apart from anything else, you're right in the middle of all this noise.
It's very true indeed. You saw a shot of number 54 BMW. Boris said has brought it in. Looks like he's staying, I think, he's staying on board. So we'll see as he heads back out. Nope, that is not Boris. They did do a driver's change, so we'll update up in the not-too-distant future. And Calvin Fish, we understand there are some specific plans for this stop of a technical nature. What's up?
Well, Greg, they expected to change the front brakes twice in this event. We're just past the 8-hour mark, so it's time to change the front pads. You can see the amount of meat that they have on them. And what happens is when they wear down, they actually get out there and the pistons really get extended from the caliper. So they have a special tool here where they actually wedge into the caliper. And when they push this, it puts the brake pistons back into position so they can then actually get the brake pads in. So they'll be changing the brake pads and the front rotors on the next pit stop. They'll do that one more time, and the rears will be done about halfway through. Now, the team also says this tool is very handy as well when you're trying to prize over an Alan McNish's wallet to get him to buy dinner.
Their metabolism just lets them really come alive, and you can see some of these teams are like that. And you need everybody on the team to be kind of one mind. I must say I was intrigued by the thought of where you go to sleep. An anecdote from my memory was at Le Mans in 1970 when it rained most of the time. I will not say what team I was driving for, but I went to this tiny little trailer we had, a little caravan really with paper-thin walls, and hoped to get just a half hour of sleep. I mean, we were doing only single stints. The conditions were so brutal. And when I arrived there, I found the trailer was vibrating and the door was locked. I'm afraid it was not possible for me to go in and have a little nap. The trailer was already in use.
But you're right, those little tiny trailers were so small. I mean, they're like little English caravans, and of course there was no other bathroom facilities there at all, unlike today where everybody's got hot and cold.
Development, the number 3 vet is in, and there is damage to that right front. The tire is gone. Let's go down to Calvin.
Greg, the wheel is severely damaged there. He may have run into another car. We're unsure. Not too much bodywork damage. The tire come off the rim and did damage the inner fender just a little bit. You can see it right there. We've got a great close-up shot of the damage. The team are going to work to put new tires on and fueled him up. He should be refiring it here shortly. A little bit of a delay on the left front. And I'm not sure what they have there. They're actually just downloading. They actually download the car for data acquisition during these pit stops so they can actually trace all of the fuel management and everything else once the car is back on track.
Well, the Intimidator has to remember these are mag wheels, not steel.
Oh, I was wondering. I mean, there aren't a lot of curves here, but could he have flipped a curve of some sort?
Nah, he hit somebody, don't you think?
I'm trying to play the positive spin on this.
Oh, I hope this isn't. I made light of it thinking it was nothing. I hope not.
No, there's also a headlight
smoke coming
as well.
There's smoke coming out of that right. I wonder if he clipped the wall up there in the back.
That doesn't look good. Handling looks bad too.
Something looks seriously amiss here. The headlight is out on that side as well, and I mean that may be a signs of contact.
Taking it very cautiously going down there into King. This is the worst. You just hate it when you come out of the pits and the thing doesn't feel right. You're worrying about it. Cars are going by. Your rhythm is thrown off. Just hate this.
So taking a watch, and Andy Wallace brings the lead car in, Dave. And it will be James Weaver hopping in. No pad for him. Apparently he's the tallest of the drivers on Team 16. No problems right now reported. Remember they put oil in, I'm sorry, I believe that might have been the 20 that put the oil in last time. So right now, no problems right now reported on the 16. And no problems, it looks like, with this driver change either. James tells me he's going to do 2 stints.
Well, the car seems to be working flawlessly. Everything seems to be fine. Weaver, one of the best in the business. Dropping down off the jacks, he accelerates out. And, you know, they made some changes to their strategy.
Dave's Mike.
And they even took it to the technical level. Because I understand, I don't know if they did it with a rev limiter or whatever, but they have found a way to govern the car so that they run 500 to 1,000 revs less than they were doing previously. There is your leader in the American GT division, number 11, Hamilton Safe Camaro. Once again, Kenny Buck, Doug Mills, Dick Greer, Simon Gregg, the drivers listed in that car. And they have had a pretty good run with the problems that number 44 machine has. They've got a pretty comfortable lead. They're now 38th overall. The number 44 car is a number of laps back, but that number 44 car, he almost ran wide.
Boy, he did.
Coming through there.
Simon Gregg, of course, in that car, part of the time, is the son of the great Peter Gregg, who won so often here. Here goes the brake pad change. Let's time this thing. Let's see. Calvin's there. Calvin?
Yes, I am. The team goes to work right now. As you said, Sam, we'll put a watch on, and they're about 10 seconds in. First thing they have to do is kind of get the clips off so they can then get this the brake pads in. They go with a pair of pliers. They'll pull the brake pads out, and then they'll use that special tool. That should go in next, and they'll try and get the pistons pushed back into the calipers. Then they'll go to work, I believe, and probably change the rotors. They're waiting for the other side. You have to be careful that both sides are working together out. Otherwise, it's possible if this guy tries to push the pistons out when the other guy doesn't have them held, you'll pop a piston on the other side, which is a major drama. So both guys need to be working at the same time. The guy on the left side is ready. He's waiting for PK over on the right front to get his tool in. They're looking at each other, give the nod, and now they go to work. Now, I spoke to Alan McNish. He heard about me talking about his wallet. He said, you need a pneumatic tool to get my wallet open and buy dinner for everyone. And they've got the pistons pushed back in, give it the okay. Now they're going to go to work. They'll take the rotor off next, and this is going to take over a minute. Okay, the rotors are very hot. They slide out. New ones go on. Then what they'll do, they'll pop the new pads in. Pads are going in. Got to make sure you're getting the right way around, otherwise you'll have metal to metal. Then they should be popping the pins back on. So meanwhile, the rest of the crew are working. They're looking in the back end of the car. They're turning out the back side of the radiators, just really giving this thing a full service at this time. They expect to do this again at about the 16-hour mark, and as I mentioned, at about the 12-hour mark, they'll be going on to the rear brakes as well. Nose is coming off, and they're going into the radiator grill, I believe. Actually, they may be checking the fluid level as well. They're checking out the A-arms. And I'm not sure we have another problem with the suspension. They're actually wiggling the steering system, look for something possibly loose. I don't see anything too bad. He gives it the nod, gives it the okay. And I think they're looking at this service should be pretty much complete here any second. Nose is going back on. Just over a minute at this point, about a minute 10. Alan McNish is strapped in, body work is going on, so fresh brake pads, you've got to be a little careful when you get out, but Alan has a lot of experience in these type of situations, and I'm sure he's up to the task, and good stuff for the Ferrari team.
Certainly no, McNish is up to the task. Remember that amazing stint he put in earlier when he ran down the number 16 car and took the lead away quite a bit earlier.
Guys, a little quiz in the booth. Remember when Leitzinger came in, he handed the car off to, at that point, it was Andy Wallace. Andy went, and they took the tires off, and they checked the brakes, right? Well, look at all the rubber built up in here. When Andy went back out, he had a terrible vibration. Guess what happened? I'm giving you guys the guess here. they put the tire back in a different configuration, a different rotation, and just like wheel weights, it was out of balance. And Andy drove that whole stint with a terrible vibration in the right front. He drove the entire stint that way. And now that he's handed the car off to James Weaver, it's all solved because this was the problem. All the rubber built up on the inside of the tire put back in a different location.
Now, Dave, I want you to know we all had the answer. You jumped in so quick we couldn't answer it.
I paused. I gave a TV pause there, Greg. You have to be a little faster next time.
All right. That is amazing. I mean, just look at the junk that builds up inside those rims. And obviously, that's a serious amount of weight compared to the weight of those rims. That's got to affect versus the big Ford V8s. There's trouble.
He's got a problem.
Yeah,
the right rear corner.
The wheel came right off the car, I believe, just as you were talking about it. After all that elaborate checking over the car, they failed to get the right rear wheel on. This is probably the end of the road, possibly, for the Ferrari. Incredible irony following that long check where they just went over everything as carefully as they could.
Very smart by McNish. He just straight lined that whole chicane, just trying to keep the momentum up enough to make it down into the pits. Team's getting ready. Let's go back and take a look at what happened here.
Watch this. It looks like the shadow of a wheel more than a wheel. I tried to believe. Oh, look at that. Incredible. What, David, what went through his mind? Oh, boy.
I've actually seen a couple of those.
It's miraculous that the wheel stayed.
Look how close the wheel stays to the wall. It's absolutely perfect.
That's great for all of the pursuers. There's a good look at McNish. Let's go down to Calvin Fish. Cal?
Well, just to give you an update, and Alan McNish brings the car in. Hopefully he's going to come for a stop. But when PK went to work on the right front, he had a problem with one nut, and he took one off his belt. They always keep taped to their waist belt in case they have a problem there. And he had to put a fresh nut on. So I'm not sure whether it was actually stripped. But there's... It looks like a fair bit of damage to this front hub, and this is going to take a lengthy period of time to get this one fixed. The nose has come up a little bit. They're going to get that off and out of the way and examine the damage there. Calvin, just trying to get a look. Yes, Greg.
Quick question for you. After they'd done the brake change, they put the wheels on. Then they took that on the nose off and were starting to move around. Maybe did McNish maybe sense something that maybe could have been that very problem?
Well, I'm not sure. They're going back to work on the pad area of the brakes again. But what I was saying, Greg, is that they had a problem trying to get that right front tightened up. Okay. And then he went to his belt. He put a fresh nut on there. But they're exploding all the brake system right now to try and see what's going on. But this right brake is completely seized up. There's kind of cockeyed on the car right now. And this is going to take them a lengthy period of time. And this is really too bad because they were in the thick of the battle with the 16 car, and this is going to take them out of the action for now.
This will have dramatic effects on the overall positioning here, obviously.
Well, of course, this is the sort of thing where it's not that bad, but the trouble is it's going to lose you 2, 3, 4, 5 laps, and suddenly you're out of the picture. And you could come back with a race of this length because the 16 car could run into a problem as well later on. But, I mean, you certainly don't want to count on it.
And the number 31 GT leading car is in, Dave.
Lucas Luer is going to hop out. Remember, he had that spin coming off of pit road. Randy Popes will hop in. And I asked Randy how he was going to avoid the same fate. He said you just got to gingerly take it down. Remember, pit road speed is 65 miles an hour, but you got to take that corner that Randy called almost kind of a kink at 40 or under. So it really is a change. And, of course, you pick up all the water here on pit road. While I'm at it, let me give you a quick weather update. For the last hour, we've been getting drizzle on and off. So pit road has stayed damp while the racing line has stayed, very clean on the track. So there is cause for caution out here. There has been some drizzle around the speedway.
Now, we're watching right here one of the vets going by, the number 54, that blue and silver BMW. That's the car that's second in GT right now. It's on the same lap, but a minute 8 back as of that last stop. And it's about a half lap at this stage. However, that was the last time by timing and scoring, so the 31 car has now been stationary for a bit. And we're going to watch and see just where that number 54 car slots through, Sam. Is Alan McNish. And, Calvin, what's happening?
Well, I'm looking at what they're doing here, Greg, and I think what may have happened, I'm not saying this is the case, but hypothetically, if that rotor wasn't on straight, and then they tightened the wheel nut up onto that, and then the rotor straightens out, it would then loosen the wheel nut up and then ultimately come off and allow the wheel to come off as well. And that's the only thing I can think, because I don't see anything else wrong. So if the rotor wasn't on straight, they tightened the wheel up against it, and then it loosened everything up once he hit the brakes. That's chicane.
Back to Daytona, and it's been a fraught event for the Ferrari team. Very fast. Alan McNish earlier in the event running down the number 16 car for the lead.
Yes, I am.
But they came in for a pit stop. Going to take a look at the brakes. Got the brakes done, but then the right front tire came off. McNish, hand in the air, knew something was wrong immediately, obviously. Managed to get it down into the pits without too bad a damage. And some stellar work by that Risi Competizione team as McNish back on track. And obviously he's going to be a little bit nervous and leery, I would think, the first couple of laps here. Make sure everything is, in fact, okay with that right front corner. But he has dropped to third. Sam, you... Whoa! He's off! Something happened again! Let's see.
Boy, oh boy.
Wheels on. But something happened there.
It's turning, too. What a nightmare this has turned out to be. What a boon to the Dyson team. This was their only real competition at this point in the race.
Dave was talking, Sam, about there's been a drizzle that's continued.
Yeah, I think it's cold tires just caught him out on that kick.
Well, maybe that's it.
I think it probably was.
Something, and I mean, he was probably so busy worrying about the car, you know, that maybe he didn't think enough about the road.
He's putting the brakes on right here, and if anything's going to go wrong, this is where it's going to do it, but I wonder, because he got...
Let's go back and look at it here.
Well, he loses it in the dark there in an area where it's... It does have that look, doesn't it? Just the sort of the slide off.
Yeah, I think so.
That was over the key.
Yeah.
Just, you know, the wheel continues to turn right there, the right front. Here he is, another... Boy, they're getting all of this stuff. Brilliant coverage of this event, I gotta say. We haven't missed a thing.
Almost looks to me like he went maybe an upshift and the back end just broke loose as he was heading toward the kink, because the kink's up there with.
The right front, I tell you what, I think that guy in front of him just put him off, and he was going to go down the inside, made a decision to change, put the brakes on, and locked up that right front. It almost looked like the right front was up in the air, but it looks fine now.
He has officially dropped back to third overall now behind the two Dyson cars, so this has been very costly.
Well, he's back up to speed, Calvin, but boy, what a couple of laps.
Yeah, it's a fourth time down here. I spoke to PK, who's one of the best in the business. I mean, he's been around the block several times. And he said, I went to put that first nut on. He said, it didn't quite feel right. So he said, I took it back off, had a fresh nut, put it on, and tightened up perfectly. He did say that there's some credence to the fact if the rotor wasn't completely straight ahead, and he tightened the wheel nut up, that could have happened. But he said, I'm unsure. We're just going to wait and see if we have another problem.
Has Alan radioed in at all about what just happened with his arm?
I haven't heard yet, Greg. I'll check on it with the team and try and get back to you, mate.
All right, I mean, it certainly seems to be working nicely right now.
When did the kink find that time, didn't they? I think that car threw him off, and he just slid up on the surface.
Well, he is back out, and as we said, the car seems to be working very strong right now as he comes back up onto the banking.
Now that Manish had that brilliant session earlier on where he wound in the leader and whistled by right under the booth here and drew away at a tremendous rate. So we'll just see if he can put another stint like that together, because he needs to now then drop to third spot.
Happened to the Dyson team, and so that's something that you just have to keep focused, as you said. Keep heading toward that checkered flag and hope it comes back to you. We'll be back to you in a minute. Just lay out for a minute, bring up the audio, and enjoy a ride around Daytona with Dale when he makes a couple of right-hand turns.
We did the hunt.
suddenly go down to the gearbox and take a hard left into the infield. They've been serious about this, but this team is also having a great time.
They're very fun to drive.
It's really fun and exciting.
This is fun. This is enjoyable.
It's also going to be fun.
So it's been a lot of fun. We've been teamed up with Andy Pilgrim, who's one of the premier drivers for the Corvette team. And
it's such a great team effort.
Gary Claudio called me and said that we think we're going to be able to put something together with Dale Earnhardt and Dale Jr.
I've always wanted to run this one.
For a second, I thought about it and said, that'll be just fine. Thanks a lot.
Well, I'm a rookie, really. I am, and Dale Jr. is 50.
They came to me and basically said, look, we're neophytes in this.
And we're very happy to be teamed up with Andy.
Basically said, look, help us out as best you can.
We're up a lot against a great competition.
Assume nothing.
Well, I know the big part of it very well, but this part through the infield, I'm just slipping.
Tell us whatever you think we need to know.
And I need all the help I can get.
The part that they can do, you know, pretty much with their eyes closed is get the car around the racetrack.
Of course, Andy Pilgrim has been super at making it all happen for me and Dale Jr. too.
Dale keeps pounding on me. He says, don't assume anything.
In Winston Cup, you know, you run hard as you can for 4 hours and it's over with.
They can drive the cars. What they know is that they're lacking the driver change bits, the traffic, using the mirrors, which they haven't been able, you know, needed to do in Winston Cup.
Me and the car had to kind of sit down and get along and hash some things out and me get comfortable with it.
I've had the funniest emails and you know, it's like, Andy, we've followed your career for a long time, and could you please send us a signed autograph? And by the way, could you get us an autograph with Dale and Dale Jr.?
You know, hopefully we do well enough we don't get teased too much after it's over with.
Here we are. Maybe we can win and or at least get a Rolex out of it or something, you know.
It should be pretty enjoyable. We'll see how it goes.
Question here. Listen to the name from this, Intimidator 667. You wonder who he may be a fan of. But he asks, how did they run before there were lights? And were there a lot more crashes? Headlights, I mean, that's what they used here, obviously. And no, there weren't that many more crashes. I mean,
well, there may have been more crashes, but we didn't see them.
There you go. Good.
We have an email from Mary Kuhn, who asks, has A.J. Foyt ever won, and how many times? Well, the answer is coming up, and I think you will find it absolutely fascinating. Mr. Foyt has quite a history here at Daytona. Watch this.
In 1983, Claude Ballalena, Bob Wallach, and A.J. Foyt won the 24 hours, and it was notable for an incident that occurred shortly after Foyt got into the car for the first time.
Bob, you've just driven one of the toughest races of your life, coming from about 15 laps down to 2 laps in the lead. How do you feel about a complete stranger to you getting in that car in this rain?
Well, I'm upset about it because he doesn't know the car, he doesn't know the rain, he doesn't know anything, and we have been working very hard because we had two turbos broken early on, and we were about 12 laps behind. Now we are 1 lap leading, and Mr. A.J. Foyt is driving for the PR. I'm upset about it.
Not only had Foyt never driven that particular car before, he hadn't even been in any sports car since he won Le Mans some 15 years earlier. However, Foyt went out and, in the rain, set the fastest lap of the race.
I knew nothing about the car. All I did was just kind of get in and go, and with them already made up the time they did, and they was leading the race. I sure didn't want to mess up their strategy of winning the race, and so I just tried to do the best I could.
Any plans of a second career in sports car racing?
No, maybe another 15 years.
A.J. would indeed continue driving sports cars. In fact, he and Wallach teamed up in 1985 to win both the 24 Hours of Daytona and the 12 Hours of Sebring.
So, David, what do you think of that? Bob Wallach going no on certain terms.
When they come out of those comments and you're on there on camera, it certainly does get you attention.
I wonder how many years after that Mr. Wallach was picking crow feathers out of his teeth. I mean, obviously he ended up teaming up with A.J. and they had a very storied and successful future running together. There's your race leader right now, and again, James Weaver continues to respond to the challenge thrown down by McNish. Every time McNish throws in a quick lap, Weaver responds, getting within a second or so. The action's on.
Now
know. I think we better get off his bandwagon in a hurry, lest we lose our jobs.
All right, your persona non grata from now on, Randy. Whoa, big development here. The number 4 machine. That's the Schubot Duncan Dayton entry. And they had worked their way up after some problems back into the top 15 overall, having a good, better run, obviously, in the SRP division. Rick Sutherland helping along with John Burton. Schubot not feeling it all well, but having a moment for them to
much throttle a little too soon.
Well, I'll tell you, that corner caught an amazing amount of people out.
Boy,
it must be unbelievable.
We could produce a montage of all the cars that have gone off on that turn. It would just about take from now to the end of the race to show it.
But if you look at it, I mean, we were talking, Dave mentioned this, in the pit lane, there's been just this intermittent little drizzle that's kept it damp. I'm guessing down in the Rodriguez hairpin, you get just a smidge off line out there. There's got to be, well, you can see on the onboard here, just below that yellow line, it's much darker. If you're off line at all, it's damp. We have another car going around in spots of the track as well. I mean, off line, it looks like it's still plenty damp, diabolically damp.
See, I think it could be a smidge off line, but not a skosh.
Very well.
That's very slight difference there, but very keen.
Subtle but crucial.
Yeah.
You'd think.
It's the number 40 machine that just went around there. That is the Mack Racing Porsche GT3.
Here we have a 911 GT3 RS. This is the 2001 model. It's about $200,000. And in comparison to the GT1 Racing Porsche, the primary difference is the GT3 RS is based very, very closely on the street car, the Porsche 911 Carrera. And it's modified in many ways to make it more of a race car. Starting out back here in the engine department, it's about a 3.5 liter. It's a flat 6 like Porsche 911s have been ever since 1964 when they first came out. Makes well over 400 horsepower. We've got a big wing on the car that is actually like an airplane wing but upside down, so it pushes the car down rather than lifting it up. Inside, none of the comfort and luxury of a standard street 911. This is a race car. It's got a full roll cage, which is gusseted and braced for strength, for safety for the driver, and also to make the 911 an even better, stronger platform for a race car. Driver seat only. It's got a racing dash that is tied into sensors that pick up everything the car does, from steering to braking to engine, everything. Up front, we see the standard windshield of a 911. The headlight shapes are the same, but we have special lights, very high intensity. We have a special air dam on the 911 GT3 RS to improve downforce. Basically, the method of this air dam is to act a little bit like a wing also and create a low pressure area underneath it so it actually sucks the car down onto the racetrack. The 911 is extremely fast, partially because it's really efficient aerodynamically. You can see how clean it is. No sharp edges, very low coefficient of drag. On Daytona racetrack here, I think that our Westward Ho car will probably be running about 178 miles an hour, which is not bad for a little 3.5 liter engine. It's great fun to drive the car, and we rely in the races primarily not only on performance, but on Porsche's long-time reputation for great durability.
And Greg, there's lots of smoke coming out, and I'm not sure what it's from. They just had a major miscue in the pits as Gabriel Rosa brought the thing in. And remember, these are the defending GT champions. He skidded past his pit stall and nearly collided with me, I might add. And so I don't know if that's tire smoke right now, but they were also smoking badly when they came by the start-finish line last time, directly out the back. So I don't know what their problem is right now, but the defending race champions in jeopardy. It does smell like water, so there may be a radiator problem or something with it.
The story of James Weaver, who has just been absolutely phenomenal, the defending champion in this division from the inaugural year of the Grand Am Championship last year. He is it was his 3rd consecutive pole this year for the Rolex 24. I mean, the guy is just owns this level of sports car racing, it would seem, certainly stateside here. Long affiliation with Rob Dyson, his team owner, and watching the time now. Oh, look at this. Weaver just, folks, uncorked a 1:44.2, 1 minute and 44.2 second lap around here, and that's faster at this stage than McNish has gone recently. He's got a 1:45.5, and maybe better still for Weaver. Take a look here at the number 44 Corvette from Amick Motorsports closing in on that American GT lead. See the smoke as he locked up a little bit after a pit stop to repair some damage to the car. But the real story, the number 12 Ricci Ferrari, they came in, Alan McNish gets on board. They're doing what should have been a routine brake pad and rotor change. All looked good until right here. Watch the right front. There goes the tire up against the wall. They got it in. They lost a lot of time, but it was fixed, and apparently no severe problems. And the number 16, our race leader, is in. Weaver has brought the car in. And Dave, looks like they may be going after brakes.
Well, and they are going to do that, Greg, and they have shut the motor off. James stays in the car right now. And so, as we talked earlier, they didn't make the change, but obviously they reasoned that the next time they came through that they would do so. They're going to take their time and do just the front now, it appears. And we will just let James get back on his way here very quickly, it looks like, for the Dyson crew.
Well, they have the time to do it. They, right now, by my count, have a 5-lap margin over the second place car, the number 12 Ferrari.
I'm there.
And by the way, the number 20 team car to James Weaver's Dyson, Riley and Scott Ford, has slipped to third after their pit stop. And so McNish, auguring around here fairly quickly, has moved up into second. Now, we get reports the number 20 car has a bit of a bulky gearbox, so Max Pappas, who was just in that car, was being very careful. And
I'll ask him.
Boy, there's a mechanic who's that's a pretty serious duty to go inverted for your team. Weaver, boy, that was an incredibly quick stop if indeed they did replace pads. He's back out.
Yep, we're here now.
Well, they certainly didn't change the rotors.
No. Now Weaver pumping them up right there, wasn't he, to
Mike's
make sure?
Yeah. Pads, but not rotors. Very quick. Boy, that's another nail in the Ferrari coffin if that's all it took there.
Well, that's huge, isn't it? If they can get through, say, with it, that's going to be huge. And number 3, back in the pits, Dale Earnhardt has brought the Goodwrench vet down on pit lane. Looks like Andy Pilgrim will be taking over. Let's go down to Calvin Fish. Cal?
Dale hopped out in a hurry. Andy Pilgrim in the seat. Team goes to work. They're inspecting the front brake pads on this car as well. So when you get about halfway through, we're about 9, I think it's 9.5 hours into the race right now. This is the kind of thing that the teams are really looking at. But I think the vet are hoping that they can maybe squeak by without a pad change. And at least not more than one. So they don't want to be changing pads or rotors at this stage of the game. Now it's Andy Pilgrim behind the wheel. They're fixing him up with his drink bottle. Work has been completed. Andy should fire it up and take it on out. We'll try and get a word with Dale here shortly.
Dale intently watching as Andy heads back out in the car that he just did a serious stint in, and it's been a strong one as well. They're now up to 6th overall, and they are 3rd in GTS. It's their team car leading in the category, 4th. Then the Marcos GT, 5th, and then the number 3 Corvette. So,
are you surprised they didn't change the nose and get the right headlight working?
Now maybe they just did not want to give up the time at this point. Obviously, trying to get they're right now. They're 3 laps. Check that. They're 2 laps adrift of the Marcos and 6 laps adrift of their teammate and leader, currently 4th overall, Ron Fellows et al. Sitting at that point now. Boy, they're going through a debrief, and I think that's our man Calvin who's trying to step in. Let's see if we can listen in. Cal?
Okay, he's just giving some information to the team here. Dale, how was it, mate? It's your second stint in the car. Looked like you're having a lot of fun out there tonight.
Yeah, I got against the Corvette and another car and got the right front tire down, had a limp all the way around. We might have tore some duct work out of there to cool the brakes, so we'll just see how it goes.
What's this racing like? It's so different from what you're used to, Dale. It must be a big learning curve for you.
It is, but it's a lot of fun. The guys really helped me out a lot. I just try to get in the car and run good, steady laps and not get in trouble, and I got in trouble already.
Is it time to put that youngster in? It's getting late. Time to put the young boy in?
No, we're good.
All right, mate. Meanwhile, further down pit lane, I think Dave Burns with Max Pappas.
44, 45, but every time you hit traffic, you really hit big problem. But you know, it's a bit difficult out there. You know, I think we have a good car, but we cannot really push it hard because we have a gearbox problem.
Now, will 3rd and 4th eventually fail, or will they hang in there the way you guys are driving it now?
Gearbox is running perfectly. It's just that you know, we left it was okay. When I came back, no more second and third, first gear. You can still use sometimes first gear, but it's not really what you want for the engine.
Certainly having a very strong run, 4th overall, leading in the GTS division. We welcome back Herb Fischel, executive.
What isn't a lot of boost, and then just Sasha was running it well within the limits, and looks like something might have broke.
I almost stemmed, and afterwards it didn't pull at all. So I was, it was really, you know,
pedigree of that team, I think there's going to be
and
a
then
ladder.
misfire.
Also, that
then I come to the pit,
smoke was such
and then they said go slow, and I lifted.
I thought it might be a turbocharger.
Engine speeds dropped there with the oil pressure, so that then throttle back on, and oil pressure has risen. But then with continuing throttle and continuing rising revs, the engine speed, the oil pressure has dropped out, and this is only a matter of
GTS is 4th overall.
That's 25:31.
What to expect throughout the night.
About 3 seconds after the manifold pressure dropped out. See the oil pressure there? It's all running along, and there it's just starting to drop out there. And then within 3 seconds of that, things looks like it's probably seized. Yeah, I would say so.
It has been a very eventful race for a number of teams, certainly. Some of them still out there, but laps down. Some of them have been able to recover and come back. It's been fairly uneventful. Of course, we hate to jinx it, but for the number 16 entry of James Weaver and Butch Leitzinger, Andy Wallace, things have been going very well. Take a look now as we run through the entire field here in the upper left part of your screen. You can see the laps behind as we work our way down through the pack. Of course, we've got some battles within the classes. A good one continuing in GT between the number 31 Porsche of currently Randy Popst, and I believe now it is Boris Sedigan in the number 54 BMW. Good battle there. The story of the number 44 Amic Corvette coming back in the American GT in huge leaps and bounds is very compelling as well. And the SRP category, the SRP2 category, I should say, currently the number 22 machine has it pretty much solidly in its grasp. A couple of the other cars have had some incidents out there. And in GTS, we've been watching and enjoying what we've seen from not only the 2 Corvettes, but certainly, although we haven't seen a lot of it as of late, that wonderful Marcos car continues to run 2nd in that category, 5th overall. But now look at what we're seeing here from James Weaver. Sam, this is dominance.
It is, and he richly deserves it because of his experience. Laps led 188 here today. As the race is still only a third old. I mean, Weaver's basically been in control of this thing from the very beginning, really. They menaced briefly by the Ferrari, but they have been just niggled by the small problems, and it's really been Weaver pretty much all the way if you sum it up in one broad stroke.
Our idea from the very get-go was just to set a very comfortable pace that we felt that we could run, saving the gearbox. We ran 3rd and 6th most of the race, and the leaders started falling out. I think all the other Lolas are about 30 laps behind, and I think with all the Lola teams, it wasn't a matter of if the gearboxes would break, it was a matter of when, and we're just setting our own pace, driving at our own pace, and, you know, just kind of waiting to see what happens. I mean, we're not even halfway through yet.
Kudzu looks like it really has some potential, though. They had some problems with the fire in the pits early on, but they're coming on gangbusters, currently running 2nd at a lot quicker pace than you guys are willing to run.
Yeah, I mean, we can't maintain the pace that the Kudzu has. We also know that the Mazda has better reliability. They've run that car in this race 6 times. This is the first time this team has ever been here. The 21 car we just got on Saturday, and we just built the gearbox for the 22 car on Monday. So, you know, we're really against everything here. We just got to set a pace and hope we're there at 1 o'clock tomorrow.
Don't underestimate this team. They really scored a lot of success last year. They're looking good for victory here today, that's for sure.
Well, currently, Calvin, it's 9 laps separating the lead car, number 22 Archangel Motorsports machine, in that Spencer Grupp Hampton entry. But as you said, the lap times significantly quicker, and they are definitely starting to close up a little bit. Another close up here that's occurring is we're watching here. It is, I believe that's still Alan McNish behind the wheel of the number 12 Racing Competizione Ferrari. However, the Nick Johnson and the number 20 Dyson machine, Sam, they've pulled themselves back up to only 13 seconds of drift, bad gearbox and all. And Nick Johnson his first ever time driving for Dyson Motorsports in an event, and of course they throw him in at the deep end with a 24-hour race at Daytona, but this young guy's doing an absolutely stellar job.
Still the night. I mean, even if it's brighter, you know it's your internal clock and all that kind of thing. And I mean, when it starts to be dawn at, what is it, 7:11, and technically dawn comes, I mean, you're going to feel pretty tired. You're going to know you've gone through the night, that's for sure.
74 car running a good pace here now, but of course he's many laps down. A disappointment there, that the Judd engine car.
You know, David, wouldn't you say there's a strain to just on your eyes? I mean, at night, I mean, all right, the illumination is there, but so are the lights creating it. I mean, it's very tiring.
And of course, there's a lot of draft blowing around, and your eyes get ever so sore driving these long races.
You know, Calvin a little bit ago was talking about the SRP2 division. One of the cars that was favored to be very strong is this one, the number 48 Pillbeam entry from Aspen Knolls. And Dave Burns, they've had a fairly eventful evening,
to say the least, Greg. And, you know, they came in just a moment ago. Bruno Lambert stayed in the car, and they took the entire front nose piece off and put on a spare one. And at first you really couldn't tell why, because there was no damage at all to the front of the nose piece. So I checked with the crew, and they said, well, we only had one headlight. They only had one headlight, and so they, you know, I looked to see if there was any damage, and they said, nah, a bulb just burned out. Can you believe it?
Well, sometimes it's just that simple, and it can be extremely costly. I mean, we've seen that in races before where the lights go away, and it can be an absolutely huge problem. We were talking about the night racing here, and for some drivers, I've been told that they like racing at night because all of the elements that give them the fear, the speed, the reference points kind of go away, and they can just focus and drive hard. Weaver seems to be doing just that.
The radiator, all the ducting on the front end, the team are pushing it back to the garage to try and effect repairs, but it looks like a lengthy one if they are able to fix it.
Well, it's a tough break. The team car currently runs 8th in class, and look at that, David. It looks almost like snow, doesn't it?
Rain coming down again, and of course rain at night. When it started raining earlier on, at least it was daylight when it started. When it starts raining at night, you just have no idea what's happening because you can't see the sky. So you really have no idea. Is it going to be big? Is it going to be bad? And all you can see are those spots on the windshield to get the old hearts fluttering a bit.
Yeah, the temperature, it's dropped, but it's not dropping significantly. The guys in the open cockpit cars are going to appreciate that. Let's take a look now at our highlights from our 10th hour of competition here at the Rolex 24 with 14 to go. And there were certainly some moments. Scott Schubat's number 4 Creighton Motorsports entry having a loop out there. Schubat not feeling well, not able to drive right now. More problems for the Haverther racing machine as they will apparently hold the radiator. Here's the number 20 car, wounded gearbox. Mac Pappas out. In goes Hurley Haywood. And look at Pappas. This is a very fit driver. He wasn't in for a long time. And he is tuckered. It is tough to drive that car right now. On the other side of the coin for Dyson Racing, a brilliant performance up front and a awfully fast brake change in the number 16 car. And that has continued to make the job of Alan McNish in that number 12 Ferrari very tough indeed. And then the number 17 RWS Motorsport Porsche, a spin. Cold tires have been really biting people.
And that's tough duty because that car is several hours back, and to come back out just as it starts to rain and look really tough out there and try to make up ground with your heart maybe not really in it, that's hard going.
Terribly hard to be super positive when when you're a couple of 3 hours behind.
I mean, we all have heard the stories and told the stories about how Daytona has been won from coming way back, but the odds against it are long.
There's way back and there's way back.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you what, this is an absolutely brilliant story. They're having a very strong run, but now in this race so far, $130,000 plus have been raised in their per lap count. That right now, by the way, is Dave Gaylord out of Seattle driving that car, and what a great cause! Just raising money left and right for the Children's Hospital and the great cause that they carry on. Just a stellar job by that team, and what a great program. Now we're on board with our leader in the GT division, the number 31 entry, Randy Popst and Mike Fitzgerald. A couple of other pretty good drivers in there, Lucas Luhr as well, and Chris John Minsel. And Randy currently on board, and we've sung his praises already, and even though it kills us to mention him more because of visibility with a microphone, the guy is fast.
He's fast.
Not pretty dry. The pit lane is the part that's wet. Pit lane and, of course, a very slow pit exit.
That's the number 60 PK Sport Porsche GT3R. Had a quick loop, and we got a report. There's the number 81 entry. That's one of the G&W Motorsport machines down in the pits. Darren Law, Matt Drendel, Dave Murray, and Court Wagner. Let's go down to Dave Burns. Dave, this car is a very quick car.
It is, Greg, I think it's running maybe 5th in class at this point. David Murray is sitting in the car, but they've been here for almost about 5 minutes now. They had the bonnet off on the back of the car, and they seem to be having some electrical problems. They had a battery up on the wall. They didn't do anything with that. They had an alternator up on the wall, perhaps going to change that, but they didn't do that either. And the crew's been so busy, I haven't even been able to ask one of them what is going on. They're going to go, now they're going to the right rear as well, as you can see. And Greg, jump in anytime.
Dave, I was just going to say, this is the car that last year produced the champion in this division. Of course, Darren Law and Mike Fitzgerald were the guys that had more wins than anybody else. So this is a car that, without problems, could have very much been a factor in this.
Well, and you look at the driver lineup, and I'm sorry, Greg, I was distracted. You may have been talking about that, but yeah, a lot of good drivers on this team.
He's good at everything. We'll be right back. Going the distance, that's what a 24-hour race is all about. Well, so far, in just a little over 10 hours, we could have gone from Daytona to Houston. That's 963 miles, and we're at 1,068 already into this event, so we could have gone to a western Houston suburb easily. Let's head down to the pits where Andrew Marriott is back joining us, and he's with a driver and somebody very involved with that Marcos program. Andrew?
You're 5th place. What a fantastic performance. You're splitting the two Corvettes.
Well, we have a very good run. The car is quick. In the corners, a lot of traction. I think it's great out here, and we can compete with the Corvettes, which, we're strong and fast, but, that we could stay on the pace from the Corvettes is surprising to us.
Now, you've developed this car mostly yourself. You've worked with the Marcus car people, of course, in Wiltshire in England, but most of the work, the racing work, is done by you personally.
Yes, we built a car in Holland, in our workshop with all our mechanics, and we have a very good engine builder. So it took a while to get everything together, but, I think you can see the concept here, it's quick and hopefully reliable for 24 hours.
And what sort of budget are you operating on?
Well, about $5,000 US.
$5,000 US done, and it's in 5th place.
And doing an incredible job. Of course, a lot of success by that team in European FIA racing, and it's great to see them on this side and doing incredibly well. And we've been talking about some of the great programming, the Endurance Grand Slam, that all the coverage we have on Speed Vision. But if you're a motorhead, there's probably a show you try and turn into whenever you can, and it is Dream Car Garage. And Tom Natchew, the host of that program, who's doing PA duty here at Daytona, is stopped by. Tom, that's a great show. First of all, welcome to the booth. And so right now, the Dyson team. This is where the team aspect of this all really comes together here. A lot of the glory goes to the drivers. However, it is the pit crew, the team, that now has to spring to life and get the job done. Meanwhile, Ron Fellows and his crew closing in on the top 3. The first round of the Endurance Racing Grand Slam on Speed Vision, the Rolex 24 at Daytona. You're looking at the number 66 Racers Group Team Seattle Children's Hospital car. They're in the pits, and this is why. And Sam, particularly when they get into the problems here, watch.
Looks as if right there he may have hit something with the nose of the car and maybe jarred loose one of the plexi pieces that cover the front lights.
And we have another problem here. We just found that's the number 47 Porsche, and that's a little bit more substantial, obviously.
A big problem.
Serious damage to the left front corner, if not more, of that car. That's the Evil Eye Racing Porsche, and that's currently Gary Schultes, who's behind the wheel of that one. We've got just the backside of what happened on this one. We're going to show it to you. And
oh boy, he goes for quite a ride. This is scary. I don't want to watch it. Look at that across the wet grass. He doesn't slow up at all.
Well, that's
very unlucky.
That's coming from the front straightaway here. He almost made it back to the other side there.
And ran head on into a car coming around the other way.
Hey, could have done.
Yeah. Boy.
Still sitting on board. That's he's right over right by where those cars track out that you're talking about. So I think he's waiting to get a wreck or somebody in front of him before he steps out of that car.
He may be a little bit dazed.
That could be too. That was a hit, and he is actually on the part of track where they do exit out onto the banking.
Yeah, and the debris from his car, right, David, is all over the place there.
I don't think I've ever seen anybody make it right across that grass.
No.
Maybe his throttle stuck or something, because he, and of course, to exacerbate it, the grass is wet. So once he started sliding across it.
It actually almost picks up speed. Let's watch this in real time here, folks. Watch this.
Boy, that's bad.
That's a big hit.
And we are now full course yellow. We're full course yellow right now.
I worry that he's not okay in that car. I mean, doesn't his movement look... Let's hope he's fine.
Yeah, let's hope he's just talking on the radio and the like. This is our 6th full course caution. There is the double yellow right now. And we're going to, while we have a moment here, there's a gentleman we'd sure like to get a word from. He's standing by with Andrew Marriott. Andrew?
32 years ago, this man won this racer in a Porsche 908. It's Vic Elford. Vic, have you got any memories of that great day?
Yes, indeed, Andy. In fact, it was 33 years ago. Really shows my age. One specific memory, right in the middle of the night, Maston Gregory here in the tri-oval lost his gearbox and spilt the oil all over the track. And Gerhard Mitter arrived in one of the Porsches, hit the wall, turned over, slid along upside down for goodness knows how long. And I arrived just afterwards, and there was just smoke and dust everywhere. I saw absolutely nothing. And from about the start line to halfway into turn 1, I literally could see nothing. I was just driving, holding the steering wheel straight, hoping I came out the other side. And I did come out the other side without hitting anything.
And went on to victory, but you're here, of course, working because you're coaching a driver called Milka Dono from Venezuela, a lady driver in the Chamberlain team, and you've got big plans for her.
Yes, she's only been racing for 2 years, and I've been with her ever since she started, and she's just really phenomenal. She just keeps making progress. She keeps getting better every time she gets in the car, no matter what car it is. She gets better and better. She said, Vic, after the very first race she did in Venezuela, she said, Vic, I want to go as near the top as you can take me, and I want you to take me there.
That's great, Vic, and it's super to see you here. Thank you.
Well, Vic Elford, one of the true legends of racing, certainly, and we're watching number 20 here, the Dyson car, as they continue to wrench away rather seriously on that gearbox. And
incidentally, that incident that Vic reported, I saw that, and it all happened at about 200 miles an hour. It was absolutely terrifying.
Well, of course, hadn't just about 2 weeks before that, he won the Monte Carlo rally driving a Porsche?
Yes.
I mean, he's the only guy that's ever won the Monte Carlo rally in the Daytona 24 race.
Janek was way deep down in that cockpit trying to work on something down there. So both drivers out at this stage, taking some air, blowing. I wonder if they're working on pedals or something along that line. They're blowing debris out of the radiator with the air hose. Let's check in with Dave.
Well, I'm going to see real quick. I'm going to check with James to see if he knows. James, why did they dive underneath the cockpit there?
We've got a fluid leak inside the cockpit, just dripping oil on the pedals. Not a major problem. So we're just taking advantage of the yellow to give it a bit of a service.
Now, you have a great nose here. What does it smell like? What kind of fluid?
We think it's just a very small leak from the power steering pump. So it's not a biggie. May take 10 seconds.
Okay, and you just had a great stint. Any other trouble with the car?
No, we're just lolloping along, really. We've got a handy lead over the Fiat, so it's just a question of massaging the old girl on now.
Absolutely. Get the old girl to the finish. That was James Weaver. Now with his sister car, the 20, they are going to change the whole gearbox. And I did speak with Nick Johnson, who just hopped out. When he got the car for Max Pappas, it didn't have first or second, and Nick did have to hold it in third gear going around the track. So that was a very tough stint for him. They decided to go ahead and change the whole gearbox out on the 20 car.
0.12.
Gearbox going back on the number 20 car, trying to get everything aligned. Want to point out once again, Gary Schultz, the driver of that number 47 Porsche that had that big hit, out of the car. He's okay. Got out under his own power, so that's a good thing.
New rules designed to slow the cars down had no effect as Jackie Eakes set a new track record in leading a Ford GT40 sweep of the front row. Behind them were 4 Porsche 907 prototypes, along with an Alfa driven by Mario Andretti. Spicing up the competition was the Trans Am division, a race within a race, with the Chevy Camaro of Mark Donohue and the two-car Shelby Mustang team led by Jerry Titus. Also in the field, running behind the Donohue Camaro, was the revolutionary Howmet Turbine, which hit the wall before it could ever show any of its potential. Although underpowered to the GT40s, Porsche sent out the Joe Siffert Hans Hermann 907 to push the Ford team and make them work hard for the victory. There you see our own David Hobbs driving the number 9 sister car to Eats. By late afternoon, as the shadows grew long, the pole-sitting machine, driven at the time by Brian Redmond, retired due to transmission failure. Then during the early evening hours, the other GT40 would also drop out after running over debris and rupturing the fuel cell. That left the Porsches in the lead. But in the Trans Am division, Donohue's car had stopped and would drop out of contention as mechanics replaced both cylinder heads. Titus would take the Trans Am division victory. For the first time in 24-hour racing, Porsche had a chance at an overall win, despite an overnight crash that eliminated 2 of its entries, along with the Ferrari of Mast and Gregory. After being the bridesmaid for so many years to the likes of Ford, Ferrari, and Chaparral, Porsche had finally won its first 24-hour race, with Siffert and Herman joining Rolf Stommelen, Jochen Neerpasch, and Vic Elford in victory lane.
You're over there working on the emails, and we've got thousands of them lined up. And you're a geek. You're having a great time with it.
I am certifiably a geek, no question about it. And there have been a lot of great questions. It's clear, looking at this stuff tonight, that there's a lot of new fans. I mean, obviously the presence of the Earnhardts in this race has brought a lot of new fans to Speed Division, a lot of new fans to sports car racing, and they're asking a lot of good questions. So it's been really very enlightening for me to look at this stuff, and great to see a lot of people are watching this.
And you're enjoying, I would take it, obviously answering as many of these as you can. It's nice to have that interaction with the viewer to let them know that we're obviously very much paying attention to what they're interested in.
Yeah, I mean, we're able to answer a few. We're able to scroll some of them across the bottom of the screen, and there's been a lot of positive, a lot of positive comments, and people sending emails in for their favorite teams and all their friends, and of course, we've been all answering the odd question as well. It's been great.
And, of course, right now you're watching one of those as we go. Let's Go Max Pappas from Laura Backus crawling underneath. I mean, this is great. We're really enjoying this. A couple of cars having some problems on track and getting that taken care of. That looks like one of the Banana Joe's entries from, that's the 37 car, fastest in testing here at Daytona, and a certified front runner, obviously, as the racing was unfolding. So, well, with that, folks, we'd like to say thanks a lot. We're going to take a little bit of a break. Bob Harsha is going to be stepping back in and taking over for us here. Thanks a lot. I'll be back at 6 in the morning, and David and Sam will be back a little bit later than that.
A more appropriate time for that, because we are under yellow for the 7th time today. And here is why, as the number 47 Porsche came through the tri-oval at top speed, then got off onto that very, very sodden grass. And the result, as you can see, was a long skid across the grassy verge and hard into the concrete wall. That's the Evil Eye Racing Porsche GT3 RS. Gary Schultes was limped over to an ambulance and sent on his way. Off comes the Corvette safety car, and we are back in action. The race leader is the number 16 Dyson Racing Porsche, being driven by James Weaver. Alan DeCadenet, this is your first time to get a look down on the combined oval and road course here at Daytona International Speedway. Your thoughts on what you see?
It's surprisingly busy, isn't it? I mean, that's the great view we get up here, and the great thing about Daytona, you can see all of the action all of the time from up here, and that's really the brilliant thing. When you go to the other great 24-hour race at Le Mans, you have to wait sort of 4 minutes for your favorite car to come by every time, or whatever, 3 minutes 30 anyway. But this is great, because up here you can see everything, and here we are getting on for midnight, and it's like daylight out there. All those bright lights on makes it easier for the drivers, makes it easier for us. But of course, let's not forget, this race is not yet halfway over, nothing like it.
There is the second place car in the overall and the sports racer prototype category, the marquee class for these open cockpit cars. That is the V12 333 SP Ferrari in the hands of second-generation racer David.
Reporter, I used to write about a man called John Burton driving a Chevron. I just come down to pits to see if it's the same man. It is. He's driving with Duncan.
Ever a GT class car won. The Orica Vipers came from 21st to win. The farthest back on the starting grid a Rolex winner has ever come. And of course, that victory came by just 31 seconds over the Corvette team in the closest finish in Rolex 24-hour history. On board with Buddy Lazier now in the number 74 Robinson Racing, Riley and Scott, the big Judd V10 behind his back. They are currently shown 14th overall and 5th in the Sports Racer Prototype class, or SRP. 5 classes in all in operation. There are the Sports Racer Prototype 2 class, with less horsepower, lighter in weight, and less expensive to operate. Then the GT categories, GTS or Grand Touring Super, the heavy iron with some exotic machinery, Grand Touring dominated by Porsche and BMW, the biggest class, numerically speaking, in this race, and then the American GT class for 2-frame chassis, American iron. Buddy Lazier, of course, the reigning Indy Racing Northern Light Series champion, a 1996 winner of the Indianapolis 500. If you were with us when we began our broadcast at 12:30 Eastern Time, we talked about diversity, how this race welcomes racers of all stripes from around the world. 80 cars started, more than 300 driver athletes from 21 countries and 23 states of the world.
And of course here they'll race in any conditions, including the wet. One of the few places you can see some good wet weather racing too.
You saw that 09 car off onto the grass with the left side tires. It also lacks the front clip and has for some time. Those are the defending champions in the Grand American Road Racing Association American GT category. They've had a very rough go of it. Currently 3rd in their class, 18 laps off the pace, running 40th on the racetrack. That's the spirit of Daytona Camaro for Craig Conway, Doug Goad, Rick McGarry and company. We'll take a break, and when we come back, we'll learn a little bit more about the IRL champion and his first foray in a decade in the Rolex 24. 123.04 miles per hour. If you prefer to have that in time, that's a 1 minute 44.1 second lap. Now, Buddy raced in the Rolex back in 1988. Though this year may be only his second attempt at picking up a checkered flag at Daytona International Speedway, this oval track driver is no stranger to road course racing.
Even though he's perhaps best known as the winner of the 1996 Indianapolis 500, Buddy Lazier, who's the defending champion of the oval-only Indy Racing Northern Light Series, started his career on road courses, driving SCCA Formula Fords and Formula Vs. Then, in 1988, came 6 wins in the championship in the American IndyCar Series. And in the early 90s, Buddy ran several races in the Kart FedEx Champ Car Tour. So road courses are nothing new to Lazier. For that matter, neither is the track here at Daytona.
I think I ran here maybe 2 or 3 times back in the IMSA days. And this is, I mean, this Grand Am Series, I think, is exciting. And it's a great way for me, being on ovals for 5 years, to kind of get my toes wet back on the, you know, get the rust off my road racing gears. And it's an exciting team to be with.
One of Buddy's IRL victories came last year at Phoenix in a spectacular drive that saw him start last and finish first. That victory coming in a Riley and Scott chassis. Ironically, Lazier, who lives in Vail, Colorado, comes to Daytona to drive another Riley and Scott as a result of a mutual friend putting him together with Beaver Creek resident George Robinson.
Car's awesome car. I think the motor's going to be really powerful, and it looks like it'll live. I mean, I think 24 hours is so unique in that it is an endurance event, and there's only a few of them that are 24 hours in the world each year. You know, I am an oval track racer, but I also enjoy some road races, and I'm a huge Formula One fan, and I love the Formula One race in Indianapolis. I mean, that's awesome, and so I get to come out and do some right turns, and you know, it's just a neat event, and it's great for a race driver, I think. It's good for you, your foundation to spread yourself out a little bit, and certainly once the Indy Racing League season begins, I'm 100% focused on that. But I like the idea that I'm able to run this race in the Grand Am, and I'm able to run some IROC races this year, you know, so I'll be able to get to experience a couple different forms of racing, and they're all different, and they're all neat in their own way.
If Buddy can co-drive to victory with the Robinson Racing Team, it wouldn't be the first time a Lazier has accomplished that feat at Daytona. His father Bob co-drove a Mazda RX-7 with Dennis Shaw and Amos Johnson to a class win here back in 1987 and again in '88.
In the afternoon, and this looks like it could be significant, and that could hold great significance for the outcome of this race. We'll be right back live. Currently in the hands of Johnny O'Connell from Flowery Branch, Georgia, running third overall after a long pit stop by the sister car to the 16, the number 20 Dyson Racing Riley and Scott Ford. They had some transmission problems. Long stop allowed this car to be the first GT car to move up onto a podium position. Once again, there's a long way to go. You see, we're just over 310 laps into the race for that particular team. A long way to go. Oh, we've got a big crash that looks like it's down in the chicane area. Driver waving to let everybody know that he's there. No, that's down coming off NASCAR turn 4, the fastest part of the racetrack, and he can actually drive that tub away. This is amazing. All four wheels still on the car and all in remarkably good shape, but all the bodywork is gone. Oh my gosh.
It's remarkable.
Isn't that something? Oh, it is in the chicane. It was off NASCAR turn 2 on the backstretch. Now he's actually going to drive the thing around. Okay, now this must be like taking the first step on the moon. You arrive in the pits. What do you tell the crew? I had a problem.
That's one of those pill beams.
Yep.
And you can see he's got two flat rear tires, no bodywork whatsoever. Definitely a walking wounded.
That's something you don't see every day.
I need to get that bodywork out of the way too. If anybody hits that, it'll be that's probably Kevlar. That'll puncture a tire quicker than anything.
Well, that's a good point. Now we have a partial replay. Let's see if we can see what happened. Well, it doesn't look like he hit anything at that point. Surely he must have to jar all that bodywork loose, get the air under it, and completely strip the car of all of that Kevlar and carbon fiber. That must have been a moment when you see God. The field is bearing down at you at top speed.
Yeah, I think he's had a puncture which has probably thrown him sideways into the wall. He's clouted the nose and the tail, and that's just burst the body off, popped it off like a cork. Speaks well of the car, though, Bob. I mean, he hasn't actually done any serious damage to it, and he's obviously perfectly all right, which is the important thing.
Just trying to get an ID on the driver. You see the bodywork, definitely a pill beam. Using, like most of the sports racer prototype 2 category cars, a Nissan V6 prepared in England. This gives us a great opportunity for pit stops as we are under our 8th caution of the day. Here comes the race leader, and you can see the rain is misting down heavier than ever. Butch Leitzinger climbs out. Meanwhile, down in the Ferrari pits, David Brabham stays in the car. Andrew Marriott.
Yeah, David Brabham is staying in the car. In fact, he's just come off the jacks and it accelerates. Lots of wind, blue tyre smoke, and David Brabham powers back into the race. These guys are still very much in the hunt.
Away goes the Ferrari with a scream of that V12. Meanwhile, the work continues on the 16 car. And
They've got
we have a problem here. Now remember, the 20 was in with gearbox problems. Off comes the bodywork. Are they reaching into the area of the shift linkage?
That looks like brakes to me.
Guy Hobbs is in that pit.
Well, they're going underneath the dashboard once again. They've had problems with the 16 car. What is happening is the power liquid or the fluid for the power steering is leaking, and it's leaking down onto the pedals of the drivers, and it's making it very slick and slippery for them to drive the car. Butch got out. Now he's trying to wipe his feet clean on the what is already a wet pit road, and he's going to get back in. They're doing a regular tyre change. See if we can get a quick word. Butch, problem with the power fluid leaking on the pedals.
Yeah, it's dripping down onto the pedals, and you can't do any late braking at all because your foot just slips right off of it. So it's really more of a safety thing than anything. We need to get this fixed.
Now, James had that problem. He warned you about it. Obviously, that fluid, and with these slick shoes you guys wear, your foot must slip all the time. It's very hard to get any kind of feeling.
I couldn't quite catch the end of that, but it makes it incredibly difficult because normally where we can go very late and just stand on the brake. Now, even every time you try to put any large amount of pressure on it, your foot slips right off of it. You can't, if you miss the downshift also because of it. So it's very difficult.
Are they going to be able to fix the leak? Will they be able to fix the leak itself?
Yeah, they're changing the fitting right now, so the leak should be fixed.
And you're going to get back in?
Yeah.
So much. So Butch Heisinger will get back in. Looks like they're going to put a new front nose on. This is probably also to help with that problem. A new front nose, maybe get some better lighting from that, because the other ones, as you can see, are probably pretty filthy dirty. They're also going to weather tires, which is interesting. I think they'll be the first ones to do that. And now the wet has actually, the rain has actually petered out a little bit, so I don't know if the wet weather is a good idea. We'll find out quickly when Butch rejoins. By the way, on the pill beam that went back to the garage area straight away, I had quick back up to the booth.
All right, thank you, Guy.
Speed Vision. And the 2001 season revs up with the Grand Slam of endurance racing. Live, flag-to-flag coverage of the 24 hours of Daytona. Live, 12 hours of Sebring. And 24 hours of Le Mans and the Petit Le Mans. Only on Speed Vision. Live coverage of the 12 hours of Sebring begins March 17th at 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 Pacific.
We are back live at Daytona, opening event on the Speed Vision Endurance Racing Grand Slam. Daytona, Sebring, Le Mans, and the Petit Le Mans at Road Atlanta, all coming your way live and flag to flag, only here on Speed Vision. There are some of the parts remaining after a remarkable incident involving the Pilbeam Nissan in the Sports Racer Prototype 2 category, driven by Swiss Tony Seiler, sharing with Bruno Lambert of Belgium and Shane Lewis of the United States. If you've been with us for our coverage, Shane took us around the car a little bit earlier to tell us what it's all about. Now it's in pieces all over this racetrack. Alan?
You know, it's fortuitous that this number 16 has had this problem when it had the problem, because with this yellow, look how slowly all the other cars are going around the track, giving them time to repair it. They have repaired it. They're now putting the car back together. So they've stopped that leak, all being well, from the hydraulic fluid that goes into the power steering, which Leisinger's got back aboard. I don't think they've lost more than maybe a lap and a half. Now, remember, they had a 5-lap lead, so if they've lost a lap and a half, 2 laps at the most, that still should give them a 3-lap lead. So they should still be able to join this race and be in the lead.
And perhaps most important of all, put those wet weather tires on. As you can see, it's a very odd rain that's falling. It's almost like snow. Getting to look a lot like Christmas around Daytona International Speedway. We'll be right back in just a moment.
What's actually happening? You may see it better because our cameraman's right in the middle. Obviously not too serious because the hood is going back on, and I guess this car's going to fire up. The tyres they've chosen is very lightly cut slicks. We still have some of this drizzle coming down. I think maybe they should have chosen a more cut slick, but the car is just about to fire up. I think just a little problem with the body clip. That's okay now. The big motor, the V8 fires up, the Corvette goes off, and Dale Jr. is back in the race.
He has had an interesting race thus far when the track is damp, so we'll have to keep an eye on the former 2-time NASCAR Busch Grand National Champion, Alan.
You know, that looked to me like a shock absorber remote unit that they were tie wrapping into place. I think possibly that had broken free, the vibrations had cracked its mounting, they just tie wrapped it back in place, off he went. I think that's all it was, a very simple thing. It'll probably rattle around there for the rest of the race, but it shouldn't do any harm.
It appeared that he went out on intermediate rain tires with just a few grooves in them to wick away whatever water might be on the racetrack. It is still misting down, not quite as heavy as it was when it started about 10 minutes ago, but coming down nonetheless. And as you see, Earnhardt has but one remaining
according to plan, and Sasha Masson was in the car, and suddenly we lost oil pressure.
Not the kind of thing you can fix, although the team was behind the wall for some time, thrashing around.
Well, I think they were more just searching for what the problem was. We had all of our data that said that the motor was history, so we parked it.
We're going to ask Curly to stay with us for just a moment, but Andrew Marriott is standing by with Andy Pilgrim, I believe.
Yes, I certainly am. Andy, they lifted the hood. What was the problem there?
Yeah, we got that last, I just did like a double stint. The start of the second stint, for whatever reason, I was getting gassed in the car. And a lot of carbon monoxide was coming in, and I told them they've got to look at it because it's just dangerous. So they were looking for it. I don't know if they found it yet because I haven't talked to them, but they were looking for a gas leak, you know, an exhaust leak that was causing the exhaust to go inside.
I saw you on the walkie-talkie. Why are you talking to Dale Jr.?
Yeah, I was really just going over the line, the rain line with him. That's all. He hasn't really been out in the rain at all, so, you know, we've just been going over the rain line before he went out last time. Just wanted to reiterate it again. Just the outside and other things like that, just where it's real slick.
Andy Pilgrim is coach. Back to you in the booth.
All right, thanks very much, Andrew. With a Dutch-built 6.9-liter Chevy V8, it makes an amazing noise when it goes by. We are still under a full-course caution, and let me correct myself. This is our 7th full-course caution, not the 8th, as I said earlier. We're working under the hood of that car, currently shown as 2nd in class in the GTS class, and currently in 5th place in the overall.
I mean, you know, every major win I've had here has been a Porsche-powered car, and we had a lot of confidence in this motor. We did a lot of testing with it, and it's just a mystery. We don't really know what happened, and it's something probably very small in the motor. Something broke, and that you know, shut the motor down.
There's an example of the GTS category Porsche 911 GT1, a remarkable car. Very few of them in the world, and we've had 3 of them that started this race. 2 of them, I believe, are still running. What is it about the 911 that just makes it such a classic, so dear to the hearts of Porsche lovers everywhere?
And our basic motor is the same motor that they're running, GT1 motor. So you know, they're running great, but we didn't.
Well, this is a record day for Porsche. 34 examples of the brand in the race, including one that started in the big prototype division. It is now on the truck. We want to thank Hurley Haywood for being with us. The rain falling harder again. Rolex 24 winner Hurley Haywood. Hurley, we've just gone green. Misting conditions. What's that racetrack likely to be like? A lot of these guys on fresh tires.
This is a driver's nightmare because, you know, when I was out in my stint, I had very similar conditions to this, and the track dries in some places and it's wet in others. When you're running a rain tire, you can easily overheat them on the banking because the banking's pretty dry. So it's really a difficult call to try to figure out what kind of tire to run in this kind of stuff. Attainment of rules which affect the overall cost of racing, which I think is important.
Watching a little full contact racing there in the chicane area. Remember, it's a wet track. The traffic is tightly bunched after that restart. 3 wide as they head into NASCAR turn 3.
This is difficult because all those GT cars get packed up, and then those faster cars get behind them, and you really, you know, you got to be really paying attention to get by those guys. Not easy.
There are some faster cars. Off to the left of your screen with the 2 operating headlights is the bright yellow Corvette. I believe that's the number 2 car, currently in the hands of Johnny O'Connell, which is 3rd in the overall running order behind Butch Leitzinger and David Brabham's Ferrari. Let's get down quickly to the pit lane and Guy Hobbs.
You're in the pit for the Marcos Pantera we were talking about earlier, that great engine. It's not an engine problem they have right now. What it is a power steering belt. And they're trying to replace it and get this car back out on the road. While they're doing that work, they took advantage of the downtime and have replaced the pads on all 4 corners. They've just put the tires back on and hoping to get them back out. Unfortunately, though, this stop taking this long has cost them 2nd position in the GTS class. They've just lost that position to who else but Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Welcome back live to Daytona International Speedway and the 39th Rolex 24 at Daytona. I'm Bob Varsha along with Alan DeCadenet. You're looking at the number 3 GM Goodwrench factory Corvette C5R. That is currently in the hands of Dale Earnhardt Jr. and he is down on the apron, choosing not to go up on the banking. That is not a good indication.
He's got problems, that's for sure.
Physically obvious on the car. You're We're joined by Hurley Haywood, a 5-time winner of this race. Hurley, do you see anything?
Well, when he came through the bus stop, he really kind of almost fell off the road there. He took the car, took a big hop. So.
Microphone up on the onboard camera. I think the engine is silent. You see his last lap averaging 111 miles an hour. No, he's popped it out of gear.
Yeah, he's just rolling through.
Yeah.
On the wall is
a transmission.
Looks like a new gearbox. So
he could have lost the drive. Maybe the engine's all right and he's got major transmission problems perhaps. That's what he must have radioed in.
Well, that's a driver's first instinct when there's a noise from the engine bay, isn't it, Hurley? Just get the thing out of gear so you don't hurt it.
Yep.
He's got it back. At least he's got it back to the pits.
Andrew Marriott is there.
Yes, I certainly am. Well, the crew, of course, they're only allowed, I believe it's 5 men around this car, and 5 men are already working on it. They haven't even lifted it up on the jack yet. They have that transmission unit ready to be fitted. Dale Jr. is sitting there impassively in the car. There's a little bit of smoke coming off the brakes. We expect that. And I guess these guys are going to work pretty soon. And a number of blocks coming out to make sure that the car does not fall off the jack. So this could be quite a long job, I think. I think we'll throw it back to the booth, and I'll come back with an update.
There is Dale Earnhardt Jr. sitting quietly in the cockpit. Well, down to his right, the transmission is being lowered out of the car and a repair being made. Mechanics working under the machine. Now, just before we went to break, you saw the number 24, Marcos Montara, being pushed behind the wall. So suddenly, the second and third place cars in the GTS category are not running. And the GT cars, led by the number 31 White Lightning car, currently in the hands of Randy Popes, is moving forward. To Andrew Marriott in the pit lane.
Yeah, I've just been talking to the team. They do practice these gearbox changes, the Pratt & Miller boys, and they reckon it takes about 15 minutes. But of course, that's not on a nice, damp, horrible pit lane. 15 minutes, they reckon. The car's been here for 6 minutes. The team did confirm to me that the car had lost all drive, so this new gearbox has to go in. It's still waiting here, so I guess it's going to be about another 10 minutes before they get this car back.
It was all part of it, wasn't it? You can still have a win here, even if your own car broke down.
Yeah, well, I mean, back in, 91 when Bob and myself won, we had a cast of, I think, 5 guys that drove that car. So we had 2 cars. One car went out, and they moved some of the other guys off over to that car. So Mr. Yost was kind enough to allow Bob and myself to drive it some. So we got the win.
I think Grand-Am have made it easier all ways now for drivers to get points, because you have to drive, I think, for at least an hour or something, and you still get the points. That was the plan, wasn't it?
Well, and the environment is very friendly here, because if you do have a problem out on the racetrack, they'll drag you back into the pits as long as your car is accessible. So, unlike the Le Mans rules, which if you break down on the outside of the pits, it's almost impossible to get back. You can't have anybody bring you any spare parts, and you can't have any outside help. You have to do it all yourself.
On board with Mike Fitzgerald in the number 31 White Lightning Porsche, working heavy traffic, but currently in the number 4 spot, although he is 23 laps, by my reckoning, behind the race leader, Butch Leitzinger. Onto the backstretch he goes. The super stretch here at Daytona International Speedway, headed for the heavy braking area for the chicane. We'll take a break and return with more live from Daytona. 46 cars took the green flag at the 1991 running of the Rolex 24, in which the names Andretti, Wallach, and Haywood would be at the forefront throughout the entire 2-day event. Harry Lyondike took the lead from pole sitter Bob Wallach by weaving his Nissan through the traffic early on in the race. About 2 hours into the event, the skies opened up, catching everyone on slick tires. Calvin Fish in one of the Mazda GTO cars went head-on into the 4th turn wall. He was uninjured. Mario Andretti was forced to the tri-oval grass, broke an upright in the process, and went to the pits for over a half an hour. The race's only other serious crash eliminated the Unser family's Porsche. Robbie was behind the wheel when the accident occurred. Overheating problems plagued the drivers throughout the night, forcing many to withdraw from the race before daybreak. By that time, the Andrettis had worked themselves from being 18 laps down to the race lead. But when Mario came in for a routine pit stop to hand over the driving chores to son Jeff, the clutch failed on the car, and it eventually finished 5th. That fateful pit stop for the Andrettis allowed the number 7 Yost Porsche, co-driven by Frank Jelensky, Henri Pescarolo, and John Winter, along with Bob Wallach and Daytona legend Hurley Haywood, to cruise to the easy win. It was the 4th Daytona win for Wallach and a record-setting 5th for Haywood. Well, there you have it. And as I mentioned, Hurley Haywood is with us as we watch the work continuing on Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s Corvette. Bring back memories, Hurley?
Yeah, I mean, when I look at that, it's like that race was yesterday. I remember the rain. I remember having a fantastic race with the Andrettis in the rain. I mean, that was a great race.
Only 42 cars started that race in the heart of the GTP era, what was then called IMSA, the International Motorsports Association. 80 cars started today's race. About 51 of them are still circuit types running up front. I'll tell you more when we return to Daytona. Earnhardt Jr. sits behind the control. Now they've got a half shaft out on the pit wall, Alan de Cadenet.
Yeah, that's right. Actually, it's a full-blooded drive shaft, so that's got the constant velocity couplings at either end. There could well be a problem.
David Braben's just climbed out of the car. His ears are still ringing. David Hatton, a double stint on Ferrari's just going to leave. Let that go. Spins the wheels out of here. Glorious out of the V12 engine. David, how was your double stint there?
No, it was pretty good. I mean, we were able to catch up on a few laps, which was very handy. The car's running pretty well, actually. I'm really pleased with it. So, you know, we just have to keep it going.
What did Alan say to you about the dramas he had before your stint? Alan, of course, had the wheel fall off and everything.
Well, there was no real drama. I mean, Alan spun on cold tyres, and there wasn't a drama. He was fairly happy with the car. When I got in, it was, I mean, you know, I was going fairly quickly, and you know, just really pleased the way it's going.
Any comparison with driving the Paynos to this Ferrari?
Well, all I know is I'm getting more and more used to this thing, and you know, I mean, the Ferrari's a very easy car to drive, and I just have to keep learning and go a bit faster, a bit faster.
So the strategy now is to keep pushing to try and get that lead back.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we just got to push as hard as we can, and obviously we've got to look after the equipment, because it just seems to be between us two at the moment. And, you know, they've had a few problems, we've had a few problems, and I think it's going to be like that all the way through the end of the race.
What's the racetrack condition like? Does it keep raining a little bit and then drying and then raining?
The track condition was pretty good. The team were telling me it was raining a little bit out here, but you didn't really notice it out on the track, and you can still push pretty hard.
David, thanks. Take a well-earned rest.
Amazing how much he looks and sounds like his father, Sir Jack.
Yeah, that's right. I tell you what, though, he's a real man's racing driver, that guy. He'll drive anything. I mean, he jumps out of one car into another. Paynos, Ferraris, just loves to drive.
Question about it. Now, here is the second place car in GT. This is Hans Stuck in that amazing V8 BMW M3, a 5-liter V8, essentially the M5 model engine in this car. Currently in the hands of Hans Stuck, it is nearly a lap behind the leading car in the class, that being Mike Fitzgerald in the number 31 White Lightning Racing Porsche 911. And they are 4th and 5th in the overall.
It's a lovely car, you know. I had a really close look at that. It's beautifully built. Lots of little carbon fiber bits in here and there. They've been quite clever, because as we heard from Hans Stuck earlier in the day, this is really a basic road-going engine that they've merely adopted for racing. It's by no means a full house racing lump, so it's more than likely going to go the distance. The car looks great, sounds great. I think we're going to see this one at the finish.
As you see, Dale Earnhardt Jr. has finally left the pit lane, currently showed in 15th and 3rd in the GTS category car. And behind it is its sister car, the number 20, which, as I mentioned earlier, is currently in 6th place. Butch Leitzinger putting a lap on Chris Neipel in the number 2 Chevy Corvette C5R. Down to Guy Hobbs in the pit lane.
Well,
Well, just an update on the stock for the 16 car. It was in fact very routine as they just changed all 4 tyres, added fuel, cleaned up the air intake and changed drivers. Andy Wallace getting in. Of course, they did lose a lap in that session to the very fast number 12 Ferrari. The reason being, remember, Butch had the leaking power steering fluid coming under the pedals, so he wasn't able to really race it at 100%. He tells me now it's stopped leaking, so maybe we'll see some quick times coming back from Andy Wallace.
Next for the update guy, it is Andy Wallace, who has had an amazing history in endurance racing. Won Le Mans at the first attempt, won Daytona at the second attempt. He won Sebring within his first 3 shots at it, I would guess, and then won the inaugural running of the 10-hour Petit Le Mans Road Atlanta. As our colleague David Hobbs likes to say, Andy Wallace falls out of bed and somebody hands him a trophy.
Yeah, he's a magic man, actually, Wallace.
Welcome back live to the Rolex 24 at Daytona, and we've got a curious incident in the pit lane. That's the number 4 Lola Ford. Somehow spun in the pit lane and was moving in the wrong direction before spinning around again. This is the number 4 being shared by Scott Schubert, Duncan Dayton, John Burton, and Rick Sutherland. Now it makes its way up the pit lane in the proper direction.
No, he's exiting. He's exiting the pit lane, isn't he? Look, that's John Burton driving. Now, he's very experienced. I think he's got a bit of a transmission problem because he seemed to have a bit of a jerky start there. It's either the clutch or the gearbox that's giving him trouble, I think.
He's about to make his way onto the track.
He was on his way out when he obviously lost it. Maybe you see he was on the cold tires. He gassed it a bit too much. Did a quick 90 degrees. Didn't hit the wall. Phew, that was lucky. They pushed him backwards.
He's going fairly gingerly right now. If he has a problem in his pit lane, his pit stall is back at the head of the pit lane, he would have to go around the racetrack to get back to his pit stall.
He may be doing.
This is Eric Van de Poel from Belgium trying to unlap himself and bring his team within 3 laps of the overall race lead. We approach, in fact, pass the halfway point in this race. It is about 3 minutes after 1 in the morning Eastern Time. Hope you're enjoying us. Live flag-to-flag coverage of the Rolex 24 at Daytona, beginning the endurance racing Grand Slam of Daytona, Sebring, Le Mans, and Road Atlanta here on Speed Vision. Van de Poel makes the pass.
He let him go, you see, Bob, I think, because he knows that that Ferrari is actually 6 miles an hour quicker in a straight line than the Riley and Scott. So rather than hold him up or mess around at this stage, they can let him go, and they've still got enough lead to keep a nice buffer between him and the number 2 car.
We talked earlier in the race about the fact that both the Ferrari and the Riley and Scott Ford technology is very well sorted. Both of these combinations have been around for 5 or 6 years now and have reached the acme of their development. And so to keep the cars competitive, officials play with things like the restrictor inlets that allow air into the engine. Of course, air-fuel mixture in the engine is what makes horsepower and ultimately speed.
That number 16's actually had a new chassis since its earlier days, and the other one's getting a bit flexible. This chassis is a lot stiffer, but Weaver and Wallace and Leipzig have all said to me it's like really driving a big old comfortable drawing room armchair. And they know that car so well. It's kind of strapping on an old mate, and it just feels so good.
The number 2 car, that would mean Chris Neifel got out, and the driver getting in should be Frank Frion of France, who makes his home in the United States here in the booth. Your thoughts thus far, Alan?
Well, this race has really been quite full of surprises, which is really what I expected. And been some quite sort of unpleasant-looking cars smoting the wall and that kind of thing, the pill beam, for instance, but no one's been hurt, thank God. They've managed to clean up all the damage nice and quickly. The race is really, as we said, halfway through. It's running very smoothly indeed for the number 16, Riley and Scott, the Dyson car. That's all gone according to plan. And they cleaned up all the mess, and everything's running very nicely. So really, it's quite textbook so far.
We have had rain falling intermittently throughout the event, as Alan mentioned. We have also had some heavy crashes, and one of those is featured in our highlights of the 12th hour of this race. So let's take you back. It began with an amazing crash for Tony Seiler of Switzerland, whose Philbin Sports Racer Prototype 2 car shed all of its bodywork. He waved frantically at the oncoming traffic. Fortunately, no one struck him, but it brought out our 7th caution flag of the day. And when it did, the race-leading number 16 Dyson Racing Riley and Scott pitted to clean up some power steering fluid that was getting on Butch Leitzinger's feet. The number 3 Corvette came in, and off came the engine hood, a sign of things to come. The number 2 sister car, which was working its way up into the top 3 in the overall, a routine stop. Now, when the race restarted, Butch Leitzinger in the number 16 took the lead. But that number 3 Corvette in the hands of Dale Earnhardt Jr. coasted in with no drive. The team did an incredibly quick, complete transmission change, only to find out the problem was actually a half shaft. Meanwhile, down the pit lane of the Ferrari pit, Eric Van de Poel climbed in for David Brabham. After a 31-minute stop, young Mr. Earnhardt was finally on his way. Now you are on board with the Corvette making its way along. This is the number 2 car. Chris Neifel just climbed out of it, and he is standing by with Andrew Marriott.
Yeah, Chris, how was your session then?
That was great. I was just in the car a little bit over the last 2.5 hours, and all systems are going. Car number 2, really excellent.
Now, the other car you probably heard broke a drive shaft. No transmission worries with you?
No, I mean, you know, literally every input, all the shifts, every time you touch the throttle, it's just like having an egg on your foot. Be real gentle with it, take care of the car.
Is the car better than it was last year? Has progress been made?
I'm sorry, you have to say it again.
Is the car better than it was last year?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the team is better than it was last year, not just the car. We're all better.
Well, Chris, you don't need to win. You've already got the watch, look.
I want another one.
Well done. Thanks very much, Chris Neifel.
And thank you, Andrew Marriott. Now, up here in the booth, we've been interactive since before this race began. While the action continues in the pit lane, it's also continuing on the internet. Up here in the booth, our Kenny Martin has been monitoring your email messages. Just get on speedvision.com if you'd like to get in touch with us. We'll be reading some of those emails. In fact, I have a couple in my hands right now. We'll try to answer all of them as best we possibly can. And if you'd like to see your question answered on the air, as you see it is now across the bottom of your screen, just dial up our eSlam speed line. You can also do that from speedvision.com. Now, an answer to an email from Tim in Tucson, Arizona, who is physically challenged, cannot use his legs. He uses hand controls to drive his street car, but he says he's a huge race fan, and he would like to know if there have ever been hand control systems developed for race cars. And I think you and I both know the answer to that, Alan.
The answer is very much yes, especially when you consider, let's say, Clay Regazzoni, who had that ghastly accident at Long Beach when he piled his Formula One car into the concrete block, lost the use of both his legs. Well, he's had cars adapted for driving on the road, and Clay, of course, being the great racer he is, had his racing cars adapted as well. So the answer to the question is yes.
Now, one of the many emails we've got questions why we're not seeing the Orica Vipers that won this race so dominantly a year ago. Well, the answer is the Orica team, which is a French-based operation, has been reassigned by Daimler Chrysler to develop a prototype car. So those Vipers are no longer in circulation. Now, there were 2 privately entered machines in this race from Chamberlain Engineering in England. They are both out of the race at this point. Al Suttle from Varina, Virginia wants to know what exactly is a Judd engine. There are a couple of V10 Judds powering cars in this race. A Judd is a development from John Judd and his engineering shops in England. He has developed engines, that is, for Formula One and open-wheel competition here in the United States. And the Judd engine being used in this race is truly a descendant of that V10 Formula One engine.
That's correct. It started out originally as a 3.5-liter engine for that Formula One, and he's taken it and increased the capacity to 4 liters, whereas it used to rev to anything up to 15,000, 16,000 revs. It's now held well back to about 12, 13, 14, maybe thousand at max. So it's 4 liters, and of course with the restrictors on, horsepower is also throttled down. But I mean, you could get something like 700, 800 horsepower if you had full air gain.
Daytona, we are proud of every single one of them. But The good news is for them it's just the beginning, because of course we've got the 12 hours of Sebring coming here from across the world of racing, across the world generally, who have come here to Daytona to race the Rolex. All due respect to that other series that bears the name, this is truly an international race of champions. There's a look at Buddy's resume. Like so many other drivers, here's the number 4. This is the Lola Ford having an overheating problem.
Yeah, that's the car driven by John Burton and Duncan Dayton, who had the problems with his Lola in the historic race.
Slim rear wing. These are the smallest end plates I think I've seen on any of these Lolas or Riley and Scotts. Andrew Marriott is there looking on.
Andrew Marriott is looking at a lot of steam coming out. John Burton sitting in the cockpit. I can't quite see exactly what the problem is, to be honest. The steam's coming out of the side radiator here. I thought at first it was punctured, but it doesn't seem to be. They are, and also putting oil into the engine. So some problems down here with this purple, blue and yellow number 4, the Philip Triton Motorsport car. John Burton is staying at the wheel. The rear bodywork is going back on, and I guess the car is going to go back into the race very soon. So that's the situation down here. There's a lot of water, there's a lot of steam, but the Lola is now accelerating back into the race. And let's hope this time he doesn't spin it in the pit lane.
Yes, indeed. That car prepared by Phil Creighton Motorsports in the Atlanta area. I have to say, the steam coming out the back is not a good sign.
Yeah, I hope he hasn't done a head gasket or something. At least his slicks will be warm, so no excuse for turning it around this time.
It would be a major repair. You can repair just about everything on these cars, but you cannot change the chassis, and you cannot change the engine block or crankshaft. Just about everything else, of course, can be bolted on.
Incidentally, Buddy Lazier's Riley and Scott, those Judd engines we were talking about earlier, Judd doesn't like to sell you those engines. He prefers to lease you the engines on a deal, but he will actually sell you one. They're 120-odd thousand pounds a throw, which is something like 180,000 bucks at current exchanges. So that's what it costs to buy one outright.
Leading far, although the BMW number 54 is getting a little closer.
Yeah, the BMW's been on our tail all day. I think here we are 12 hours later, we're about 30 seconds apart. So it's been a tough battle between the two teams, but the Peterson White Lightning team's been doing a great job. The pit stops have been on the money, and the car's good. So,
how are the driving conditions? Because we keep getting this off and on rain. It's just started again. Is it making it really tough to drive out there?
Yeah, I'm having a hard time hearing you, but the weather. The last time I was in the car was the rain stint earlier today, and it was ridiculous out there. I mean, it was a downpour, and this isn't quite as bad, but it looks like it might be headed that way. I hope not.
I hope not. Now, you are one of only 2 Americans to have won the Porsche Cup. Bryce Cobb was the one guy to do it before you. That's going to be pretty special to do that.
Yeah, that was a really neat experience. I went over to Germany, and Porsche put on a really nice banquet over there, and I really enjoyed myself. And it's really an honor to have won it.
Can you keep this Porsche out in front today?
I hope so. It's going to be tough.
We'll keep a close eye on that battle between you and the 54 car. And I'm just reminded that there are, in fact, 3 Americans have won it, Thor Wagner being the 3rd one. All right, good luck, Mike.
All right, thank you very much, Guy. As you see, the 31 White Lightning 911 continuing on its way. Meanwhile, up on the banking now is the number 16 race leader, Andy Wallace.
Yes, look at that car. It's just running like clockwork. I mean, that's all they have to do is bring it in the pits, put tires on it, fuel it, check the oil, change the drivers, out it goes. And the thing is just really, really running to plan. This is a very, very well lubricated. Now, here's a really lovely bit of kit that I found at the Grand Am Milestone show. This is the 1979 Porsche 935 that Peter Gregg used to win his 5th IMSA Camel GT Championship. Do you know, during that year, he actually had 8 on-the-trot pole positions, and he won 8 of the races. I think that's probably a record. This is a really beautifully restored car, and it's got lots of little Peter Gregg touches to it, like this black watch tartan seat that he loved, fits me like a glove, and this cut out of the solid billet shifter here. That is the turbo knob. Now, you twiddle that knob, close down the wastegate, and Peter could get, if he wanted, 700 horsepower from the twin turbocharged 3-litre engine. You know, it's a great shame they don't want someone to race this car, because it not just fitted Peter very well, it fits me very well too, but I guess it's just going to remain on show.
Ah, yes, Alan DeCatney knows how to find tasty race cars anywhere on the planet. The rain falling seriously now, and that could change things. We'll be back live in a moment. Has turned into what a seriously self-important feeling meteorologist would call a precipitation incident. We'll just say it is raining hard once again here at Daytona as you watch the race leader, Andy Wallace, cut his racing teeth in England, so of course he is used to running what they call summer weather in England, which is a downpour. Past the midnight hour for the Corvette team and the rest of us here at the 39th Rolex 24. Folks are staying loose and eating regularly. Sandy Hing, the look behind the scenes.
Die-hard race fans, the ones that are up after midnight, we're feeling skanky, it's cold, it's wet, we're hungry, but you're watching, it's after midnight, so this one's for you.
Number 44, even motorsports for that.
The fires are burning hot in the infield, but you've got to be very careful. Be very, very quiet, because this is when some race fans are sleeping, like Stacy from Columbia, South Carolina. They road tripped all the way up here. Hey, she fell asleep before they got done with this, the pork tenderloin. Well, some fans found another way to relax, get out of the rain. Some Corvette fans we found down here in this tent. Hey guys, Corvette fans.
Yeah, they're the best.
What do you like about the race?
They're the best and number one.
Number one. What do you think, Connor?
Well, if I didn't like them, I'd be nuts.
You'd be nuts? Would you be sleeping and not watching?
I would. I'd be watching I'd be sleeping if they weren't on the track, that's for sure.
Oh, I got that right. How about you, Josh?
Dylan Harsh is the best.
Don't tell the Corvette team they do have some competition. Andy and I are just hanging out up here watching. This is your first endurance event. What do you think?
It's been a lot of fun. A little cold, but a couple beverages take care of that usually.
You're not sleeping yet?
No, no way. Not for a bunch of hours yet.
You gonna do this again?
You bet. I'll be at Sebring.
Keep those fires burning bright, fans.
It's all a part of the show here at the Rolex. Come back here in a couple of weeks for the Daytona 500 and see if you can still get that perch. Now there you see the rain still falling, not as hard as it was just a few minutes ago. It has cooled off, but only slightly, which I guess indicates to us that there isn't a cold front. Stand and wait. Of course, Willie Mays once said, no, it was Hank Aaron who said, why stand when you can sit? Why sit when you can lie down? And if you have spent 12 hours of racing, working on a pit crew, and of course before that, session after session, honing your car for the Rolex 24 at Daytona, you grab a catnap when you could. As first place, second place, and third place to a set of GT cars. Became the first all GT podium in Rolex history. So anything can happen in the second half of this race. Now down in the pit lane, this is the Spencer Motorsports number 62 Mazda Kudzu in the Sports Racer Prototype 2 class. Obviously having some overheating problems there. While Andy Wallace works the infield through the chicane. That was Rich Grubb sitting behind the wheel of the number 62 car. He worked for many years for Jim Downing, who manufactures the Kudzu chassis as well as the Hans head and neck racer. Comes the race leader. 65-mile-an-hour pit lane speed limit through the weekend. World to have won all 4 of the Grand Slam events. Here's more on Andy Wallace's success. Winning any 24-hour race takes both a good set of drivers and a great team. In 1988, Andy Wallace was a part of the Walkinshaw Racing Jaguar squad at Le Mans, and he, along with co-drivers Jan Lammers and Johnny Dumfries, led a Jag parade to the finish. It was the first Le Mans win for Jaguar since the 1950s, and a victory for Wallace in his Le Mans debut. In 1990, Wallace found success at the Rolex 24 at Daytona, again in a Walkinshaw Jaguar. In his second appearance at the Twice Around the Clock Classic, he won, again with Jan Lammers and co-driver Davy Jones. He would go on to win at Daytona twice more in 1997 and 99, both times as a member of Dyson Racing. He has also won twice at Sebring, Florida in 1992 and 93, driving a Toyota as a member of Dan Gurney's All-American Racers. The final victory of his Grand Slam came with the Panos team at the 99 Petit Le Mans when a rival spun out of the lead in the closing laps. Sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. And Andy Wallace would no doubt be the first to tell you that luck plays a big role. And his home in Raleigh, North Carolina. Now, he gave up a lap to his nearest rival, Eric Van der Poel, in the Ferrari, but he has gained that lap back. Currently enjoys, as I mentioned, a 4-lap lead. Wallace has led 275 of 377 laps as a part of that Dyson Racing. The flame out on the number 4, Lola 4. Now he's got cars pursuing him in that smoke screen.
That's steam, Bob, so I would think that's definitely a big old head gasket job where he's dropped a valve which has punched through the combustion chamber.
Now remember earlier that car was sitting in the pits overheating badly and they sent it back out.
Yeah, he's left a real smoke screen now for everybody else, of course. But he wants to try to struggle back to the pits and keep going. But I've got the feeling this is likely to be terminal.
He is just at the farthest point from the pits, over in the west hairpin. Not much hope of making it the 1.5 to 2 miles from that point to get back to the pit lane. Look at the mosquito killer he has laid down in the Rodriguez curve, which is where the problem began.
Yeah, I think his work's over for the day.
It is a tough break for that team. Scott Schubert.
A long, old, hard session for you there.
Well, I didn't hear what he said, but the car's running fine. It's got a little misfire. Had it for a couple of hours, and it's getting a little bit worse, so we're trying to take care of it. It's hard to compete against the Porsches. They seem to have such straightaway speed on us that I have to drive like crazy to the infield to try to catch up on them. But since we've kept it in one piece, it looks like we're moving up, and we're not even halfway.
How's it feel, Bill, not to be driving a sports prototype out there? You've had 2 years in that wonderful BMW LMP car.
Well, you look in the mirrors a lot more than you used to, I'll tell you that. I mean, you got to keep your eyes open. I'm trying to be respectful of the guys I used to race against. I miss the sound of the V12 behind me, and sometimes when you step on this gas pedal, it doesn't quite do as much as when you step on the other gas pedal.
What's the plan for the rest of the season?
Well, Tom Milner, I'm going to run with him in the 2 factory BMWs that are being made, the real trick ones. Schnitzer's also going to bring 2 over for J.J. Leto, Jon Muller, Dirk Muller, and Ekblom. So we'll have a real good battle between all of us.
We'll see you in Sebring.
All right.
Thanks very much. Bill Auberlen spent some time as a BMW factory driver, part of a very strong operation. And as you heard him say, there will be more of those V8 BMW M-Series cars running in North American sports car racing. So be sure to turn out and watch them. An MLS champion and former Indy 500 winner is climbing out of the Robinson Racing, Riley and Scott Judd, to be replaced, it would appear, by Jack Baldwin. Put the car on the front row, down to Andrew Marriott.
Yes, I always confirm Jack Baldwin is just being strapped into the car here by Buddy Lazier. The car has taken 4 new slick tyres. Everybody's sticking on these slicks, although we've still got this drizzle. And various bottles and things have been thrown around and replenished in the cockpit of this car. And it's taken a little bit of time here, but I think they'll be away in short order, and then we can get a few words then with Buddy Lazier. But back to you. How was that session for you? Hard work out there, eh?
Yeah, hard work. It's intermittent rain, you know. It's half rain, half dry. But our car's really awesome, man. We had a couple technical problems earlier. Other than that, I think we'd be real strong. But the car's running really good. It's a real strong platform, so we'll have to see how it goes.
I gather from the guys in the booth you were turning some of the fastest laps of anyone out there.
Oh, I'm glad to hear that. I just did a triple stint, so I'm pretty tired. But you know, I don't know what to tell you. The car is just awesome, and that makes a big difference. So I'd like to say hi to my IRL team in Indianapolis. I know they're watching. I'll see those guys soon.
season's coming up. You're looking forward to a new RL season?
I really am. I think our Coors Light Delta Faucet Delara is going to run good. So
you got to beat Team Penske in the first race. You have to beat Team Penske in the first race.
Yeah, they're a tough team, but Himmelgard Racing is up to the challenge. They're a real good team.
Thanks very much, buddy.
Thanks indeed. In fact, when he won the IRNLS championship last year, Buddy said, next year we're going for the perfect season, and that would be defending the championship and winning the Indianapolis 500. Good luck to him. We'll take a break and return with more live as we approach 2 a.m. Eastern Time.
This is a cost-effective formula. You don't have complete spare back ends.
I was going to say, I don't think they're on the same budget that Audi had last year, which supposedly is about 50 million.
Butch Leitzinger brings the 16 car back in heavy rain. They're going to go for a tire change to Dave Burns.
And Rick, they were all set to go to slicks. I talked to Pat Smith. They had a soft compound of slicks up on the wall. Butch had said, let's go ahead and try it. The track seems ready for it. And about 30, 40 seconds ago, they hit a downpour. They pulled the reins right back out and are going to send Butch out for the second of 2 stints now. Fuel going into the 16-liter as well. And everything otherwise looking very routine. But this race, as always, as long as it is a race full of last-minute changes and decisions. And in this case, it was a pretty obvious one as we hit this downpour.
Butch Leitzinger no doubt hoping that the Rain-X works on the helmet visor because it is just pouring. Just in the last 30 seconds as we saw him head to pit road, you heard Dave describe the team's decision to change the tire situation, put different rain tires on the 16. And we'll find out more about the situation with the Ferrari team as well. The 12 car still on pit road, second overall. Meantime, Butch Leitzinger adds to the lead for the Dyson team here at the Rolex 24 at Daytona. That's Speed Vision, the car that is second overall. The Risi Ferrari still on pit road to Alan DeCadney.
Yes, it's actually got an overheating problem, I think, because they've undone the cooling system and they're pouring like antifreeze coolant in there. He's now putting some, exactly what he's pouring in. So they were cleaning out the backs of the radiators. So I think he's come in saying it's getting too hot and they're trying to investigate what's causing that. And I think, in fact, they're trying to cool the radiators down by throwing water on them, but it's lost coolant somewhere. Huge bucket of water coming over here. Plenty of coolant. It's taking an awful lot of coolant. I think it's you see they're trying to cool it down. I think this is a reasonable problem for them, because if it's lost all this fluid, where's it all gone? It's all boiled away. So this isn't too good, I'm afraid, but hopefully they'll sort it out.
Engine off into 12. There you see more water about to be poured into the water intake area of that Ferrari motor.
I think what's great what this car has shown here today, though, is that this car still has some life left in it, and there's a few of these things floating around. And it'd be great to see some of these teams resurrect programs with the Ferrari chassis. They've got a little bit more horsepower this year, and it's immediately made it competitive. I mean, they've struggled for the last 2 years with lack of straightaway speed, and just a slightly bigger air restrictor. Suddenly this car can be a factor. It'd be great to see it run some more.
As we had mentioned earlier in the
last year, if you remember. The difficulty with this car is that they're known to lose water, these engines, from time to time. And if it's lost too much and got too hot, this could be the beginning of something rather nasty, even terminal. And it's taking a lot of water. I've seen at least 2 gallons go in there. And they're flushing water into the backs of the radiator to try and keep it cool. It's obviously getting hot. They know what will happen if it gets too hot. It'll start cooking its joints and it's all over.
They are third overall, leading GTS and starting to close in on second overall on the board as the Risi Ferrari continues to have problems. Still down on pit road trying to figure out what the cooling problem is in that motor, as we talked about. The Corvette had a strong season in 2000 in GTS competition, more quickly than many expected. They had success. Varsha says the momentum for this team started to build last year.
Corvette Racing came out of the blocks quickly last year with an overall runner-up finish here at the Rolex in just the team's second year of racing. The sleek C5Rs continued to nip at the heels of the dominant Vipers until August at Mosport. The team's first victory appeared to be within their grasp, but it slipped away as a drying track played havoc with the Goodyear rain tires.
Well, he could use the front bumper. Look how close they're getting. Here they come, final corner, the right-hand lap car there.
Here comes Pilgrim drawing up onto the back bumper. Wendlinger is going to hold on and score the victory for Dodge. The team would have to wait until the next round under a hot Texas sun.
You know, it was closer to being, there was 112, I think, ambient. Very, very difficult physically to do that event. Toughest thing I've ever done.
Viper has won 12 straight American Le Mans Series races. 13 is their unlucky number. Bellows and Pilgrim score the win in GTS in the Grand Prix of the Petit Le Mans.
There's the leaders right there.
3 laps to go.
Oh, look at that.
Look at the Viper. Blocks them. Oh, the brake zone. The brake zone for turn 1. Pilgrim goes down the inside. The Viper's off.
He's going to have a... Oh, good save so far.
He tried to stop the move by the Corvette, and he wasn't strong enough. And now the boys can celebrate. And don't tell me this won't be a champagne celebration. Chevrolet Corvette come home to win the first endurance race of the year. They beat the Viper. What a fight that was.
It was just a great win, and to do it against the Viper team at the pinnacle of their abilities at that point with the best drivers, the best everything.
They've gotten the problem with the 20 car, the input shaft fixed. Nicholas Johnson in that car. It's out of the garage area, back on the racetrack running 29th and at full speed once again. The rain falling very heavily right now. The teams have all stopped and changing to full-on rain tires because, as you can see, our camera's getting quite wet. Our folks out in the elements getting quite wet. We're sitting by with a nice hot cup of coffee. We invite you to do the same for the next several hours. We've got a lot more racing action to come your way. Well, just a few moments ago, the racing crew moving that car to the garage for more repairs. Alan DeCante, what's the situation now?
Well, rather as we thought. I'm afraid that all that water that got blown out of the car had to go somewhere, and they replaced it all. And what I noticed is as they topped up the water pot, they started the engine, and a whole load of bubbles ensued, and water blew out the top. Well, we all know in a road-going car that's head gasket problem. The cylinders were pressurizing the water system, and I'm afraid that is pretty terminal. They started the engine. As he revved it up to try to leave the pits, a whole load of smoke came flying out of the left-hand bank of cylinders, oil smoke, and there was a lot of steam coming out of the overflow from the water system. So they told him to switch it off. They've taken the car behind the wall, and I would think it's a pound to a penny. That is terminal. I'm afraid we are unlikely to see number 12 back in the race. Great shame.
Meantime, the Corvette, the 3 car. This is the car that Dale Earnhardt and Dale Earnhardt Jr. have been sharing with Andy Pilgrim. They're on pit road for a tire change, and they continue to climb the charts. They're up to 7th overall right now. Andy Pilgrim at the controls, staying in the car in this shift. Second in GTS to their team car, the 2. Coach Johnny O'Connell working through the rain. They're going to open the passenger side door and go in and perhaps have a little oil with the oil tank back there.
We're just changing, that's the driver fluid bottle. They actually have a little canister there so the drivers can take a nice refreshing drink every now and again. So I think that's what they're putting in there.
Very patient with that team. The cars continue to get quicker and quicker and quicker. And we're taking a look at the scoring charts right now. Unofficially, they're about 3 laps out of 6th overall. The 3 GT cars remain 4th, 5th, and 6th overall. This machine's 7th overall, 2nd in GTS. The windshield's pretty dirty there at the moment.
And I tell you, that's one thing. I don't care who you drive with here, whether it's Jack Roush or go to the Ultimate team, and you see the vet team there, you cannot convince the team manager and all the boys at the shop that when it rains, I'd like to see out both sides of the windshield. I remember driving at Sebring once, and the windshield wiper wouldn't touch the screen at speed. And there was no blower on the inside, and they actually had this inside windshield wiper, which was driver's side only, so through the right-hand corners you couldn't see the apex. And I'm driving around, and the windshield wiper on the inside drops off, jams the steering wheel, so I had to grab it, like throw it out of the car, and I mean within 30 seconds you couldn't see anything. And I come back to the pits, and they said, well, it's going to take us a while to fix it, just go out there and try. I said, I'll kill someone going down pit lane, let alone myself on the racetrack.
The challenges of endurance racing. Certainly they're unique in the sport as we watch one of the Corvettes work around the outside of the Rodriguez turn. That's Andy Pilgrim in the 3 after getting that service work done. They're back on the racetrack. Raining hard at the moment. This may be the heaviest rain we've seen of now 4 stretches of rain since the green flag fell at 1 o'clock Saturday afternoon Eastern time. There's one of the Porsche GTS cars, the 01. They're 3rd right now in GTS and 8th overall. One of the basic machines as they work into the infield road course. Let's get an update on the situation. Downstairs to Dave Burns. And we'll talk to Dave in just a moment as we watch the 01 continuing to circulate. The infield part of the road course. GT cars, of course, a big part of the field here. Let's find out more from Dave Burns. And some audio problems evidently for Dave, and we'll try to talk with Dave and get an update on the situation in a couple of moments there as we watch the crews scrambling around. Calvin, as we watch the 16 car continuing to lead here, Butch Leitzinger at the controls. They continue to add to their advantage right now. What's going through the Dyson crew's mind at this point? They came so close a year ago, had a failure late in the going, which gave the race to the Orica Vipers, and now they find themselves in a similar situation.
Well, I think with that Ferrari going behind the wall, the whole ball game changes right now. I'm sure that Pat Smith and the crew are aware of this problem with the Ferrari, and they have a massive lead over the next SRP car once you take that number 12 car out of the equation, so they can really back off considerably and just try and take care of this car. But that doesn't always mean that it's going to still work for 24 hours. You can see there, Dave Burns, we had all technical problems within a 24-hour race, and something silly can hit them as well.
Let's get an update on the situation in Prototype 2. This has been a battle between these two Archangel team cars. Alan,
rear corners, put 2 new drive shafts on, complete with the constant velocity joints. Somehow try and keep the water out of the works while they get everything greased up and put back together. But this car is now going back together. This is in the true tradition of Daytona racing, where you do not give up. You continue to work on your car until it's absolutely impossible not to. And these guys will get this car back together, and it will get back on the track. I estimate, looking at it, the way they're going, probably another 10 to 15 minutes, this thing will be back together and out there.
They are still the leaders in Prototype 2. Their team car, the 21 car, 3 laps behind now. So if it is another 10 minutes or so, you can count on the 21 car taking over the lead in Prototype 2. The team cars 17th and 18th overall in Sports Racer Prototype 2. There's the 21 on the racetrack, making laps, gaining ground, closing back in to try to take over the class lead in SRP2, working through the infield road course. There you get an idea of just how steamy and misty it is right now with the heavy rain that we're seeing. Let's try to get things straightened out. Dave Burns back in the garage area. Dave, got a microphone that's hooked up properly at this point.
Well, you know, that did give Jim Holtum and me a chance to catch up on localities. He's from Stittsville, Ontario, which is near Nepean, Ontario, which is where my sister is from, but that's immaterial. That's near Ottawa. Jim is driving with Larry Schumacher, who's in the 01 right now. And Jim, I understand you guys are going to go to single stints, probably rotate you and Larry out for experience sake in the rain.
Yeah, and we're getting a little tired too. We're too old to be doing this stuff.
I know Larry's too old, but now you're not really chasing the vets. You and I were chatting about that. Tell me about your strategy right now.
We're just running our race. You know, there's still a lot of race left here. There's another 8 hours, and you know, anything can happen. We're just running our race, trying to keep it clean, avoiding contact, just doing our thing.
Have you talked about, if you get within reach in the final hours, how you're going to race them?
Well, we're going to race hard. That's why we came here. We came here to race hard. I think you have to recognize that the factory Corvettes are, you know, they're fine automobiles, and they've got some pretty darn good drivers in those cars, drivers that I respect very much. But Close By Check, I think, has put together a tremendous team with his Porsche 911 GT1s, and we've just come on out to keep these guys honest.
Now, there were some eyebrows raised when the GT1 was allowed into the GTS class. How do you compare on track with the factory Corvette?
Well, I think they're pretty equal. I mean, all you have to do is look at the results of qualifying. I mean, it went right down to the last lap, and it was back and forth and back and forth, and Scott Maxwell out-qualified the Corvettes literally in the last lap. I mean, it was a nail-biter right down to the very end.
Okay, that's Jim Holtum. He's a veteran of 24 hours from Mosport, but this is his first Daytona, and guys, it is a wet one.
Certainly is. The rain falling harder than ever at the moment. You can see starting to puddle there on the road course section in the infield here at Daytona. So it's really a challenge for these drivers. Visibility is probably the toughest problem at all for these drivers and teams right now as we watch the heavy traffic. Meantime, Jim Downing's Mazda Kudzu team third in the prototype ranks. They're on pit road. Alan DeCadene.
Yes, I mean, this car's also got gearbox problems. The mechanics are actually undoing the back of the gearbox. It's obviously got selection problems. you can see, it may possibly have run out of oil. He's opening up the oil filler plug there. That's what he's actually doing as we speak with that socket.
Alan, this is Calvin. Do you think that in these wet conditions it's putting more strain on this gearbox? I mean, they're not getting the torque and the load, but when you wheel spin and then maybe you get some grip, does that shock the system and create these issues?
Well, yes. I mean, it depends on the conditions. I mean, when you've got, as you know, when it's wet, I mean, you wheel spin very easily. I don't think that puts such a strain on the gearbox as good grip from sticky tires in the drive. On the other hand, so many of these cars seem to be having transmission problems. There's obviously something amiss here. It's a very, very long race. It's a grueling circuit, and transmissions do suffer. Drivers get tired too, so sometimes the changes get a bit sloppy, and they start, the dog rings start banging up together, and you know what it's like. I mean, if you don't keep your mind on the job at all times, and you do get a bit sloppy, something's going to go. I'm afraid that's the problem here.
Jim Downing at the controls, waiting patiently to have his crew get that 63 car back on the racetrack. Hard rain falling at Daytona. The 63 car 14th overall, third in Sports Racer Prototype. 480 laps on the board for the leading Dyson team in the 16 car. Sloppy Daytona International Speedway. Hard rain falling during the Rolex 24. This falling here at Daytona. Nothing like Florida in the wintertime. The rain coming down harder than ever at this point as we are past 5 o'clock Eastern time. A lot of miles have been put on the board here at Daytona, but we've got a long way to go. We'll show you just how far we've gone so far in the 24 hours. If you're driving across the country from Daytona, by this point, we'd have reached El Paso, 1,707 miles. Wow. That is a long way to drive in a 24-hour stint like this. And we've still got, 7-8 hours to go. Less than 8 hours to go here in the Rolex 24 Daytona. The rain presenting quite a challenge for these teams. Our crew, though, standing by in staunch fashion. Out here at Daytona, the Rolex 24 on Speed Vision. We'll show you some of the highlights from the 16th hour. Two of the class leaders, the 16 and the 3 car, running together for a time. The leader in Prototype 2 breaks, though. Gearbox problems for the 22 car. It's been a long time on pit road. They're still there, in fact, as trouble for the team that has run second, just as David Brabham was getting into the 12 and they were putting rain tires on. Overheating the problem for the Risi Ferrari team. The car having to be pushed behind the wall, perhaps a head gasket problem. The car is still behind the wall. Alan DeCadney reporting they may not be able to return. Hard rain falling in the 16th-hour competition here in the Rolex 24. As we watch the 16 team, your race leader, they've been out in front, the pole sitters. They've led much of the way. They're going to pit now. Leitzinger brings the car to a stop. The cone there showing the team. They're going to raise the jacks and get the car up for a tire change. They'll no doubt add fuel. Leitzinger appears to plan on staying in the car at this point.
Going to the nose, they're changing now. I'm not sure. It looks like the headlights are working, so I'm not sure why they'd be changing it unless it's a different downforce configuration, which I doubt very much. But looks like they were prepared for this and shouldn't cost them too much time. Now you've got Butch Leitzinger in the car, but his dad, Bob Leitzinger, has been a long-time racer as well. You've got Pat Smith running the team, but for strategy, they really rely on old Bob sitting there. He'll sit there for 24 hours, and you can go up and ask him about any driver, any team. They'll know when they last pitted, who's in the car, what sort of pace they can run. Unbelievable. A nice man as well.
Dave Burns in pit road in that situation. Dave, what did they change that nose piece for?
Rick, the tape on the front of the nose. It was running way too cold with the nose that was on there, so they couldn't put tape on the wet nose. So they dried one off, put the tape on it, and hopefully now they'll have, and he stalls it coming out. That should not be a problem. Butch Leitzinger back out of here. So they put the tape on a dry nose, put it back out there, and so this will put a little bit more heat through the radiator. One more thing it'll do, give them a little more downforce when they're out there. This is already a pretty good downforce car.
You can tell Dave's been around the NASCAR game for a while.
He knows what the taped nose piece means, yeah. Now, I thought it was interesting. They brought the car and they jacked it up. They did not change tires. They did not add fuel, Calvin. Why would they have decided to forego those options?
Well, if I mean it was definitely running, too cool, that would be an issue as well. But I didn't know if they put fuel in. Certainly they didn't change tires. That's not unusual. They try and keep tires on if they're not worn down to because they have the temperature already in them. You don't want to change tires unnecessarily in these very cool conditions. I didn't see the fueling. You're saying they didn't put any fuel in either.
Didn't see any there. Johnny O'Connell now driving the Corvette, the 2-car. Third overall. They're about to move into second as the 12, the Ferrari, stays behind the garage or behind pit wall in the garage area. The gap now just 1 lap for O'Connell, and they're moving into position, Calvin, to make a run at this.
They are, and I mean, this team now seems to represent where Viper were for the last 2 or 3 years. You know what I mean? They've really got a great car here. We see the 66 machine off, I believe it is, running through the infield there, through the grass. The 86 is currently 6th in class. Lance Stewart, we believe, maybe behind the wheel of that car. Sometimes we're a little behind in getting these drivers identified. They come into the pit so quickly and change drive. 86 machine.
Right through the grass.
Wow. This is where we see that Kudzu come through at a little bit higher rate of speed earlier in the race and nearly take a Porsche out. So you lose the braking point coming down into turn 1 with the wet grass. You don't get it turned on the blacktop, there's no way out, and you slide straight through to the part of the racetrack where you rejoin the speedway.
Now, the Cadenet talked earlier about how there's no barrier there from those 2 sections of the racetrack, and if you do slide through, as we saw on the Kudzu, did clip another car. It's pretty dangerous down through there, especially as much rain as we've got on the racetrack at this point in time as we work past 5 o'clock Eastern time on Sunday morning. To Dave Burns.
And you know, Rick, Calvin was saying you weren't sure about the drivers in the cars sometimes. Well, Cal, you know that's why we have pit reporters down here running around in the rain. It is indeed Lance Stewart. He is on the first of what they believe they will be using a double stint. And then Cyril Chateau will get in the car. I spoke with their crew. They're pretty much on program. They feel right now that, you know, they haven't had any huge problems except for the offs that they've had. They haven't had mechanicals. And so they're really pretty much running their own race. And Friesinger Motorsports are pretty heady in this endurance racing. They've got a long way to go, and you know, they're pretty happy where they are right now, just running their own pace.
They'd have to be happy. They started back 48th, I believe it was, and they're 6th overall right now with Lance Stewart driving that machine. 3rd in GT is for quite a while now. The 54, the 31, the 86 have been 4th, 5th, and 6th overall, and they're battling amongst themselves for the class win.
There's so many Porsches in the field. I think they're like 30 out of the 40 GT cars are Porsches, so you expect them to come to the top. They've had so much success here. I think overall, I think they had 12 wins in a row leading up to 1988 and numerous other class victories as well. And here we see the number 2 about to take over the 2nd position overall. Johnny O'Connell behind the wheel. Just to finish that story, I had dinner over at Johnny's house just last week, and he's so pumped up about this new program. Really got in a bit of a rut with the Panos team. It really wasn't working out for him. He didn't look at himself last year, and he's rejuvenated. He's looking forward to his racing. At the moment, he's just doing the longer distance races. He's on the slate to do Sebring. He'll do Le Mans pre-qualifying, or the testing now as it is. They're not really pre-qualifying anymore. They'll do the Le Mans racing, the Petite Le Mans, but they're hoping it'll show enough speed that maybe we'll slide him into a few other races as well.
As we watch the 2-car working towards 2nd place overall, I want to take a moment and thank all of our Speed Vision folks who've been around the racetrack, downstairs in the TV trucks in our compound, and of course around the racetrack, manning the cameras, our spotters and so forth. We've had 2 crews that have been alternating around the clock since we came on the air at 12:30 Eastern time on Saturday afternoon, and we've got a long way to go still, another 7+ hours of action and coverage for you here on Speed Vision, but we've got it easy up here. It's nice and dry. We can get a hot cup of coffee here. Still behind the pit wall and one of the American GT cars, the 18, into the tire barrier. Looks as though that may bring out a caution. This is at the chicane on the backstretch. The 18 car has nailed the Armco in the tire barrier. Andy McNeil driving the 18 right now, one of the Corvettes in American GT. They've had a good run going. That Comer team has done very well. WorldBestBuy.com, the sponsor there. They were 2nd in American GT last year, but they have had problems here in the middle portions of the Rolex 24. But right off the track in the heavy rains we've had, that causing the full course caution. One of the wreckers there, they'll try to hook onto the back frame of the 18 car and get him out of the unsafe area back there, as you can tell. 54 degrees, but we've got hard rain falling at the moment. I'd say more than showers. My meteorological degree not in operation this weekend, but it is certainly raining hard here at Daytona. We'll take the opportunity to grab a commercial. Sorry, situation has changed over the last couple of years. We'll show you what happened a couple of years ago in 1998. The Momo team, Dr. Gianpiero Moretti, they had brake troubles with the Momo Ferrari. They were able to get those problems corrected, though. Ari Leyendyke on the team, Mauro Baldi, and they did go to victory lane in 98. 99, the Wayne Taylor team running a Ferrari. they had brake problems, were unable to finish. This year, just a short time ago, driver change. Thought it was going to be a routine stop. They refueled to change the tires, but there were brake problems as well after they got that car back on the racetrack. There's the right front wheel coming off. And you see the team bringing the car back onto pit road, fixing the situation, mounting a new wheel, getting the car back in competition. But the 12 has had problems. McNish went off briefly with that car, got it back on the racetrack. They have since gone behind the wall with overheating problems. And it looks as though the Risi Ferrari is done for the event. Tough break indeed. They led early on. They are behind the wall now, still ranked 3rd overall. But Alan DeCadenet, is the 12 likely to come back today, or have we seen the last of the red Ferrari?
Sadly, guys, I'm afraid that's it. I went back to the garage there to have a look at it, and they've announced that it has had a catastrophic kind of engine failure, pressurizing the water out of the system. And then what happened is that they put all the water in, trying to cure it. They got the water temperature down, but the oil temperature went up. So net, I'm afraid the best sounding car in the race, sadly, won't be returning to it. It's in the garage, and that's it. It's gone.
Right behind Alan there, I think we saw the 22 car, the work being completed on the SRP2. It's dropped a few positions. Can't quite see the, I think it's about 7 laps.
Front nose to get some heat back in with the transmission, according to Pat Smith, was only running at 120 degrees. It should run about 200 degrees, so they're having a real problem right now being too cool on the number 16 leader. So as they try to get more and more heat in, they will try to do that. So as they continue to lead, we will come back and give you more of the Rolex 24 here with Dyson leading in the 16 car.
Our coverage of the Rolex 24 live flag to flag for you for the first time ever. Glad to have you with us in the early morning hours of Sunday, 5:30 a.m. Eastern Time. The car that's currently 2nd overall, the GM Goodwrench Corvette, the 2 car with Johnny O'Connell driving right now. They have moved to 2nd on the charts. They're 21 laps behind the race leader, the 16 car. The 2 just making a quick stop, putting a stone deflector, we're told, on the front end of that machine. Meantime, the 2nd Dyson entry, the 20 car that started 5th, they've been behind the wall with gearbox and input shaft problems. Dave Burns, they've brought that car to pit road for some additional work. What's going on?
Well, Dick Johnson is going to pull away now as Rob Dyson looks on. They made the same, finding the right gear now, actually a little caught up with the Porsche here on pit road as well. Same problem that they have with the 16, not enough heat getting in. They had even more tape right now, and we'll try to catch Rob. Hey, Rob, while he's right here and before he runs off, obviously with the temperatures where they are, I mean, cooling in the front end, the 16, they also stuffed a rag back there to try to get the transmission up to heat. Are you guys battling that okay?
Well, it's a problem. You know, the weather conditions keep changing. In the 20 car, we've been in and out of the emergency room a couple times tonight, so they're just putting it together. It's a little discouraging, but the 16 car seems to be running pretty well. So, you know, we've been here before, and it's rained on us in several different directions. So we'll just see. Thanks.
I've been talking to GT drivers, and they say the visibility is terrible with a full windscreen. What are your drivers telling you as far as visibility goes?
Oh, yeah, it gets lousy this time of the night. And with the lights, it's not bad. It's a lot better than it used to be. So, you know, it rains on everybody.
So your thumbs up, you vote for 100% lighting from now on, eh? Sure works for us on the telecast.
Oh, yeah, it's, you know, it's night baseball.
Absolutely. It's always better at night, right, guys?
Some might say that. Team owner Rob Dyson certainly voting in that way. The 31 and the 39, the 2 Porsches that have been so strong. And cars working through the infield. The 16 is still out in front. Leitzinger still at the controls of that car, and the green flag has reappeared as the cars move up into the banking of turn 1. The safety car has gone in, and we're back underway, and so Leitzinger will pull away once again. He's got about a 20-lap advantage right now over the Corvette, the 2 car, but for Ron Fellows, Johnny O'Connell, and that entire team, the situation really couldn't be better at this stage of the day.
Well, we spoke to Ron, and he said not yet are we thinking about the overall victory. He realizes the more hours that pass, the stronger their chance of taking the overall win. Here you see Kutch out front in the 16 car. They're under no pressure from the overall perspective, certainly not in class right now, so they'll really be short shifting that engine even further still. They're only running it up to like 61, 6200 revs anyway, so the thing that they have to be careful of, you know, if they're short shifting, that means they're going to generate less heat, and heat seems to be the concern in the opposite direction right now. So you know, I think the team are just being very careful. They're seeing low temperatures, high temperatures. They just want to take care of business and bring the car in, take advantage of some of the caution periods, and make sure that they don't suffer any failure in the gearbox area with the car.
We've been following the battle for the lead in SRP2, Prototype 2. Alan DeCadney, the 21 and the 22 cars have been kind of going back and forth here for quite some time. The 22 is on pit road for a long while. The 21 is back out now. It's Alan DeCadney.
Yeah, the 21 car there has got communication problems. They fiddled around, but they now think because they couldn't get it to go, that it's likely to be a problem with the batteries. So I think the evil rain has crept into their radio set, and unfortunately, they no longer have communication to 21. However, they sent it out, and somehow or other, they'll work out what to do.
So as that team continues to map its strategy, the 21 back on the racetrack behind one of the Chamberlain Vipers that's in competition. One of those cars had spun earlier. It was that car, the 114. And there's Hans Stuck in the GT machine, the BMW, the 54. Stuckey taking advantage of the wet conditions to really get that car rolling nicely. He is 4th overall. They're not too far away from 3rd. They're still 6 laps out of 3rd, but with the Ferrari's retirement, you might as well consider the 54 on the podium at this point.
That's right. And it was such a shock to see a GTS car win again last year, and who knows, maybe a GT car can sneak the overall win this year. They're in the ball game. I mean, they only need props with 2 more cars, and that will elevate them to the top position.
Tom Milner quarterbacking that team for Jet Engineering, the 54 car with that new V8 power plant in the BMW, and Hans Stuck at the controls. You couldn't have that car in the hands of anyone more capable. But there's the 31 circling and circulating through the infield road course here. Dave Burns, you've been watching things. One of the cars spins, and that looks like one of the GT1 machines in that Rodriguez hairpin right now. He goes off into the grass. No, it's the 43, Kyle Petty and Leo Hendry's machine. They get that car fired in the right direction, and he'll rejoin the competition. They've had a good run as well. The 43 had been in the top 25 earlier. They're in the top 10 in GT competition right now, so we'll get an update on that machine as well. The 31, though, certainly in play for a top finish here as we watch that team work their way toward the front. Dave Burns, they're about 3 laps out of the lead in GT. What's the feeling down there?
Well, Randy Pope's hopped into the car, Rick, but they still have no radio communication. They swapped the radio out last time when Mike Fitzgerald replaced Lucas Luer, but that did not fix the problem. They think it's somewhere in the wiring, so they're down using the signboard, and as Lucas did, just watching his dash light for the, or watching the telemetry to make sure to know when he's almost out of fuel. So that's really the only communication they have. I did speak with Mike Fitzgerald, who just got out of the car, and right now they have no visibility. He says, when I hit the brakes, my wipers actually hit the windshield, but when I'm up around 100 miles per hour, they don't even touch the windshield. So basically all the way around the banking, they're just having a tough time with visibility.
As we discussed earlier, I had similar problems at Sebring one year, and you just can't believe what a nightmare it is to be out there. You got cars flying around your ears. You saw the leader come through there, and you're trying to take care of business, keep the car online, not make any mistakes. I mean, there's a real pressure cooker in the car when you're under those conditions. But the team is led by Walter Gerber, and I went up to him over the course of the weekend. I said, how many of these things have you won? And he said, I've never won here, which is unbelievable, bearing in mind how many years he's been here with such successful...
On pit road, wiping off the windshield. Looks like Dick Greer getting into the seat in that car, staying in the seat in that machine right now. Veteran of this race and many other endurance contests in car number. If you get Dick Greer, so that looks like team owner Kenny Buff is going to climb into that machine right now. This is a former Trans Am car. Kenny ran in Trans Am competition for a long time. Dick Greer pointing the way, saying, hey, be careful out there. It's wet. Cars are sliding around. Let's see if we can hear what he has to say to Buff. Yeah. Couldn't quite pick up what they were talking about there, but Dick Greer obviously giving Kenny some advice. He'll help him strap in. They've pulled the front bodywork off the machine. They're going to take a look around there. The car on rain tight.
As you say, keep out of everybody else's way. That'll be it.
You try and play it conservative, and sometimes these, P cars, they want to get you out of the way real quick.
There's your race leader, the 16 car. Butch Leitzinger at the throttle right now. And 94 miles an hour average speed around here in the rain last time by. They have a lead of 22 laps right now over Johnny O'Connell and Ron Fellows in the group driving the Goodwrench Corvette, the 2 car. But as we've said many times, Calvin, in the last couple of hours, they really looking for an opportunity to get that car into the lead, although O'Connell has slowed down. Yeah, there's a problem perhaps with the 2. It looks like O'Connell is way off the base.
Well, he's wiggling around. Maybe he's run out of gas trying to get some pickup there and trying to get it back. I believe he's in NASCAR 4, so he's pretty close. He gets up now. So we suddenly got some acceleration. The 3 ran out of gas earlier in the race, and they had a bit of a pickup problem there. So they're not getting their reserve, it seems like. They've got an alarm and a light that comes on when they do run out, and it seems like it's not picking it up. So Johnny's back up to speed, so to speak, certainly going to get it back to pit lane. And actually, that was going on to the speedway, so that was NASCAR 2 he was in. Heads down the back chute, and now into the chicane. They'll try and get through there rather than shortcut it, but he's gone very slowly. Hopefully he's got enough juice to get it back to the pit lane.
This is the team Ron Fellows captained a year ago with car number 3 on the door, and they nearly won the race. They had a fueling problem last year, and many people think that that did cost them the overall win here at the Rolex 24. O'Connell driving the 2-car for Fellows' group right now up on the high banks. The fuel obviously flowing to the engine at the moment. They'll try to bring it around, get it on pit road, and get it refueled as the 16 moves around to the high side.
Be back up to speed. Is he going to bring it back down there?
I don't know.
No, he stayed under, I think.
Let's see what happens. Well, now he's dived down low below the yellow line, and it looks like they will bring the mid-range Corvette on the pit road and see what happens down there as they bring that car to the attention of the crew. -1 of the headlights, but the center light working and the passenger side light working as well. Crew over the wall. They bring the fueling hoses over as well. Alan DeCadney moving into position. They're going to go with the passenger side. Alan, fuel only this time?
It looks like fuel only. That's all they've put in so far. But there's an air drill has been passed across. Yeah, they passed an air drill over. They're drilling a hole in something. I'm not sure what it is.
I think it's a hole in the floor, Alan. Maybe are they getting water in there?
Well, it could be they want to drain out water, yes. Yeah. It's only about a 3/8 bore. I don't know whether that hole will be big enough to get a lot of water out, but we're trying to get the camera in there and see what it is.
$1 million race car, and they're drilling holes in it.
Yeah, just drilling a hole in the floor. I think he's got water down there. There's a whole bunch of electrical claptrap down there. Wires, it looks like a telephone exchange to me. So if that's getting wet, it could be causing misfiring, all kinds of things. Meanwhile, they've fueled it to the brim. A bunch of tie wraps coming out to strap something down, tied out the way, whatever.
The wheel nut on the ground there as well. I'll have to be careful with that. Run over it.
Water just plays havoc with all of the components in the car there, and if you got a lot, typically they use what we call the passenger side of the car to have a lot of the ECU, the control boxes, the electronics laying down there in the floor panel, and if they are getting a lot of water in there, that's probably why they went and drilled some holes and try and get some sort of drainage going on that side of the car. They've got some tie wraps, as Alan said, and that's really the racer's tool in strapping something down and keeping it connected. But when you get water on the electronics, it's not a good mix.
I think we can even see it in the rain here at Daytona.
Again, they're in this rotation process of putting more tape on the front end. They take a dry nose, get the tape on, take off the wet nose, and they want to keep getting more heat in there. Obviously, these engines are made, the whole system is made to operate at temperature, and if it doesn't, they can damage the whole system. So they're really concerned about keeping the heat in the motor.
As we watch the 2-car coming off of pit road, back heading onto the racetrack, Johnny O'Connell stays in the 2-car. Alan DeCadney, they spent a lot of time working on the electrics. What was the final ruling down there?
Well, I'm afraid it's the old gremlin water again. The rain has got inside the engine management system, or vapor has at least, and it was causing a misfire. So they've tried just about everything they could think of. Drilling holes in the floor to get rid of the water, mopping up what was left, tie wrapping all the dangly bits out the way, and then getting WD-40 kind of anti-water spray and liberally putting that all over the place. We started the engine, it had a misfire initially. He's left the pit. I think everything's going to be okay, but of course, as we were discussing earlier, how on earth do you test for these kind of conditions at Daytona unless you come to Daytona and do it? So what they've done is a field modification to keep the car going. Done a good job too, I think.
I think so. Johnny O'Connell back on the speedway. Meantime, the GT leader, the 54 car, Boris Sett, has just climbed in, taking over from Hunhart, about ready to climb in. This ought to be interesting. Not only a nighttime stint, but in the rain.
And he's pumped up. You saw him give the thumbs up a little while ago to the crew. I mean, he's ready to go. And we talk about camaraderie. The crew just loves this man. And after he went up and did his seat fitting the other week, he invited all the crew down, flew his jet up, picked all the crew up, took them down to his shop in Charlotte and showed them around there, and then brought them down to Daytona. So that was a nice treat for the boys and get them on your side.
Extended entry list, if you want to know who's in the car right now, his name is not on the door panel. It's Tony Kester. And I just spoke with Leo Hendry, and he said we had Tony on the list just in case it rained. Well, guess what? It's time for Tony Kester in the 43.
I raced against Tony. Tony and I worked together at the Mid-Ohio School, and the first professional race I did over here was in 1985, Kansas City in a Sports 2000. And the man who beat me in the rain was Mr. Kester. I always said he had illegal tires at the time, but he certainly put one over on me. So he knows how to drive in the rain. Very experienced. We rag on him about his age. He turned 50 actually this past December, but great guy. Great to see him out there.
Just a kid.
Just a kid.
Morissette brings the 54, the BMW, back onto pit road. This would be an unscheduled stop. They're working on the left front corner of that car. Looks like they're trying to pull something away from the light area, from the bumper area. Boris just got in the car a few
minutes. An oblique accident into the side of it on the front left there. So with Dale Sr. getting into the car, strapping himself in anyway, there's no derangement of suspension or anything. It's just the glass fiber panel is quite severely opened up. They may decide to change that front. I think probably they'll take it off and change it. And or, because they can't tape it up because it's too wet.
Wiping the mirrors off on the Good Ranch 3. Earnhardt strapping in, ready for another stint in the rain. The rain has eased a little bit in the last couple of moments, but still a lot of water on the racetrack. Crew helping Dale get buckled in, get the radios hooked up, and get the wheel back on for him, get ready to go. And a race car that I know he is just enjoying thoroughly, being part of the team here at the Rolex 24. He loves to drive race cars, all the other things he has in his life and his business, but when it comes time to strap in and fire up, there's still nobody better.
They're going to take this up. They're not going to actually change the nose panel after all.
But it's tough to tape in these wet conditions.
Well, they're wiping it all off, and they're lucky because it's, believe it or not, and this is because Dale Earnhardt Sr.'s just got in the car, he's managed to stop the rain while they tape it up. I'm sure it'll start again as soon as he gets out. Only Dale Earnhardt could actually order the rain at Daytona not to fall while they tape his car up.
He's been accused of a lot of things. I didn't know that he could change the weather on the fly, though.
Well, if anybody can, he can, I tell you.
I just don't see that being successful, though, Alan. If you look at the front edge of that tape they're putting on there, as soon as he hits speed, probably going to peel that thing right off.
Well, it may well do. It depends how, if it's sort of mega sticky stuff. I mean, you know how some of these tapes are these days. They're taping down the leading edge with some regular gaffer tape. Oh, and then they're putting another piece on it too. So this is like belt and braces here.
And if Doug Feehan had anything to do with that tape, will match the color scheme perfectly on it.
It's very greasy and grubby, I must say. Dale's going.
He's had enough.
He just wants to get on with it.
He's ready to go.
He wants to get on with it, you see. I'm not so sure. I think that Calvin's going to be right. I think that leading edge of that tape will start breaking free now. It'll start flapping around. Whether it all gets ripped off or not remains to be seen, because they've cleaned up most of the panel. It's just a bit greasy and nasty up the leading edge. But I think he might get away with it. If anyone will get away with it, Dale Earnhardt will get away with it.
With that body damage, Calvin, how important is the aero here at Daytona with the road course layout?
Well, when you get well, the road course to a certain degree, certainly downforce and stuff, but we're running at lower speeds in the wet. But when you get up to 180 miles an hour, any kind of bodywork that moves around, it just starts to vibrate through the whole car, and that can create other issues. So they need to fix it.
So as Earnhardt brings the 3 back onto the racetrack, we're about done with our stint at the controls here. We're going to turn you over to Greg Creamer, Jeremy.
The rain that was coming down just torrentially for the last 45 minutes or so has lightened up a little bit. I'm sure the crew's very grateful for that. Driver's very grateful for that. But a lot of racing yet to go and a lot of development circuits to go through.
Well, certainly there is a lot of racing to go, as you say. This is the most miserable of the 24-hour races that I remember in quite some time. And, you know, certainly from a driver's perspective, these are miserable conditions to drive in. It's not particularly warm out this evening. I think it's in the low 50s, maybe around 50 degrees. As you said, it's eased off a little bit now, but you can see there's still quite a bit of water out on the racetrack. And it's just very hard. It's much harder to relax in the car in the wet than it is in the dry. So for all of these guys, pretty tough evening.
It almost becomes, I think, less obviously physically draining in the sense that the loads aren't as much in the wet, but it becomes a very much a mental exercise at this, and that can almost be more tiring when you get right down to it.
That's absolutely true, Greg. And physically, it's definitely not as tough. But as I said, mentally, it's just so hard to relax. You know, in the dry, you kind of get into this rhythm, and you know, but in the wet, you're kind of always waiting to be caught out, and so you have to, you just have to be on your toes that much more.
Folks, you're seeing again some of the messages that are coming in via email on the call on the bottom of the screen. And Jeremy, I know you've been real involved with that for quite a few hours. It's great to get this info. We certainly appreciate all the thanks as well, but also the input is very closely paid attention.
I've really enjoyed it. I mean, I've spent quite a number of hours at the computer, and you know, returning a few messages and you know, throwing them down there onto the crawl at the bottom of the screen, and of course we've been reading a few on the air as well, and it's really interesting. I mean, there's a real cross-section of racing fans who are watching this race, and it's amazing to me as I read them the number of people that are...
Fourth overall, second, and GT is in. Dave?
And Randy Popes is at the wheel, Greg. He went by flashing 2 laps in a row, flashing his lights, and he's trying to communicate with the crew right now because they still don't have a radio. He wants them to clean the inside of the windshield now. They give him a rag to do that. It must have been visibility. He went by flashing the lights. The next time by, Walter Gerber, the crew chief, held off the board. Randy continued to flash the lights, but he doesn't want a driver change, even though everyone's standing by. So they're just now finding out from Randy what it is they want. They've not been able to fix the radio problem by changing radios. They've not been able to go to the wiring. Meanwhile, as they try to chase down the 54, I just spoke with Tom Milner, and he told me they came in for that extra stop to pull the windscreen that had been damaged away from the front end so that it didn't get sucked into the radiator. That was why they made an extra stop after they saw it flapping when they came down pit road before.
Right now is not a proven runner in endurance racing. As a matter of fact, it's making its debut here, so I'm sure a lot of the Porsche teams are keeping their fingers crossed that this BMW, this hybrid, is not going to make it.
Well, but one of the things I think that might be working for it is the V8 engine that BMW has come up with has been a very reliable engine in their street car. And unlike the inline 6, it doesn't have some of the harmonic vibration problems that inline 6 has. And I wonder if that might be something obviously that may work to their strength.
I think this is the worst I've ever seen at Daytona.
And EFR is a Dave, as you know, EFR is a very cheery guy. And so, you know, if he does not have a smile on his face, then there's something really wrong.
Smith, and they said, and Pat looked over me and said, oil pressure warning light. Now, that's not the first time it's happened during the race. In fact, they've been adding oil at slow intermittence here, and they put some more oil in this time. And earlier in the night, I asked Pat if they'd have to do it again. He said, probably. So they don't know if it's a big problem, but when it gets a little low, and they're braking, the oil pressure warning light comes on, and Andy Wallace saw it, he brought it out to pit road, and made that quick stop.
Well, Jeremy, when you have the margin that they have over second place right now, better safe than sorry. Come in and obviously take a look at what the problem might be, and if it's an easy fix, like putting in a little bit of oil, do it.
Well, no question, better safe than sorry. And, of course, that's one of those times when what you hope is that one of those cheap little $2 parts has failed, and what you're getting is some kind of, bad reading from an oil pressure sensor, in that situation, because with the amount of time we have left in this race to run low on oil pressure is not where you want to be.
Well, and as well, we've talked an awful lot about the weather getting in and affecting electronics, and they may be hoping for that as well. Now, what it comes down to, this car, awfully effective.
And you see their production-based sports car, and the key to that is that it's production-based. It has some, it has some basis in a production car. And the Corvette, when they started with the Corvette, it was very much production-based. As a matter of fact, there were many, many production components on that car, but they have gradually, stepped away from that a little bit. You can see the car still very much looks like a production Corvette, but, the last couple of years, those battles with those factory Orca Vipers, the Chrysler Vipers, it really forced the Corvette team to, stretch that line a little bit further and push a little bit harder. And they've really evolved these cars into very effective cars. And we've seen a lot of emails from a lot of folks asking about the Orca cars. And Chrysler decided to set aside the Viper.
Welcome back to the Rolex 24 at Daytona. Dave, our leader, is in, and we were speculating more oil problems, but that looked pretty routine.
Both Dyson cars in at the same time. Andy Wallace brought it in flat right rear tire. So a definite problem for him. Meanwhile, EFR gets in the 20 car. He just told me that most of the problems have been solved on that car. In fact, he went out for a 2-hour stint, and the shifter linkage, which was one thing that had been bothering them, in addition to many others, was really, really good. So as far as driver comfort right now, as Nick Johnson hops out, EFR is ready to go. He does stall it, but Jeremy, you know, I told him that you said if he's browning, it's not a good night, and then he got a big smile.
Well, that's just the kind of guy he is, Dave. He is a great, not only a fantastic race car driver, but just a great human being. And you know, it's interesting. So Andy Wallace comes in flat right rear tire, and so in a very short period of time, a couple of small problems for the Dyson team. But you know, success in these long-distance races is a lot about how you manage these problems that crop up. And the Dyson team does an excellent job of managing these problems.
And to show different windscreens on there, but when you've got three drivers that have that rapport that you're talking about, after all, endurance racing, when you share a lot of drivers per car, it's all about compromise. And when you can get that compromise minimized, that helps a lot. You just take a look, there's Hugh Plum in the number 39. That's the team car, the White Lightning entry, and they're still running fairly well.
Prototype Technology Group, Tom Milner's group that builds cars for BMW North America. Essentially, the factory North American BMW team.
Andy Hideki and Taki Suzuki having a bit of an off, running wide. That's the hairpin that has really caught people out all race long.
I think he must have been, interesting there. It just looked like the brakes, you know, you put the brakes on late, never really got slowed down for the corner, kind of just drove it off the outside of the corner.
Highlights from the 17th hour coming at you. The big story, rain, lots of it, and it caused problems like this. The number 24, Marcos, but having a fairly good run. Off the number 86 GT Porsche, same story. And as Jeremy said, you get on the grass, you go a long ways. However, things looking good for the number 2 vet, up into second overall. Dale Earnhardt, watch this, that thumbs up. I think that's because the rain was stopping and he was getting in the 3 car. Number 16, they have been having problems mainly with temperature, getting temperature into certain components. Same thing with the number 20 car. They're taping up some ducts to try and get a little bit more heat buildup. Number 43, the GT car that's shared by Kyle Petty, Tony Kester in the car right now, having a spin as well. But things have been pretty hectic out there, except at the front. And once again, the number 16 Dyson Racing machine has led pretty much from the get-go. At this stage, Jeremy, I don't think there's any question, it is a dominant performance that they have put on.
It is a dominant performance, and in a way it's kind of expected because this team has been so strong at the Rolex this last 5 or 6 years. So I'm not surprised with the job these guys are doing. Of course, remember last year, Andy Wallace and Butch Leitzinger were in the Cadillac. Remember the Cadillac prototype debuted here a year ago. That program is not on hold, but certainly they've decided to not to come to Daytona, and they are regrouping to take that car to Le Mans. But these guys will not be in that car long. As a matter of fact, this same group of guys will be driving one of the Bentleys, and Bentley is going to reemerge at Le Mans, where, of course, that marque has just an incredible history, mainly from the 30s, late 20s and 30s, when Bentley won many Le Mans 24-hour races. So these guys, as a group, are going to do a lot of racing together this year. We believe that's Peter Selden on board right now.
Leading in category, and for the SRP2 category, it has been fairly intense for them. A number of incidents, and of course, that's the Archangel team, and they're the ones that you would have thought would be certainly front runners with the success that they had last year on their way to the championship.
Pit as a backup for the radio system in case it failed.
Well, again, if all else fails, I guess, get the help from the officials, and it seems to have worked as Peter Selden is bringing that machine down into the pit lane here, tucking right in behind the team entry that's in there as well. So a fairly busy pit call right now. They went down a lot of laps. Obviously, they spent some time cleaning it up again. So it's looking pretty pristine, but that's bad news, really, because it's been a lot of time behind the wall. I think that's Scott Maxwell getting out, David Empringham getting on board.
EFR brought it in. They are taking tape off of the front now. And no, little bit of damage to the windscreen there, but they're keeping a piece of angle iron, it looks like, actually on there at this point. They fueled the car, did not change tires, and so apparently now they are modifying or modulating the heat system on the 20 by removing a little bit of tape.
Well, you know, you see that, too, when the cars come to a stop, and you see what looks like all that smoke pouring off, but it really isn't necessarily a problem, simply because that's just water that's gone onto the radiators, and it's very hot, and it's actually some steam, but when it's flowing as intense as that, they're getting some pretty serious heat in there. Now, obviously, we were talking about what's going to unfold at Le Mans. The Bentleys are going to be there. Well, Rob Dyson is also going to be going. This is the Bentley program here that we were just talking about. Look at the cars, incredibly swoopy, and they have decided to go back to the GT Coupe concept with the roofs.
Now, of course, for those of you that know the world of the automobile business, Bentley is now owned by Volkswagen Group, which of course owns Audi. And the power plant in this car will be identical to the power plant that has run in the Audi R8, which of course dominated Le Mans in the year 2000. So certainly that car will be off to a good start with that, and they'll rebadge that motor. But a
Dyson machine, that's Elliott Forbes Robinson, working his way up through a still fairly sizable pack here at Daytona. Take a look at it right here.
Well, this could be scary because I have no idea what we're going to see. But I do remember 94. This is the first year WSC, and these cars were not very well developed, and we did win the class in WSC, but we finished 9th overall, and it was a good season. 95 was better. We almost got the overall win with this WSC car. Again, we won WSC. And this was 1991, and this was a great year running these were the Group C cars, and this car was just an incredible car, about 220 miles an hour through the tri-oval with that car. That was a V8 twin-turbo powered car, really an exceptional car. Steve Mellon was one of my co-drivers, Arie Luyendyk, and I believe Julian Bailey was also in that car. And I remember my first stint in that car being in the dark, in the rain, in a car that in the rain solidly would go about 205 miles an hour through the tri-oval.
By the way, I understand that car actually was running in the historical race here, a very similar sister car to that here as well, so continues to be very popular.
And I remember there's some of the guys there. That's 94, Price Cobb and Rogero Melgrati, Bob Shader.
I was doing PA announcing here in 94, 95. I remember talking to you both years, and you won class, but you were still pretty frustrated that you didn't get the overall. I mean, that means so much here.
Well, we were really frustrated in 95 because there were a couple of cars that snuck through on the European regulations, and one of them was this Kramer Porsche that ended up beating us, I think by 2 laps it was. It was a very small margin, and it was interesting. The car had been a real sleeper in, I mean, it had done nothing in practice or qualifying. Qualified very badly, and then in the overnight hours when it got cold, the thing just took off, and it was pretty remarkable. It caught us by surprise without question.
Yeah, that car, I remember that at night with those cool temperatures and that turbo. That thing was an absolute missile up on the banking. And obviously, we saw the graphic as well. Some great performances by many of the Speed Vision commentators here at Daytona. It's not corner working, but you guys are doing a nice job.
Well, you know.
Well, hey, what can you say?
Anyway, how about this Dyson team?
How about this Dyson team? They are looking incredibly good. I have to admit, though, I think now I understand what Pat was saying about not add that Kramer Porsche, the winner in 95.
Oh,
boy. This may look like just any old Porsche 956 or 962 to you, but believe me, underneath here is something just a little bit trick. Guys, the Kramer brothers, famous for their very inventive way of going motor racing, had decided that the old Porsche aluminum monocoque just wasn't really up to it in 1989. So they went to John Thompson, that famous chassis builder in England, who'd built all of the carbon fiber tubs for Jaguar, and asked him to build them a 962 carbon fiber tub. That's exactly what you've got here. This tub is really stiff and solid. What they did, of course, was to bolt all the other regular Porsche 962 stuff onto it. Brakes and suspension. It's got the regular engine in the back there. That's the flat six, water-cooled, twin turbocharged unit, producing, well, anything up to 700 horsepower. And this car went out and raced profusely in Japan and Europe. Now, its best result was a third behind the two factory Mercedes-Benz cars in 1989. But I have to tell you, of all the cars that are here, if I was asked to drive one, this is definitely a car that I would choose. Why? Because of all things, it's quick, but it's inherently safe. If anything horrible is going to happen, carbon fiber's the stuff to have wrapped around you. Stop. They've had a driver change, but as you can see, they're pop riveting some stone guard mesh onto the front of the car. It's been picking up some chunky stuff which is battered through the previous mesh, so he's putting some more on. Quite a crude application, just spreading that mesh over the front and pop riveting on. And also, they've got the hood up, as you can see, and there's a small problem of leakage of something down in there. I'm not too sure what it is. I don't think they are either. But it was smoking as they lifted the bonnet up. Tony Jennings has got on board. Boris Sage got out. They filled it full of fuel. Well, they seem to be fairly relaxed about this. No one's panicking too much. Yeah, he'll get those pop rivets in there. That'll stop all the grit and derision going in through the front, which, of course, would be likely to puncture a radiator. That would cause them a lot of problems.
Alan, there's a little damage to the bottom of that car. They're checking out very, very carefully as well.
They're jacking it up. They've got it up on the air jacks. They've now got a pneumatic jack underneath it. He may have run over something. I think that's probably what's happened. It's run over something. Let's see what they do. Yeah, as I said, it's not quite routine. What kind of a lead have these guys got?
Well, they came in with 2 laps and some change, so they've got a little time to be able to do this.
Well, they're going to lose it. They're going to lose it. This is more than 2 laps. There's a whole bunch of water flying out underneath there.
Alan, I don't think that is a leak. I think that's probably just water that is collected, and now that they've jacked it up and the car is not level, it's coming out from somewhere that it's collected.
Could be
in the under tray there.
But Alan, there was some damage to something underneath the car. I don't know whether it was just a dinged up belly pan and not a big deal, or whether it got into something, but they were looking at it very carefully.
That front wheel off, as you can see. I put my hand on that water and it was stone cold, so you're quite right, guys. That definitely doesn't come from the motor. It comes from elsewhere. Those 6 potters. This thing really's got some stoppers on it.
And we also had a good look with that car up in the air of the air jacks, because a lot of people wonder about the air jacks on those cars, and there's those cylinders that come out from underneath the car. There is the number 31 GT car. So this is the second place car. So as that BMW sits in the pit lane, this car has the potential to go into the GT lead. And Dave, can you add?
Indeed, Jeremy. Their sister car just came in, putting Michael Culver, and they're running 5th in class. But yes, they will take over the lead the next time by, we do believe. I just checked with Walter Gerber. And they're still having communication problems. Randy Pope can talk to them, but he doesn't know that for sure. So he will flash his lights before he comes in for a pit stop if he wants to put on slicks. Otherwise, he'll just watch the fuel warning light, and Walter Gerber tells me he can get about 2 laps when that light comes on. So still communication problems down here, but they're managing it, and the 31 is looking to take the lead in GT.
Went right through blew the chicane, but there's debris all over down there.
Well, yeah, there was a big piece of bodywork in the first part of the chicane. Now, he didn't blow through the chicane. Yes, he missed the first part of it, but if he turns in to that middle portion, which is what they used to use for the bikes, then he has still scored that lap. If you just blow through there and you make no effort to slow down or do anything, then they do not score that lap. But he did slow down, so that lap will be scored.
Especially if he was taking evasive to avoid some of that body work, he did it exactly right. Go around it, then come to the end, and he almost came to a stop. So, I mean, he certainly did not pick anything up. But there you see it. The car has now picked up, we believe, the lead in class. We're going to watch for it. But that was as that 54 car sitting in pit lane. 31 went by, and we're going to watch that.
Now, this is a different replay. This is one of the prototype cars spinning in the infield. Not an uncommon spin here tonight in the Rodriguez hairpin, as the BMW, you see, continues to sit in pit lane, and it's really hard to tell where those guys are working. But I'll tell you what, that wrench that they're using is normally a wrench that's used for oil fitting. So I'm wondering if they aren't having some kind of oil leak under there.
Team Seattle entry has spun it right in front of the 31 car. Randy Popes nicely negotiates through that spin. And what happened was, as the 31 car came by, we watched the 54 car still stationary. The 31 car right now on the lead lap. So if they do come by one more time and 54 is not underway, Alan, we're going to have a new leader.
Yeah, well, that's exactly right. In fact, you hit the nail on the head there. There's the air-equipped aluminum wrenches they're using for the oil union there. I think what's happened possibly is that he's run over some debris or he's gone over a curb, and it's probably punched the alley elbow of the union. There is oil I can see in there, but that may have just been natural seepage. I don't know. It's all a bit dark and dingy. I can't really see quite what he's doing until he comes out, of course, when he's done it. I can't ask him either. No one else will know what he's up to. But he's fiddling away in there, and I think that's what it is. It's an oil union that's got a little deranged, and they're worried about the oil leaking out of the engine.
And there is your new GT leader.
Whirling through the strange world of artificial light. The Earth has turned slowly on its axis, and now the sun has moved across the ocean and reached the beach, Daytona Beach. At dawn, the survivors of the night look around and see how many cars are gone. You are tired. Your car is streaked with dirt and oil. But the race is far from over, and to succeed, what you have earned must now be risked. Dawn, the end of night, but not the end of the race.
You've been all over, and it's been all over you. It's a beautiful day. So let it get away. It's a beautiful day.
Here at the Rolex 24 at Daytona, dawn has indeed arrived, although in somewhat muted form as the cloud cover remains very low. But the light's starting to seep through just a little bit. You can make out the coastline. We know now that the sun has indeed made its trip. We're just waiting for the clouds to move out of the way so that we can truly see it, hopefully enjoy it just a bit. But it has made for a very fascinating run through the night here, Jeremy. Less than 6 hours now to go. We are exactly 3/4 of the way through this one. And the number 54 BMW has now made it back out on track. Alan?
Yeah, they decided to send that car out on slicks, in fact, so they've also changed all the brake pads all round. And yes, indeed, it was an oil leak from a virtually inaccessible union. So the guy had to get down there, get his hand right in. He got some crank on it, then he couldn't get enough torque, so they sprayed it up. Anyway, the car's fine. They're hoping that that's going to stop the oil leak. Quite why they changed brake pads, looking at the pads they took out, I don't know. There's plenty of meat left on them, but I guess they felt it was time. So he's back in the fray. He's got some catching up to do if he's to get that class lead back, of course.
And I'll tell you, Alan, I'm a little bit concerned about the decision to put slicks on that car. I think it's going to be a bit dodgy here for just a few laps. There is now the leader in GT, and Dave, you can update that?
Walter Gerber is making hand signals back to his crew, just doing a little bit of communicating here. And even though these guys say it's a long race and sometimes they don't pay attention till the end, I know, Walter, that you saw the 54 smoking earlier. You told me so. Now that you're racing him head-to-head, how can you do?
Well, we have a good crew and a good driving team, so I think we can keep up with him. But it's still a long race, 6 hours to go. In some racing circuits, that's still a long way to go, so we just play it by ear and by sight and see what happens out there.
I see slicks up on the wall. I know you're expecting Randy sometime soon. How are you going to communicate when he gets on pit road?
Well, we racers have a way, we know each other pretty well, so he knows when he comes in. He's either going to jump out of the car and the new driver will jump in. We know what tires he wants. We sort of made an agreement over what he's going to flash me, and I'll make a decision then.
Okay, they're going to keep their eye on the track. If Randy flashes the lights again, we think that means that they're going to go for slicks, and they will not know really whether Randy wants to get out of the car until he stops it.
All right, Dave, and we're watching very closely what's going on with the number 54 BMW. And Jeremy, there's still some smoke emanating from the back that wasn't spray by any stretch out of the tires. There's definitely some smoke there that does not look to be at anywhere near full song. Now, maybe that's something to do with the slick tires on the still fairly damp surface.
Well, that smoke just certainly looked like oil smoke to me. And you can see the line drying there now, but certainly this first lap out, you've got to be very, very careful. And we're going to watch the lap times, and we're going to also watch that car for smoke, because you're right, it may still be a problem. And there may have just been some excessive oil there that needed to burn off once the car got up on the banking, because that was the first trip around the banking. So we'll watch the car for a couple of laps and see if it has calmed down a little bit.
Or maybe Boris had said it's no good on the slicks. We'll have to see exactly what happens, making its way down into the pits. Alan, heading right toward you.
Yeah, it's come back into the pits. They've got the wet weather tires back out again. I expect to see this car go up and go back onto those wet weather tires. That's what they're doing. He's obviously gone out there and frightened himself on the slicks and decided to come in and change. Sensible move.
Well, Alan, it was interesting because we watched that outlap, and I mean, he never spun the car, but certainly was slow getting up to speed. And the racetrack is drying, but I think it was just a little bit early to make that call. You know, at this point, it's one of those things where you don't want to waste a pit stop and come back in, you know, go out on wets and come back in, but in the meantime, they have come back in and they've got the hood up.
Yeah, they've also still got that smoke coming out from the same area underneath the car. It's coming up through the hood now, as you can probably see, and that's going to cause some concern, because if that is in fact oil getting onto the exhaust, when this car went out the pits, I noticed that smoke, and I too, rather like Jeremy, thought that was just a bit of oil that needed to burn off, but it could be more serious. The guy that did up the Union said that he managed to get a bit of a crank on it, but I mean, whether that's what it was, they don't know. It may not even be coming from there. They just assumed it was.
All right, Alan, we'll certainly keep track of that story, but also we're watching the number 3 Corvette behind the wheel. If you've been snoozing and just coming back to join us, Dale Earnhardt at the helm here at Daytona. We'll be right back. To Daytona, we have had a significant incident up on the banking. One of the top cars in the SRP2 division, that's the car on the right of your screen, the number 22 Archangel machine, and the 09 American GT car, one of the front runners in that category, a coming together. It looked as though the 22 car had a problem and looped it, was rejoining the track, and then suddenly it got sideways again right as this 09 machine was whistling by and clouded him very good. Now that car already had the roof up. Watch this right here, Jeremy.
Well, then this is the 22 car had already spun, has rejoined in a very, very unconventional way. We think that's Mike Duran in that car. We're not sure. We think it's Doug Goad in the 09 car. Now, here's the harmless spin. The car's spun, and right now the car's pointing up towards the banking. Watch the way he rejoins here. I mean, right now he's not even perfectly perpendicular to the road. He's going to rejoin in a very unconventional way here, which takes him all the way up to the top of the banking. Now, this car is very unstable. He goes to the power. It gets a little bit sideways right here. As a matter of fact, it's falling down because it's not going fast enough. And the Camaro hits the SR2 car.
Boy, just clouded him, too. That's the Team X1R entry, as you pointed out, is the 09 Camaro. And the number 22 machine was second in the SRP2 division. We've been following, though, the story with the number 54 BMW. And, Alan, we understand there he is, Tom Milner.
Tom, that didn't look too good. They pushed the car away, so what's it all about?
Well, it looks like he developed some oil leaks, and we were not quite sure what it is, but something doesn't sound quite right, so we better get it back to the garage and take a look at it. It's a shame. It looked good while it lasted, but too bad it wasn't a 12-hour race.
Well, a lot of our Speed Vision viewers are very fond of this car. A lot of our Speed Vision viewers have become very fond of this car, but a lot of them have emailed in to us. How come you're able to run this car with the V8 engine? How does that actually come about?
Well, in the Grand Am rules, you can switch engines in cars as long as the same engine by the same manufacturer. And the Grand Am rules allowed the BMW to have either 6-cylinder or I guess an 8-cylinder engine, or a 6-cylinder engine plus 2 extras.
Well, that's fine. It's within the rules. So the answer to the emails is because it complies with the regulations.
That is correct.
Well, I noticed a bit of steam coming out of the back there when they just drove it off, but hopefully they'll be able to find a cure and get you back into the race.
Well, you have a good eye. That's all I can say. Yeah, I think you have to remember that we came here. The car never turned the wheel. We finished the car sort of at the very last minute. We were happy with the performance of the car. There was very few modifications made to the engine, and at one time here we had a problem with the fuel, so it could have been very well that we ran maybe a little bit too lean. We don't have a lot of experience, but hopefully we'll correct it for the next race.
Well, I think you can all be very proud of yourselves anyway. I mean, you've got a great crew of people here. You've built a beautiful car. I mean, it's very, very nicely put together. And it's just one of those racing bad lucks that it may not be able to finish, but you can still be very proud of yourselves. You turned up with a brand new car, and look how well it's done.
Well, yes, I mean, the guys have done a great job. The drivers did a terrific job. Boris and Hans and Tony. It's actually Tony Jennings' car, and we really appreciate that he bought this idea of ours and enabled us to build a car. It did look nice. It looks great on the track. I saw it on TV. It looked terrific. So we'll have to wait till next year, I guess.
That's Motor Race.
Tony Dudek, who's actually the driver, Jeremy, of that number 22 machine. We clarified that, and obviously a big hit. He's okay. That's the good news.
He's okay. We need to apologize to Mike Durant. Anytime a car crashes and you are, named as the, driver, and it's not correct, it's never a good thing. But Tony, obviously very disappointed. And he is okay. He's going to walk back into the truck, or maybe even, we'll get in the truck. It is raining. Keep dry a little bit. So, unfortunately, that car is done. The team car continues to lead in the SR2 class, the number 21 car. They're sitting 15th overall right now.
That'd be frustrating because that 22 car was sitting in the second spot and continues to sit there, but obviously being done now, that's going to allow the number 89 entry, which has been just fairly consistent problems early, but they've been chopping back at it here, and that's the Porsche House Racing entry sponsored by Colton Property of Julian Hootman, Bruno St. Jacques, and Bob Woodman will not too far down the road pick up second in SRP2. So again, consistency and persistence paying off for some of these drivers. There is your overall race leader, number 16. That's Andy Wallace. And you can take a look at the difference that we're seeing in terms of speeds, wet to dry. But this car, we've run 537 laps. They've led 433 of it. And there you just got a glimpse of the camera. The rain coming back serious.
Yeah, these poor guys, just when they think they're going to get a break, it starts raining again. There's the 21 car, so that is our leader in the Prototype 2 class. And last we saw, Andy Lally was on board, and I think that is still Andy in the car.
They came in for a pit stop. They put Wolfgang Kaufmann in the car, and Cyril Chateau got out. Now, what was interesting was when they took the tires off to replace with rain tires, they weren't replacing. They were taking slicks off. So Cyril Chateau has been out there on a stint this entire time on slicks, and he doesn't speak much English, but I asked him how it was, and he said, slick.
One can only imagine, and obviously with the rain coming back, and as we say that now, Jeremy, it looks like it's let up once again. It's just these little cells that seem to be moving through, and of course that's wreaking havoc with any kind of Stratus. Built a car that's very reliable and just keeps after it. Maybe not be the outright fastest car on the track, but extremely reliable and continues to just circulate around the track. You notice Hans on the front of the car. That's that head and neck support device that is becoming increasingly popular with drivers. They help support their heavy helmets in some sort of impact. That's a great development, and it continues to be beside.
You can see the little windshield there, and that little kicker will kick the air up over the driver's helmet. That little piece of Lexan there, which is actually looking pretty battered now, and you never look through that, of course, but that little kicker will kick all the air up over the driver's helmet, and hopefully there's not too much turbulence in the car for the driver. And they're definitely having some problems getting the belts done up here on this kudzu.
16, Dyson Racing, Riley and Scott Ford leading comfortably, just completing a pit stop. And David, it looked to be very fast.
Very routine. And now Andy is going to give the information to Rob. And we'll just run back here real quick and see if... Rob, he doesn't have the helmet off yet. Did he report anything at all?
Pardon?
Did Andy report anything to you at all?
No. The track's a little oily.
Okay, pretty slick. In fact, Andy's pulling the helmet off right now. We'll get a real quick word from him in here. Andy, that pit stop was obviously very routine. Anything wrong at all with the car? Anything at all at this point? Running okay?
So far, the car's running beautifully. We've obviously been very careful over a gear change to make sure it's perfect, but it's running like clockwork at the moment, so very, very happy.
Did the oil warning light come on at all for you during that stint?
Yeah, the oil warning light came on. We came in, checked the oil. There was no problem with it. And then, for no reason, it went off again. But it's a very big red light, so it does catch your attention.
Even at this hour as the sun's coming up, they're back out now. Of course, we saw Weaver get in the car. And the last thing James did before he get in was to place the cone. He was very particular about it, having a lot of fun here at Daytona.
Well, they're having a great run, up by some 24 laps at this stage. And Jeremy, you mentioned it, that maybe that oil warning light was simply a little, like you said, the $2 part, the electrical gremlin, a little water in there or something, shorted it out, and it came on. Doesn't seem to be a problem.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing when it happens, you certainly don't want to see it recurring. Oil pressure is one of those things that you take very seriously. And certainly, these motors will not last very long with intermittent oil pressure. I mean, that's one of the things they absolutely have to have.
No one has visited Victory Lane at Daytona International Speedway more than NASCAR's intimidator, Dale Earnhardt. 34 times Earnhardt has muscled the hard left turn off pit road and headed toward Daytona's most hallowed ground. He has victories in practically every type of fendered auto that competes here at the World Center of Racing. He's claimed victories in sprint races like the Bud Shootout and the 125-mile qualifiers, as well as 2 Pepsi 400s, and his most popular victory of all, the 1998 Daytona 500. Today, Earnhardt makes his first entry into the world of Grand Am sports car racing. Earnhardt is an accomplished road racer, winning in NASCAR's Winston Cup Series at Sears Point, as well as 2 pole positions at Watkins Glen. Remember, Earnhardt's first career pole came at Riverside back in '79 in his first ever road course start. It's not an unprecedented move for a NASCAR star to compete in the Rolex 24. As a matter of fact, stock car legends Fireball Roberts and Joe Weatherly were in the field when the first Daytona Continental was held back in 1962. Mark Martin has had the greatest success of the stock car racers in the Rolex with 4 wins in the GT1 class, driving for Jack Roush. Bill Elliott was a class winner in 1987, as was Terry Labonte in 1984. But Earnhardt is here with a car that is capable of an overall win. Corvettes fell just 30 seconds short of a victory in 2000, and many feel this race-tested car and team may be a real contender.
Well, they're certainly proving that. Again, second overall and just a bunch of laps by. But take a look at this statistic. 34 Daytona wins. And you look at it, 2 Pepsi 400s, all of the 125 qualifiers, the shootouts, the IROC races, the Busch Series. But the one that's important is the one at the top, the Daytona 500. And it took him a long time to get that one. That's no doubt his sweetest memory.
Well, especially 12 125 qualifier wins. That is a staggering number. 6 Bud shootouts, 6 IROC races. Just an incredible record.
This season, 4 of the all-time great endurance races. Certainly the activity of this event here, but also the 24 hours of Le Mans. But also remember, Sebring will be coming up. Had some great stories unfold the past few years there. We'll be bringing you flag-to-flag coverage there. We will then be going to Le Mans for flag-to-flag coverage at that glorious event. And then we will be completing things with live flag-to-flag coverage and moments like that at the Petit Le Mans that runs at Road Atlanta. Great events all of them covered flag-to-flag live on Speed Vision, as only Speed Vision can do it. Speed Vision is the only company that is doing it, and it is brilliant, and it's wonderful, and we hope you're enjoying that coverage. You've enjoyed it over the past few years at Le Mans. Well, now it's expanding out. We're going to be bringing it to you here, but we started all off right here at Daytona, where we will be back to in just a minute. Having a very strong run as well. We watched Weaver work through some traffic. Nicely done there. Back on and rolling into the throttle just a little bit. Traffic just going to be a factor the entirety of this event, obviously. Working by the number 44 Corvette that has had such an event-filled run in the American GT category in the hands of Dave Amick, Joe Barty. And whoop, a bit of an off here by one of the guys that they've been running against, the number 11 American GT Camaro, Kenny Bupp amongst the drivers, the owner of that one. had a bit of a moment, it looked like, over in the chicane, but now managing to continue on their way.
Under braking there, maybe a bad downshift, or not really very good on the brake bias, which of course has a lot to do with the stability of the car under braking, and lost it before he ever got to the chicane.
And Walter Gerber and the Grand Am official are all discussing. Randy is now 3 laps past his scheduled time. Talk about a crew chief getting nervous. Well, last lap, Walter said to the official, let's wait one more lap, and if he doesn't, we'll let you throw the black flag to bring him in. The official is now radioing to the tower to ask the flagman to black flag the 31 just to get him on the pit road. And Mike Fitzgerald looked at the official when they were talking about it. He said, you're not going to penalize us while we're in here, are you? And they said, no, we're just going to throw the flag, get him in here, because he's well past his fuel stop now.
Well, that goes back to the radio communication problems that this team is having, and there are a couple of issues at work here. Number one, the car can only go so far on fuel. These cars will run between 1 hour 15, 1 hour 30 minutes kind of thing on fuel, maybe a little bit longer in the rain because you don't use quite as much full throttle. But more importantly, each driver can only drive a maximum of 4 hours in one stint. So, actually, I didn't know that Randy had been in the car that long. I don't know if that's the issue right now. It must be the issue.
Jeremy, you can still hear me. My mic's still up, and he has not been in the car that long. I believe they've been running single stints, and so Randy definitely doesn't have a time problem there.
Okay, so the basic problem is the team needs to get him in for fuel reasons. It looks like he's coming in now anyway, so... But there have been a number of questions about the maximum amount of time drivers are allowed to run, and it is 4 hours at a time with a maximum of, I believe it's 14 hours over the 24 hours.
And they've also made some serious changes in how points are distributed. We'll talk about that in just a minute as well. But now the number 31 entry has hit its marks. Let's go back down to Dave.
And it looks like Mike Fitzgerald will get in and take over for Randy, and they will stay on rain tires. Now, interestingly, the 56 defending champions at GT went back out on slicks. So Fabio Bovini is driving that car. They decided to put slicks on the car. So the choice is being made down here back and forth. I don't think it's a slick situation yet. And Randy Popes and Mike Fitzgerald obviously don't think so either, as they're going to stay with the rain tires at this point. Everything routine now. Again, drivers helping drivers get in and out. And Jeremy, as you probably know, this gets tougher as the race goes on. You get a little bit less limber. You stiffen up. You're tired. And all the assistance you can give to the other driver is very welcome at this point. And again, the communication thing, we believe the situation is this, that they can listen to their driver the entire time, but the driver never knows for 100% sure that they can hear him. So Randy was not trying to talk to Walter, and Walter certainly could not communicate with Randy.
You can see now the rain coming back down and sheeting pretty heavily here. Give you some quick ideas, Jeremy. We were just given a card. Kenny doing his usual great job on some stats here. There were 79 cars that started. 26 have officially retired, which means 53 are still on track racing or in various stages of repair, hoping to make it back into the wet. We'll be back. Well, there is number 3, Dale Earnhardt at Daytona. Decidedly different scenario than he's used to, and we are once again awash. The rain absolutely pelting down, and for Dale Earnhardt, this is the learning curve. Just, I think, probably went near vertical.
I'll tell you what, you know, when the Winston Cup cars finally do race in the wet, and eventually it'll happen, it might not be for, 10 years, Dale Earnhardt will be ahead of the curve, no question about it. He's had plenty of time here in the wet. And there's actually been a couple of emails about that. What they talk about Winston Cup cars racing on wet weather tires, and we always talk about rain tires, and is there a difference? And the answer really is no, there isn't really a difference. And NASCAR has stated that they would not race in any kind of conditions that were unsafe, right. But they want to have the ability to race in wet weather, and that's true throughout road racing as well. I mean, it would be possible for it to rain hard enough here that they would either put the pace car out and run under full course caution, or some of these races over the years, especially down at Sebring in the 12-hour, have actually been red flagged and stopped for a time because the rain has been so torrential.
And for Dale Earnhardt, let's keep in mind, I mean, the guy, as we talked about, is a good road racer, and he's up for any kind of a challenge. And a little wiggle there as he comes up on the banking, so he's, as David would say, still giving a bit of welly out there and pushing hard. He's pretty stationary doing pans and keeping this coverage alive, and our thanks go out to them. That's an incredible job they're doing.
Well, there was actually an email last night that I read that then the question was, are the cameras out on the track, are they remote controlled, or are there actually people operating those cameras? And yes, there is such thing as remote control cameras, but I don't believe we have any here this weekend. There's one of our camera persons there doing a great job. There's our jib camera out there at turn 4. So incredible work by all these folks through the night. You know, long, cold, wet night. It's not that much fun.
No, but I'll tell you what, they do a phenomenal job. By the way, you mentioned those emails. We now, folks, officially over 7,500 emails since the start of this one has come in. Kenny Martin right now manning the keyboard, keeping track of those, and we're still trying to get to as many as we can. And I'll tell you what, it has been just phenomenal. This interactive nature of this event has been absolutely superb. He's put in one heck of a stint, Dave.
Well, we think so. In fact, I may ask him that now for sure, because, Randy, I didn't think your stint was all that long, but how long was your last stint in the car?
I've lost track, Dave. I believe I might have been out there 2.5 hours. The radio has quit working in our Porsche, but Porsche reliability on the 911 is what I've been counting on, because unfortunately, due to our setup, our car's just not very easy to drive in the rain. Woo, what an adventure. At night, I couldn't see a thing. Driving into a gray mist, 140, 150 miles an hour, and just waiting for the guy ahead of you to brake and praying that nobody's sitting still sideways. Just could not see a thing. It was just, just close your eyes, basically. I could see the wall.
Now, we saw some other cars, well-developed, highly engineered, actually making accommodations for the rain, drilling holes, things like that. I mean, how is your car handling the deluge?
The interesting thing is our Porsche is exiting the corners great, but it will not turn. And in the dry, it's wonderful. Just something, the setup's so different for the rain, and we're just not there. But, I'm just trying to survive. When I was driving, total survival mode. And the radio wasn't working, but I was watching the pits. I saw that BMW sitting there, and I looked at the pole to see where our position was, and I backed it down a notch. I said, Randy, just keep it on the racetrack. It's interesting to drive the car because we go rolling down to the corner, and in the wet, the braking works pretty well. So we brake real hard on these Dunlop tires. Then I turn the wheel, nothing happens. It's like the wheel's not attached. And I have to slow down, slow down, slow down. Finally, it starts turning. Meanwhile, cars are going, well.
Hey, Walter was getting nervous about your fuel. Did you have the light go on? Did you know you were past time?
We have a reserve. And so you drive until the car starts for fuel. It kind of bonds, it dies. Hit the button, and then come in. It's our plan B for when the radio quits working. And we were out of gas. But I wasn't going to come in until I was out of gas.
All right, Randy finally gives up the wheel. Mike Fitzgerald takes over, and they continue to lead in GT.
And, of course, you hear him talking about the way the car handles. The reason it brakes so well and it puts power down so well is because the motor is way out back. And that's also the reason it doesn't turn very well. So it's great in the braking zones, but because all the weight is out back, there's nothing on the front tires when you get to the corner to turn it in. So it's just a compromise with those 911s with the motor way out back.
Find a petty, but on a rainy day, they're usually underneath the tent, and that's where we find Kyle right now. Kyle, tell us first about your best stint in this weather overnight, or maybe your best moment.
It's like I said, every lap was a moment, man. Every lap, every corner. I started in the middle of the night, and it was just where you were running slicks. I was making really good time when it was raining and we were on slicks because everybody else had enough sense to slow down, and I didn't. So I passed a few people then, but then we put on the wet weather tires, and it took me a while to get used to it. But it's been a tremendous amount of fun. I appreciate Leo and Roger and all these guys letting me come do it.
Now, tell me about those guys just a little bit. That's a pretty high-powered and very mature, I might add, experience working with you here. But, just for the folks at home that might not know the entire story, you and Leo go back a long way with the family, and then getting Daytona in here as well. This is pretty good stuff.
Yeah, being with Leo, Leo does a lot with the Richard Petty driving experience, and that's how we kind of got up with him. And he wanted to know if we'd come do this, and I said, man, I'd love to. And Roger Hawley and those guys and this entire group, these guys have been up all night long, and I know everybody else up and down through here has also, but it's just a good group to come work with. They're very professional. The cars are immaculate. I couldn't say enough about the Porsches. It's phenomenal. It impressed me just to come down here and say, okay, that's a race car that comes from the factory, and the Porsche delivers it, and that's just phenomenal. I may have to go buy a Porsche to ride around on the highway when I get home. They may have got my pocket on this one because it's pretty nice.
I bet they did. Now, honestly, if you had to run Sonoma or Watkins Glen in the rain now, did you learn anything? Have you learned just by being out here? If you had to run your Winston Cup car in the rain?
Yeah, I learned a lot. I learned that Sonoma and Watkins Glen is not wide enough for us to run in the rain. There's not enough runoff area, and I'm going to tell you what, I learned a little bit, and that's why it's been good for me. I can take what I learned here and take it back to what I do for a living. But more than anything else, it's just been something to take my mind off this past year and be pretty relaxed.
Beautiful. Thanks, Kyle. Good luck the rest of the way. He does think he's going to get in for another stint. It will not be the next one, though. One of the other guys will get in for it.
Back, and of course, right before we went to break, you saw the interview that we did with Kyle Petty, one of the drivers in this number 43 Orbit racing machine. And they talked a little bit about some of the high power in terms of team ownership and in the driving roles. Well, how about in the engineering role? Formula One Jordan designer Gary Anderson has come over and joined this team.
Into driving this car in the wet.
Kelly Collins trying to loosen up, warm up, one would suspect here. It is fairly cool. And one of the things about, remember when they road race their Winston Cup cars, very heavy and on a much narrower tire than you find in road racing. So a lot of slipping and sliding going on when they race those cars. You watch them, they're very sideways a lot of the time. So I don't know if that's helping at all with this transition, but well, I'll tell you, he's doing a great job. We said somebody that did that little bit, ran a little wide going into the chicane, but following the regulations, ran through the second part.
And luckily was heads up enough not to take up the number 3 car.
You don't want to do that.
You don't want to do that.
Not generally, especially not now. Onto the front straight he comes now. We saw Kelly getting ready to get on board, but no stop at this point. Dale continues right on by start finish, past pit in, and now down into the first turn. I almost wonder if he's just shaking him off right now. No. I'm doing fine. I'll stay on board.
I'm having a good time. Things are settling in. Don't forget, there's a lot less traffic than there was last night. There are a number of cars now that have officially retired from this race. So traffic-wise, I mean, just, following this car around for a couple laps, traffic-wise, it's not nearly as intense as it was. So it does make it a little bit more relaxing when there's less traffic. You kind of enjoy what you're doing a bit more.
16 Dyson car established the lead early. They've been so dominant here. There was some good moments, of course, in terms of racing, but Dale Earnhardt, that was his first time behind the wheel of the number 3 Corvette, generated a lot of interest. The first big incident, and it was huge. 3 cars involved, one from each division, essentially, and everybody was okay in that one. It was a very scary moment. Kelly Collins, the number 3 car he shares with Dale Earnhardt, fuel pickup problems, and Kelly tried to push it into the pits on his own. Here's a driver with some determination and a crew responding very quickly. Alan McNish, they just done some brake work, didn't get a tire located right. Off it came. They recovered, in the battling between the number 12 Ricci Ferrari and the number 16 Dyson car was great until this moment. Overheating, serious damage to the number 12 Ricci Confederazione Ferrari. It is behind the wall. The rains came huge, but during that moment, the number 2 Corvette moved into second overall. Dale Earnhardt happy about how things were unfolding with that team. Randy Popes came in gesturing. No radio communications, trying to solve some problems. Even so, that number 31 White Lightning Porsche has continued to run up front. Then another big moment here. Tony Dudak got on board after a spin, but the car got sideways clubbed by the 09 American GT entry. Both of those drivers okay as well. Another frightful moment here. And then Andy Wallace, after he took over from James Weaver, just built the margin. Now James Weaver back behind the wheel of the car. And Dale Earnhardt has just crawled out of the number 3 Goodwrench Corvette, and Kelly Collins will be getting on board. Dale Earnhardt put in an absolutely stellar driving stint in some very abysmal conditions, turning some very quick laps, and now they turn the chores back over to Kelly Collins, who is also very, very talented, certainly in these conditions. They're topping up some of the water in the car. There's a good look through the window of Kelly. Currently running 4th overall 5 laps behind the 3rd overall car, but lapping significantly quicker, of course, per lap, as that 3rd overall car is a GT category car. And Kelly Collins underway, very routine, and this is going to be fun to watch.
Yeah, nice routine stop for these guys. And there is Dale Earnhardt Sr. getting on the radio. I guess he wants to talk to Kelly about something. And sometimes during the pit stop, there's time to talk amongst the drivers to, give someone a little hint or tell them a little bit about the car. But this is actually the better way to do it, to get on the radio.
He's definitely chatting away right now. See if we can listen in here.
Using the whole paper file. Radio batteries.
Problem with the radio battery is seemingly what we picked up here, so that seems to be fairly chronic with almost every team out here. Something happening, and of course all of this water and the electrics and the like probably draining batteries at a far quicker rate than normal.
Well, you have to have an armada of batteries basically standing by, and that is part of the process. There has to be a time when you have to change the battery in the car unless you hardwire it. It looks like Alan is with Dale Earnhardt Sr. Let's go to Alan.
Dale, it seems you're an instant rain master. Everyone's very impressed.
Well, ran into rain over in Japan. It's the only time I've really been in the rain. A little bit at Watkins Glen on the tire test, but the car's just awesome, man. It'll do what you want to do. Just don't overdrive it. I was using a lot of the old pavement, a lot of the NASCAR corners. Very slick getting back on the NASCAR corners. It's a good race car. Real good race car.
You look like a happy man, though. You've obviously had the time of your life out there.
I want to stay in there another stint. I was ready to go another one.
Good. Thank you.
Well, Alan, he obviously, just watching him the way he kept ripping by and continuing lapping, he's having a great time out there, but obviously it was his time to get out. Kelly Collins now on board, Jeremy, and there's a driver with some serious skill as well. We're going to watch the lap times here as we watch this battle as the number 3 Corvette trying perhaps to claw its way up into that top 3. Facing Riley and Scott car, a dominant display, the only way to describe it. They established it early, and it has been there ever since. We've been getting an awful lot of emails, folks. We want to touch on this regarding Speed Vision's Formula One coverage, and it's, is it going to happen or isn't it? We remain incredibly hopeful. The negotiations continue. It is something that we very much want to do, and we've been pushing for that very hard. We have not, to be honest, received a final conclusion on that, but it is being very hotly pursued, and we're very hopeful that that will indeed happen, and we know all of you, a lot of you very interested in that, and believe me, we want to be bringing you Formula One coverage on Speed Vision. We think it's going to happen. We just can't say absolutely 100% yes.
This race was in this race, so that, and apparently has about 50,000 racing miles on it. Of course, with a lot of rebuilds, but much the same way as Jean-Pierre Moretti had a lot to do with the fact that Ferrari built a prototype car, the 333. Rob Dyson was instrumental in this whole program as well.
That Riley and Scott chassis over in the European series that has now gone through a lot of different names. I believe it's now the FIA Sports Racing World Cup. Had a lot of success there as well the past few years. So this Riley and Scott chassis, venerable but still very quick.
Yeah, they've never been
far back, and happy to be with you. A lot of different types of stints are changing right now. We're got a good close look down in the pits of the number 11 AGT leader, the Hamilton Safe Camaro entry, and one of the stints that's starting is the one for Guy Haas. Want to welcome Guy back to the broadcast. Guy, pretty damp down there in the pits and busy as always.
Very damp, and it is fairly visible down here. It shows on many people's faces. However, these guys are quite happy. They're leading the AGT class, car number 11, the Camaro. They've brought the car in, and it looks like they're going to do a brake pad change, which of course is routine. About 5 hours to go. That'll get them through to the end of the race. The drivers have changed. Dick Greer is now getting into the...
The Riley and Scott Mark III chassis has built a dynasty in sports car racing. Since it was introduced in 1995, the chassis has won 41 times in 87 major professional sports car events, including every sports car championship since 1996 except one.
The Riley Scott Mark III is arguably one of the greatest sports cars ever built. It goes up there with the 934, the 962, some of the Ferrari models, the GT40, the Porsche 904. It's a superb chassis.
Riley and Scott is named for Bob Riley, who, among other things, is known for designing A.J. Foyt's 1977 Indy 500 winning Coyote. His son Bill, who has followed in Dad's footsteps and does much of the design work today, and former McLaren Formula One mechanic Mark Scott, who helped race James Hunt to the World Driving Championship back in 1976. All three worked together on Kenny Bernstein's IndyCar team in the late 80s when they decided to branch out on their own. In the early 90s, they started building Trans Am cars, with the last of those new chassis built in 1996. As is the case in sports car racing with the Mark III, today, 5 years later, you'll still find many teams running some form of a Riley and Scott chassis, including current Trans Am champion Brian Simo. Last year, though, was a difficult one for the Indianapolis-based company. Working with General Motors on the reintroduction of Cadillac to sports car racing, things started off well. The car led a portion of its first ever race, last year's Rolex 24. But by the end of the year, GM decided to end its relationship with Riley and Scott. What did Bill Riley learn by going through all this?
Well, you learn from your mistakes, so I learned a lot. I learned quite a bit on a lot of different things, unfortunately mostly politics, but learned quite a bit of stuff and learned some stuff on the car. It was definitely a tough year. Definitely was a tough year. I'm still on good terms with everybody that was involved in the program, and hopefully they're on good terms with me, but it was just one of those things that didn't quite click right, or the pressures were too high or something.
So now, for 2001, Riley and Scott will move forward, designing and building new cars for both Trans Am and sports car racing. In fact, later this month, they'll unveil their new R&S Mark III C chassis, which will be delivered to the Robinson and Dyson racing teams. We're wondering, does the C stand for Cadillac?
Well, we had, the Cadillac program kicking along, and we started working on a new Cadillac car, or a new car design. And then had a lot of requests from our strong Mark III customers to have an updated car. So when Cadillac decided to go, when us and Cadillac went our separate ways, we decided to roll in some things we were developing on the new car and roll them into the new Mark III C.
No matter how good it is, it'll certainly be hard to beat the record of the original Mark III. And if Rob Dyson does go to Le Mans with the new Mark III C, it'll be interesting to see how it stacks up against the latest version of the Cadillac.
There is this silent, eerie, and empty feeling in the garage about now. This is a good sign. A door that's open. Team Corvette still in the running. But the closed garage door, signs of other teams that have faced heartbreak and disappointment. It was fog in the cockpit that was the blind spot that was the undoing for Comer Racing. Jack Willis was in the cockpit, couldn't see, was going blind. Look at this. Into the tire barrier. John Levy, you wish you had your driver's suit on right now, getting ready to make a change. How disappointing is this?
Well, it's real disappointing. We overcame a tremendous amount of adversity. This car had no miles on it until Thursday afternoon. This was a brand new car that we built to win the American GT Championship, and this is not quite the way we wanted to start. The visibility was really bad in the rain, but the Goodyear tires just stuck. I've never driven in the rain till this race, and this is the first time I was ever on rain tires, and I was amazed. But if you can't see where you're going, it's a problem.
For fans, it's almost like visiting a memorial, remembering so much potential hours ago, only to be defeated. How much does this hurt, watching this?
Oh, it really bothers me to see Alan McNish is out. He's one of my favorite drivers, so, I'm a big Ferrari fan. We would have liked to seen him stay in and win. Heck, they were doing good for a while there.
And although this garage is silent now, there are signs of the stories of the activity overnight, the brake pads that have been changed, the sugar highs to get through, and the energy food that's still left to consume.
Stuff. Now, these are some key cars that are out of the race. There have been a lot of emails about some of these cars. The number 4 car is the Conrad car, the Lola Ford. They ran into engine problems. There is the Celine, the S7R. They did have a gearbox problem, but before that, they had also blown a tire and literally ripped the right rear, the left rear suspension off that car. The number 6 Lola Nissan, that's one of the SR2 cars. That car crashed. The number 8 Lola Ford, all sorts of problems with that car. Number 18 AGT Corvette, overheating with that car. Now, the number 27 Crawford Judd, that car ran into gearbox problems very early. That's Didier Tay's previous winner. Who else was in that car? Ross Alex Bentley was in that car. Freddie Lienhardt was in that car. And that car making its debut, an American-built sports car, hopefully to rival the Riley and Scott. Only one of the cars in the race, not enough testing time on that car. And there's going to be a great future for that car, of course, run by Kevin Dorn, who has won this race a number of times. The number 38 Lola Porsche, that is a car that we thought could really win this race. Bob Wallach, Dorsey Schrader, Sasha Maassen, Hurley Haywood, that car really should have been bulletproof, and it ended up having a motor problem in the night.
It was, in fact, quite a surprise that they were really expecting that car to be able to just keep circulating. Also, you take a look, I think, Jeremy, it's the number 76 entry, another of the GT1 category cars, one that one of the youngest drivers here, Gunnar Janetta, was one of the Gunnar racing cars, teamed with Paul Newman, Mike Brockman. They were looking forward to some good stuff.
There are two other cars, Greg, I want to mention. They're both still in the race. The number 0 car, which was up as high as second in GTS, that is the Weizsäck Porsche 911 GT1, driven by David Empringham, Scott Maxwell, and Richard Spinard. They had to change the gearbox on that car. They were out for a couple of hours. They had to, I guess, pull a gearbox out of their test car. They are back out on the racetrack now, but they are well down the running order. And the number 54 BMW M3, which continues to be worked on, of course, was leading the GT class. It's back in the garage right now being worked on. I'm convinced we're going to see the re-emergence of that car. They're not done, but they are certainly not going to win the GT class.
Broken oil coupling is what they're suspecting. Now, that's important to point out. We had the graphic of the cars that are officially retired. There are a number of cars that aren't out on the track right now necessarily, but are still officially in the running. Let's go down now to Dave Burns' information on the number 16 car, Weaver.
Yeah, we want to update that guy that's still on the track and way out ahead, Greg. They were on pit lane just during Sandy's piece there. Very briefly, James Weaver stayed in the car, worked a long time on his visor, trying to get everything cleaned up. They changed 4 tires. They did not add any oil. They did not remove or put on any tape on the front end. So it appears they balanced out the 16 at this point and are fairly happy with the way it's running.
TS category, quite a few laps behind Neifel's class leading machine right now, but nonetheless, they have been a very consistent car, and Neifel trying to come up and get another lap on them here, and the Weizsäck machine duly moves over, gives way, understanding that Neifel was going to go by, might as well make it easy and avoid any problems. And that was interesting there. You were talking about, Jeremy, how the cars, most of them avoiding getting out in that concrete strip, but when somebody's passing it, sometimes you got to get onto it a little bit, go white knuckle, I would imagine.
Yeah, that's true. You just have to, not be quite as aggressive with the throttle. It's very, very slick in the infield there. You can see Chris there running around the rim of the corner where the grip is a little bit better, and that's pretty classic rain driving, to stay off the more polished parts of the pavement. You see again there, it stays away from the apex of the corner. There's the number 39 car. Dave, you're in the pit lane.
Yeah, Jeremy, this, of course, is the running 4th in GT class, Peterson Motorsports entry. They're leading the class as well in the 31. Kimberly Hiskey will buckle in now. She's one of only very few women running in the Daytona 24, the Rolex 24 here at Daytona. And I asked Kimberly how her rain stints have been over the course of the night, and she said, no problem, I'm from Seattle.
73 laps now complete here at the year 2001 Rolex 24. We are back at the Rolex 24 here at Daytona, and of course, this is the opener of Speed Vision's Grand Slam of Endurance, but
two very separate sports car racing championships in North America right now, and that has created, in a way, it's created problems because neither one of them is potentially as strong as they could be. Of course, great turnout for this race, which is a Grand Am race, and there'll be a great turnout at Sebring in a few weeks, which will be an LMS race. And it would certainly be great to see both those races as part of the same championship, but in the foreseeable future, it's unlikely that that's going to happen.
Well, and part of the reason for that is because each of these series truly believe that their philosophy is one that is successful. You don't want to say, necessarily say right, but a successful philosophy. A lot of it is driven by the current state of financing in the world. Let's take a look at those two different series, the state of sports car racing.
I think I and many of us appreciate that you've got to have the middle ground of the privateers that have a chance to win races in order to have a series that's going to be a long-term series. As Roger Edmondson, our leader, tells us, he will be here forever. And they're going to build this on a business-like basis and make it work.
If you look at our schedule, we've got with Grand Am all the classic road race tracks, Mid-Ohio and Road America and Lime Rock are probably three of the best tracks. You've got Daytona with the biggest race of the year.
The people that have the best package, the best tracks, the best TV package, the best money, they're the ones that are going to win the battle. And if history is any guideline, I think the Grand Am is on the right path.
This is not a new story. John Bishop saw this seesaw business several times, and unfortunately, it's not allowing the whole sports car program to grow in a reasonable way right now. You know, I was with John Bishop series from '74 in 1986. We were at Columbus, Ohio on a street race, and we had 43 prototypes, 23 lights, and 20 GTP, full-size GTP cars. They all looked exactly the same. What a field. And you know what we said? We said, when are we going to get to the big time? When is this going to really, when is sports car racing going to take off? Guess what? We were on the moon. But we didn't know it, you know? I guess we had good oxygen masks. So, you know, late in my career here, I would like to see one series. I'd like to see everybody running, and I'd like to see it so that there's that middle ground where, as I like to say, the merely wealthy can afford to run.
Well, and of course, Jeremy, one of the, as we take a look right there at the Mazda Kudzu that Jim Downing does campaign as a privateer, when they decided after the factory teams got it really ramped up at IMSA, costs skyrocketed and the like, they decided to create then the World Sports Car concept, and you were really at the forefront of the development on those very machines.
Well, you know, this is the battle that's been going on for, you know, decades in sports car racing, this balance between factory involvement and the participation of factories and the privateers. The factories always come and go, and they do it on their own terms, and when it suits them to be here, they'll be here, and when it doesn't suit them, they go away. And so if you build something on that foundation, it's precarious. And the argument with the Grand Am is that you build it on the foundation of manufacturers building cars that are available for these privateers to run. And that is really the difference in philosophy between the two championships, and it will be interesting to see how it plays itself out. It's not going to get resolved in the next 12 months, that's for sure.
Well, and I mean, even the American Le Mans series, Don Panos has really pushed the manufacturers involved in that, including his own company, to make the cars available to private teams. Audi has agreed, in fact, to do that. Champion Racing is going to be fielding one. The difference is the cost. Right now, if you want one of those Audis, it's whatever they want to get for it. In this series, in the Grand American Road Racing Series, there are price caps on these various categories of cars, so you can go to the manufacturer of one of these cars and get it, and you know what it's going to be, and it's significantly less than some of those other factory programs. And that's the idea here.
And I think what frustrates a guy like Jim Downing, a guy like Kevin Dorn, is that, they would rather that everyone race together, and obviously sports car racing in North America would be stronger if that was the case. But as we've already discussed, the philosophies and the approaches are very different here, and it's going to take some time to sort that all out.
Rolex 24, there is our class-leading sports racing prototype 2 machine, the number 21 Archangel Motorsports Gemstar Communications car. Guy Hobbs, this has been a relatively long stop for these guys.
Yeah, I'm trying to find out what they're actually looking at back there, but they did change tires, they've obviously changed tires, they've obviously refueled. Martin Henderson is now in the car, and of course they do continue to lead in their class, and we're going to talk to the driver that got out. He's just gone to the back of the pit area to take his helmet. He's reappeared, here he is. How you doing? Just first of all, a quick update. What were they doing on the back of the car there? Well, the earplugs have to come out. What work were they doing on the back of the car just then?
We're just adding a little bit of oil to make sure it's been a long race. The car's been using a little bit of oil. We just wanted to keep everything safe on the engine.
Quite a story here with this car. You got a couple of British drivers, yourself, and of course Andy Lally. Things running very well right now, and you've got to be happy to be out in front in a sports racer prototype 2 class.
This car, we just got this car about a week ago, and the boys have been doing a tremendous job, and it's been our job to keep it on the track. We've had no mechanical failures so far, knock on wood, and we just got to keep things clean. Keep it clean, and we'll be all right.
How hard is it to race out there? Because you guys one of the faster classes, but obviously also you're getting the sports racing classes going by you. Really busy work out there in the cockpit.
Well, the visibility gets very difficult, especially in the banking when you've got 3 or 4 cars all going down into the chicane. And you just got to be careful, that's all.
I also noticed from aerial shots there is so much mud and debris and grass out in the corners on the infield section. Is that really bothering people?
It's been a long race. You got to kind of expect that at this point in the number of hours we've got on the track. So, you know, again, we're just trying to be careful. Remember where everything is. Just don't make any mistakes.
All right. Well, have a cup of coffee, maybe get a bit of kip, and then we'll see you back out in the car.
Thank you.
All right, that's Paul Macy, who just got out of the car, and now Martin Henderson is in the car for the 21.
Thanks very much, Guy. And it's interesting, Martin Henderson, he's a front runner in the Sports Racing World Cup last year, driving the Pillbeam chassis. We're watching the number 2 leading GTS division, second overall machine, making a run down in the pits. Obviously, this class, the Sports Racing Prototype 2 division, running in Europe to great effect as well with that Pillbeam chassis, Tempoli. I mean, there's a number of chassis being developed over there. Looks as though that's Frank Freon who's going to be crawling behind the wheel of that car.
It's so good, huh?
Yeah, I mean, just last two or so hours, I was just trying to be the smartest guy in the racetrack and take care of our baby.
Chris, you've been doing this race for a number of years. I've been covering it for a number of years. Have you ever had a more miserable weather situation than here this weekend?
I love it. I mean, it's great. I mean, I'm all for it, but it is miserable. But behind the wheel, it's pretty intense. You know, sometimes you can't see, and it just adds another element that makes it a great race.
Are you having any problems with the windows steaming up front?
Not really. The only visibility problems I've had really was spray from the prototypes.
All right. Thank you very much. You're going to head up to Dave Burns.
Thanks, Guy. We have the GT leader, 31 in the pits. Mike Fitzgerald has hopped out now. Christian Menzel gets in. They are, when I asked them what they were going to do to the car, they said they were going to add speed. Well, they're going to do a couple of things to do that. One is probably putting Christian in the car. He's one of the young lions. But they're also making a sway bar adjustment on this Porsche 911 GT3R. Of course, they're third overall, which is great as well. So by adding speed, they're trying to stay out ahead in GT, but third overall is fantastic. To adjust this sway bar, they actually release it, I'm told, by the engineers here, and put it in a different location. So they drop the nut off, they move it over, they put the nut back on. That's the change that they're making right now. So with only a 4-lap lead over the next GT in class, they've got to get this going just a bit faster. And so even though they've run through the night, they've run well, they want to make it grip better going into the corner. As they would say in NASCAR, loosen it up a bit. So that's what they're doing by changing the sway bar in the front. We'll see if we can run. Greg, we're going to also run over and see if we can find Mike Fitzgerald. Okay. We'll bring him out there. And he's just run back to the back. We'll ask him how his stint was. Mike's talking with Brady real quick. We'll bring him out. Mike, I understand they were trying to add some speed and make it loosen it up a bit, add some grip to the front with a sway bar adjustment. You didn't know that because you couldn't tell him anything, could you?
No, I can't hear anything in the cockpit because we've lost radio communication. I think they can hear what I'm saying, but I'm not sure. So, yeah, if they're making a sway bar adjustment in the front, that's the right thing to do. The car will not turn in right now.
So it could use some more grip to pick up some speed.
Yeah, we don't really need any speed right now, but it'd still make the car easier to drive, and that's the main thing at this point.
Looks like they were going to put on the intermediate tire. Would you say that's a good call based on what the track's doing right now?
It's still pretty wet out there, but if it dries off, intermediate would probably be a pretty good call. It's in between right now, I think.
All right, Christian Menzel gets back out. It is his first 24 hours and the most cars he's ever seen on track. That's Christian Menzel in the 31 liter now.
And guys, what I find interesting about this situation is, I mean, it's been quite wet for a long time, and Randy Pumps, when he got out of the car, was complaining about the balance. The car just wouldn't turn in, so they're probably softening the anti-roll bar in the front, or the sway bar, which will help the car turn in better. The only problem is, if it does dry out, then the car is going to be a little too positive in the front. It's going to turn in too well, and now the balance in the dry will go away. So these guys will have to hope that it just stays wet and that the car, you know, maintains its balance. That's where you can get into problems if you're making those kinds of changes.
Here at this unfold, some notable names no longer on that pylon. In fact, many of them now appearing well off of the leaderboard. One of them a car that was generating quite a bit of excitement here, the number 5 Celine SR7. Trans Am champion Paul Gentilozzi had teamed up with that one, but they've had problems. But a great story.
Last August, in an announcement that caught many people by surprise, the folks from Celine unveiled their S7 to the media, saying this was a car they were going to go racing with. After undergoing testing in Europe, the Celine S7R made its debut 2 months later at Laguna Seca with drivers Tommy Kendall, Terry Borchler, and Ron Johnson. The car was qualified 4th in class behind the 2 Corvettes and the lead Orica Viper, but it suffered the new car blues during the race and would only finish 97 of the 119 laps. Now, for the first time since Laguna, the Celine S7R returns to active competition, this time in the hands of Paul Gentilozzi and his championship-winning Rocket Sports team. Having won his first Trans Am title in 1998 in a Corvette, Paul backed up that accomplishment in 1999, driving a Ford Mustang. And then in 2000, he boldly debuted the beautiful Jaguar XKR and almost became the first man in the history of America's oldest continuous road racing series to win 3 consecutive championships, driving 3 different makes of cars.
We've kind of always prided ourselves on doing creative and innovative things. We came here with the Nissan in '94, driving with a team we'd competed against. That caused a lot of discussion. We came back in '95 with a Ferrari and led 23 hours of the race, only to be disappointed at the end with a little engine problem. We've always tried to be creative and innovative, and when I looked at Daytona, this seemed to be the best of those worlds. I mean, it's a wonderful race car. It is in traditional rear engine form, a monocoque tube combination, rear engine, transaxle, uses a 419-inch Ford-based Celine engine. The car has a lot of power, a phenomenal aerodynamic package. It's the most stable car that I've ever driven at those kinds of speeds, the 180 or 90 that we get to around here.
Last year, when the faster sports racer prototypes encountered mechanical problems, the Dodge Vipers and Chevy Corvettes dueled down to the wire, with the Team Orica Viper winning the 24-hour Enduro. The last time a non-prototype car took overall honors? That 1994 race Gentilozzi spoke of earlier, when he, along with Butch Leitzinger, Scott Pruitt, and Steve Millen, in a Nissan 300ZX, bested the rest of what the Rolex 24 had to offer. Can a similar occurrence happen again in 2001?
I think it'll be more difficult this year. I think the level of sophistication for the sports cars is better. Teams like the Dyson team had odd things break last year. It was their race. Certainly they got to be the favorites coming in. But I wouldn't overlook some of the other unique cars. Daytona is a unique kind of madam to date with. Just when you think you know her, she'll bite you.
Unfortunately, she bit, and it was the number 5 car, Scott Pruitt, who Gentilozzi had worked to come back on board with him. It absolutely shredded the rear tire, and you could see it actually broke the suspension in so doing, and the damage apparently even worse than that, because they haven't been back.
No, you know what, Greg, and the week for them just never got going on the right foot. They had clutch problems with the car. They had various handling problems. I mean, the car just, Paul Gentilozzi hit the wall, so they had some crash damage to repair, and they just never really got the program rolling this week. They had a good test in early January, but they ended up bringing a different car here for the race, which actually that was the chassis that had run at Laguna. And Paul said the car was just never as good here, and they just never got their week going on the right foot.
Well, it was announced earlier that Paul Gentilozzi was teaming up with Johnny Miller for a 2-car Rocket Sports team in Trans Am. For this race, they those two were driving it. They brought on board Scott Pruitt, of course, was a teammate with Paul when he won here in '94, and also Anthony Lazzaro. Just never really were able to make that happen. So we are just past 9 a.m., which means just a little less than 4 hours remaining here as we have completed 20 at the Rolex 24. That's going to end it for myself and Jeremy Dale. We're going to turn it back over to Bob Barsha, Sam Posey, and David Hobbs. Thanks, everybody.
Before I was interrupted by somnambulance. This 39th edition of the Rolex 24 has been absolutely blighted by rain, but in a way it's added to the intensity of the drama, and the most recent chapter is being written right now. That's the number 07 GTS class G&W Motorsports Porsche GT2 machine. Steve Marshall from Blacksburg, Virginia, Danny Marshall from Danville, Virginia, plus Tim Holt and Johannes von Overbeek from Danville, California, if you can believe that. At the controls, lost a tire in the tri-oval area at top speed. The driver managed to get it to a stop just past the pit exit. And we have a full course caution as the number 3 Chevrolet Corvette C5R that has fought virtually a race-long battle to pull itself up the leaderboard after problem, including an overnight transmission and half-shaft change while Dale Earnhardt Jr. tried to suss out his problem. Both of the Earnhardts have driven superbly in this race. While we have an opportunity, let's get down to the pit lane to Dave Burns.
And, Bob, they are discussing now the strategy for the AGT second-running Team AMIC Motorsports, number 44. And this is driver Bill Lester, who has been out on his 4th Daytona. This is the second time in a Corvette, but probably the best Corvette he's had. You've been watching that Camaro, leader in AGT, slow down, haven't you?
Yeah, that's been making us get really excited. I mean, we've been doing a good job. The Team AMIC Motorsports crew has been working their tails off. And every time we see that 11 car go around, and the pace it's going around, it gets us more and more excited because we're definitely gaining more time on them. And we're optimistic we're going to get to the top rung of this thing by the time the checker flag comes.
Optimistic, yeah, you're pumped. Right now, Bill, you in the Motorola Cup, you and John Heinrichs finished 3rd the other day. How confident are you with this course now in your 4th Rolex?
Yeah, the car went by and I couldn't quite understand what you were saying, but yeah, we did finish 3rd in the Motorola Cup yesterday in a Corvette, and we're very pleased by that, but this is the real big prize, so we're concentrating on this.
And so will we in just a moment. And since this race began at 1 o'clock Eastern time yesterday, we've covered 2,100 miles plus, or if you've got your Rand McNally out, sufficient distance to drive from Daytona Beach to Phoenix, Arizona. We still have a long way to go. The number 07 car about to be towed in after losing a right rear tire and coming to a stop at the pit out. Let's get down to Guy Hobbs in the pit lane.
Where we are in the Team Seattle pit cars, number 66 and 67, and you can see here from the sign they're racing for children charity. They've reached $191,250 so far as of 8:30 a.m. this morning. They've been doing this for 5 years, and they're hoping to make the $1 million mark here today. And once we get to lap 517, if we get to lap 517, that is when they'll hit their mark. Don Kitch has just got out of the car. First of all, what are the hopes of getting to lap 517?
As soon as possible. With the number of yellows and all the rain, it's slowed our race pace down quite a bit. But when that car goes across start finish for the 517th time in this 24 hours, we'll have brought in $1 million for the finest child health care provider in this nation, Seattle Children's Hospital, and the most beautiful city in this nation, Seattle. That's over 5 years, and every dime of that money goes directly to the care for these kids. So we're elated. We couldn't do it without Grand Am. We couldn't do it without Daytona Speedway. We couldn't do it without Speed Vision and all our supporters back in the city of Seattle. $1 million, and every dime goes to these kids.
Scott's 6-liter Ford V8 is out on point once again. We've just completed our 10th full course caution of the race thus far. We've been under yellow flags for a total of just over 2 hours thus far in the race.
I tell you, I was James Weaver.
I'd be just like a cat on a hot tin roof now with nerves, because the times I've done that at this sort of race, and I mean, he's led so many laps. It's just too good to be true.
Dropping out early is dropping out late.
God, nothing more. It's just too good to be true.
It's desperate to drop out late when you've led so far.
Well, you missed dinner and everything.
Well, exactly. But it's as if there's a kind of cumulative bank account of things that you've achieved, and you lose it all. It's worse to have amassed it and then have it snatched away from you than never having amassed it at all.
But of course, as James Weaver said at the year-end show in Connecticut a few weeks back, he said, of course, the one thing about driving Wallace, as he calls his teammate Wallace, is that he is really, really, really lucky in this type of race.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Well, look at this graphic. The last time a pole-sitting car, which the 16 Dyson car is, won the race was back in 1993. Dan Gurney's All-American Racers squad in the fading years of the GTP era won from pole position. They also set the fastest pole time, if I'm not mistaken, that year. Juan Manuel II, car off, number 57 GT Porsche. Fangio went around this same 3.56 mile layout in, what was that number again?
133. It was 133 mile an hour for him.
Number 52 BMW. Excuse me, that's one of the six-cylinder models. Become familiar to sports car racing fans. And he's well and truly off.
Wow, that grass, of course, is jolly wet. He's got to be ever so careful he doesn't get bottomed out in there and get stuck, but he's obviously making
Look, it's BMW's new SUV.
That's the Safina racing model for Joseph Safina, Carlos de Quesada, Scooter Gable, and Doc Lohman. Meanwhile, number 16 just keeps on running. But remember, last year they had a 13-lap lead by Sunday dawn, and they wound up finishing 4th in the overall behind a trio of GT cars. Down to the pit lane, and Dave Burns.
You know, Bob, so often we interview the drivers right when they step out of the car, and you know, David and Sam, I'm sure you always appreciate that so much when we come rushing in there. So I thought we talked to Butch before he gets in to the leading 16, and you were telling me just a moment ago what you do to sort of get ready. You sort of tone down before you get in, don't you?
Well, yeah, in this case, you know, normally like in a sprint race, you kind of psych yourself up so you can just tear out of the pits. But in the way this race is going, you know, we can't lose the race just by someone passing us 24 times or whatever. You know, the only way we're going to lose the race is if we crash it, or if you know, we get mixed up with somebody else, or if we break the gearbox. So, you know, really, I just need to go out there and take it like a Sunday drive, make every gear shift very deliberate, stay away from any other traffic. You know, just try to make, you know, the highest percentage passes, and just, you know, so really, I'm just, more than anything, I'm just trying to calm down and just, you know, not get you know, involved in all the hype of it.
So, Butch will hope that there's nothing that unnerves him before he gets into the Dyson number 16, which he hopes is still leading here at the Rolex 24 at Daytona when he...
Feel good. I'm ready to run another stage. I could run to the rest of the race if they want me to.
What did you think?
I'm used to Winston Cup racing where it's like 5-hour racing. This hour to 2 at a time is not much as far as the driving goes.
Let's see your hands. You got any blisters on your hands? No blisters.
Very, very soft.
Woo! He's not kidding about that.
We had a share of trouble from I had a flat tire to Dale Jr. looped it a couple times. Kelly looped it once. And then we had transmissions and a half shaft problem. So to be back in the second in the class and running where we are, I'm pretty happy with that. But the car was super in the rain. I got in it for 2 stints in the rain, and it was just awesome. So had a great time. It rained pretty hard there a couple times, but it was fun racing.
Mentally, how were you able to get your rest and keep yourself strong and alert?
Well, I hadn't drove about 4.5 hours, so I'm pretty fresh. I think Andy's drove the most, and Kelly's the next, and Dale Jr. and I about the same. So I think Dale Jr.'s going to get back in one time, and then Andy's going to finish the race. Kelly's in it now, so I think I'm through for the day.
Are you through forever, though, with sports car racing?
I don't know.
What about Lamar?
These guys race up at Watkins Glen, I think, when the Cup cars are up there. I'm going to have to go and practice a little bit.
Well, one way or the other, he has been a great story, as has Dale Jr. In fact, the NASCAR stockers generally are doing very well, because back there In 8th place is the number 43 Porsche with Kyle Petty on the driver's strength. Now there is Butch Leitzinger climbing into the race-leading car. Here's Dave Burns.
And Leitzinger is already in, buckled in. No problems really to make Butch nervous, although they're looking at something on the right front now, and they are going to remove the front bodywork just a bit. They've unclipped it. The lights go off, and they're going to put the other one on. Let's take a look and see how much tape is on here, Bob. During the night, all night long, if people have been watching, they have swapped front ends back and forth. This one going on has less tape on it, so they may be running just a bit hot now. And they've been so wet, they haven't been able to tape them up as they come into pit road. So they've just taped up the bodywork, and they've added them to the car this way. Taking the time to do it, because of the lead they have, seems to be appropriate. And as they're doing this, we'll try to scoot around and see if we can catch up with James Weaver. But this does look all very routine as he now scoots right off. And I do have James, if he'll step over here just a bit. James, it looks like maybe it was a bit up on temperature. Is that why the nose changed?
No, when they had that yellow flag out here, one of the cars in front picked up some debris and shot it through the front of the nose. So just a precaution.
So nothing that you noticed, but just precautionary entirely?
No, I didn't run over anything. It came off the car in front, so we knew I hadn't picked up a puncture. But when you smash the nose up like that, you don't want any of it getting on the tyre. So we got a bit of a lead. So, and it doesn't do any harm just to blow the radiator out and have a quick look.
Now, this didn't have as much tape on it, so is cooling down a little bit going to be okay temperature-wise?
Yeah, we needed to take a bit of tape off.
Great. That explains it. Let's go down to Guy Hobbs.
Thank you, Dave. I'm in the other end of the pit lane where things aren't quite as happy or as excited. I'm with Jack Baldwin. Jack, you appeared from what looked like a bit of a rest. I said the car's behind the wall, and you said, oh, are we? But it's not the first time you've been back there. They're changing the second ECU unit. Certainly the weather has not helped you guys.
No, I'll tell you, the rain has just killed us. The car, mechanically it's sound. We hit the setup beautifully. In the dry, the car's awesome. But, when it starts raining, I mean, it's one thing after another. And it's the first time we've run the car, in the rain. And the first time we run the car here. So, it's the 24 hours of Daytona is what it is.
Well, hopefully have that car back out and you'll have a chance to get back out there, because when you are running, you're one of the quickest cars out on the run.
Yeah, that's the fun, and it's fun to drive, and it's great out there. And I had some great races with, the Dyson cars last night, the Ferrari. But, we're not going to give up. It's been, for me, it was a tough week last week. My mom was in the hospital, and I lost a great friend of mine last week, George Hyder, who was my trainer and one of my best friends. And, he inspired everybody and motivated everybody never to quit, never to give up. And so we're not going to give up. We're going to come out here. We're going to finish this race. And, it's and the kids are home. Alice and Erica, my wife Joan, are home watching. So, hey, it's we're here. We're good.
1969 highlights.
In 1969, Porsche brought 5 908 coupes to Daytona. They had Vic Elford and Brian Redmond on the pole, and Roger Penske's Lola, co-driven by Mark Donohue and Chuck Parsons, was alongside. The Porsches held the early lead, but it wouldn't be long before they began having problems. Playing the waiting game was our own David Hobbs, co-driving with Mike Halewood in a Ford GT40, running a pace that put them into the lead shortly past midnight. After sunrise, however, the car would retire due to overheating problems. The Donohue-Parsons Lola, which at one point during the middle of the night had fallen to 11th after losing an hour to repair the exhaust system, outlasted the rest of the field to take the checkered flag. It was the one and only win at the 24 Hours of Daytona for Donohue, who 6 years later would lose his life in a Formula One crash in Austria.
One of the great drivers in American history, Mark Donohue. His book, The Unfair Advantage, is being republished by his sons, Michael and David. You can look for that, an updated version of that great book in a motoring bookstore near you. How about you, Habbo? You were sort of a slim, handsome young dude back in those days.
I don't know what happened.
He's 32 years happened. That's what happened.
Neither of those things now. Got that bit right. Yeah, it was another big disappointment. That the year before, 68, I drove with Paul Hawkins, and we had that one very, very nicely locked up, and the fuel tank split, of all things. they had the rubber tanks inside the side sponsons there, and it just wore through. And then in 69, overheating. I'm not quite sure. Sam's got a theory about that, but.
Leitzinger is going slowly. This is the race-leading car, and he's looking down in the cockpit.
Unbelievable. Oh, deja vu all over again for these guys.
Last year, they had a 13-lap... Ooh, the right front.
Gone flat.
Just past the pit.
More than that. There's more than a flat.
Uh-oh.
Can this be happening? 13-lap lead a year ago that went for naught. And now a 27-lap lead that is in jeopardy.
Butch talking to the crew there.
A lot of smoke in the cockpit.
This is amazing to have a look right in at the man as he experiences what must be as low a moment as you can have as a racer.
Of course, he has to put all that aside right now and become a mechanic.
I don't think the range of mechanical work that this car may require is going to be possible to execute out where he is.
He is just at the far side of the Rodriguez curve on the infield.
They had a power steering pump go earlier in the night. Now, he is right directly behind the pits. I mean, it's only as we look out maybe 100 or 200 yards from there to their pit.
There's the crew. That's Pat Smith, the crew chief, on the right, looking up at the timing and scoring. And now they're looking at the same pictures you are.
Butch has a pretty final-looking walk face on there, doesn't he?
Needless to say, this puts a event.
Oh, my. What an incredible turn of events here with a little over 3 hours to go in this race.
We had only to bring up Hobbs's bad luck, and it seems to
be contagious.
The car looks so forlorn and forgotten, doesn't it? And yet, even now, it holds a 20-some-odd lap lead. Isn't that spooky?
So they got plenty of time to fix it if it's fixable.
Meanwhile, down in the Dyson pits, Andrew Marriott.
Oh, Pat's just on the radio. What did they say on the radio? What do you think's happened here? No, we lost the motor. It's a terminal problem. A terminal problem?
Yeah, terminal problem.
What is it, thrown a rod or something like that?
Yeah, something like that. Big boom.
Pat, I feel for you, man. I feel for you.
It's okay. We've won it enough times. Let somebody else have a turn.
Next time, sir. So there you hear it. The car is definitely out. The motor has blown up. Maybe it's a rod that's let go, and well, that Dyson effort comes to an end.
Meanwhile, down in the Corvette pits, they have received the information that the race-leading sports racer prototype is done for good. And that means this team, and you heard Ron Fellows yesterday in our coverage say, no, we're just after a class win. That's what we've set as our goal. Well, now they not only stand in position to win the class, but to win the overall.
For the second consecutive year, a GT car will win. But, of course, they have a long way to go. It's 9:30 in the morning.
Well, if they don't win, the 31 car will win, which is also a GT car. If they don't win, the number 3 car with the Earnhardts will win, which is the GTS. The next time we come to a sports racer, it's right down in 12th spot.
If they don't win, I'm getting in my rent-a-car and getting out there and making
pick up a Rolex.
Try at it.
Oh, an amazing turn of events, and you're right on it, David. There is a string of GT category cars, either the big bore GTS or the smaller GT cars, from second place stretching all the way back through 11th place. Jim Downing's Mazda-powered Kudzu is running in 12th place, about 65 laps off the pace. And you made the point, Sam, there's a long way to go.
65 laps. They won't do 65 laps between now and
exactly
1:30
the end of the race.
So they could still win. They wouldn't win.
But they will win their class, although they could conceivably finish outside the top 10. Well, this will definitely be another one for the history books, the Rolex 24. Keep in mind, that car, the number 2 Chevy Corvette C5R, is about 80 miles out of the lead, but the race lead and perhaps an overall victory is still out there. All they have to do is go and get it. We'll take a quick break and return shortly with more live coverage as we march to the checkered flag in the 39th Rolex. One team's despair, another's elation.
Welcome back to the live coverage on Speed Vision of the 24 Hours at Daytona. Yesterday afternoon, Ron Fellows, we interviewed you and you said, we're just here looking for a class victory, not an overall victory. Well, about 2 minutes ago, you suddenly inherited basically the lead. You're going to make up those laps and take over the lead from a very unfortunate time in the Dyson car. Now you've got to be thinking overall victory.
Well, it's still awful early. I mean, there's not that much time left in a 24-hour race, but you know, what happened to Dyson can happen to any number of us. I hate to wish bad luck on anybody, and especially the Dyson guys. Anyway, we'll just keep plugging away.
Fingers are crossed all over the place in the back of this pit area. Butch Heising has just made it back to the Dyson pit, so we'll send it down there to Andrew Marion. The station.
Yeah, no warnings on the front straight, and I can take it through Rod. You know, it's a pity because, you know, we were just coasting right now. You know, you think you would have thought that if it was going to blow up, it would have been when we were pressing earlier on. But, you know, the guys, everyone did a wonderful job. You know, everyone should hold their head up, but that's the way it goes.
Does it take away the gloss of these kind of races when that happens?
Well, yes it does. I mean, there's nothing more frustrating than doing a race that's this grueling and this long and coming this close and then throwing it all away. But, you know, I mean, you can see that in the crew's eyes, you know. I mean, they worked so hard for this. So, you know, I feel very bad for all of them.
Meanwhile, you can look forward to Le Mans and driving that Bentley.
Yeah, the Bentley should be wonderful. I don't want to think about another 24-hour race at this point, but yeah, give me another week and I'll be good.
You did a fabulous job. Congratulations. You did a great job. Congratulations.
No question about it. They did a great job, as did the crew, and I'm glad Butch mentioned all that they went through.
The feeling of depression around a pit, a whole team at this stage of the game when you do drop out. Like in that 68 race, it was not much different. This was about 7:30 in the morning. It was just daylight. And I came in and the team manager I was sitting in the car and he just signaled me out and the fuel was running out the bottom of the car and it was just hard because you just know right there and then that this ain't going to be fixed. And everybody is just so completely worn out at that stage of the game.
Psychologically, when you've come through the night, you see the daylight, you feel you're there, and you're not there. It's a long way to go. But it seems as if the devils of the night have not gotten you're back operating again, and you've got to be able to make it. Nothing can happen if you can't surround an engine blows, such as happened with Butch. It's devastating. There's nothing they can do about this.
Just when you think time is on your side.
Yeah. And of course, Ron Fellows is certainly right to be cautious at this stage of the game. I mean, they certainly haven't won this race yet.
You know, there are all sorts of ways cars break down. Sometimes you see little signs first, overheating, or something's leaking, or the clutch is slipping, or there's a problem with the gearbox, and you realize that it's getting worse and worse, and maybe it's going to be terminal. But in this case, the car was running just fine, and then suddenly, boom, out of nowhere, it was dead.
Of course, the same happened to them last year. They were running just fine with a 13-lap lead, and it suddenly dropped the balance.
They become the 24th car officially retired from the race, and that tells you something about how hard these crews have worked. There's a lot of walking wounded out there, and a lot of tales of courage behind them. 9th Rolex 24 at Daytona. I'm Bob Varsha with Sam Posey, David Hobbs down in the pit lane, Guy Hobbs, and now standing by, the owner of the car that has just left the race after amassing a nearly 24-lap lead, Rob Dyson.
Well, Rob, you just came in and then you knew, I guess, already that your lead car had already blown up.
Yeah, I made it through I came through into the International Horseshoe and I saw Butch parked there. And where it was parked, I knew there was something serious. And we have a rule, we don't talk about the other cars, but I called in and said, hey, what's the story? And they told me that an engine let loose on a main straight and he pulled it over.
So
Some words for those 3 great drivers that did a wonderful job out there.
Well, they're great guys, you know. I'm only sorry that the engine didn't hold together. We can pull it all together. It's extremely disappointing.
But you live to fight. Are you going to do another 24-hour race this year at Le Mans?
Oh, I don't think so. Not yet. We don't have a car yet. And besides, the guys are on loan to the Bentley people. So I don't think we'll be doing Le Mans. But I sure want to come back to this place. But it was extremely disappointing. It's an honor and a privilege to work with these guys.
Yeah, I mean, with Butch, we saw you there commiserating with him, a really nice moment and an emotional moment too. Yeah. Okay, well, Robbie, you said all choked up now, and it's not surprising. Back to you in the booth.
Rob Dyson is a very, very successful businessman, and in so doing, I'm sure he's had those moments when he had to be firm with people and had to recognize talent in people and have the courage to let them do their jobs. And right now, there is the emotional side of a very, very successful man and racer who has seen those people whom he gave the resources and the freedom to do their job suffer their own biggest frustration. And he feels it as though he were at the controls of that car when the engine let go.
Well, this is partly where exhaustion plays its role, too. It's been up all night, of course. The profoundness of the loss, and there's just no bringing it back. As you point out, he's a successful businessman, a very wealthy man, but I think he's all too aware that loss can be irredeemable, and that's what's just happened.
And of course, successful businessmen who get involved in racing just aren't ready for that third sort of aspect of business.
Lack of control.
Normally, exactly, total lack of control. Every time they go into a boardroom somewhere, they want to buy a company, they want to do something, they either do it or they don't, and there's a good reason why it can't be done. When they come to a race, there's no logical reason why it should all go wrong at all. And it's very hard for people that don't actually come right out of the racing factory to understand it.
Here's our Kumho Tires race recap, and perhaps we should call it the Kumho Rain Tires race recap because it has begun falling heavily again here at Daytona International Speedway. The leader remains Butch Leitzinger, Andy Wallace, and James Weaver in that Dyson Racing Ford. But in 20 laps, Frank Freon there in the number 2 Corvette C5R will take over the overall race lead as well as the GTS class lead. The average speed, 103 miles an hour, despite 10 long caution flags that have had us under yellow for about 10 hours of the 20 hours and change that have been run to this point. We're coming up on 3 hours to go. Yet another amazing story of perseverance, joy, and frustration. Endurance sports car racing on Speed Vision. 7-lap lead when the engine broke, and the 2 is the pursuing car hoping to take over that race lead. Here's a look at Rob Dyson, his team, and his thoughts.
For nearly 4 decades, the Rolex 24 at Daytona has kicked off the North American sports car racing season. And like many of the competitors here, Rob Dyson believes it's one of the biggest events on the entire worldwide racing calendar.
You know, you've got Daytona and the Indianapolis 500 and maybe the British Grand Prix and Grand Prix of Monte Carlo and maybe Sebring and maybe Le Mans. And it's a major event. To win it takes a lot of effort, a lot of time, a lot of skill, and an immense amount of luck.
Rob speaks from experience. Having first brought his team to the Rolex 24 in 1986, he suffered through 11 tough years.
At one point or another, we always led the event. Only we never quite led it at the correct time, which is obviously at the end of the 24 hours.
But all of that changed in 1997, when finally Dyson and his team won their first Rolex, defeating the Ferrari 333 SP of Andy Evans in a stirring contest. The car was overheating, blowing smoke, and it needed oil at every pit stop. But somehow, despite all the problems, the machine held together. The emotions for Rob Dyson at the time were overwhelming.
I think it was an emotional time for me for a number of reasons, one of which is that it was finally an affirmation that what we had been doing for all these years, we finally put it together. We were finally able to
put it over the top. We've been so close, and it was kind of the temptation of the we could almost taste it, but we never were able to put it across. Fortunately, we were able to do it. So the first time, I think, was clearly the most emotional. The second time for us, ironically, was emotional for another reason, and it was emotional because it gave us a chance to really kind of confirm that it was not a fluke.
And for the 37th time, victory at the Rolex. For the second time, it goes to Dyson Racing, and Butch Leitzinger driving the car under the checkered flag.
It kind of confirmed that, hey, maybe, to ourselves, that maybe we know what we're doing, and that maybe we can not rest on our laurels, but we can build on that and try to keep winning this race, and others as well. And we've been able to do that, fortunately.
And now, Rob would like to add his team's name to the list of winners at a couple of other famous tracks, Sebring and Le Mans. And he plans on doing this with the help of new equipment. The new evolutionary, soon-to-be-debuted Riley & Scott Mark III C chassis.
Well, 2001 is going to be a little bit expanded for us. We're going to spread our wings a little bit. I don't know whether it's going to be the success that we've had in the past, but I think we've got to step out with this new car. We've got to try to see if we can make it work, and the way to do that is to develop it, and we've got to develop it and make it applicable to both series, and hopefully we can bridge the gap and be competitive.
One of the great ironies of what we just witnessed with Dyson Racing dropping out with a 27-lap lead is if they had held station, they would have posted one of the top 5 largest winning margins in history. Instead, gone down to defeat. There is the 31 car, third in the race. They're about to have a driver change. Apparently the radio's not working. There's a signal to the pits that the driver is coming in. Andrew Marriott stands by in the pit.
With the Porsche Junior team and of course with Barber, but you never in your wildest dreams expected to be in second place, did you?
No, never. But it's still a long way to go, and it can happen a lot. Also here the 86 car, which is second in our class, they are pretty strong in the wet conditions, so we have to wait.
How hard are you pushing? Are you pushing hard?
I pushed hard through the night, and when it was dry, also pushed hard when it was wet this morning. But now we're trying to take a little bit the speed out and keep the things clear.
Is this car much different to the Barber car you drove last year? Is this car much different to the Barber car you drove last year?
No, there's no difference at all.
Okay, Lucas, the best of luck. Could be a big day for you.
See, they're caught right in between how hard you push. It's raining like hell right now, and you risk everything for that extra position. I mean, you're running up high beyond your dreams, but you've got that one more spot you've got to pick off.
Right there, he's in a battle with the 43, the Orbit Racing Porsche 911 GT3 RS, which is shared by, among others, Kyle Petty, and that car is third in the class, just a few laps behind the 31 machine. So that is very much a live intra-class rivalry right there. We'll take a break. Butch Leitzinger remains the race leader, but he is not moving. We'll be back. Welcome back live to Daytona International Speedway, where there is, well, I guess we might call the race leader-elect. The number 2 factory Corvette C5R runs 15 laps down to the number 16 Dyson Racing Riley & Scott Ford. But if you've been with us, you know that in the most dramatic turn of what has been a very dramatic race to this point, the Dyson Racing machine has holed the engine block and stopped. They will not return, so it is up to the Corvette now to make its way to the race lead and persevere through the final 3 hours, sure to be packed with more drama before they might potentially claim the first ever overall win at the Rolex 24 for this 3-year-old Chevy Corvette effort. Welcome back live to Daytona International Speedway, everyone. I'm Bob Varsha, along with David Hobbs and Sam Posey. It has been a remarkable race with 3 hours yet to run. Who knows what might happen? But I don't think anything thus far compares with the Dyson Racing team dropping out with a 27-lap lead.
Well, the only thing I can say is I absolutely know exactly how they feel. There's absolutely no way you can describe the gut-wrenching feeling of dropping out of one of these races, especially late on in the going when you have such a commanding lead and lock on the race. The disappointment is, look, I can't tell you how disappointing it is, and I'm sure they can't either. We saw that great preview of the Dyson team where he explained how they'd done this thing 11 times before they won it the first time. At least they have won it a couple of times, so one can't feel too bad for them. But now, of course, all eyes are focused on the Corvette team, and of course, particularly the Earnhardt's running now in the potential third spot overall. And there's a long way to go yet, another 3 hours. I mean, a lot can happen between now and the end. And yet again, it's raining cats and dogs.
No question about it. We've seen lots of highlights of previous years of this race, Sam, but I can't ever recall a race that's been as wet as this one.
Well, exactly, and the rain, of course, makes everything so much more variable. There's so many more surprising things that could happen because of the slickness of the tracks. But the Corvette has handled the rain very well. We heard from Dale Earnhardt, who said that the cars felt very, very good to him in the rain. It seems very steady on the road. This is an imponderable thing, but it's bright yellow, so everyone sees it coming, which isn't a bad asset for it to be. And I think that the Corvettes, Dyson's loss is their gain, and they've handled themselves superbly in the race so far. And I think we've now got to start celebrating something that's really going to be very, very special, which is an American manufacturer winning this major race with a pair of really beautifully run cars.
No question about it. It's been an amazing race in so many ways, and you can be a part of these last 3 hours of the race. Jeremy Dale is hard at work accepting emails. If you'd like to get in contact with Jeremy and our booth announcers, just get on the speedvision.com website and click on the email and follow the instructions to reach us. And don't forget, our speed line will be working throughout these final 3 hours. The Eastlam speed line, you can see your question answered on your television screen. Jeremy, how are things going over there?
Well, so far I've had a lot of very positive email about you, Bob. Quite a bit positive about Sam. Not much about David.
That's what we expect. That's the way.
But I think that's normally what we get.
Yeah, so, exactly.
Well, before it gets too unpositive, I have in my hand here the best facts so far from Mark Williams in Oceanside, California, who says, outstanding coverage. Your staff should be the ones walking away with the watch.
Hear, hear.
I cannot wait to see the 24 hours of Le Mans. Speed Vision rules. He's dead right on that watch business.
That's right. Don't wait for Le Mans, because remember, we're also going to be coming to you live and flag to flag with the 12 hours of Sebring. That'll be coming up.
Take a watch for that too.
Absolutely. We'll get a collection going. Over 8,000 separate emails thus far. Keep them coming. We've got 3 hours to go. We'll get to as many of them as we can. Right now, let's get back down to that rainy pit lane and Andrew Marriott.
It is rainy, and Wolfgang Kaufmann has just brought the car in. This car, which could even finish in the top 3. Now, Wolfgang is the lead driver in this car now. 10 years ago, Wolfgang used to race wheel to wheel against Michael Schumacher in Formula 3. You might have made it to Formula 1, Wolfgang.
Yeah, I mean, about that, it's still a long time ago, but it's true. I was running against Schumacher, Frentzen, and all that guys who are now in Formula 1. But now I'm GT racing, and, I enjoy it really to do that.
Now, you said to me before we had the interview that you came to Florida for the sun. What's happened?
I mean, anyway, all the time, all the other years when I was here in Daytona, it was a beautiful weather, but now it's raining. I mean, personally, for me, it doesn't matter really, because I like the rain, I enjoy the rain, and I'm glad that it's really raining. So it's for us a chance to grow up, and because the car, the tires, everything is doing really well.
Wolfgang, great to keep it going to the end, and I'm going to throw back to my colleague, Guy Hobbs. Thank you.
We're down in the Archangel Motorsports entry pit area where they are trying desperately to get the attention of their driver to come in. There is no radio contact. They've asked officials to black flag him. They did this time by. He's going so slowly he kind of missed the black flag. The problem is he's on intermediates. They want to get him in and put 4 wets on there. Trying to get him in because you need the 4 wets because, again, it is just pouring down. And then right next to them, the Kudzu with Jim Downing about to get in and getting ready to make their pit stop as they work their way up in the sports racing prototype class.
All right, thanks very much, gentlemen. There is that American-built Corvette going around. I suppose it's an interesting argument in this day of worldwide, very heavily integrated motorsports. What is exactly an American car? I mean, arguably, last year's winners in the Viper, although it was a French team, were an American chassis.
Car, yeah. Of course, globalization. Last year, of course, the Viper chassis and an American-built car, but of course owned by Mercedes-Benz itself. So, what can you call these cars, but I tell you what, you can call that very, very wet. So there's absolutely no let-up for these guys, and we're looking out the booth window and you can see nothing but grey, scudding, low cloud. It's obviously going to rain for some considerable time to come.
There is the Dennis Spencer, Rich Grupp, Ryan Hampton machine that was involved in one of the very frightening incidents during the nighttime hours at about 2 o'clock this morning. Got skittered across the grass at turn 1 and center punched a GT class car going in the opposite direction at turn 6. Just one of the many events that have punctuated this event. The big rooster tail means the Corvette is up to reasonable speed, but the puddles are building in the pit lane, and we still have a long way to go at Daytona. Still race leading number 16 that is stationary at the side of the track. Meanwhile, Kelly Collins hops out and Andy Pilgrim into the number 3 car. So the road racing veterans on that number 3 team doing the bulk of the driving in these miserable conditions with the rain still teeming down. Let's go to the pit lane and Guy Hobbs.
Yeah, we're in the Corvette pit. You can see a routine stop, adding fuel. We have a driver change going on to the full wet. Actually, they're running full wet before. A little trouble with the right rear at the moment. But the hands go up to say all clear. There is some damage to the left front fender of this Corvette, and they decided just to leave it as it is. They banged it around a bit. If they can't really add any tape, there's nothing sticking down here because it's so wet. And they're just going to let it run as is. Now the neck goes up. And we'll see if we can get a word. With Kelly Collins getting out. And then the team being waved on out, so the 3 back underway. And in the meantime, we'll look for Frank Frion, who stepped out of the number 2.
Andy Pilgrim takes over the number 3 car, takes it down the track. He has done most of the driving for this team, which figures since he is the road racing veteran of the group and also an extraordinary finisher. His record for reaching the end of long endurance sports car races is second to none. There have been so many great races, so many dramatic turns over the years. We've shared many of them with you, and we'd like to do so again now. We'll take you back to one of my earliest Rolex 24s back in 1986.
The Corvette GTP machine, owned by Rick Hendrick, qualified on the pole for the 1986 running of the Rolex 24, but mechanical problems caused Hendrick to withdraw the car before the event ever started. Following the drop of the green, the Porsche 962, driven by Rob Dyson, in its first ever Daytona 24-hour appearance, took the early lead. 3 other 962s would go on to hold the top spot, setting a demanding pace that caused many to drop out just a few hours in. By midnight, Jim Busby's Porsche was on the point. Around 5 o'clock in the morning, Al Holbert's 962 slowed with throttle problems. Shortly thereafter, defending race champion A.J. Foyt got into his Preston Hen-owned Porsche, and by daybreak, he held the lead, until suffering throttle problems that forced Foyt to make a lengthy pit stop of his own. That enabled the Holbert team to make up an 8-lap deficit and take the checkered flag. It was the first Rolex victory for drivers Al Unser Jr., Derek Bell, and Holbert, who would go on to win the following year as well, before tragically losing his life in a plane crash in 1988.
Once again, another story of a dramatic Sunday on the Rolex 24. The lead changed hands in the most improbable circumstances.
Because they came back from a big deficit to win that race after having seen what looked like an insurmountable problem in the middle of the night. The car looking pretty bad there. It could have got stuck out on the track. It did not. And came back to win the race.
Somewhere, I suppose Al Unser Jr. might be watching and saying to himself, I looked like that in 1986.
Now he knows what I feel like seeing that 1969 race.
It continues to rain here at Daytona International Speedway, but we will continue. The checkered flag, now not long away by Daytona standards. Stay with us. Look at the highlights of hour number 21. It began with the 16-car James Weaver at the keyboard with a handy 27-lap lead en route to what could have been an historic margin of victory. But when Butch Leitzinger climbed into the car, the nose was changed. A defensive tactic that proved to be for naught. Just a couple of laps into his stint, the engine let go, and the engine crackled its death throes. We wondered if the car could be fixed. Leitzinger could talk to the team, diagnose the problem, and perhaps get back into the race. But when he unplugged, unstrapped, and walked away, Rob Dyson and the team knew that all those long hours of work were over. At the other end of the emotional spectrum, the Corvette team. And the car driven by Ron Fellows, Chris Neifel, Frank Freon, and Johnny O'Connell were suddenly in position to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. We are back live. Ron Fellows, the team leader on the 2 car, is behind the controls. Guy Hobbs is standing by with Frank Freon.
And Frank is able to smile because obviously quite happy despite all this horrible cold rain that's falling. Frank, you just got out the car, handed over to Ron Fellows. How did it feel for you, or what did you think when you went by and saw Butch Leitzinger pulled off to the side of the road?
Well, you know, we're still very far from the end of the race. So I think for the GM, team, it's great to be, in a good position and everything, but so many things still happen with that. I mean, yeah, I did see them on the side, but we know that it's up and down all the time during these kind of long races, so it don't really change anything for the GM team.
Now, the moment after you saw him off to the side, did you suddenly start hearing nasty little noises in the Corvette as well and start looking at everything?
Well, it's been like that for a few hours already, so we're just all the time afraid that something is going to just give up. But I mean, we're doing our best. We are trying to take care of the car, be very careful with the traffic. But I mean, it's so difficult because sometimes you have a little bit of grip, then it rains, and all the oil, on the track, it's very slippery. So it's a bit of a challenge for all the guys on the track. It's tough.
A lot of water is beginning to gather on the track too. Before it was running off, but now we're really seeing some puddling. Has that been catching some people out by surprise?
Yeah, I'd say you have some swimming pools. Yeah, and it's because when you do some hydro planning, then you cannot do anything because you can't control that. It's really difficult to control the car when it's okay, but when you have this kind of a lot of water, it's sometimes it's like you have to get lucky.
All right, Frank, we'll keep a close eye on you. We're not saying that Frank was saying it was really wet, but when he came in, instead of asking for 4 new tyres, he asked for 4 new paddles. Actually, they all came in, 2 and the 3 car came in at the same time, and that was just purely because the fuel windows just happened to match at that point.
Well, make no mistake, I mean, these conditions are just terrible, and the kind of thing that could happen to any one of the cars out there is that they could become involved in somebody else's accident, no matter how carefully you're driving yourself.
Well, of course,
that's the fear.
The worst thing, like Frank was saying then, when it rains that hard, that back straight as you come off NASCAR 2 and go down the back straight towards the chicane, it's very flat out there and it puddles up very, very badly. And of course, it just happens to be the fastest part of the track too.
Now, we've talked about the perseverance of the Dyson team, the good work by the Corvette teams and other. Give a call to these guys. This is the 09 Fliss Motorsports Chevy Camaro, the spirit of Daytona last year when they came out and won this race and picked up sponsorship to run the rest of the year and won. Excuse me, they didn't win here last year at Daytona. They were second, but they went on to win the series championship in the new American GT category. Now, the car has looked like this since about 3 hours into this race. They just strapped some headlights to the framework to keep the car going. And that team with Craig Conway, Doug Goad, Rick McGarry, and Eric Messley have held on throughout the event. And they deserve a lot of credit for perseverance this weekend. There is the number 2 car doing battle with the number 20, sister car to the former race leader, just a few laps from having a new leader at Daytona. Daytona International Speedway, you got a brief taste of the sounds to go with the sights of this rain-washed event that has seen so much drama. This is the number 30 Master Car Ferrari running in the GT category. Ferrari V8 power sponsorship from Kumho Tires. Tony Ring from Karlskoga, Sweden leads the driver's strength with Sergei Zoblin, Fabian Peroni, and Andrea Montermini. Formula One and kart fame, and that's one another of the American GT cars. That's number 44. Is that the Vardy Lyndon and David,
yes, it is
Again, it's that pit lane. I tell you, that caught out a lot of people.
Including them. Before, they had trouble there before.
Big puddle just before this part of that pit exit. He's lucky to have found the Armco. As you can see to the right of the tail, there is no Armco between the pit exit and the racetrack.
Desperate race these guys have had, because when they're running, they're clearly faster than the 11 car that's leading the class, and that's done some severe damage in front. And of course, he's going to have to go all the way. He can't.
And he's blocking the exit right now.
The exit, and he can't.
And there is a car in pit lane, a Porsche,
behind
about to go back out.
Oh dear, because the car obviously won't go forwards here.
Have to back it on the grass.
I think he's eight. I think he could get by now.
Wow,
that's an ugly scene, to say the least.
David and Linda Namick, Joe Vardy, very experienced here at Daytona, and Bill Lester.
Now he's going to try to back all the way around back into the pits.
See the puddle to the left. I wonder if he hit that puddle and got caught out. Maybe.
Well, I think that little left-hand kick there is very tight. It's very narrow, and of course it gets very slippery, because a lot of these cars, as they leave, are dripping fuel and other fluids out underneath them, and they're going so slowly that it has time to fall onto the road, and it makes it terrifically slippery there.
Oh, right. And of course, that's often when you're reaching up for that last tug on your
belt, and suddenly
you're really not paying much attention because you're going so slow.
Yeah.
And we've seen it happen before. I recall Davy Jones, I think, with the Jaguar team, hit the Armco at the end of the pit exit in a previous iteration of this race. Now let's get down to Andrew Marriott in the pit lane with the story of this number 30 Ferrari GT car.
Yeah, well, I got Tommy Ring with me, and Tommy is normally a TV broadcaster. He broadcasts for Eurosport in Swedish, but he speaks very good English. Tommy, you enjoying this race in this Kumo back car?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we're supposed to be a little bit of a tire test, and I mean, with this changeable weather conditions, it's okay, a little bit more rain than we expected, but still very good experience.
The Korean tyre company, that's you in Britain, they're already very successful in rallying in the forest, but racing here is a new thing for Kumo.
Yeah, I mean, we have a good drivers lineup. We have a very good team. Unfortunately, a very slow car, but on the other hand, we're doing this in a way to achieve experience here at Daytona and hopefully come back with something quicker for next year.
You did think you were going to have a different Ferrari to the 355 you've got. What happened with that project?
Nah, we didn't manage to get it ready in time, basically. We're supposed to be the new 360 GT3, and of course it would have been much quicker and more competitive, but we said, okay, we do it with the old 355, hope to finish the race, which we hopefully do, and just test the tires.
Tommy ringing the bells there. Back to you in the booth.
That was Andrew Marriott with your Kumo Tires update. Meanwhile, now the number 3 Corvette appears to be very, very slow. That's Andy Pilgrim.
Now, this is the first evidence. This, of course, is the Earnhardt-driven car with Andy Pilgrim up, but this is the first evidence of trouble on the track for a Corvette.
Oh, and he's a long way from home.
Yes, he is.
Going to have to make his way all the way around the track apron on the NASCAR oval, plus the chicane.
This will send shudders of fear through the entire team, doubtless.
Trying to get fuel. They had fuel problem earlier on. You remember they had to push it in very early on.
He's jerking the car left to right. It's either that or a steering or suspension problem, I'm guessing. Calvin Fish has more from the pits.
Well, I just got down here, Bob, and the Corvette crew scrambled around. They believe they have a half shaft going on that car. That would be the second time it's happened on that car. They changed the gearbox when Dale Jr. was in the car. He'd never really driven a car when a half shaft had broken like that. He thought the gearbox had blown up, so they changed the gearbox and the half shaft, probably unnecessarily, but now they're hoping that Andy can get the car back and effect a repair on that. They can do the half shaft pretty quickly, I'd imagine, probably about 6 to 8 minutes to get that one done, but of course he has to get it back here first.
Well, the specter of a Porsche emerging at the front of this race looms. They have won more than any other mark, over 20 races. 11 different team marks have won here, including Chevrolet in 1969 as an engine only, never as a whole car. But this is, we'll have to see what happens here, but this is an extraordinary development when you consider that the Dyson car went out less than an hour ago, and there's just now 2.5 hours to go in the race. I mean, the attrition is hitting hard right near the end.
This is truly the witching hour. As you get closer and closer to the end of a 24-hour race, the chances of something going wrong go up exponentially. Now, keep in mind, this is the 3 car, not the sister machine number 2, that is in a position to take over the overall race lead in 4 laps. But this car, the 3, is in danger of losing a position to this machine, the number 86 Porsche, that is just 1 lap down, about to bring itself up onto the same lap as the number 3 Corvette and elevate itself up into 4th in the overall, 2nd in GT. There's the number 2 car making its way inexorably toward the overall race lead and a possible spectacular victory here at Daytona, but that's still more than 2 hours away. The latest twist of fate for one of the teams still in the running. A little more than 2 hours to go in the Rolex 24. Andy Pilgrim has brought the crippled number 3 back to the pits. Now the team will go back to work. Calvin Fish is there in the Corvette pits.
Well, they're getting the routine pit stop work done out of the way. They got fuel going in. The crew is now going to the back end of the car. I think they've identified it's the left rear. I saw them pointing over to the left-hand side. So they'll take that cover off the rear wheel there, try and get the wheel off and go to town. But just spoke to one of the crew members. I guessed about 6 to 8 minutes. He said probably nearer 10. So I'll probably drop them a few laps off the pace here. But shouldn't be no big drama for this team.
Well, of course, he drove slowly around there. He broke the drive shaft. These cars run a spool. In other words, virtually no differential or no differential at all. And one of the reasons they do that is because if something like this does happen, you can at least get back to the pits because the car will still drive. If you had a regular differential in there, obviously it wouldn't drive at all with a broken drive shaft. The downside is, of course, especially when it's wet, that it does induce a lot of push in the car, a lot of understeer because the rear wheels keep pushing the car forward. On the other hand, you do get excellent grip as well on the way out. You get good traction with a spool.
The point is that both rear wheels lock up and drive at the same rate.
Right.
Yeah, instead of a differential which allows the outside wheel to drive further than the inside.
So the inside wheel is pushing, getting a lot more grip, which tends to push the front of the car out. So you've got to have a slightly different driving technique. And of course you've got to set the car up so that it will be acceptable to use that. But the rain sometimes is not the way to go.
It's very tricky in the rain, as a matter of fact.
The Porsche 956s, when they first came out, had spools, which was a residue of Mark Donohue's work with the 917 Turbo back in the early 70s. And we put a differential in ours for the German race round, and it happened to rain, and the Fitzpatrick car, and we led 90% of the race.
There's Andy Pilgrim sitting in the car. Can Calvin get to him?
Well, I'm trying not to get in the way of the guys doing the work on the car. Andy, is the half shaft gone, similar to what happened earlier to Little D?
Yeah, exactly. Just completely stepped out. It feels like the gearbox, but it was really the half shaft. I'm pretty sure we were really lucky to be able to trundle back. I kind of idled it back, and as long as I kept kind of moving the steering to one side, it kept hooking up. So just lucky to get back.
Is this something you anticipated? I mean, with the wet conditions, there's typically less strain on the rear end, but, wheel spin maybe grabbing a little bit. Is that the concern?
I'm very surprised. We've had no problems with half shafts, so the other car's been fine. I don't know what to tell you. Very, very surprised, really.
Okay, as you can imagine, there may be some concern with the team that the other car may suffer a similar problem. But it's funny how sometimes you'll have these events, identical cars. One car will have problems, the other one will be, trouble-free for 24 hours. So we'll wait and see what happens to the 2 machine.
All right, thank you, Calvin. Now let's take a look at what happened last night when Dale Earnhardt Jr. was in the car. Right around midnight, he felt the car losing drive. Now, he's not experienced with driving a car that uses half shafts. He thought it was the transmission. So they got the car up on the blocks, pulled out a floor panel, and in the most amazing modular fashion, just lifted a new transmission into place. When they fired up the car, the wheels started spinning. They realized it wasn't a transmission problem at all, but actually a broken half shaft. So out on the wall came a half shaft, just like you see that one back on the pit wall at the back of the picture. When that repair was made, the car went back on its way. So ironic that once again, You see that half shaft sitting on the wall, protected by latex surgical gloves. Nice touch.
From what Andy Pilgrim's saying, it doesn't sound like they have got an absolute solid spool. They must have a pretty tight lock in it, because he was saying if he could swerve, he could keep the thing driving.
Right. Well, good compromise, probably.
Yeah. Now, half of the thoughts on the team, no doubt, as Calvin mentioned, go out to this car, the number 2, clicking along now, just one lap.
Just in time for something like that to happen. This is exactly what we're talking about. And the poor guy ahead probably doesn't even mean to block. He's just struggling to keep his act together.
Well, certainly Ron Fellows has got enough experience and racecraft to not make any ridiculous mistakes at this stage of the race. But of course, it can't help, Pilgrim saying, I don't know what's wrong with our car, the other one's absolutely fine. But when you're in a team like this and you have 2 half shafts go on the one car, you've got to be worrying about the half shaft on this car. There's no doubt about it. You just could not be worrying about it.
He is now officially on the same lap as the leading Dyson, Riley, and Scott Ford. And that's the last time we'll be able to say that in this Rolex 24, because that car, which broke the engine, is now supplanted. I see the 74 cars back out there moving around.
Jack Baldwin said they were going to keep going, and keep going they are.
Sure
and
enough.
It's raining, and it's still going, and it's still going extremely fast.
In fact, it is in 18th in the overall, but it is second
fastest moving car on the track too right now.
Make that 3rd in the sports racer prototype category. Many laps down, but within reach of 2nd place in the class if they can catch up to the number 20 Dyson car, which is about 8 laps ahead of it.
Which is very doable.
Yeah, his last lap was a 2 minutes 1 second.
Look at this.
Supposed to say to Corvette, whose last lap was 2:08.
Look at this exercise in caution, David. He's in a position to be that cautious, and he's going to take every advantage of it.
Ron Fellows has been with this team since the beginning of the project, doing much of the development driving along with his great mate Chris Neifel. He was with the team when they picked up their first victory at Fort Worth, Texas last year. Now they're in position to take the biggest win of all in North American sports car racing here at the Rolex 24. There in the Dyson pits, they see all that hard work go away as the car is passed officially, and the Corvette from the GTS category assumes the race leadership. A spectacular story that is yet to completely play out. We will be here live until it does with the checkered flag at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. Be sure you're with us for that. To the Rolex 24 at Daytona, Bob Barsha, David Hobbs, Sam Posey, along with Calvin Fish and Andrew Marriott in the pit lane. And there is the new race leader building on the lead it has assumed from the fallen car of Dyson Racing. An emotional twist just a little over, well, not quite an hour ago. The 16 car dropped out with a blown engine. Ron Fellows and company have brought this Corvette to the overall race lead. This is the 10th year for Rolex sponsoring the Rolex 24 at Daytona. We join an illustrious history of sports car racing here at the World Center of Racing. Here's a closer look.
Sports cars have been a part of the racing landscape at Daytona going back to the days of speed trials on the beach. American and European sports car drivers were more than willing to put their best efforts up against the American stock car drivers in a race against the clock. When the new Daytona International Speedway was built, sports car racing was not left behind. One of Speedway founder Bill France Sr.'s closest friends was the Jazz King, Paul Whiteman, and Whiteman was quite the sports car enthusiast. When the new Speedway was completed in 1959, Whiteman, a member of the board, helped establish Daytona as a hub for sports car racing. In their first year of competition at the track, sports cars raced on the high banks in a counterclockwise direction, the opposite of their stock car counterparts, a practice that would change the following year. Whiteman helped secure national and regional Sports Car Club of America events for the new Speedway and brought in international endurance racing with the 3-hour Daytona Continental in 1962. The race was extended to 24 hours in 1966 and established itself as one of the premier sports car races in the world. In 1992, Rolex became the title sponsor of the Endurance Classic and further elevated the status of the event. The combination of the world-famous watchmaker and the internationally renowned Speedway with the most prestigious endurance race in America have given the Grand American Road Racing Series a great platform to open its season.
Interesting shots of Daytona International Speedway in the old days. We'd love to have some aerials for you today, but our ceiling is only about 400 feet, and we need 1,500 feet to get our helicopters up there. There's the 20 Dyson car that appears to be having problems of its own.
And that ceiling, by the way, we've had some emails about why aren't we having more onboard camera. That's exactly why, because our helicopter that we need to collect the signal can't fly.
It's also about as cold as it's ever been here, with the wind chill down in the low 40s. To Andrew Murray out in the pit lane.
Yeah, well, I'm just walking along with the 20 car, which is being pushed by 3 of the Dyson crew. And basically, I think they can't get it into gear. And engage. Well, now you hear the car firing up again. And there is a problem with this, and this could be the end of this car. And they're putting the car back now. Calvin Fisher, I think you've got Johnny, and then we'll come back with more on this 20 car.
Johnny, it's been 7 years since you last led this one, and you were in the unlucky car that year with the Nissan team. The other car went on to win overall. But long way to go yet, mate. 2.25 hours. How do you feel?
Like there's a long way to go. You know, I mean, this Pratt Miller team has done such a great job of preparing this car. We really, you know, other than having a miss the first time it started raining real hard, this car's ran great. You know, I can't say enough about how good actually how great the Goodyear rain tire is. It's the best racing rain tire I've been on. So we do have a lot of good things going for us. You know, we've got a great engine. Gearbox has been super, and really, you know, touch wood, there haven't been any real dramas.
Since you switched over from the Panos team at the end of last year and did some testing with the team, first race, of course, you seem to have really fitted in very well, very comfortable with the car immediately.
Yeah, you know what, the Panos group is a great group of guys, and I of course have so much respect for Don. And but boy, it's great, you know, driving for Pratt Miller and representing GM. You know, to be driving the Corvette, you know, basically America's greatest sports car with such a great history, is an honor to any driver. And you know, with some luck, again, there's a long way to go. You know, we'll be able to get a good result here.
What's the discussion amongst the group right now? You've had 2 half-shaft problems with the sister car. I see the team getting some ready here in case you suffer a similar problem. From a driver's perspective, I don't believe you're running a spool, are you? So it's kind of difficult to get that thing to get some drive and get it back to the pit lane.
Yeah, I mean, if you had a problem, it'd be very difficult. So, you know, we're building up spares. We gave the other car our spares, and so we're going to build some up just in case, you know, we do have a problem. You know, that kind of stuff, though, I mean, we haven't had any problems. And, you know, all 4 drivers on the car, we've been trying so hard to be good to the car. And, you know, I don't really look at this type of stuff as racing. You try to look at it as, or at least I do, it's 23 hours of lapping. And then if you have to race that last hour, then you go for it. But really, and Daytona especially, this place is so hard to win because you have to look after your equipment. So we've all been being very nice to this car, and hopefully it'll pay dividends.
They said they may have to race the last hour. That may not be likely, but they're going to be keeping their fingers crossed for a very long 2 hours, and I believe 10 minutes left in the race.
Well, Calvin, Johnny makes a point that I really would like to underscore, which is this Corvette is America's great sports car. And, of course, it doesn't have a great history here at Daytona simply because much of the early racing by Corvettes were done at Sebring before Daytona really came into business. And you think back to the mid-50s with John Fitch driving the Corvette experimental cars at Sebring and also at Le Mans with the Briggs Cunningham team. And the Corvettes in the mid-50s had a period of great glory. And then they weren't raced for a long, long time. And I think what they've come back with right now, I mean, we are seeing America's greatest sports car, pretty much the only sports car, but certainly the greatest one, in its greatest moment of triumph. I mean, it's as simple as that. I mean, it's taken from 1956, I think, when they first appeared at Sebring, to now they really put it all together. But here it is, it's happening.
And somewhere, the late Zora Arkus Duntov is smiling.
I think one of the emails referred to that, too.
Absolutely.
Maybe he emailed us from where he's smiling.
Before the green flag flew at this race, some 350 examples of the Corvette were on the track taking a lap of honor. What do you know? Their racing team might do the same after the checkered flag flies. Take care. We'll be right back. thank you one and all to you fans in the grandstand and you fans at home who have sent us email by the thousands. Keep it up. We've got a long way to go in this race. We'd like to answer as many as we can, or you may see it answered on the eSlam speed line at the bottom of your screen. It has been a remarkable race to this point, and it could be historic in so many ways. Victory for the Corvette perchance, and in second place, the GT leaders also a Porsche. In fact, they run first and second. In third in GT, which would mark the 53rd class win for a Porsche at the Rolex 24. Sam?
Well, just 31 years ago, I had the privilege of driving a Ferrari, a 3-liter car. You see it here. Notice how low it was. Mike Parks, the Englishman, and I had to have that little bump put in it so our helmets could sit up in there. I had mononucleosis and had to sleep most of the night. He did most of the driving. We finished 4th overall and won the sports prototype class. And later that year, a few years later, I drove with Brian Redman here and Hans Stuck and Ronnie Peterson for BMW and pulled out a huge lead only to do a David Hobbs and break down at midnight. But those are some of the memories for me in this place. And I must say, as great as those memories are, I think I'm going to remember today for what we've seen in the last 24 hours, because we've certainly seen a really great Daytona.
Just look at those grandstands, too, compared to today's massive tower and 200,000 seats. The circuit has certainly changed over the years. We watched the CSL rocket out of the pit there.
The BMW CSL was a wonderful car here, and we had about a 5-lap lead at midnight before we blew an engine. In fact, when we saw Butch Leitzinger go out there, I really could, my heart went out to him because I had exactly the same thing happen with not quite as big a lead, not quite as far into the race, but I know the feeling all too well. That, of course, was the John Greenwood Corvette, which was so successful here, top speed of over 220 miles an hour.
That was a monster Corvette. Whoops, one of the BMWs has gone around. That's the 52 car. We saw that off earlier. This time looks a bit more serious because he has crushed the nose against the trackside guardrail.
And he's in the, basically right at the end of turn 1. That's a very nasty place to be, totally unsighted by anybody coming. Of course, the flag marshals from the local Florida region, the SCCA, doing their usual sterling job flagging. Not a great day to be a flag marshal, that is for sure. Out there for 24 hours in this rain and cold.
Absolutely. A salute to all those folks who've been out there through this abominable weather. Let's take a look at what happened. I think we just caught the end of this spin for Josefina.
Boom.
That was pretty straightforward.
Lucky he didn't come back any further.
Yeah, it could have bounced right back into that number 66 or 67 car, the race for the children up in Seattle. If this rain goes away, those guys have still got a chance of getting their 517 laps. But they've still got quite a few laps to go. Currently showing at 5...
this is going to be tricky getting this BMW out of the way. Luckily now everyone's had a look at it there.
Safina finished 9th in this class last year, driving with a man on the driving strength of that team this year, Carlos Necasada from Tampa, Florida, with Scooter Gable and Doc Lohman, and they have had a very eventful race.
There's the 20 car, got back up out again.
Max Pappas at the wheel. Mad Max, the ever-optimistic Italian. I tell you, that guy's attitude is absolutely bulletproof.
If you want an upbeat motivational speaker, he's your boy, I tell you.
He is amazing. And I think the lowest I've ever seen him was in the 500-miler at Michigan 2 years ago, where he was within sight of the checkered flag and ran out of fuel. Last year, of course, came back and picked up his first CART FedEx Championship victory at Homestead Miami Speedway in Florida. Up for the 11th time, we have the yellow out. Let's learn more on Max Pappas now from Andrew Marriott.
Yeah, well, you saw the car being pushed back a few minutes ago. The Dyson crew actually bled the clutch. It took them about 5 minutes. Max sat there. Then he roared out of the pits. Obviously, it's okay. The clutch has been bled, and he's back in the race.
So we've got fluid now coming out. Well, of course, it could be water, but I suspect it's something worse, such as radiator fluid or oil. Safina's car still nosed into the guardrail. That has brought out our 11th full course caution, so we'll take a quick break and return live to the Rolex 24.
Pit lane here at Daytona, and one man who isn't used to standing in a wet pit lane at Daytona, of course, is Kyle Petty. Kyle, this race just goes on and on.
On and on. When it's wet, when I'm down here, it's very quiet. There's no cars on the racetrack. Everything's pretty good.
You're really enjoying driving this Porsche, aren't you?
I'm having an incredible time. You know, working with Roger Hawley, working with Orbit Racing with this group, Leo Hendry got me involved with it, and it's just been a lot of fun. I tell you what, I've enjoyed going to the bus and watching Speed Vision and looking at all the email that people keep sending in. That's pretty cool. That's a neat way to get people involved, and you know, I hope a lot of other broadcasts pick up and copy Speed Vision.
They really are involved. Can I just ask you about the Dodge Winston Cup program? Is that making progress now?
Yeah, we feel pretty confident about it. Our cars were at Talladega. While I was down here, our cars were at Talladega with Buckshot Jones and our R&D team, so we were pretty pleased with the way it's run. You know, it's like some of these guys that's been running today. Some of this stuff's unproven that we're going to be busting out with the Dodge. The engine has not run a 500-mile race, and there's just some unproven things. But we're excited to have Dodge back in Winston Cup racing after a long absence. Last time I won here at Daytona in an ARCA race, I was in a Dodge, so I'm really looking forward to them being back.
When's the program move into Daytona and you start testing here?
We come in here Wednesday and start doing inspection and everything on Thursday and hit the racetrack on Friday if the weather holds up. If the weather doesn't hold up, if the weather's like it is now, it'll be next week sometime.
Carl, I know you've taken a very keen interest in Grand Prix racing over the years. You've been to a couple of shops in England. I think you've been to some of the shops in England, and maybe we're going to convert you into a full-time road racer.
You haven't seen me drive through the infield yet. It's ugly. The weather's bad, but my driving's worse.
Oh, thanks very much. Great to see you smiling.
Can you feel the love in the old racetrack today?
I doubt that very much, though. Kyle is he's a well-rounded driver. He was terrific in IRO.
Well, here we have another email here, which is from Stuart M. Dybel in North Carolina, who says, here's my question. Why aren't there more fans in the stands? Look at Le Mans and Monaco, people everywhere. Why can't we have that here? Bob Barty hit the nail on the head. He says, where are you, Bubba? You're in North Carolina. Why aren't you in the stand? I didn't say that. Bob said it.
What did I say? Can you feel the love? We'll take a break and be right back to Daytona. Stay with us. The Daytona International Speedway, where we are still under a full course caution following a crash into the trackside guardrail in turn 1 by Josefina from Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Now, there is the class-leading Porsche in the GT category and third in the overall in this race, now being led by a GTS car. And this car is still maneuvering, whereas the number 16 Dyson Racing car is not. So potentially this car will find itself in second place shortly. Let's get down to the pit lane and Calvin Fish.
Okay, well, Jim Downing has brought the car in. They're doing a driver change. I can't quite identify which driver is getting in. I spoke to Howard Katz, one of the other co-drivers. He said everything is running smooth. Now, this car is about a dozen laps behind that lead 16 car currently in SRP, which has been retired, so they need to keep running here. They should inherit the lead within about the next 20 to 30 minutes, and then this will be a real coup for Jim Downing and the boys. They keep coming back here year after year, and they just keep going around, and this thing is getting the laps done today without any major dramas, and they could score a class victory. Overall win is out of the question, it looks like, but certainly a class win in the sports racer prototype category for Jim Downing and this very reliable Mazda.
The Mazda Kudzu. The Kudzu chassis, designed and built in Jim Downing's shops in Atlanta, made for a ubiquitous plant that looks like ivy, grows all over everything in the South. In fact, the farmers say it grows so quickly you don't plant it, you drop it and run.
It just takes over everything, doesn't it?
It was brought to this country, I believe, by Jim Downing's grandfather at one of the expositions in the early part of the 20th century.
Have you ever seen a year where the weather has been any uglier than this one?
Well, unless you count it being 30 degrees colder, no, this is ugly, ugly, ugly.
In these conditions, what about the engine characteristics of the Mazda? Are they suited to these conditions, putting the power down nice and smooth?
The engine's fine. You know, our car's a low downforce car. And we've been running on the set. We run 3 hours instead of rain tires, so they're worn out with no downforce, so it's pretty slippery. I was going pretty slow out there, just trying to keep it on the course. Got a new set for AJ here, and hopefully we can get to the end.
I'm sure you're looking at the leaderboard and you realize that the 16 car is out and you keep creeping closer and closer. What would it mean to you to come here and score a class win?
Well, it'd be great. Obviously, we've had several class wins over the years here, and we've had a couple, third overall. So we won't have a good overall today, but to win the quote, top class, which would be a thrill, and I've never won the SR1 class or Campbell GT top class or whatever we called it over the years. So that's the biggest thrill if it comes about. But, you know, we've got 2 hours and some minutes to go. And just like poor Rob Dyson's car, same thing can happen to us.
Great performance by you and all the boys in the car.
Thank you, thank you.
Well, just to add to what Jim Downing there said about his tyres, we had an email here that said how many sets of tyres do the top teams go through? What does that add up to in dollars? By the way, I love watching this race, and your coverage is excellent. The fact is that the top teams probably change tyres every stop. And the Corvette, the lead Corvette, has made 28 stops so far, and they probably did change tyres every stop.
We are just past the top of the hour. That means less than 2 hours remaining in this incredible odyssey, the Rolex 24 at Daytona. We'd like to take this opportunity to welcome you if you're just tuning in. I'm Bob Varsha with David Hobbs and Sam Posey. Andrew Marriott and Calvin Fish are down in the pit lane. And right now, as we prepare to go green, let's bring you completely up to date on all that has happened through the preceding 22 hours of this incredible race. As usual at the start of the Rolex 24, it was a scramble as James Weaver took the field down to the green flag. A tremendous battle ensued, occasionally affected by outside forces such as Ralph Kellner taking a bit of tire debris to the side of his Ferrari. But it was all about the Dyson team early on. They took the lead for good at hour 7 and held it through hour 21. Of course, Dale Earnhardt and his son Dale Jr., a big part of the show. They have driven superbly. There have been incidents such as this one sparked by John Macaluso's sports racing prototype car that took out 2 other machines. Problems for the Earnhardt car. This was Kelly Collins pushing the car back in after they were unable to pit on schedule and ran out of fuel on the racetrack. Problems also for the Ferrari team. The 333 SP that battled so valiantly. This is Alan McNish going eyeball to eyeball with Butch Leitzinger in wet conditions. Absolute magic. The Corvette team hung tough, though, and the Earnhardts, as I mentioned, drove beautifully through some incredibly bad weather. We have seen rain on and off for the entire 24 hours, and Big E has really held up his end of the stick. The 31 White Lightning Porsche 911 GT3R. Remember, the GT category has been right at or around the lead despite a few mechanical problems, and they could be in a position to score an historic podium. Problems also in the SRP2 class. The Archangel team that won the class championship last year suffered problems, and this heavy crash that took one of their cars out of the race, but the other is still potentially in the running. A very scary moment on a very wet racetrack during the darkness. Then it was back to the Dyson team. James Weaver, Andy Wallace, and Butch Leitzinger driving superbly, but after some conservative moves to get to the finish, it all went wrong when the engine expired. An incredibly emotional moment with barely 3 hours to go in the race and a 27-lap lead, the better part of 100 miles to burn out front when Butch Leitzinger switched off and walked in. Team owner Rob Dyson overcome by emotion. And then it was up to the Corvette team, Ron Fellows and Frank Freon and company, to move their car into the overall race lead and put themselves in position for an historic win, potentially the second straight for a GT category car here at Daytona, and the first for this immaculate and very big buck Chevy factory effort to bring America's sports car, the Corvette, back to the top of the sports car racing world.
Triple crown, yeah.
And it's just about to put another lap down on the Zero car, the Bitec Canadian car, which really came into this race pretty highly touted. One of the GT1 Porsches, very expensive, beautiful cars, and unfortunately did not do well this weekend at all. 4 of them were here, and only one's left.
There is the leader in the GT category, the Fitzgerald Host car. Currently second, being passed by the overall race leader and the leader in the GTS category. But that 31 car will very shortly take over second place in the overall, and another astonishing performance by the 911. Earlier I mentioned, should this car or one of its Porsche compatriots win the class, which they almost certainly will. It'll be the 53rd class victory here at Daytona for Porsche. 27 of those scored by some iteration of the 911.
It certainly has been an unbelievably successful race car. And a very successful street car as well, I might add.
Absolutely. You think of all the different variations. I was reading in a Porsche book recently. There's probably 15 or 20 different 911 variations that have raced over the years. There is the Sports Racing Prototype 2 class leader. Earlier in a highlight package, you saw the sister car, the number 22, in a heavy crash on the banking. That car had led for some time, and when it left, this car took over and is currently running on the race lead. Calvin Fish has more on this.
Well, there are some gearbox difficulties with that lead car, Bob. In fact, first gear has gone completely, which really hurts them on the pit stop. They don't use the low gear through the hairpin turns, but once you have bits and pieces floating around in the gearboxes, I was concerned it's going to get into some of the others and affect the whole gearbox. But Andy Lally, who's in the car right now, has really put that car on his back and drug it around here for the last 22 hours or so. I just spoke to the team manager, Mike Johnson. He said Andy's done about 10, 11 hours in that car, and he'll finish it out. He was slightly quicker than the guys in the drive, and when it turned wet, he was just streets ahead of the other guys in the car, so we needed his pace to try and get the car to the front. They would have probably had a 1-2 going here, but they had that accident exiting the chicane with the other car a little earlier this morning.
This is the new car. Last year it was a one-car team. That is the car that was the 22 that was knocked out of the race. This, the 21, is a brand new chassis. Hadn't turned a wheel until it got here to Daytona. It was built up by the team last weekend. On a Saturday, I believe, they received the car. I spoke with Larry Oberto, who shared the class championship last year, and he said they've always had to baby the gearboxes in this car, particularly the low gears, first and second. And we've certainly seen a lot of that. The SRP2 category, which didn't even exist in this race last year. It started in round 2 in Phoenix.
There's the AGT leader, the number 11 car.
Finally looking dirty, David. Somehow or other, these guys have managed to keep their car looking absolutely pristine.
It's being driven by Simon Gregg, whose father was Pete Gregg, and his cars never ever looked dirty
either. Absolutely right. I think they polished it at every stop.
This is the Hamilton Safe Motorsports Chevy Camaro, being driven not only by Simon Gregg, but Kenny Buck, Doug Mills, and Dick Greer, who has already won 3 times in the GT category here at Daytona. There's Max Pappas with a smile on his face. I tell you, that guy is almost impossible to get down. Let's go down to Andrew Marriott.
Oh, Max, you're still smiling, but I guess it's game over.
No, we are welding the gear knob. I think it was a problem on the gear lever, but you know, the thing that car number 20 is 20 years old.
Are they going to try and bring the car back out?
Yeah, we will. That car was running perfect, just we couldn't downshift because the gear, you know, the gear synchronism broke the back, and actually you couldn't downshift. You were stuck in 3rd gear because something broke, some mechanical part broke.
We're just shaking hands here with Nicholas Johnson, a new member of the team with Dyson. How have you enjoyed your first experience with Dyson?
Oh, this has been terrific for me, besides all the problems we had, of course, but it's just such a great opportunity for me to run with Team Dyson and with such co-drivers like Max and EFR and Rob himself. So I really enjoyed this first time here, so I really hope I can be able to come back with these guys and win next year.
Bit different to driving a BMW, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm probably going to end up to run with Tom Milner's team, PTG, the coming season there with Bill Arbelin, and with a V8 BMW M3 with Yokohama tires. I think that will be a tremendous season for us. I'm looking forward to that a lot as well. That'll be a lot of fun.
Nicholas, a couple of years ago you did some IRL races. Have you put single seaters behind you now?
No, I'm not going to put my single seat behind me at all, but hopefully, you know, I'll be able to do some racing with Dyson Racing, which, you know, I really hope will be a little bit better next time. But no, I think touring cars or GT racing is very popular in Sweden as well, so I'm looking forward to it.
Nicholas Johnson, back to you in the booth.
Interesting guy, Nicholas Johnson, a former world-class badminton player who took up auto racing, became so proficient at it that he has taught defensive driving tactics to the bodyguards for the Swedish royal family. It's just the beginning of his resume. The race continues. You've seen a little bit of Daytona's sports car history. We'll have a little more for you when we return to our live coverage, flag to flag at Daytona. The world, car running on one headlight is called a padiddle. That's what Ron has in his hands right now. There's a look at Victory Lane, which has been enhanced greatly. It's quite the photo op these days. A little more than an hour away. Winners not only in the overall, but in all 5 classes will make their way to Victory Lane to face the assembled press from around the world. Now, we learned earlier how the chase for land speed records began the history of auto racing on the beaches of Daytona. In the second installment, we'll see how the racing evolved to the beach and road course and eventually Daytona International Speedway.
When the quest for the land speed record moved to Utah's Bonneville Salt Flats in the mid-1930s, many thought Sir Malcolm Campbell's final record run in 1935 might mark the end of motorsports in the Daytona Beach area. But among the interested observers of Campbell's final runs was a gentleman who had moved with his family from Washington, D.C. just a few months earlier. Bill France had first fallen in love with motorsports at the old board tracks in Laurel, Maryland. He was an auto mechanic by trade and wanted to move his family to a warmer climate. Daytona Beach found his favor. Following the loss of the speed record runs, the Daytona City Fathers came up with an idea to race stock cars on the sands of their famous beach, turning onto the adjacent paved highway to create an oval track. A timed event on March 8, 1936, was the first for the combination beach and road course. It was a mess. The turns developed deep ruts, and the event was a financial disaster. Milt Marion was declared the winner, while young Bill France placed 5th. 2 changes helped keep the beach racing events afloat until the start of World War II. A new mixture of sand, earth, and clay helped keep the turns consistent. And Bill France stepped in to help with the promotion and organization of the racing events that soon added motorcycles to the competition slate. Following World War II, France promoted motorcycle and stock car races on the beach with great success. Enough so for France to convene a meeting at the Streamline Hotel in December of 1947 that led to the formation of NASCAR. Daytona Beach would serve as the headquarters of France's racing organization. Under the NASCAR banner, racing on the beach and road course continued until 1958.
Number 3 is Goldsmith's 58 Pontiac, and it's led this race all the way. Starting from the pole position, Goldie has been averaging 103 miles an hour. Runner-up Curtis Turner of Roanoke, Virginia, is in a do-or-die effort as he bids to overtake the pace setter. Goldsmith hangs on and racks up a scant 2-second victory over Curtis Turner in a close finish. Paul Goldsmith and his Pontiac withstood the challenge of both Turner and the dangerous course to win the last Grand National to be run over Daytona's soft sand.
Racing legends flocked to the warm Florida sun every February for the opportunity to try their luck on the famous beach course. But Bill France envisioned a permanent facility that could showcase auto racing in his adopted Florida hometown. He used all of his business contacts and racing savvy to design and build the Daytona International Speedway. Opening in February of 1959, the Speed Palace was an immediate success. Years ahead of its time in concept and design, Daytona Beach was assured that it would have a permanent place in auto racing history that would extend into the next century.
And how far it all has come. You can see some of the cars that are symbolic of those many eras, including the late Sir Malcolm Campbell's Bluebird land speed record racer in the museum here at Daytona International Speedway, all part of Daytona USA, which is being expanded to what appears to be about twice its previous size to add new exhibits. Great place to visit if you're in this part of the country. Now, there's the number 31 Porsche 911 GT3R from White Lightning Racing with an all-star driver lineup, about to pass the number 16. In fact, it has passed the Dyson Racing stricken number 16, the former race leader, for second place in the overall. It's going to be a GT kind of year here at the Rolex 24. Lucas Luhr from Germany, specialist in these Porsche 911s on the driving straight. Randy Post with Mike Fitzgerald. Christian Menzel. Doesn't get much better than that. We'll take a break and return for more of our live coverage from the Rolex 24. Stay with us.
forever. Just starting this race is Clint Field. You've had about 3 or 4 stints, Clint. Tell us about your experience over the last 20 hours.
It's just been a great learning experience. I got some seat time in the rain. I got some seat time in traffic. It was exciting, and we had a recurring clutch problem, so we're not up there like we'd like to be, but we might finish.
What's it like with about 600 horsepower in these conditions, deep puddles? It must really make a real difficult driving thing for you to be out there and really just trying to get the power to the ground.
With 600 horsepower, it's always ready to spin whether it's wet or dry, so you got to be careful with the throttle. But I tried to do that.
Well, congratulations on surviving. Andrew, I believe you have one of the Chamberlain drivers.
Yeah, I've got the prettiest one here, Milka. Milka, you've had a difficult race, but are you enjoying your Daytona 24, your first one?
Yes, it's very funny. I enjoy it a lot. It's very difficult because all time rain and dry, rain and dry. The car has a fault, the differential broken, but we are in race now. It's good. Now we are in 6 in the GTS, and we hope finish.
Now, you come from Venezuela. Is Johnny Chicotto a hero of yours?
Yes, Johnny Chicotto is from Venezuela.
Is he a hero?
No, he's not here, but everybody knows Johnny Chicotto.
I was going to say hero, but that's Milka Dunn out there. She's enjoying it. And just looking to the left there, very famous face from Grand Prix Racing running this car is Doug Bev. And Doug Bev used to work for Williams Grand Prix.
Well, we have lots of threads for conversation right now. Milka Dunn from Caracas, Venezuela, drove in the Women's Global GT Series, an all-female racing series last year. I make that the year before. And down the pit lane, Calvin is standing by with it as a very, very joyous moment in a very difficult race for Team Seattle. Take it away, Calvin.
Well done, kids. You're about to celebrate here, buddy. You complete this lap and you'll hit the $1 million mark for that children's hospital.
Yeah, we're elated, Calvin. Just absolutely elated. When those two cars go across start-finish right now, over 5-year effort, that's $1 million for our children's hospital in Seattle. Team Seattle represents the most beautiful city in our nation and the most accommodating children's health care facility in the nation, Seattle Children's Hospital. We love our city. We love Speed Vision, Daytona Speedway, and Grand Am. Couldn't do it without you guys. Every single dime of that money goes to Children's Hospital to look after little kids like Cammie here. So thanks so much.
Everyone at Speed Vision congratulates you on your whole effort here today.
Thanks so much. You guys are top-notch, top-notch.
Well, thanks, boys. Little Cammie has been through a lifetime of medical treatments, and we're glad that the team is able to help defray that for her and other kids who could use help in Seattle. I know Cammie wanted to visit her favorite racing driver this weekend. That happens to be Kyle Petty. I know Don was going to try to make that happen. I wonder if it ever did. She certainly looks like she's having a great time. Joining us in the booth now, the Grand Marshal of this year's Rolex 24, Jackie Stewart. Jackie, did you get much sleep during the overnight hours?
Oh, yes. I went to sleep very early in the morning. I've only just got in from Europe, so my time clock told me to go to bed early. I'm glad I'm not a racing driver.
Let's take a look at you in action, Jackie, as the Team Seattle celebrates that $1 million mark. Little Cammie will have a great story to go home and tell her friends about. Kids, if you're watching from Seattle, that's your team. Now let's go back to Jackie Stewart in 1971, and you had to overcome a bit of a problem in Monaco to win this race.
Yes, well, first of all, I was being filmed by Roman Polanski because there was a movie being made at that time, and apart from that, the car had only, instead of 4 brakes, it had 2 brakes. We broke a balance bar on the braking system on the warm-up lap, but luckily I managed to lead the race from the beginning and weren't too heavily pressed. But Monte Carlo is always a nice motor race to win. It's the most glamorous, the most colourful, and really the most exciting in the world. Ken Tyrrell there, who hasn't been very well recently, and I was working actually with one of your colleagues, ABC, at that time, doing a little bit of work during the race even. So it was a bit of a groundbreaking. That looks like a slow stop there.
And the balance bar broke on the pace lap.
Yeah, on the warm-up lap.
Jackie, you speak of something very interesting, though. Your dominance in that era was such that people accepted the pace that you set for the race. You probably couldn't have gotten away with that a couple of years earlier, but people saw you in the lead and they said, well, he's out there, and they took it as inevitable.
Yeah, it's quite interesting. It only came to me at the end of 68. When Jim Clark had died in the spring of 68, there was a wait to see who was going to be the person to race against, if you like, and be the pace setter. And at Watkins Glen that year, I found out that if I went slower, the field went slower. If I went faster, the field went faster. And that was the first time I was aware that I could play a part in pacing a race.
We had a quick look at the number 20 car, which has been brought back out into the pit lane, and we expect we'll get back into the race. I know Andrew Marriott has a question for Jackie from the pit lane.
Yeah, hi Jackie. My history tells me you did quite a bit of Le Mans racing, particularly in a very interesting car, a jet engine Rover or something. What was that all about?
Well, I drove a Le Mans in, I think it was 65, with the gas turbine Rover, which was incredibly slow. Maston Gregory, an American, won the race with Jochen Rindt in an LM Ferrari and lapped us every 3 laps.
Jackie, it was my first Le Mans, that race. I remember it well.
Well, I'll blame you in that case, Andrew, because we tossed up to see who would start the race, and the one who lost the toss had to start the race.
That was Graham Hill, wasn't it?
It was Graham, but he had to promise to run it into the sandbank at the end of Mulsanne straight in the first lap. He did it, but he didn't do it properly.
Didn't get it stuck.
Is it true, Jackie, in those days you actually, at Le Mans, used to carry a shovel in the car to sort of dig it out of these sandbags?
Yeah, absolutely. You did have a shovel in the car, and the gas turbine took in some of that sand on that first lap, and in fact put the temperatures up. We were running the whole race at a reduced pace, but we finished, I think, 11th and were the first British car home. Pretty poor performance, really, but it was really...
You did finish it, I couldn't remember you finished it. I remember you driving that.
No, it was boringly long, the race.
But that's all right, because Jackie kept the shovel and used it to shovel the money into his suitcase that he got for driving.
Jackie, you've been involved at the highest level of motorsport for so long, and you began in an era when we saw drivers jump from series to series. Someone would drive open wheel in every open wheel formula. They would drive sports cars. They might drive saloons or touring cars. Do you ever see that era coming again when top drivers can be seen in all different forms of cars?
I'd like to see it. I enjoyed it. And the fact that you became versatile, the fact that you were working with different engineers, with different mechanics, with different team managers, with different manufacturers, the cultural ability for the drivers to understand all of these different systems and procedures and people was a great way to go. It was a great learning curve for me, and I think it stood me in good stead in later years. But the drivers today are so specialised, it would seem, which is
unfortunate. You were one of the first, really, to really specialise.
Yeah.
I mean, you didn't do much. You did Le Mans a couple of times. You did it with Colonel Horton, with Ronnie Horn. You did it
I was only a spare driver then. I wasn't a great big driver like David Hobbs. Right. I was the spare driver, and in fact I never raced in it. I just was the backup driver there, and I got a lot of sleep while you were doing other things, David. But no, I did a little bit. I did the Can-Am at the same time as Formula One. I did some a couple of Indy years while I was still driving Formula One. But then later in my career, I realised that if I wanted to win Formula One consistently and be a regular winner, I had to focus.
I think that was part of the psychology of it too, was that you were so identified with Formula One, you didn't have weak appearances in other forms of the sport where you couldn't have the control that you had in Formula One.
Yeah, but you know, Sam, if you remember back in Formula 2 races sometimes, and David Hobbs was racing at the same time as I was in Formula 2, but there would be Graham Hill, Jim Clark, there would be Denny Hulme and Jack Brabham and Jackie Stewart and Chris Amon and Dick Atwood, Tatty Atty, and yourself.
And Jochen Rindt, that's what spurred Jochen Rindt to fortune.
That's right. So we were racing, there was like a Formula 1 grid and a Formula 2 event, and we raced all over Europe like that, and I did that until basically 71.
Jackie, you've always been a prominent spokesman for racing safety. Give us your assessment, if you will, about where we stand in motorsport with regard to how safe the sport can be.
Well, I don't believe it can ever be safe enough. And the great thing about our technology within the automotive industry on a global scale is that there's always new minds and new ways of doing things. And I think that's improving daily and monthly. But I think it has to have organizations to adapt and adopt those new technologies. And sometimes there's even a lack of interest in doing that because it costs money. Whether it's for a manufacturer of a car, whether it's a track owner, whether it's a promoter, whether it's a racing driver. Frankly, there should be minimum standards, and it's quite interesting. I'm sure I'll be considered unpopular for saying this, but I'm very surprised that Dale Earnhardt's using an open face helmet, for example.
And he doesn't have anything around his neck at all.
No neck protection, it would appear. Now, we would not be allowed to race like that. In an FIA World Championship Formula 1 race, it just would not be permitted, because you are giving the medical people a rougher time than perhaps they should have if, in the case of an accident, that type of head injury is something that comes around. And it does, particularly, not even a sedan car. Sometimes you can get debris coming in. And really a full-face helmet is a better form of protection, but that's a small thing, and that's a personal thing for Dale, and obviously he's thought about it. This is not something new to him, but I think there has to be, for the younger generation coming up, there's got to be good thinking.
We're going to have to go to a break in a moment. I know you're here representing Rolex, which has just been announced in the past 24 hours as the series-long title sponsor of the Grand Am Road Racing Association, but I know a lot of fans out there want to know about how your son Paul is doing.
Well, he's doing well. His cancer's in remission. He's been very well treated at the Mayo Clinic up in Rochester, Minnesota. They've been terrific for him. They found the cancer early. It's a very unusual cancer. It's not a tumor, it's a lymphoma, but an unusual form. Maybe only 10 cases in the world in a year, apparently. So they've got to keep an awful good eye on it. I spoke to him yesterday. I'll speak to him today. He's in terrific form, physically better than I've ever seen him in his life. He's got a big test coming up in about 2 or 3 weeks' time, and then we all pray to God that the cancer's staying away, and hopefully it'll be a long-term solution.
Well, please give him our best on behalf of all of us here at Speed Vision and our television audience.
Well, thank you.
That is Jackie Stewart, 3-time Formula One world champion and spokesman for Rolex watches, the new title sponsor of the Grand Am Road Racing Association. The number 3 Corvette right there has slipped up into 4th place. It's a GT kind of day, and congratulations to Team Seattle on $1 million.
The first big event of Speed Weeks is about to begin. Some of the most famous racing drivers in the world are here, including Indianapolis winner A.J. Foyt, World Sports Car Champ Sterling Moss, Roger Ward, another Indianapolis winner, and Paul Goldsmith, motorcycle and racing car champion. Here's the traditional Le Mans start, where at the signal, each driver must run for his car, jump in, and take off. A.J. Foyt here seems a bit eager. Now? No, not now. And they're off for the 3-hour Grand Touring and Sports Car race. This event takes place over a combination road and track course, which includes the famous 2.5-mile oval with its 31-degree bank turns, plus the infield road course. The best of all speedways and the worst of all possible roads condensed for a total of 3.81 miles per lap. Halfway through the grind, cars pit for a refill, which is about all you've got time for in this race. Lift the hood and you're in trouble. Roger Penske gets off again in his Cooper Monaco. Go, boy. Here's George Constantine in his Ferrari V12. Bill Hill in another Ferrari. Jim Clark from London in a Lotus Elite. And now Dan Gurney in number 96 comes charging through into first position. The race grinds toward its finish, taking its merciless toll of men and machines. With only about 2 minutes left in the race, Dan Gurney feels his engine starting to fail. Dan knows he's a full lap ahead of his nearest competitor, so Dan thinks fast. Watch him now as he brakes to a stop, 14 feet from the finish line. Crazy? Crazy like a fox. Dan knows that if he goes 1 inch over that line before the 3 hours are up, the rules will force him to complete another full lap. And his engine will never make it. 1 minute, 40 seconds to go. But Dan also knows he's still 3 minutes ahead of the traffic. There's the flag. The 3 hours are up. And now, Dan coolly hits his starter button and rolls across the line on electric power. Dan coasts merrily down the track to the infield. The winner, 46 seconds ahead of second place. What a long minute that must have been. Dan Gurney rolls into the winner's circle to collect his trophy from NASCAR President Bill France and shares honors with England's famed Sterling Moss.
Well, just one of the golden moments here at Daytona over the years. We should point out that David Hobbs was sitting on the grid and raced in that 1962 Daytona Continental. His car, with an automatic transmission built by his father, was in the hands of Jimmy Clark at the request of Colin Chapman.
That red and blue Elite we saw a couple of times there was it. And that blonde bombshell standing next to Dan Gurney. I have a picture of myself and that lady at the
Oh my, I hope not a compromising picture. And by the way, how about those old Corvettes juxtaposed now with this new Corvette? They've come a long way, haven't they?
There you go. I suppose that's how history is in racing. We saw one of them make a quick stop. Andy Pilgrim remained in, just tires and fuel, and on their way. We're getting into those magic waning moments of a 24-hour race when we decide who gets to drive when all the flash bulbs pop at the end of the day. We'll be back with more of our historic flag-to-flag coverage, the first time at the Rolex 24. Stay with us. 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time, Speed Vision News Race Week. Ron Fellows is at the controls of the number 2 Chevy Corvette, which is knocking at the door of history, as is the car behind it, the number 31 White Lightning Porsche 911. Let's get down to the pit lane.
Another member of that lead vet is Chris Neifeld. Chris, it's one thing to be in the lead, but trying to hold the lead under these conditions must put a lot of pressure on all of you guys.
Well, I guarantee there's a lot more pressure standing here than out there. The only guy that doesn't have a knot in his stomach right now is Ron.
Tell us about the day. I mean, the car seems to be flawless. We spoke to Ron yesterday, and he said, you know what, we're not thinking about the overall win. We just want to win the class. But having come so close last year by just over 30 seconds, you had to have had that in the back of your mind that you could capture the overall win here today.
We knew it was possible, but we also knew we needed help for that to happen. Our goal was go out and take care of business in our class and let the rest come back to us. And, you know, by the hopefully good graces, you know, another hour and 15 minutes or so to go, it might come to us. But, you know, it's an important day for Corvette racing, but we got to see it through.
They're going to hold their breath a little bit longer here, guys. Andrew, you have a story on the 31 car?
Well, a routine stop there for the 31 car, and the man that's watching it is a man who has driven in 56 Grand Prix, finished 4th at Monaco back in 1989, Alex Cappi. Alex, last year you drove the Rizzi Ferrari, this year in a Porsche GT3. Something very different, but this time I think you're going to finish the race.
Was really very good race for us because we started with GT car. It's crazy that the GT car is a second overall, third, and also we are in third position in our class and in fifth position overall. So it's really crazy. Last year I was here with a favorite car, with the car to beat, and everything was happening, and we was very unlucky. The car the race was a disaster because we don't have any chance. This season I decided to go back a little bit because with a GT car, but I think that is so good because the car is very good to drive and the team is fantastic. They did a very, very great job enduring all the race, very fast in the driver change and the tire change, and I'm really happy. Probably it's my first Daytona finish.
Alex, you drove in over 50 Grand Prix in the late 80s, the early 90s. You're still racing. You must love racing.
Yeah, I think it's very far away for me to remember because I think I'm quite young, but because I started at 21 to race in Formula 1. So I spent 5 years there, was really great days, but if you don't have the best car, you can show nothing because it's too much technology, too much, it's no space for the driver. And here it's much better, you have more fun, you can drive much more, changing conditions. I really enjoy myself in this kind of race.
Thanks. You actually drove one of the worst ever Grand Prix cars, the Andrea Moda, but did some good things in footwork arrows.
right, thanks very much, Andrew. Formula One has been very much a part of Daytona over the years. If you just look down the list of Rolex winners, Gurney, Rodriguez, Hill, Bandini, Sifford, Andretti, Ickx, and Boutsen. And there are literally dozens of other drivers with Grand Prix experience who have raced here, not the least of which are sitting in the booth with me now, Sam Posey and David Hobbs.
Alex Cappy, it's fascinating to watch him, because when you and I were doing Formula One back in the late 80s, 87, 88, 89, Alex was a sort of big part of the Formula One scene, and it kind of passed him by. You know, if you don't drive the right car at the right time for long enough, you're soon out and some new kids in. As he said, he was only ever so young when he started, 21. But here he is, still racing and obviously still having a good time.
And of course, the biggest name of all at Daytona over the years has to be that of Porsche, going on their 53rd class victory. Here's a look at some of the great brands, or some of the great models that have come here to Daytona and won. Great GTP machines for Al Holbert's team. So many iterations. So many based on that same formula that Dr. Ferry Porsche laid down so many years ago. The flat six, horizontally opposed engine.
17 outright wins for Porsches, and a couple more wins where they had their engine in a chassis built by somebody else. Just the most remarkable record, a higher percentage of wins relative to the number of races held at a major track than exists anywhere. Does that make any sense? In other words, they dominated Daytona.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it all comes down to reliability, as you used to tell me, David. You start them up at the beginning of the race and they go rup, 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 rup. Turn them off at the end of the race and they're still going rup, 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 rup.
Those 962s had a regular key to start it, the push button started. Start up at the beginning of the 24 hour and come in idle for 20 minutes at the pit stop and put it on the truck at the end of the race, and 2 weeks later you take it off the truck and do at least the first practice session or two.
A new era is beginning, the era of the Corvette here at the Rolex 24. Second last year, in position for a first this year. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to Daytona, and the leader is in the pits. The number 2 driven by Ron Fellows. The crew goes to work. Tires have been changed. Fuel is complete. Meanwhile, they're topping up the fluids. They have some pressurized canisters that go into the passenger side. Ron gets the okay to fire it back up. They've gone from full west to an intermediate hang-groove slick to try and handle these conditions, and they're going to try and keep Ron in the car to the finish. They have about a 19-lap lead to about another 30 minutes of running, and they may be able to clinch this way before the finish. And Andrew Marriott is down in the 63 pit.
Yes, this looks like totally routine stop here for the car, which is amazingly leading its category now. The fuel is still going in, and well, it's all looking good down here for the Kutsu Master. The car is off the jacks, and they accelerate away.
33 laps out of the race lead, running in 12th in the overall running, but within 8 laps of passing the stationary number 16 Dyson racing machine for the victory in the sports racing prototype category. As I said earlier, the Downing team will likely finish on the podium, second or third perhaps, in the sports racing prototype category as we come up to the 1 hour remaining mark in this race. Now here's our sports racing prototype 2 category leader, and there's a lot of work going on this car. Andrew is there.
Yes, but it's fairly standard work. I think the man sitting at the wheel is the man that's been going so quick with this car, Andy Lally, the man who's been a standout in the Barber Dodge Series last year, raced in Britain, that Palmer Audi Series, and he's been much quicker, but he is the professional driver amongst this group. They are putting new set of wets on the car. I don't think there's any other dramas. Andy just debriefing with the team management here, and well, this looks good for these boys in the 21 car.
Andy Lally put on some intermediate type tires there. They took a very wet looking rear tire off and put what looked like an intermediate on there.
So nobody's gone completely conservative yet.
Well, of course, with an hour to go and the clouds are still pretty low, it doesn't look like it's actually going to rain again. There's a lot of puddles around this place. If you get pushed offline, you know, there's still a lot of cars running out there, and you suddenly come across a bit of traffic and you're pushed offline if you haven't got the right tires for it. But obviously you have to take care of the intermediates, especially on the bank.
I can't sign off on Andy Lally without pointing out that he comes from Northport, New York, home of the Racing Park family. Bob Park and his son Steve, who drives in the Winston Cup Series for Dale Earnhardt, and it's also my hometown.
Couple of emails here. One from James Offit in Milwaukee and one from Ron Rayleigh in Cincinnati, both asking the same question as a result really of the Leipzig coming up. During disregarding the cost and time considerations, is it possible under the rules to change the engine and still have a good chance? Well, they could have changed the engine probably and maintained the lead, but unfortunately the rules prohibit it. You can't change the engine.
We had a quick look there at the AGT, American GT category leader, the Buck Mills Greer and Gregg machine. As the Corvette continues on its way, now this stop is taking some time for the 21 liter.
And the Corvette, I think, it's 0.29 drag coefficient, which is very low. A stock machine, that is, one of the most aerodynamic cars on the road. And that is a natural
Indy car or an
exactly a natural advantage if you just happen to have a body that moves easily through the air.
Of course, these cars here wouldn't have such a low coefficient of drag because they have that big wing on the back.
Right. But if you start with a low, you're starting with an advantage of some kind.
Much easier to find that compromise that gives you optimal speed for an entire lap.
Another question just coming from Steve Cochran wants to know, are all the cars running currently rear-wheel drive, or do some of them have front-wheel drive? And all rear drive out there at the moment.
That's the number 56 Cycle Motorsport Porsche GT3 RS, the newest iteration of the Porsche 911 model. Handled by Gabriel Rosa, Fabio Babini, and Alex Caffey, whom we heard from earlier. And those first three were the members of the GT winning category last year in a shocking upset in that class. Now let's get back down to Calvin Fish.
Well, Doug Feehan is the project manager for this whole Chevrolet effort. And Doug, this has the makings of being a very special week. If you can hang on and take the overall win, and with the Earnhardts on the team, had to have been a lot of fun, whatever happens today.
It's been a real experience. I got to tell you, Calvin, you know I've done this for a long, long time, and this certainly ranks right up there. I don't like to talk about a win before we have it. But should it come down, I think it's going to rank right up there with one of the greatest ones. It's great for the brand. It's certainly great for General Motors, the greatest car maker on the planet. It's great for the team, and I think it's great for the Earnhardts, too, as well as sports car racing.
It's been a 2-year project, Doug. Last year you came so close. What did you walk away from Daytona last year and say we had to do differently coming here for 2001?
Well, we actually ran a perfect race last year with the exception of a fueling problem. And I can tell you we spent the entire year revisiting that issue, from the fueling rig down to the way the car fills. We knew it was going to be pit stops that win or lose this deal, and that's what we worked on.
Speed Vision are doing the Grand Slam of endurance racing this year, and you're going to be at all 4 of these events. Which one are you really going for? I mean, this is great, the 24-hour, if you can win that today. Is Le Mans bigger, or are they on an even playing field?
Well, for my job security, that event would be Le Mans.
Overall win or just class? I mean, what do you think going there? Those Audis and those boys are awfully fast.
It would be rather presumptuous of me to think overall I'd be satisfied with class, and I know my boss would too.
All right, mate. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, they have a right to be happy. They've worked hard to get to this point, but of course, as it always is in racing in the corporate world, it's only the beginning. That 56 Porsche, by the way, is 3rd in class. We'll have more in a moment.
23 hours ago, 80 cars and over 300 drivers started this race on an overcast, scowly sort of North Florida day. The weather set the stage for what long-distance racing is all about, which is toughing it out. There's the traffic. There are the pit stops. The changing conditions. The moments when things go all wrong. The long stretches when you forget the outside world exists. Then the last hours come, and any pleasure you might have had in surviving is tempered by the fear that having come so far, you might go out with the finish in sight.
Thank you, Sam. That about sets the theme for the final hour of our flag-to-flag live coverage of the Rolex 24 at Daytona. waiting for the end, listening for that odd sound, hoping to see the checkered flag.
A sweet moment there for the Corvette as it passes the Viper. The winner, of course, of this race just by 30 seconds over the Corvette last year.
Amazing race last year, and what an amazing race this year, but for the entirely different reason. A huge lead, a dominant performance by the Dyson team that has held this race by the neck for at least 18 hours, suddenly saw that massive 27-lap lead go away with a bang from the engine compartment.
And we know they've done everything to mitigate against that happening. They're running high gears, they put in a bigger engine, they revved it a lot less. I mean, they did absolutely everything to make this a 24-hour car. Still an awesome part let go in the engine.
Right, I'm on my way.
There's the number 3 Corvette, currently shown 4th overall, second to its sister car in the GTS category. There's the 86. Excuse me, that's the number 34 Porsche. As these two cars have dominated the GTS category, although the third place car in class, Porsche 911 GT1, in the hands of an all-Canadian driver lineup, is not all that far behind, about 8 laps at this point. And that is still not an insurmountable hurdle in the final hour of this race.
Absolutely not. If one of these cars was to stop now, that 8 laps would be eaten up. But anything that's more than between 15 and 20 laps behind at this stage isn't going to make up much ground if the car in front of it stops now.
It's going to be an interesting leaderboard, to be sure, when the race is over. And as we say so often in sports, the final score probably will not tell the story of this race, because the Dyson team will be firmly on the podium in the sports racer prototype category, even though that car will not have run for several hours. GTS class, the GT class, which has been basically the best race of the entire day, will be very, very close. There's the 01 Porsche 911 GT1 I was talking about.
That came in looking like such a strong car. Terrific driver lineup. Some very skillful drivers at the wheel, and of course a wonderful car. Probably when it was built, one of the most expensive cars of that type ever built, and didn't quite live up to expectations of this race that we thought it would.
01 car from Beitzek Motorsport. Harry Beitzek, James Holton, John Brenner, Larry Schumacher. Not an entirely Canadian lineup. Larry Schumacher, currently driving, the former GT class champion in American sports car racing, is from Cincinnati, Ohio, and he actually owns one of these cars, but not the one he's driving right now. It's owned by Klaus Beitzek.
A lot of dry line out there, Bob, because you can see that the track is changing color there. It's getting lighter. It's definitely drying up everywhere. So I guess we're going to see some of these guys come in for a pit stop to change the tires, because they certainly don't want to run the risk of throwing a tread on one of these bank turns, and which of course does so much damage to these cars.
A.J. Smith from Voorhees, New Jersey, is about to do the honors for the Downing team, taking that Mazda-powered kudzu chassis into a tie with the idle Dyson car for first in class. And if you were with us earlier, you heard the team owner and car builder Jim Downing say, I have never won in the very top category, although he's won numerous championships in sedans and in the smaller, what is now the SRP2 category, for the smaller, lighter, less powerful prototypes. That day is coming today for Jim Downing. Just one of the many great stories. And there's the 74 Robinson racing car. The car owner, George Robinson, is behind the wheel. I know that says Jack Baldwin, but that is Robinson in the car. At least that's Robinson's helmet, although Jack may be wearing it. 17th overall, a litany of problems for that car, but they have gotten up off the canvas time after time after time. It's like they're going back behind, perhaps for the final time in this final hour. Now, Jeremy Dale has been monitoring your email submissions, and I believe he has a good one or two out of the more than 10,000 we have received, Jeremy.
Well, you know, you try and have a little fun and play a little joke, and of course there had been plenty of positive emails about David Hobbs, and I was making a joke, as you guys know, but a few people didn't realize that, and the floodgates have now opened, David. You'll be happy to know. So I just want you to know that Robert DeJournette from California says that David Hobbs is the greatest race commentator ever. That should get you the Rolex watch,
Absolutely,
David.
He has been up all night.
And by the way, what is Nigel Mansell doing these days?
What is Nigel Mansell doing? Playing golf.
Running his golf course.
I think maybe he was looking for an impersonation.
Supposedly.
Nigel, I'm playing golf, you know. My racket's not too good. The club broke. I was going to hit the ball. I had it lined up, you know. And the club wouldn't hit it straight. And the ball missed the hole. It's not my fault. It's the club's fault.
Poor guy's not here to defend himself. He actually might become a television commentator of all things. I understand ITV, who handles Formula One in Great Britain, is talking to Nigel Mansell about coming on board as a commentator. Can you imagine?
Well, David, the floodgates have opened, so...
Good. I saw there's one here that says that he's looking forward to Le Mans. He says, I rule. And he also says in brackets, or she says in brackets, Becky Soto, this is from Los Angeles, she also says, I agree about the watches too. So if we keep up the pressure enough here, things may change. Somebody else said that she's noticed throughout the coverage that many cars begin to blink their headlights as they drive down the pit road. Can you tell me the purpose of this? Well, really it's just to let everybody in the pits know that they are coming in. And some people do have signals.
That's responding to a message from the pit saying, yes, I know, here I am. Help me find my pit. Crossing the finish line, A.J. Smith now takes over the lead in the sports racer prototype category. What a day it will be for Jim Downing and his stalwart crew. We're in the final hour here. 53 minutes and change remaining in the 39th Rolex 24. Don't go away. Less than an hour to go here at Daytona, and there is the number 20 Dyson racing machine. I believe that is Nicholas Johnson at the keyboard as they're about to fire that car up after a lengthy repair. They've been working on that car and its bulky gearbox basically since late yesterday evening. And although the car is nowhere near in contention, currently shown 19th, it is third in the Sports Racer 2 category, so make that fourth now. It's been passed by the 74 car, so it will not make the podium, but that Dyson Racing crew just keeps hammering away. Now there is the Marcos that was so much a part of the GTS story of this race, and they too are still hammering away on that car. They want to see that checkered flag. They've worked hard for it, they've earned it, and they deserve it. Go ahead, Andrew Marriott.
Yes, and one of the drivers is Callum Lockie, who's the reigning GT champion from the UK. Callum, unbelievable at one stage you got this Marcus between the two Corvettes.
Yeah, it was looking really good, but you know the old cliche, that's motor racing. Hasn't gone our way, unfortunately. And we've just got our water pump belt off now, and the temperature went a bit high in the engine, so they're just checking that it's okay.
Your first Daytona, what's your impressions?
It's my second Daytona. I was there last year. I didn't finish, though. I absolutely love it. It's fantastic.
Why is this car so quick, Callum?
Cor's just built a really good car. He's got 20 years of experience as a driver, and he knows everything there is to know about putting a car together. And his team are very good, and he's got some good design people behind him. And altogether, it produces a really good package. It's a shame we couldn't have run with the Corvettes all the way.
Absolutely. Well, a lot of British fans love this little Marcos car, and Callum Lockie, thanks very much.
Thank you indeed, and good luck the rest of the way, gentlemen. Thank you for coming to the Rolex 24. Now, as you can see, a lot of walking wounded or rolling wounded out there. You really do have to tip your hat to the crews who have worked so hard to keep these cars rolling, just to see that checkered flag and say they completed the 24 hours.
And of course the crew, you know, put up with a tremendous amount of just personal discomfort during these races. It's very cool at night here. It was down in the low 50s. It was wet. The humidity was up in nearly the 90% mark. So just generally speaking, they've got all that to just put up with while they're out there watching these cars. Of course, working on them in those conditions is dreadful. And if, you know, your heart's in your mouth all the time that something's going to go wrong. And you really have just got to watch these cars like a little child all the time to make them get to the finish.
Had a look at the Tropic Zone Racing Olds Cutlass in the hands of Robert Dubler. This is the 09 Fleece Motorsports Camaro that we talked about earlier. That was so much a part of the happy end of the stories here at Daytona last year. This year, it's been a much more difficult go for them.
Hearing Callum Lockie talk about the Marcos, you know, the first Marcos was made by a guy called Jem Marsh, and it was made of wood. And Jackie Oliver, who people will know as the owner of the Arrows Formula One team, or the ex-owner, He was racing at Snetterton back in about 1960, and he had a crash coming out of a fast curve, and this car just disappeared into an absolute pile of matchwood, sitting in the middle of which was Jackie Oliver saying, "What the hell happened?" You've never seen anything like it in your life.
Well, those pictures tell you everything you need to know about how hard these guys are still trying. It is the boulevard of broken dreams today. The Rolex 24 at Daytona demands so much, and yet they come back year after year by the hundreds. More than 1,000 if you take the crews into account as well you should, because everyone in this pit lane is a racer at the Rolex.
Welcome back to Daytona. Andy Pilgrim brings the number 3 Chevy Corvette in for what could possibly be its final stop. We've got about 40 minutes left in this one. He's put slicks on, took the hand-grooved intermediate tires off, topped him up with fuel, serviced him, and he's back underway. And these guys are pushing hard. They're still trying to run down that 3rd place overall.
Dale Earnhardt chatting with Johnny O'Connell as their teammate Andy Pilgrim takes the car back out. You see where they started and where they are running currently. Excuse me, that was Kelly Collins, not Johnny O'Connell. Speaking with Dale Earnhardt, they have been a great story here. What an effort. If they can get both cars on the podium overall, even more so. There's Kelly Collins on the left. Of course, the Intimidator, who has brought out a tremendous crowd. I was out there in the middle of the night, walk up and down the pit lane, and immediately where the Corvette pits were, by the hundreds of people crowded outside the fence, hoping for a glimpse of their NASCAR hero. There's the number 81 car, currently circulating, 7th overall, 4th in GT. This was a car from G&W Motorsports that carried the eventual champion, Mike Fitzgerald, and his co-driver, Darren Law. There's the 43 car, Kyle Petty on the driving strength there with Leo Hendry, Gianluigi Guitoni, and Peter Barron. They are currently running 8th overall, also in the GT class. We got a flat right rear here on the number 69 Porsche, which is running outside the top 25.
Yeah, their day not going well at all. That's the Proton Competition GT2 with German crew, Gerald Reed, Christian Reed, Horst Felbermeyer, and all from Germany. But they're not having a good day at all. Now they've got to be careful to get that thing back to the pits before that tire completely comes apart and does some more damage.
They'll certainly have a story to tell when they head home. As we've mentioned so many times, Porsche is such a big part of the history of this race with so many overall wins, 17 in all. I'd like to take you back now to the 1970 edition of this great race when the 917 had its first impact.
Daytona 1970. It was the first race for the partnership between John Wyer and Porsche, with Wyer running a pair of Gulf Oil-sponsored 917s. One for Joe Sippert and Brian Redmond, the other for Pedro Rodriguez and newcomer Leo Kinnunen. They led almost the entire distance in their number 2 917. Both Matras devoured their entire stock of spare distributors. A call was even put out over the PA to see if there were any suitable spares among the spectators. The Redmond-Sippert machine fell back with clutch problems, but it would eventually pass the Ferraris of Andretti and Ickx and Mike Parks and myself, so that at the finish, it was a 1-2 sweep for Porsche.
Now that was a classic Porsche, another of the most beautiful race cars of all time.
Absolutely staggering looking car and unbelievably effective at speed too. So fast with the long tail car.
There's the race leader.
Fragile to start with. They had those chassis problems. The chassis used to flex, but certainly was a very successful car in the end.
There are the repairs going on the 69 car, and it's worth noting that with those cars, top speeds were achieved that in many cases, at many tracks around the world, still have not been matched.
Absolutely. When we came in 1971 with the Ferrari 512 and the 917s, this was their second year here. I mean, we were going onto the banking because there was no chicane there then. We were going onto the banking at nearly 210 miles an hour with about 500 horsepower.
Calvin Fish is in the pit lane with a question.
Yeah, well, a quick update first on the 74 car. They're pushed up back to the garage area. The clutch is still slipping on that car, but the reason they keep pushing on is that George and Jack Baldwin are going to be contesting the whole championship. So it's one thing that these teams just love to make it to the finish and see that checkered flag. But the other thing is points. But looking at the watch now, Bob, we've got about 40 minutes left. That vet has a 19-lap lead. And when do we actually classify them as the winner? It's coming close.
Is that the 69 car?
That's the 69 car. Has gone around
on
again.
On his new tire.
On the Rodriguez curve. And there's the 81 making its way back out again.
Boy, so many people have got caught out by that Rodriguez curve this year on their outlap. I've never seen so many people spin on their outlap on the cold tires. Actually, one of our emails was asking, why don't these guys use tire warmers? Well, part of the regulations with Grandam are to try and keep costs contained. And tire warmers are one of those luxuries that definitely don't keep costs down. So they don't have tire warmers in. Gee, there's another car going around. That's the 81 car that's just coming from pit stop too. So on his outlap, he goes round at the Porsche at the Rodriguez curve as well.
We're holding
Same
your
thing,
question,
cold
Cal.
tires.
We'll get back to it in a second. Let's make sure we keep track of what these cars are doing first.
The other question that the person had was if they don't use tire warmers, can they use scrub tires? Well, obviously, if you're going to change tires every pit stop, and there's about 30 pit stops in the 24 hours, you couldn't scrub 30 sets of tires during practice and qualifying. So scrub tires are out and tire warmers are out because of the costs. As we watch the number 2 car tiptoeing around that horseshoe under the west banking. The west banking can be an absolute nightmare on the afternoon the race starts as the sun sets. East banking can be a nightmare on the Sunday morning as the sun rises, but it sure as heck hasn't been a tough go this year for sunshine. I've never seen so much rain in Daytona.
One fellows has gone into cruise mode, I believe, with 38 minutes and change remaining. His lead over the number 31 GT Porsche 911 is down to 19 laps, and he's lapping right around 2 minutes, about 5 seconds a lap slower than the pursuing Porsche.
But it'll only be another 4 or 5 laps, and he'll have this thing locked up because the Porsche won't be able to get those laps back. Now, this is just what he doesn't want. There's somebody that's way behind him, harrying him around the bank. I hate it when these slower cars get closer to you. It really makes life very, very, very uncomfortable. You're watching the mirror, you're watching them like a hawk to make sure they don't run into you when you're braking early, because obviously Ron Fellows, as we just said, is in cruise mode. So he is really taking it coolly here and steadily, and he does not want to get involved in somebody who is 20 or 30 laps behind him. Into that turn 1. You can see the road drying out now. Everybody going from intermediates down to the slick tires. I don't think it's going to rain in the next 45 minutes. You can see the road there is pretty dry. Coming down to the Rodriguez hairpin. No, not going to go down the inside, just in case that 39 car hasn't seen him. Going to make sure that every time he passes anybody now, it's in a dead straight bit of road with plenty of room on both sides.
Wasn't going to challenge there either.
No, that's into that kink, which is always a bit tricky. It's a very fast left-hand sweeper. Goes down the inside when there's plenty of room. The 81 G&W Motorsports car follows him through.
Trying to unlap himself. We're going to check into that question of how cars are officially classified at the end of that race. This race, for points purposes, there you see the time remaining. We'll be back. In Rolex history, specifically 1996, in which the sports car racing world learned the name of Mad Max Pappas.
The number 30 Momo Ferrari was on pole, joined alongside by the number 4 factory Riley and Scott Oldsmobile effort in the 1996 running of the Rolex 24 Hours of Daytona. And it won't be the last you hear those two teams mentioned. Rainy weather, mechanical problems, and slower traffic created problems for many. The most spectacular incident of the race came when the Lister Jaguar, driven by Northern Ireland's Kenny Atchison, flipped shortly after noon on the second day. Fortunately, Atchison was able to escape without serious injury. The race served as Mad Max Pappas' introduction to North American race fans. The Italian put on a spectacular drive in Giampiero Moretti's Ferrari. One memorable moment came late in the race, before the advent of pit lane speed limits, when Pappas came screaming down toward his pit to make his final stop. He clawed his way back from a 4-lap deficit to be on the same lap as the race-leading Riley and Scott Olds. Meanwhile, co-drivers Scott Sharp and Jim Pace looked on as Wade Taylor continued to fight the gearbox problem that had plagued the team for 11 hours. But the Riley and Scott Oldsmobile held on to take the win, with Taylor taking the checkered flag a little less than a lap ahead of Pappas in what was at the time the closest finish in Rolex 24-hour history. The victory was also noteworthy as it was the first for an American team in an American-built chassis with an American power plant since 1966.
Probably not much that beats that moment of elation when you know you've taken a hard-fought victory in a 24-hour race.
Absolutely not. Showing there on Mrs. Fellowes' face, too.
Okay, Calvin, we've done our cramming, and I believe you have a question for Jeremy Dale.
Well, down here in the Corvette pit, there's celebrations. They have about a 19-20 lap as the cars actually rotate past the start-finish line, and I've got about 33 minutes on my watch, Jeremy Dale, so they don't have to see the checkered flag to win this one. I think they've got a big enough lead. What does your computer say?
Well, I haven't done the math on the computer as far as being parked. Certainly, to score points, they don't have to cross the finish line. So they will be classified regardless. And Grand Am has a very unique point-scoring system. Of the 4 drivers that have driven this car, the driver that has driven the most number of hours or miles will get the most points. And so it goes on down, so that the lead driver, who is Ron Fellows in this car, who I'm going to assume at this point has driven the most, will get the most points in Grand Am.
And that's a new development this year, awarding bonus points for time behind the wheel. And several of the drivers, James Weaver, the reigning Grand Am champion among them, was critical of that decision because he thought it provided an element of divisiveness within a team.
And what is also new, Bob, is that in essence in Grand Am, if you take the green flag and complete 1 lap, you are eligible to score points. You don't have to complete 50% or 80% of the distance, which has been over the years very common in endurance racing. Not only did you have to complete a certain amount of the distance, but you actually had to cross the line and take the checkered flag.
There's the second place overall car, the number 31 Porsche. The gap is now 21 laps. And I think the Corvette team is fairly safe in assuming that they pretty much have this race wrapped up. But boy, give credit to this GT Porsche team. They have really been stalwart throughout the evening.
Absolutely extraordinary. A good bunch of drivers, of course, in that car. There's no doubt about it.
There is the 86. That's the 3rd place car in the overall, 2nd in GT. So 2 GT class cars are sandwiched by the 1st and 2nd place cars in GTS, both of which are Corvettes. Now, this car is 4 laps behind the 31 Porsche and 32 laps behind the race leader. 37 laps behind the overall race leader. There's the 4th place car, Andy Pilgrim, driving the car he has shared with Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Kelly Collins throughout the long day's racing. This car is 1 lap behind the 3rd place car, so this is a battle that could yet play out in the last few laps of this race, the last 30 minutes or so. Will Corvette pull out the stops to try to get 2 cars on the final podium? We'll have to wait and see. In 5th place, 5 laps behind the 3 Corvette, is the number 56 Porsche, which includes 3/5 of the driver strength winners in GT last year. Those are the Italians, the Rosas and Babini.
And of course, Alex Caffey, who we just spoke to in the pits, who was very happy to be 5th at that time.
So 3 GT cars and 2 GTS cars, arguably, certainly the faster, arguably the more muscular and superior cars, all being humbled once again by these GT cars. And there's the 6th place machine, the 911 GT1. That's a GTS Porsche 911. James Holton currently behind the wheel. There were 3 of them that started the race. One featured actor Paul Newman on the driver's strength. The car has long since retired. Another absolutely beautiful model of race car.
Aren't they gorgeous?
Absolutely.
Wow.
Now 5 laps behind the 01 Bitesec car is the number 43 Porsche 911 GT. There it is. And of course, on the driver's strength, this effort, Kyle Petty. Peter Barron, who started the machine, is back behind the wheel, I would guess, to finish.
Still running pretty hard by the look of things. He's not messing with that traffic as he goes into turn 1.
Battle damage around the rear of the car.
Coming up behind him is the 37 car with the Field brothers and son at the wheel. I'm not sure who's at the wheel right now.
Well, that 43 car has something to fight for because I believe they're on the same lap with that 01 GTS Porsche 911.
Which is probably why he's humming right along.
Absolutely. Now there's the number 81, 8th in the overall, 5th in GT. And he too has something to race for here in the late going.
He's on the same lap as the 43 car. There's the 20 car yet again coming out of the pits with the gear shift knob welded, re-welded on again.
That car just took on new tires, so call it a cold tire spin. But
boy, another one down there at Rodriguez there. The 16 car spun there in the middle of the night.
Well, all the drivers have been saying the track seems to be slipperier than it's been in recent years. Perhaps the new tire technology as it evolves each year is making life a little bit more difficult out there. There's Kim Hiskey, one of the few female drivers in the field, currently piloting the number 39 White Lightning Porsche. They are 9th in the overall. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th in GT. The GT cars are absolutely dominating the top 10.
That's incredible. Yeah, the first sports racer prototype is Jim Downing. And, of course, the second one is the Weaver Wallace Leitzinger car, which is currently still in 13th spot and 2nd in the class and will remain 2nd till the end of the race, I would think.
There is the 10th place car. That's the number 10 BMW M3, a 6-cylinder edition. Rick Fairbanks, who has raced here many times before, currently driving the car. They are 10th in the overall, 7th in the GT, and only 1 lap behind the 39 car that we saw a moment ago. And in 11th place, the number 63 Mazda Kudzu from Downing, Atlanta. A.J. Smith at the keyboard. Imagine that. The marquee, glamorous, jet-setting sports racer prototypes are not going to crack the top 10 here at Daytona, it would appear.
And when you see the practice times, they were just so dominant.
There's the number 50. 12th place car, another example of a GT Porsche 911. Andy Haduki has been here before, being passed by the number 3 Corvette. Now the number 2 car is in the pits, and there is smoke from the right side. Calvin Fish is there.
Well, the team were just alerted by Ron Fellows that he had extremely high gearbox temperature. They have an alarm in the car and they brought it in. I spoke to Doug Feehan. He said they may in fact park the car and then let it take the final lap so it sees the checkered flag. Now, by all calculations, this car has claimed victory here today. Even if it didn't move from this point, it would have won the race. And another update on the number 3 car. On their calculations, they believe that they can catch that number 86, chase that Porsche down, and take 3rd place overall for a 1-3 finish here today. But the team are going to look at the gearbox on the 2 car, determine if they want to risk it and have him parked out on the racetrack and not see the checkered flag.
Actually, what I think they ought to do is shine it up and get ready to push it across the finish line if they can.
To Dan Gurney at the very first race here, and of course he parked his car. Bit of quick thinking there, parked it on the banking, then just cranked it over the line on the start, because in those days you did have to cross the line.
Absolutely. How big a win will this be for the Corvette team? They have won before a couple of times last year in American Le Mans Series action, including the Petit Le Mans last year with an absolutely fabulous pass. I believe it was Stu Hayner got by one of the Vipers with just a couple of laps to go in the dark. The last time Chevrolet had even a class win in the Rolex 24 was back in 1984. Terry Labonte, Gene Felton, and Billy Hagan in a Camaro. At Daytona, the drama never ends here at the Rolex 24. The race-leading car safely into victory lane, we believe, but at this point, suffering with temperature problems. And let me correct myself. I said a moment I thought it was Stu Hainer that made the pass at Petit Le Mans last October. Actually, it was Andy Pilgrim, who is currently piloting the number 3 car in 4th place, hoping to take 3rd away from one of the GT Porsches out on the racetrack. But as you see, a little under 22 minutes to go. Transmission oil problem?
Looks like it. No, don't get your trousers caught in that wheel to get you a nasty turn.
High RPM. Trying to work the gearing and the tranny to get that oil spread around.
Maybe that's what they call thick oil in there. Very thick.
Need to get that puppy detailed. It's almost showtime. Get out your personal stopwatch and see how long it takes for the publicity photos to hit the enthusiast magazines and newspapers near you. But all joking aside, it has been well earned. These guys have worked their tails off for, well, going into the 3rd year to get to this point. It is well deserved. It's kind of fun when all these hours of sheer labor in the name of sport turn in their own inimitable way to thoughts of commerce. Now, Sam Posey has left our top of the grandstand announce booth position to take a spot above the most spectacular victory lane in all of motorsports. Sam, what's the view from there?
Well, the view is excellent. I've been watching the photographers file in with their special passes that you need for victory lane, and of course we're all waiting for the Corvette to be wheeled up here. It should look very beautiful, the yellow in the middle of all the gray, and got cloudy kind of day. But there's a huge crowd here. I anticipate a lot of excitement in victory lane.
No question about it. I think you still see a certain amount of concern on the faces of the crew there, mixed with the fatigue. See everyone looking toward the pit enclosure as instructions are being given to everyone. The clock continues to tick away. Young fellows nodding in agreement with whatever the plan may be.
Well, as we've said, in theory, it doesn't have to do anything. But, of course, for the photo ops and for the crowd and for general sort of self-satisfaction amongst the team, they really would like to see it take the checkered flag. So I expect they'll wait till the last lap. The number 3 car is now a lap and just a few seconds behind the 86 car for 3rd overall, which I know that Andy Pilgrim's trying to get. But how hard is he trying? I can't imagine he's going to really drive the wheels off of him.
Dave, at this point, with just 20 minutes to go or so in the race, this is when the emotions are so strong in the car, and luckily things have dried out now in the line so that the drivers will have a chance to just a little bit reflect on what's going on, what's happening to them, that they are so close to the end of a 24-hour race. And what I always found was that it's a moment you want to savor so badly. You're kind of angry that you're distracted by still having to drive the car.
I think, too, that he is a lap behind, and I just don't think he'll make up a lap in 20 minutes. I don't think it's any worth him trying to do that.
Well, one way or another, the battle continues. The 3 chasing the 86. Andrew Marriott has more from the Porsche pit.
Yeah, well, that car that's in 3rd place is being driven by their lead driver, Wolfgang Kauffmann, the former Formula 3 standout. Kauffmann's been driving with Freisinger for 6 years now. He knows the team really well. And they've just told me that he is aware of the challenge and he's absolutely Harry Flatters.
Translation, please.
Harry Flatters is flat out. Going very far. There's the 37 car reappeared yet again, the field car. John, his brother Joel, and his son Clint.
And there, moving into view, is the number 3. Andy Pilgrim hoping for another dramatic late laps pass, such as the one he threw at Tommy Archer, I believe, in the Orica Viper last year at the Petit Le Mans Road Atlanta, an event you'll see live and flag to flag, wrapping up our Speed Vision Endurance Racing Grand Slam in the year 2001.
This is going to be a great year on Speed Vision for aficionados of long-distance endurance road racing. I mean, 24 hours here, live, flag to flag, or 25 hours, really. 13 hours of C-Ring, including the 12 hours of the race. Another 25 hours from Le Mans in France, the granddaddy of all endurance races. Run, of course, right at midsummer weekend, so very long day there and a lot less night. Significantly less night than here, where we had 13 hours of darkness. And then finishing up in October, very early October, at Road Atlanta for the Petit Le Mans. 11 hours of coverage, 10 hours of racing from that wonderful track down there in Georgia. So some great endurance racing coming up, and with over 10,000 emails coming in over the weekend, I can assume there's going to be a lot of people watching it.
Photographs being taken already. Johnny O'Connell on the left, Chris Neifel in the middle, Frank Freon on the right.
Chris Neifel always has to stand in the middle. Chris Neifel, of course, one of those guys that really wanted to do IndyCar, but quite frankly, or in either IRL or Champ Car, he really is just a bit tall for those cars.
But in fact, Chris Neifel has driven open-wheel Champ cars in the past and done quite well in them. There is Rob Dyson buckling into his car, the number 20. The two has been sitting in the pit lane waiting for the closing minutes of this lap. What a terrible, terrible moment for Rob Dyson when Butch Leitzinger pulled off at about 9:30 this morning with a 27-lap lead and a hole in the side of the engine block.
Dreadful. I can't tell you the feeling that goes through you. I mean, it's absolutely gut-wrenching.
Well, maybe he's got the greatest therapy of all right now. Get in the number 20, go out there and roll around to the checkered flag. Now, it looks like the 43 here showing a little crash damage as the hood kind of popped up in the front there. This is 7th and 8th. This is for position. The number 81 car, 8th overall, closing up on the 43.
Now, this is, to go back to what Sam was saying, you want to savor the moment. This is the last thing these guys want. Certainly the 43 car does not want to be harried to the start-finish line here with just about 14 minutes to go, or 15 minutes and 1 second.
Peter Barron, last indicated driver in the number 43. Not sure who is in the 81 at this point.
When I came over to this announce position, came through the tunnel where the spectators would be leaving the track if they were leaving, and they're not leaving. The traffic was very sparse on the way out of the track. So the faithful have come and they have stayed throughout the whole thing, and they want to see probably hopefully a ceremonial last lap by the Corvette.
I would have to imagine that they will get that as we watch this battle for position both in the overall and in GT. We believe that is Darren Law from Phoenix, Arizona, going underneath Peter Barron to take away the spot in a battle of GT Porsches.
Some good drivers in the 81 car, David Murray and Darren Law and Matt Grendel. Darren Law.
Don't forget Kurt Wagner, who is one of only 3 Americans to win the Worldwide Porsche Cup. The others being Bryce Cobb and another man in this race, Mike Fitzgerald. Barron's sawing away at the wheel there, keeping busy, but he has lost the position. So the 81 is now 7th. The 43, Kyle Petty's car, drops to the number 8 spot.
The other bit of waiting that a driver who finishes a 24-hour race has to do is to try to stretch out the enjoyment of the part of the day that remains after the race is over. You feel so tired. One instinct is you want to go to sleep right away. The other is you want to stay up and savor that feeling as long as you possibly can, not sever the connection with the delight of having come all the way through and finished it.
Well, I think that after you've done these 24-hour races, you're so pumped, you're so wired that sort of going to bed is kind of on your mind. You're tired physically, but you want to be there to enjoy it. And I think it's a great idea of Grand Am to move this race to this 1 o'clock start instead of the 4 o'clock or 3 o'clock start, which they used to have, because it's a much more convenient time for everybody to finish at 1 o'clock for the spectators and for the teams. It gives them more time to savor and more time to clear up and clear out, which of course is a dreadful job that these guys have to do after these long races.
Now, don't you suppose that more than anything, Ron Fellows wants to take that car to the checkers?
Absolutely, he does.
Let's get out there and drive it around.
Well, he's only got a few minutes left.
In the background, Doug Fan, the team boss, hugs all around for his drivers, his crew, all of the people who make this sort of thing possible. And when you come with us to Le Mans, we're going to see a very different kind of race. Just 48 cars will start. It is a true road race on public roads around the home circuit, the Bugatti circuit, the Automobile Club of the West. Invitation only for all of the top sports car teams from around the world, including some of the teams you've watched here in the Rolex 24 at Daytona.
Very, very high-speed course. Laps of around about 140 miles an hour are the norm. And you go way out in the country, through the village of Arnage, and back into town again towards town. And only one sort of short section of the track is racetrack now, which goes past the pit lane. Everywhere else is public road normally. They shut them down and Wednesday and Thursday afternoon at like 1 o'clock, and practice from 6 till midnight, and then do the same thing on Saturday, close them down about middle of the morning, and then open them up again Sunday afternoon about 4:30.
I remember standing at the kink on the Mulsanne before it was divided up by chicanes, and all would go quiet. You knew the course was closed, and then you would hear the engines firing up miles away in the pits, and then screaming to the top of the rev range as they hit the Mulsanne. It wouldn't stop until they flashed past you to the Mulsanne corner. We'll be back.
The Rolex 24 at Daytona. If you were racing, you'd wear a Rolex.
There is nothing like it. Just the thought brings chills to the flesh of any sports car fan. An endurance racing grand slam. Following our coverage of the Rolex 24 on March 17th, it'll be the 12 hours at Sebring. And then in June, the 24 hours of Le Mans. And on October 6th, the 10-hour Petite Le Mans from Georgia's Road Atlanta. Every minute of it live and flag to flag.
And it's also great news that this year, that Grand Slam, with the exception of the Le Mans 24-hour, will also have Rolex coverage as well. All being sponsored by Rolex. We announced just the day before the race started here. So here goes the number 2 car. Ron Fellows has got smoke coming. God, let's hope it makes it to the start.
Now this should be interesting. Watching a bit of history now. And Ron Fellows will have a role in that history. Our colleague Jeremy Dale has seen the checkered flag here at the Rolex, but his win was a class victory back in 1995, second in the overall. Ron Fellows will become the first Canadian to win the overall here at the Rolex. What a moment for Corvette lovers everywhere. As I mentioned earlier, there was a lap of honor for the Corvette clubs. They cut off the lap of honor at 350 cars, but they could have had probably twice that many out there on the racetrack. And I spoke with a couple of Corvette owners in the airport on my way to Daytona. They were absolutely thrilled at the opportunity to come here and cheer for their brand. Fellows keeping it out of the way, letting the races go on around him. Rob Dyson pulls up behind. Busy in the car, but thinking about what might have been, I suppose. There is the number 3 Corvette. 4th in the overall. Still trying to get back on the same lap with the 3rd place car, the GT class Porsche 911.
In traffic here, just picking their way through really, really carefully.
Obviously, we'll be with you all the way to the checkered flag. And afterwards, we have another 30 minutes to interview the winners and get their stories firsthand. What it was like to be a part of the 39th running of the Rolex 24. Now up on the high banks again.
Looking quite strong.
Yes, it does. It seems to be going quite well.
Rob Dyson hanging back there. Of course, Rob really wants to pick up the 2 car so that his car, the 20 car, is in the photo. Finish there's the 2 Marcos. Both at one stage, that 24 car running so strong, splitting the Corvettes. Looked like it might be a challenge to them. Very similar power plant, but of course a pretty low butt team compared to the might of the Chevrolet division of General Motors.
Yeah, those Marcos, they're interesting pieces. It's easy to make fun of their squat appearance and the bellowing sound that those make. Now, what's happening here?
Well, I think Ron's going to...
Is he going to wait?
Either wait or make it last 7 minutes. Ooh.
What could
Where
be
is he?
difficult to do?
He's just before the chicane.
It's a strange place to
stop. It's a strange place to stop voluntarily, isn't it?
Yeah.
Unless he's running ahead of schedule. Maybe he thought that would take 7 minutes if he went around slow enough, but he's got around too far. Perhaps they've just told him over the radio to wait it out.
The overall running order, if that's the right phrase, the overall standings at the top of your screen. Now the Corvette starts to move once again. Meanwhile, the number 3 Corvette has gotten onto the same lap with that number 86 GT Porsche and is less than a minute 25 seconds behind. It doesn't look likely, but you can still dream and you can still try.
Waiting for his teammate.
There you go.
There it is.
Another time-honored tradition.
Not this time by.
Formation finish. Nope. They'll have to take another lap.
They'll either have to take another lap or go awfully slowly around this banking.
Well, keep in mind, that slick banking takes a good 65 miles an hour or so, or you're going to wind up sliding sideways.
Photo op.
Absolutely. I've got the opportunity to give them a couple of laps for all those Corvette fans out there to take as many pictures as they want.
Which I think is exactly what they intended to do. And Rob Dyson is very content to just wait there in the background and get in on the picture.
Interesting contrast of the delight, of course, in the hearts of the Corvette men, and then Dyson out there, very ambivalent, I would think, about his situation right now.
Interesting, too, that the Corvettes have each lost the opposite headlight. It's a pair of bediddles.
Or one-lungers there. Isn't that another phrase?
I'll accept that. White flag next time by, we are told.
Well, that's what teams are for. You see, each one has got one of the headlights.
That's right. They could have run together all night.
Yeah.
Oh dear! Now everybody's
dragging a crowd.
Everybody's dragging in now to get in this photograph.
It could be a steaming pile by the time they get around to the finish line, because there are cars everywhere wanting to be a part of these photos.
It's like football. Everybody piling on after the fumble.
Well, credit Ron Fellows, who is a big favorite as a development driver and racer at General Motors. Remember that he had the opportunity to be a part of the Cadillac prototype program. He was there for a while, but then decided he wanted to see the Corvette program reach its ultimate goals. So he came back to the Corvette side of things. And look where he is now.
And it looked, in a sense, like a step backward, the Cadillac being a prototype and so forth. And I think that Ron did it as much out of loyalty as the fact that he perceived that this might be the stronger program. I think he liked working with these guys, and they like working with him, and he's been a real leader here, a real inspiration to the program. That means a lot.
Once more they go up onto the banking.
Look at the traffic behind them now.
Absolutely.
Practically the entire field is left.
A couple of state troopers on the highway. No one wants to pass.
Makes you think of the Ferrari finish where they had 3 abreast. Porsche finishes through the years.
Crew with the 31 car on the pit wall. That's Linda Popst on the right.
We've never seen 2 American cars. Of course, they're not running 1-2, but take the flag together in just this way.
A couple of state cops on the highway. No one wants to pass. Oh, my goodness.
A very slow procession.
And
think back to 23 hours and 58 minutes ago. Yeah, I do.
It appears that this will be it. Dan was talking about Nigel Mansell, who slowed his Formula One car on the final lap of the race, thinking he had the race in the bag. Went too slowly, the engine stalled, and that was that. Nelson Piquet went on to win the race. I don't think we're likely to see
I don't think these cars have got that sort of electronic equipment that'll do that.
I don't think they're quite on the edge.
But here they come. And this is the acme for the factory Corvette effort. In their third season, they have done what seems so far away just so recently. They will come across the line, and the checkered flag will wave. The 39th edition of the Rolex 24 at Daytona is all Corvette. Ron Fellows and his crew, Chris Neifel, Frank Freon, and Johnny O'Connell go into the record books, the Roll of Honor here at the Rolex. And now it's official. Everyone can breathe again. The Corvette team, the Porsche team, a GT car coming in second overall. The White Lightning Racing team doing a terrific job. The GT car also finishes third. The second factory Corvette will not make it to the overall podium, but will finish second in the GTS class. Followed in third by the Porsche 911 from Canada, owned by Klaus Weizsäcker. We will begin our post-race coverage in just a moment, and we'll talk to the heroes of the 2001 edition of the Rolex. Stay with us.
This is a culmination of a lot of people's vision, lots of people to thank. GM Racing, we have Herb Fischel, Joe Negri, Gary Claudio, Doug Feehan. This is a tremendous end to a 3 years of effort. And GM Goodrich Service, UAW GM, Goodyear, unbelievable rain tire. I mean,
the conditions out there, you talk about the rain tire, Ron, the conditions were changing, not every hour, literally every 10 minutes. It really had to keep you boys on your toes, no mistakes.
Well, with this new Corvette's got a little more downforce, and I couldn't be happier with having a little more grip in these conditions. It was unbelievable. All the guys at Pratt & Miller, just a tremendous job. K-Tech, thank you. Man, this is tremendous for Corvette and GM Racing.
There's one guy back here we're going to try and catch a word with here. Gary Pratt, you put together an unbelievable group of people here to make this happen, mate. You have got to be one very proud team manager.
Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, everybody that worked so hard and worked as a team together, it's just unbelievable that this, that this happened. I don't know how to say how happy everybody is. It's just fantastic.
24 hours is a long day when it rains like this and when you're under the pressure. I mean, you were the favorite in class. That came to you relatively early, even though the Marcos and some of the other cars gave you some trouble. But then when that overall victory loomed, then the pressure builds even bigger.
What a long 4 hours or whatever it was after they fell out. You just, the longest 4 hours of my life, that's for sure.
Okay, we're going to try and sneak through the crowd here. We've got several other people we want to get to. Doug Feehan is the project manager. Doug, you said you didn't want to count it before it's over, but you boys made it.
Is it over?
It's over.
I think it's over. Yeah, and really the fun's just begun. We're very excited. The team has worked very, very hard for this. This is the culmination of a 3-year program. Finished third the first year, second the second. So obviously we had a tremendous amount of pressure on us to finish first this year, which we did. So everybody seems to be pretty pleased. I'm pleased. I know the team is. They've worked very, very hard to make this happen. I merely sit on top and kind of watch what happens, really. They're that accomplished of a group. So.
Got Chris Neifel here. Chris, you and Ronnie are driven together, used to beat up on each other in Trans Am. Now you're teammates, and you score your first win at the Daytona 24, saying came so close last year. Tell us your feelings, mate.
It's undescribable, but, the fact that it's raining now in Victory Circle, I think, tells the tale. What a great day for us. It's unbelievable. Best racing team in the world. I'm just so proud for everyone, man. Corvette's the greatest. Thanks.
Great job, Chris. We're going to try and catch a word with Dale and the boys here. They came in second. There's Frank Freon. We're going to try and catch Andy, Dale. Great job, boys. I mean, it had to be a tough one out there for you boys driving around the track in those conditions.
Yeah, definitely. The car was perfect right to the end. I mean, these guys did an unbelievable job. I mean, everybody in the team did a great job. Dale Jr., Kelly did an awesome job. The conditions, that's the worst Daytona conditions ever. These guys picked the worst one.
Dale, tell us about a new environment, teammates. You can't sit and drive the car all day like you'd like to. You got to let these boys do some work, and they did it for you.
Yeah, once I got settled in, about an hour and a half, I was just getting settled in and getting going this time to get out of the car, but I had a great time. Andy and all the team, Pratt Miller, the Corvette guys. Can't say enough about these guys. They really helped my road racing experience.
Okay, congratulations, boys. Andrew Merritt, I believe you got Dale Jr. standing by.
I've got Dale Jr. Dale, well, you've been in this winner's circle before, but not in circumstances like this.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited, pretty happy for Ron and the rest of the two-car team. They did a good job. Had an excellent race, man. They were flawless. We came up a little short, broke a couple half shafts, but we're still here and happy to be second in class. It'd been nice to get on the overall podium, but it was a good run. I mean, we just came here hoping to finish, and the better we did, the more we did, the more we raised our goals, and we got a little stingy, but we want to come back maybe next year if we can, and maybe every year. Heck, I'm here.
Congratulations, well done.
Thank you.
The final margin of victory, 7 laps. Total distance covered, 2,335 and 1/3 miles, 656 laps. They'll feel every one of them for a long time. We'll be back. Welcome back to Daytona. The party is just underway down in Victory Lane now that the 39th edition of the Rolex 24 at Daytona has gone into the record books, and it is an overall victory as well as a GTS win for the Corvettes. Now let's talk about the GT category, who were in the hunt for the overall right to the very end. Problems early on for the number 31 White Lightning Porsche 911 GT3R and its all-star driver lineup, but they soldiered through, took over the class lead, and drove it to the finish. In fact, GT cars dominate the top 10, taking 7 of the top 10 positions in the overall. Let's get down to the winners in category with Calvin Fish.
Well, the White Lightning team, the number 131 car, had an unbelievable driver pool of talent here. Lucas Lur, tell us your feelings, mate.
I can't say anything. It's unbelievable. I mean, with the GTE class car finish second overall, it's just amazing.
So many cars out there. Mike Fitzgerald, you won the Porsche Cup last year. How does this stack up against that?
It's right there. It's amazing. It was a perfect race. You know, no problems at all. Everything went exactly as planned. It just doesn't happen in a 24-hour race.
Christian Mansell, you were led by Walter Gerber. He's got the monkey off his back. He's come close so many times here at Daytona. Tell us how he led the team to victory here today.
I miss the words. I can say nothing in the moment, really. I'm very happy. Very, very happy.
Very emotional. And to wrap up, Randy Pope's the final member. And boys, you boys really put it together today. You were chased hard by that BMW early, but that was a great battle, and then you got it your own way. Second overall. Any chance for overall? Did that ever come across your mind?
No, we wanted to win this race, win the class. That's the win for us. It's like surviving the perfect storm. The Porsche 911 was perfect. A credit to Walter Gerber, our crew chief, and to Mike and Leanne Peterson and Dale White, who put the whole team together. They are the best.
Yeah. All right, boys, congratulations. Great performance.
Indeed, and the 53rd Daytona class victory for the Porsche brand. What a weekend here at Daytona International Speedway, but there's plenty more still to come live here on Speed Vision, so don't go away. Of course, there were 5 classes in competition here at Daytona. The class it seemed no one wanted to or was able to win was Sports Racer Prototype. For the second year, they struggled. Jim Downing team from Downing, Atlanta, with their Mazda-powered kudzu, a modestly budgeted team, came through when all the cars ahead of them failed and went on to take the victory. Andrew Marriott is standing by with the class winners.
Well, Jim, this is a trophy. When you get it, you're going to polish a lot.
Well, you're right, Andrew. It's a thrill for us. We've been racing here a long time. We've had some other class wins, but never the top class win, even though it's 11th overall. And we're thrilled with it, absolutely.
What's the future now for your team here with this car?
I don't know. We don't have any plans right now. We've been racing for 38 years, so we'll kind of see what happens next.
In the past, of course, you've had quite a lot of support from Mazda. Now you don't get much support from Japan.
No, well, Ford's taken them over, and times have changed, but everything changes. It's okay. The American Mazda folks who want to be here are here, and they'll note it, and they're happy about it. And I hope Mazda, the factory, can use this some way.
Jim, congratulations. Great drive.
Thank you very much.
Unassuming as ever, Jim Downing, a well-deserved victory in the Sports Racer Prototype category here today. Now, the Sports Racer Prototype 2 category was another that suffered heavy attrition, but of course this was the first year for this category here at the Rolex. It was eventually won by the team that dominated the series a year ago.
Well, the second place car, Peter
The
Selden.
Archangel Motorsports team. In the end, number 21 car, driven by Macy, Lally, Selden, and Henderson, came through to pick up the inaugural victory for the Sports Racer Prototype 2 category here at the Rolex 24. Here's Calvin Fish with the team.
Well, Archangel Motorsports, they dominated last year. They put together a great car here today. Martin Henderson, Peter Selden, Paul Macy. How about the performance of all of these guys?
It's been incredible. Last week, these guys have just been working 18, 20 hours a day to put this car together, and I can believe it because I've seen them work last year, and I knew what they could do, and I'm so glad to be part of this team.
Andy Lally, you had more laps in the car than anyone else. Tell us about your baptism with these new chassis. How do you like it?
This was amazing. Again, I gotta repeat what Paul said. The crew just did an amazing job this week. The race was a blast. I've been trying to do this for years. I've been walking around the paddock here, helmet in hand, and to finally get a chance with Mike and the guys, it was great. The strategy just went off, no problems, and the car was flawless.
Congratulations, superb performance.
Thank you.
Indeed, a great job by Archangel Motorsports, the powerhouse in Sports Racer Prototype 2. The Rolexes are being passed out. You can see the smile on Ron Fellows' face as he holds up the symbolic checkered flag. He and Chris Neifel, who did so much of the development work on these Corvettes, to bring them through to this moment, to win America's greatest sports car endurance spectacle. It's going to be a long afternoon down there in Victory Lane with lots of personalities to come through, lots of pictures to take, and lots of credit to be spread around, and deservingly so. Here's a look at all of the class winners, but we'll be back with more. We have some more class winners to speak to here at Daytona International Speedway.
By Porsche. Discover what Porsche brings to driving. And brought to you by Rolex, the watch of excellence the world over.
Welcome back. As you can see, it is SRO down in Victory Lane. Let's get down to meet our American GT class winners with Andrew Marriott.
Yeah, I got Ken Bupp here. Ken, you even had time to clean the car just before the end there.
Yes, we had, I think, a 25, 26 lap lead, Andy. The car was just magnificent. The preparation on it, all the credit goes to the crew.
We've got all four of the drivers here, but the big thing is we've got a Greg back in Victory Circle. That is fantastic. This must be a very emotional moment for you, Simon, to stand where, of course, your father once stood.
It sure is. It brings back a lot of memories. I love following my dad's footsteps, you know. Yeah, if he were here, he'd be really proud of me, you know. It's a great thing. Can't wait to win it overall one day, you know. That's my next goal.
Okay, we also got Dick Greer here. Dick, your feelings?
Oh, it's, you know, the same every year, you know. You just want to come and do it. It's just something in your blood. You get old, you got to do something like this.
And Doug Mills, of course, in this group. You were here last year.
Yes, I've been in Victory Circle 2 years in a row. It's phenomenal and rather exciting, wouldn't you think? And it's been delightful driving with wonderful people like Kenny Bupp, Dick Greer, and Simon Gray. We had a great time out here. Wonderful people.
Thanks very much. Let's go back to Bob Varsha.
Thank you very much, Andrew. And with that, let's review some of the memories that all of us will take home from this historic broadcast of the Rolex 24. The early lead, the early battle between James Weaver in the Dyson car and Ralph Kellers in the Ferrari, taking it on the head from a piece of tire debris there. Weaver powered the car to the front, and the team would dominate the race for some 17 hours. In the GTS class, of course, it was all about Dale Earnhardt, who got in and drove well. Crashes broke up the action to the tune of some 11 yellow flags. Problems for the Corvette team, to be sure. Kelly Collins pushed the car home after it ran out of fuel on the racetrack. For the Risi Ferrari, the hopes of bringing that car home, but Alan McNish lost a wheel, had brake problems, came back, endured a tremendous battle for the race lead with Butch Leitzinger here in wet conditions. The Corvette team soldiered on, and the rain became so heavy. Dale Earnhardt Sr. was in the car during some of the heaviest downpours and never put a wheel wrong. He thoroughly enjoyed his first experience of the Rolex. In the GT category, it was pretty much Porsche, except for the BMW that fell out of the race in the second half. Of course, Porsche, as it has done so many times before, came through to victory. The White Lightning car there. Archangel Motorsports dominated Sports Racer Prototype 2. The 22 car led until this guffaffle in the banking put that team on the trailer for good. But their sister car ran strong, a brand new machine that went all the way to the checkered flag to take the class win. For the Dyson team that had seen heartbreak and the joy of victory so many times before, what could they have thought when Butch Leitzinger lost the engine? Rob Dyson could only look on in tears. 27-lap lead blown. And in the end, Corvette needed every one of its laps to come home with its first ever overall victory. Here is a full field set of results. Pick the team and drivers that you've been following for 2 trips around the clock. Historic victory for Corvette, and the GT cars, particularly the Porsches, just seem to keep ticking right along. David Hobbs?
Absolutely, like they have done for the last 30 years thereabouts. They just are such a winning car. They start off with the air-cooled engine, now they're onto the water-cooled, but so strong, so reliable. And, you know, we put a lot of store in that 38 car with Schrader driving it, our man Schrader, but unfortunately their engine let them down. But generally, Porsche, I'd say, came out of here looking pretty good. But Corvette came out looking extremely good.
Year after year, it just boggles the mind. Some 80 cars strong, more than 300 drivers from around the world. And on Saturday afternoon, of course, they're all shiny and bright and new, and everyone is a potential winner. But then the stories unfold, and in the end, the cars are dirty, many of them are wounded, and only a select few drivers and teams find themselves right there in victory lane accepting their new Rolex watches. Let's go down above victory lane to Sam Posey.
Bob, thanks a lot. $100,000 worth of those Rolex watches, by the way, being handed out. You know, when you come to an event like this, you expect to feel great emotions, perhaps exaggerated by the distance and the tiredness that you feel after being up for 24 hours or more. And I felt the triumph for the Corvette team. Of course, it was terrific. American team on American soil like that. And I felt the disappointment for Rob Dyson and the others that dropped out with success so nearly in their grasp. I kind of expected that. What I did not expect was the sensation that we got from being on the air for 25 hours this way and having a response from people all over the country via our email program. I think for the first time we've been able to share the crew here, the Speed Vision and Terry Lingner crew, 200 of us here on the site. But we've shared our experience with thousands of people all across the country. I mean, we've had so many write-ins, compliments, of course, which was wonderful. So many intelligent questions, meaning that all of you out there are following what we're doing with keen interest. I think the sport has been expanded in its perimeters today, and its parameters as well. I think that the warm feeling coming from all over the country to us here, I think that the 2 young men who I talked to started watching our coverage yesterday afternoon in Miami and said, we got to be part of that, and drove up here, bought ponchos and stood outside in the rain. I think it's been really something very, very special. And, you know, it's rained the whole time here, and it's been cold and raw. Every reason to be depressed and down at times. I never have been. I've never enjoyed a 24 hours more than this one, and I really think it's because of the collective consciousness of people watching from all over. I think we've done something and been part of something very special.
Well, I will second that, Sam, and the rain will not be the part of this race that will be remembered. It will be remembered for the triumph of the Corvette team, who will now take their challenge for worldwide sports car supremacy to the bumpy runways of Sebring, Florida. And then they'll take the fight to the rest of the world at Le Mans before inviting the world to Road Atlanta and Atlanta, Georgia for the Petit Le Mans. Races you will see here live on Speed Vision flag to flag. We're going to do something we don't often do here on Speed Vision. We're going to roll the credits of all of the people who have contributed to this historic flag-to-flag live broadcast. For the announcers, Rick Benjamin, Greg Kramer, David Hobbs, Sam Posey, Jeremy Dale, Alan DeCadney, Calvin Fish, Dave Burns, Andrew Marriott, and of course, Sandy Hang. I'm Bob Varsha. It's been a tremendous professional experience being here. We thank you for joining us for as long as you may have, and we'll see you again live at Sebring, when the sports car wars of the world will be joined once again. Until then, so long, everyone.